In a desolate wasteland where an incredibly fierce battle had just taken place, a gentle, warm yet melancholic sunset was shining down on a warrior clutching a sword, struggling to stay on their feet before the enemy. This warrior with short purple hair slowly raised their head to look at the enemy before them, then silently wondered to themselves, "Is this the end of my life?" The man with bluish-purple hair, who appeared to be the opposing commander, suddenly spoke, proposing, "Surrender now, it's all over." She defiantly retorted, "It's only over when I say it's over." He declared loudly, "If you surrender now, I will spare your life." The short-haired girl gritted her teeth upon hearing him speak, then she raised her head high and laughed, replying, "Ha, you think you're worthy of killing me, traitor?" After saying that, she suddenly mused to herself, "I am a member of the Elias Empire. My father was the emperor. He was assassinated, and my younger brother is an incompetent prince."
Every night he would turn into a womanizer, and then, until the very last moment, he was exploited by his own fiancée. Seeing him remain motionless and gaze fixedly at her, she couldn't help but ask impatiently and loudly, "Why haven't you killed me yet?" The mysterious person in the black cloak standing beside him suddenly spoke, "Because you have the responsibility to personally witness the downfall of this kingdom." She flinched, thinking to herself, the mysterious figure of the rebel faction. This person's existence only revealed itself in the final moments of the battle. That's right, it all makes more sense now. All of this began with the assassination of the emperor during my younger brother's birthday party.
That day, we thought it was a failed assassination attempt, but we were wrong. The assassin's knife was coated with a special poison, the name of which was concocted using a mysterious ancient spell, Witch's Tears. Because both witches and that mystical magic had long vanished from this world, discovering the spell was impossible for us, because it was an undetectable poison and only activated when its creator willed it. She cried out, questioning, "Mysterious person, tell me, my father's death and my brother's change, it was all your plan, wasn't it?" The person in the black hood smiled and asked, "What would knowing the truth change now?" The long-haired person standing beside him gestured, and the soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at her. As she tried to retrieve something, she smiled confidently and asked, "Do you think I'd give up so easily? I'll use this as a wager." The mysterious person suddenly flinched and asked, "Is that?" She smirked and asked back, "So you also know what this is?" Then she pondered to herself, "This is the first emperor's relic, a ruby that can grant a wish in exchange for one's life. If it's true, excellent. But if not, it's still fine, because I can avoid a humiliating fate, being ended by these traitors." The mysterious person saw she was about to end her own life and hastily shouted, "No!" Just as she was about to run towards her, the purple-haired man spread his arms to block her.
Even if she were to run back now, it would be too late because she had already used the sword to end her own life. The necklace in her hand suddenly changed. Just as she slowly fell backward, someone suddenly asked, "What is your wish?" The necklace suddenly shone brightly right after that person finished speaking. Staring at it, she silently wished, "I want to correct a mistake." That person curiously asked, "What mistake?" She replied, "My younger brother. It's about not guiding Theor onto the right path, because if Theor hadn't changed and had remained a naive, useless boy, if he hadn't become a womanizer and a puppet, things wouldn't have come to this, and I would have been by your side, no matter how useless you were." After hearing this, that person replied, "Understood." She suddenly darkened her face and frantically cried out, "Ah, wait!" Ignoring her utter bewilderment, that person still assured her, "I will make your wish come true."
Upon hearing these words, she shrieked again, "Ah, no, that's not it!" At this very moment, in a certain room, even though it was already late afternoon, it seemed more peaceful and relaxed than before. Suddenly, someone called out, "Milady, Milady Regina, Milady Regina." Another maid, seeing that she didn't respond, then asked, "Is the tea not to your liking?" She stared blankly at the maid in front of her for a moment, then she half closed her eyes and replied, "No, I was just lost in thought." Saying this, she slowly raised her teacup and pondered silently. "As the princess of the Elias Kingdom, I, Regina B. Alpere, have truly returned to the age of 15. At first, I intended to ignore the future and run away, but I am the princess of a nation." Thinking this, Regina involuntarily let out a weary sigh. Then she put down her teacup and continued to ponder silently. "So, at the very least, I must fulfill the responsibilities of an Alpere, prevent the emperor's assassination, and deal with the traitors."
Regina suddenly stood up and extended her hand, which surprised the brown-haired maid a little. As she took the staff from the maid, she kept muttering to herself, and most importantly, she said with a radiant smile, "I suppose I must go see Theor now." The group of maids ran back and forth, loudly calling out to each other, "Queen Sylvia, quickly bring hot water here." Meanwhile, Regina was standing vigil by her mother's side, deep in thought. "My life has not been very peaceful. My frail mother, after giving birth to my younger brother Theor, only had time to tell me one thing. I leave your brother in your care." And then she closed her eyes. As soon as he heard the news, my father immediately rushed over and burst through the door. Because my father was the emperor, royal custom dictated that he could not enter the birthing chamber.
This was why he missed the chance to be with his beloved wife in her final moments. Unable to bear the guilt, he immediately turned to look at me and loudly scolded, "Why were you the one to witness her passing?" I truly couldn't believe he would blame everything on me, absolving himself in the most cowardly way. He suddenly flinched when he saw Theor, and after a moment to compose himself, he walked over and gently picked Theor up. Fortunately, even so, I still considered it a blessing, because he did not blame Theor, the newborn child.
The Emperor doted on Theor, so he often overlooked all of the boy's troublesome pranks. Theor, flailing and whining, said, "I told you I don't like it, bring me something else," and so he grew up to become a mischievous prince. On the other hand, when I turned 12, it was the first time my father called for me. The moment I stepped into the room, I had barely uttered an "ah" when he coldly ordered, "Get married." Upon hearing these words, I said, utterly bewildered, "But father," he coldly interrupted, "we meet as emperor and princess, not as father and daughter. If you understand, you may go." A few days later, my fiancé appeared before me and politely introduced himself. "My name is Herman Selvage, Your Royal Highness, of the Ducal House of Selvage."
They were one of the 2 duchies in this empire, and also a force opposing the emperor, so I had no choice but to accept this fiancé. I don't know if it was good luck or bad luck, but I always kept my mind on Theor's antics. Time passed, and Theor was sent to study at the academy. There he continued to misbehave, eventually returning to the palace under the pretext of early graduation. But on the way back, a major accident occurred. The carriage overturned into a lake. He might have been a spoiled prince, but I still cherished my younger brother. Even if it wasn't for Mother's dying wish, I would still love him. Seeing Theor's fingers suddenly twitch and him slowly opening his eyes filled me with immense joy, and I quickly called out, "Theor!" When he saw me, he immediately replied, "I'm sorry, big sister, I've caused you so much trouble." Noticing he seemed a bit strange, I called out, "Theor," as he had suddenly changed in an unusual way. He suddenly swore, "I promise I won't bother you anymore from now on." But I thought he had changed his heart after the accident. To think that after his 180-degree turn overnight, how foolish of me. It's true that I felt strange at the time, but I let my joy overwhelm me and thought Theor would become better.
It would have been better if he had just been a detestable prince. Indeed, that's where the problem began. It was because of his detestable nature that, when I saw him about to give money to someone who looked very suspicious, I immediately shouted to stop him. "Stop, Theor! Don't become the kingdom's most foolish, greedy person, handing over all the royal funds to swindlers." Theor pushed me away and loudly retorted, "No, you shouldn't meddle in this." I knew something was suspicious, but I didn't realize it in time. And before the night Theor turned 17, the emperor suddenly passed away. With no time to mourn, I had to take the crown and act as regent until my brother came of age. One evening, while taking notes, I sighed and thought to myself, I'm so tired. Someone so healthy, gone in just one night. My fiancé Herman, instead of supporting me, was rumored to be seeing another woman. Above all, I had to conceal Theor's increasingly outrageous behavior. I just needed to endure a little longer. However, finally, on the day Theor turned 18 and was having his coming-of-age ceremony, Herman walked up to him, raised his sword, and then decisively brought it down. After successfully sending Theor to meet my parents, he immediately made an announcement. From that moment on, I cried out in horror, "No, the Elias Empire will be no more." I quickly knelt down, embracing his rapidly cooling body, and screamed out desperately, "Theor!" And from that moment, my fiancé began his rebellion. I will prevent the assassination and the rebellion, but first I need to do something about Theor. Better a tyrant than a foolish emperor. The maid with her hair in a bun suddenly entered and quietly asked, "Your Royal Highness, you seem to be in a good mood today."
Regina smiled and replied, "I've thought of a way to solve a problem." Hearing this, the brown-haired maid exclaimed, "Oh, that's wonderful. The lady-in-waiting was very worried because you seem so pensive, princess." The maid with her hair in a bun quickly interjected, "Lena, there's no need to say unnecessary things to the princess." The orange-haired young man suddenly walked in and continued with a smile, "But it's true that you were worried." Regina suddenly became pensive, thinking to herself, "Before my resurrection, when the rebellion began, everyone here sacrificed their lives for me. This time, I will be the one to protect them." After finishing her thoughts, Regina spoke up and asked, "Lena, do you know how one deals with trash?" She replied with a hint of confusion, "I'm not sure."
She calmly explained, "It's simple. I just need to become a bigger pile of trash." That's right, Regina was unexpectedly silent for a moment, then smiled and continued, "I will become worse." At the dining table, Theor once again made a complete mess of everything, just as he usually did. He yelled out, making the maids anxious, "Hey, bring back that dish from earlier." Food and drinks were spilled all over the table. Wine soaked the tablecloth, staining it a dazzling bright red. Theor once again yelled, "I don't like this, but now I'd rather eat this than this pile of shit." Regina, sitting opposite him, silently observed all the excessive behavior of her unruly younger brother, calculating inwardly. To become worse than my younger brother, I began observing Theor. She slowly brought the glass of red wine to her mouth, intending to sip it, when she thought of something truly a bit funny, thinking that her younger brother was an example for her to learn from, which was truly,
After each meal at that dining table, Regina returned to her room and began her habit of taking notes on scraps of paper. After observing the boy for a few days, I had categorized the necessary conditions to become a first. It was Theo's unruly and spoiled tantrum-throwing habit, due to being overly indulged. If things didn't go his way, he would immediately lie face down on the floor and thrash about, crying out, "I'll do what I want. Why should I care about other things?" From that, Regina drew her first lesson. Truly bad people only think of themselves.
Next, when truly enraged, Theo, completely disregarding anyone's safety, violently hurled objects through the air, wondering what the Emperor would do if he found out about this. From this, Regina realized something else useful for her journey of self-discovery. Second, terrible people don't care about any consequences. At this thought, Regina suddenly felt a splitting headache, her mind completely muddled, because she knew that cleaning up his mess would always be her job. She thought of the toys from before that were only hers for a few brief seconds. Meanwhile, anything that was hers was always taken first. So she knew one thing for sure. Third, terrible people are incredibly greedy. Even after arranging everything and cleaning up that mess, Theo was still a useless prince. Regina bit her pen and mumbled, "Where do I even begin?" She thought to herself, "Theo truly is a worthless prince. Even if I wanted to emulate him, I couldn't."
The two maids beside her, seeing her silent for a long time, became worried about her. Regina was still lost in her own thoughts, remembering that Theo had completely changed at the age of 15. If she had known that someone who would destroy the empire was to be born, she wouldn't have cried when he had the accident. That carriage accident was certainly part of the mysterious sorcerer's plan. Picking up her teacup, she said, "I must prevent the accident and find information about the sorcerers." Bringing the teacup to her lips, she asked, "Selma, do you think I can do these things?" To the bewilderment of the two maids, Selma, who was beside her, despite having frequently witnessed such scenes firsthand, still couldn't help but feel confused. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "Your Royal Highness has always excelled at every task." Lena, for some reason, hesitantly called out to Regina, "Princess." Regina looked at her and asked in surprise, "Lena, what's wrong?" To be able to say this, Lena seemed to have gathered all the courage in her life. "I don't understand why your highness is acting this way."
She hadn't even finished her sentence when Selma immediately interrupted her. "Lena!" Being scolded and a little scared, Lena finally burst into tears and resentfully said, "But Miss Selma, the princess keeps saying strange things." It seemed Lena's words had truly startled Selma. She quickly ran over and blocked Lena's path, then fearfully exclaimed, "Your Royal Highness, she is only worried about your health." After saying that, she turned her head and ordered Lena, "Quickly apologize to the princess." That reminder startled Lena. She quickly bowed deeply and profusely said, "I beg your pardon, Your Royal Highness." It seemed Selma's plead and Lena's sincere apology had touched Regina's compassion. For now, the two were astonished to hear, "No, it's all right, I understand." Regina suddenly realized a truth. Because she had always been the one to obey the Emperor and protect the prince, it was strange for her to be rambling about becoming a worse princess. She smiled to reassure both of them. "Instead, I'm glad you thought of me." She was truly grateful to both of them from the bottom of her heart, so she understood why they were both worried. This time, she saw both of them truly sigh in relief. Selma even muttered to herself, "Just as expected of Her Royal Highness." Lena hesitantly called out to her, "Princess?" Regina smiled, intending to say something more, but someone's shout made her stop.
Her room door opened with a rude creak. Hey, it was her unruly and stubborn younger brother, Theo. He crossed his arms over his chest and said, "I heard you got something a few days ago." He slowly and brazenly walked inside as if it were his own room. Immediately, Theo reached out his hand towards Regina. His action and subsequent words surprised her a little because he was as blunt as ever. "Give it here." Regina chuckled with amusement and told him, "Theo, you're quite rude for visiting your sister's room." Obviously, her compliment did not please her younger brother. He even had the audacity to yell at his sister. "Why do you keep saying such nonsense? Shut up and give it here." Regina wasn't angry at all. In fact, she was tolerant of his behavior. She tilted her head, looked at Theo, and asked again, "I've been wondering for a long time, but where did you learn all these impolite words?" Theo, as usual, yelled, "Shut up, give it to me." Even after saying this, his eyes looked very resentful.
Regina silently watched her younger brother, and Theo secretly thought, "She'll give it to me anyway, why make me wait?" At first, she always pretended to be kind while nagging him, but in the end, she was nothing more than someone who just cried and begged. That was Regina, although lately, her behavior had been a bit strange. Indeed, there were times when she passed by and saw him, yet Regina didn't even bother to glance back. Even though Theo was slumped on the floor, staring at her, Regina's gaze remained unwavering. Theo knew that when their eyes met, she would look back calmly, and then she would ignore him. This was also why he kept coming back, to show her where he belonged. While he was still feeling proud of his actions, in Regina's eyes, there was nothing elegant about them. His words were crude and threatening. He didn't act like an alcoholic because he was still young, but he would probably set the castle on fire if he were drunk, wouldn't he? Seeing his sister remain silent, Theo had to shout again, "Hey, are you listening?" Regina regained her composure and said to Theo,
It's a good thing you're here. There's something I want to tell you. Theor lost all patience and rudely told her, if you're just going to nag again, then get lost.
Even seeing his older sister just silently and gently smiling at him, Theor even dared to think that if he kept causing trouble, she would surely give him things. However, if he had such profound thoughts, his older sister was no less. Looking at her younger brother's small figure, constantly acting out, Regina drew another conclusion, adding another condition, the fourth: wicked ones can do whatever they want. Regina spoke a few words as if mocking Theor. My poor, pathetic little brother, how does it feel when every time you speak, you fall a rank? I guess one could call that the rank of a wicked prince, couldn't they? Regina's menacing stare and words made Theor recoil several steps in fright. What? She even added a dazzling smile for Theor. This condition I can also meet. I can also. She gripped the armrest of her chair tightly and pulled it up. Regina thought to herself, doing as she pleased, as the large chair crashed down, a direct hit from her powerful throw. Her action made Selma shriek in alarm. Your Royal Highness! At the same time, the entire palace was filled with Theor's screams of fear and pain. Now, both of them were seated on a long sofa in Emperor Laris's study, the space enveloped in an awkward silence. The Emperor seemed still lost in thought, so focused that he was unaware his forehead was drenched in sweat. Finally, he looked up and asked Regina, I hear you threw a chair at Theor, is that right? Regina, however, showed no fear or remorse for her recent action. She even smiled and nodded, replying, Yes, I did. Immediately she heard the Emperor's next question. Why did you do that? Regina did not rush to answer, as she was still pondering that there were two ways to meet the Emperor. First, one could follow the regulations that required a meeting. Second, one could target the royal family's meals. She glanced at her younger brother, who was still rubbing his sore backside, noting how quickly she was summoned after throwing a chair at Theor. Then she looked back at Emperor Laris, meeting his gaze directly. He always refused her requests for a meeting and always ignored her during meals. She knew Theor was also looking at her with great dissatisfaction and resentment. This was the best time. With this opportunity, she would definitely make him understand. The Emperor vaguely saw Regina lower her gaze and sit up perfectly straight. When he opened his eyes wide to look again, his daughter's sitting posture was still just as serious. And he heard his daughter's laugh and saw her head tilt, and because there was a chair next to her at that moment, Regina wanted to let her father know one thing, that she was even worse than Prince Theor. This time, Emperor Laris's expression truly became a sight to behold, encompassing fear, astonishment, and a shock that made his hair stand on end. Even his son, Theor, had the exact same reaction, as if cast from the same mold, exclaiming in alarm, What? Regina smiled and answered both of them with an innocent, guiltless air. Honestly, I wanted to throw the table, but it was heavier than I thought. So instead, I threw the sturdy chair of appropriate size. As she said this, her emotionless face was reflected in the teacup in front of her, and Theor's gaping, horrified expression was clearly visible across the table. Emperor Laris angrily hissed through gritted teeth, Do you understand what you're— But Regina stubbornly interrupted him. I'm saying that I threw a chair at the first prince of the Elias Empire.
Emperor Laris frowned in displeasure at Regina, and she met his gaze without a hint of fear. Finally, it was the Emperor who had to look away, sighing as he tried to reason with his stubborn daughter. That cannot be the answer to my question of why you threw the chair. Regina replied innocently, even though she knew her younger brother sitting beside her was flinching at her every word. You're asking why I'm acting like this now, when this isn't the only time I've been a victim of Theor's trashy behavior, right? It was obvious that Regina's accusation was not wrong. However, it only made Theor hate her even more. He also witnessed his older sister speaking with a meaningful smile. She looked arrogantly at Emperor Laris and boldly replied, Because I don't want to endure them any longer. What if that's my answer? It was difficult for me to confront the prince when I was young, but only disappointment grew now that I had returned after death. My mother's death was not my fault. No, it wasn't anyone's fault. Why should I be cautious and beg for forgiveness? After speaking, she closed her eyes tightly and pondered her pain. Then she immediately raised her head and asked, On the contrary, I want to ask you a question, father. Theor, who was still losing his composure and swinging his leg tiredly, heard this, even though he knew he was going down the wrong path. His eyes widened when he heard his sister ask their father, Why didn't you do anything? At this point, he could only express his anger and dissatisfaction by jumping to his feet, his entire face flushed, and his face grew even redder, his eyes stinging when he heard Emperor Laris reply, He is a pitiful child. He quickly fled the place without bothering to ask for permission, as he usually did. Emperor Laris immediately called out to him, but to no avail. Theor! Regina let out a pained laugh and softly uttered two words. Pitiful, huh? Because Theor lost his mother after he was born. The Emperor roared. Regina! She recalled her previous life, when the ruler of the Elias Empire had not yet been decided. However, before she left, Theor had become the next emperor according to the will of the deceased emperor. Although a rebellion occurred immediately after his death, it failed. Returning to reality, she said, There wasn't just one child who lost their mother, but two.
The emperor froze upon hearing her words. Why don't you just break the royal laws? Those royal laws are dragging you down. The imperial law, which upholds your dignity, can only be disregarded by using the emperor's name. His daughter's reproach made Emperor Laris furious. He flared up in anger and sprang to his feet, shouting at her. Do the royal laws seem too trivial to you now? Regina no longer deigned to tolerate or adhere to any conversational rules. She too yelled back. No matter how important the royal laws are, aren't you the emperor? Emperor Laris was so enraged that his hand, clenched into a fist at his hip, trembled. You are being very insolent. It seemed that Emperor Laris's reaction and the reproaches he uttered without hesitation, even knowing he was biased towards Theor, only fueled Regina's discontent. Yes, I am being insolent, she retorted. However, isn't that better than being useless?
Her question left Emperor Laris momentarily dazed. He fell silent, wondering if these were the thoughts she had harbored all this time. He thought, I wasn't the only one who lost her that day. Is this the first time I've truly faced her assertiveness? The thought made Emperor Laris sway, almost losing his balance and falling. Regina merely patted her dress with composure and informed him that she did not wish to inherit the throne, adding that she wouldn't even deign to acknowledge a single sentence written on a piece of paper. She looked up and clearly saw the shock and weariness etched on her father's aged face. Regina thought to herself, if he doesn't consider me his daughter, why should I consider him my father? I've decided to become worthless. Does he think that being immoral can scare me?
Emperor Laris turned his face away and looked in another direction, while Regina, meanwhile, was deep in thought. Because I cannot ignore the fact that he is the emperor, I will have to treat him as such. She slowly stood up and spoke. I will live according to my will from now on. I will live as I wish, and will disappear from your majesty's sight one day. Emperor Laris hesitated, wanting to say something, then fell silent again, but he only dared to think it, not say it aloud. Theor, however, was a different matter. Regina gave a bright smile and said some comforting words to him. Don't worry, because I will continue to take care of Theor, and will need to witness him become a special emperor. She herself had to admit that he was her younger brother, whom she loved and demanded much of. Another goal she had set after deciding to become useless, once she prevented her two younger brothers from becoming bloodsuckers and rebels. Regina closed her eyes and sighed. She opened her eyes and declared with determination, I will leave the capital. I have even resolved to relinquish my title as a member of the imperial family. Regina's clear declaration made Emperor Laris even more frightened. He flinched. He reached out towards his daughter, calling, Regina. His daughter suddenly stopped at the door and told him that the people present here were an emperor and a princess, not a father and a daughter. She turned her head to look back at her father. On second thought, I heard that Theor's sword instructor will be changed again. I will participate in this lesson.
Emperor Laris was so helpless that he slumped into his chair, hung his head, and said, Do as you wish. Regina also replied to him, I bid your majesty farewell. May your majesty always be well. After his daughter had withdrawn, in the vast room, with only himself remaining, Emperor Laris sank into disappointed contemplation. Regina, that child, called him emperor, even though he had deceived her. She would always think of him as father. He once again fell into a state of powerlessness. It seemed he had once again lost something incredibly precious to him.
At the large, beautiful castle, its purple color exactly matching the owner's eyes, while her close attendant was quite worried and informed Regina, Yes, but princess, he personally asked about. Regina remained completely unfazed by that concern. How many times must I tell you? I'd feel unwell living like that. It's not even enjoyable. During every royal meal, as usual, Regina had another significant concern, the change in her younger brother Theor's behavior. Not only did he try to greet her in the morning, which he always refused to do, he also tried to join them for meals. Regina walked gracefully through the spacious waiting hall. Was there anything to be said at this moment? Looking into the full-length mirror in the room, Regina realized her hair had grown quite long. She stroked the ends of her hair for a moment and mused to herself. I cut my hair during the war because it could become a weakness. If it could become a weakness, I just needed to become strong enough to compensate for it. Soon after, Regina researched information about nobles to find a target to seduce. Aaron Vestine, the second son of the Vestine family, the empire's second ducal house.
Aaron Vestine, an Eastern noble, the heir of Gisli, is currently 18 years old. Selma said that his swordsmanship skills, combined with his appearance, made him famous among the elite. She picked up her teacup and listened as she said that he had received countless marriage proposals, but rejected them all. Regina leisurely sipped her tea while thinking about her next moves. He had no interest in high society and frequently had to cross the border, so they said he couldn't spend much time in the capital. If I want to play the role of a charming, useless princess, I need someone to be my lover. First, Herman was out. She was still imagining his lifeless eyes and threatening words. Please be careful of your back at night, princess. Now Lena's overly excited expression was disturbing her thought process. I had been trying to think of a suitable candidate when Lena started telling me about Aaron Vestine. She gently placed her teacup on the table.
I had never met him in the past, so I had forgotten that about the second son of the Vestine family. Just thinking about this was enough for Regina to immediately ask Selma, "Are you sure that today the second son of the Vestine domain will be in charge of Theor's swordsmanship?" Selma answered the princess confidently. Even though he hasn't had his coming-of-age ceremony yet, he is still a recognized master swordsman of the Empire.
The atmosphere in Regina's room grew heavy. Another troublesome issue arose between them, as it seemed there were no other instructors we could call upon. Regina also had to briefly hesitate and consider what Selma had just told her. She had to complete the basic techniques before she turned 2. But she had dismissed 6 instructors last month, so we had no choice but to make a request to the Vestine territory. Regina suddenly smiled meaningfully, and one might even say triumphantly. It was a good opportunity for her. Regina seemed to be heading somewhere, yet she still couldn't stop thinking about the previous issue. She had returned to the perfect year. Theor would definitely be late, so while waiting, she would make a deal. The introduction of her from Johann's own mouth sounded very stylish. If the princess had started using a sword 10, no, even 5 years before that, everything would happen differently.
Regina marched straight towards her destined destination. I might not have killed those rebels, but I gained something after I returned. Regina grew even more confident in her own abilities, gripping the sword tightly in her hand. I had gained not just 5, but 10 years of time, so as Johann said, something might change. Thinking this, she swiftly swung her sword powerfully against the sky, full of pride and vigor. And then her moment of waiting ended when Selma arrived to announce, "Princess, Sir Aaron has arrived." Regina truly turned her head at those words. However, for some unknown reason, her eyes brightened and her face flushed. Regina's heart pounded erratically, and her breathing became more rapid. Right before Regina stood the person who would soon teach swordsmanship to her unruly younger brother. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His thin lips were pressed into a straight line, looking truly captivating. His red eyes further enhanced his dashing demeanor and sharp, flamboyant presence. He approached her like an impossibly handsome god, a man so captivating that even reincarnation wouldn't diminish his charm. He came before her, respectfully placing a hand on his chest in a bow. "I am Aaron Vestine, second son of Baron Vestine. It is an honor to meet your Highness Regina B. Alper of the Elias Empire." Regina looked at him in astonishment, covering her mouth as she silently gasped. "Oh my," she blushed, thinking, "What? How can his voice be so beautiful?" She recalled the servant saying he was also very handsome, but this went beyond mere handsomeness.
She thought, if one wanted to go crazy with love and destroy a country, how attractive must the other person be after all? But the perfect answer has just appeared. If they weren't blind, everyone would understand. The 2 maids beside her were utterly captivated. She thought, seeing that face was falling in love at first sight. Who would dare doubt it? Seeing her staring at him without speaking, Aaron called out to her, "Your Highness, even if I have done something wrong." His words startled Regina back to reality, and she quickly waved her hand, saying, "No, you haven't done anything wrong at all either."
It was Aaron's act of kneeling in apology that made Regina's heart pound so wildly. He looked up surprised and asked her, "Huh? Are you feeling unwell?" Now her entire face was flushed. She was so embarrassed that her head felt like it was steaming. Regina quickly cleared her throat to compose herself and replied, "Oh no, I apologize. I was just a little surprised. You can stand up now." Aaron obeyed the princess's command, not forgetting to remind her, "It's best if you take a deep breath. This is a method our people in the territory often use." His concern made her even more flustered, and Regina stammered, "I understand." She secretly marveled at him, thinking, the people in the Vestine territory get to see this face every day. How do they actually do it? Seeing the sparkling aura radiating around Aaron's body, Regina secretly wondered to herself, their hearts must be incredibly strong. Have they tempered their hearts? Suddenly, Aaron became incredibly innocent, answering Regina's unconscious question even though she hadn't spoken it aloud. His action made Regina's face flush even more, like a tomato. I'm not too sure about their hearts, but most of the people in the territory are very strong. Regina kept her head turned away, not daring to face him directly, and asked in bewilderment, "Did I say that out loud?" Aaron obediently nodded and replied, "Yes."
Regina was very hard on herself, thinking she would voice her thoughts aloud. Do I really need to make a deal with this man? That's not the issue, but rather if Aaron accepts it. I'm worried about what I might do. He's so dangerously beautiful, constantly radiating a dazzling aura. Regina placed her hand on her chest, her heart pounding wildly. With such an appearance, everyone would understand her falling in love. That face was beautiful enough to bring a nation to ruin. Suddenly, she recalled an image of herself fighting against mysterious figures, which brought her back to reality. Of course, she had no intention of doing that, but one thing was certain. Regina had completed the process of stabilizing her emotions. Bending down, she picked up the wooden sword that had fallen to the ground and said to Aaron, "Please forgive me for displaying such an unseemly scene on our first day together." Aaron replied seriously, "It's no problem. Compared to others, Princess, you are the quickest to recover." Regina was also very serious as she declared, "There are a few things I wish to discuss with you. Could you find me after class?" Aaron bowed his head, accepting the command. "I humbly accept your command."
Regina sighed and said, "Thank you. Lena, bring Theor here immediately." Lena clapped her hands cutely and shyly. Yes, but after hearing Aaron's last words, Lena paused. Yes, princess. After that, Regina pondered for a moment, feeling a little tense. How was the training ground? Aaron seriously replied, It's very good. At this, Regina stated, The wooden swords are made from daikon wood, so you don't have to worry. They won't harm anyone in the royal family. Aaron nodded. I understand. A long time passed, and Theor still hadn't arrived, making Regina extremely uneasy. She hesitantly announced, Theor is late again. I apologize. Aaron gently replied, It's all right. Time passed, and the two remained silent. Regina forced a smile, pleading inwardly, The awkward atmosphere is suffocating. Save me. She looked uneasily at Aaron's handsome face, and Regina's inner self screamed, If I had known, I would have spent my time outside.
His face grew increasingly handsome, captivating Regina. Wow, Regina screamed internally. If I keep looking at that face, I'll eventually get used to it, won't I? At this thought, she shyly turned her face away, not daring to look directly. Regina suggested, Perhaps we should go call Theor now. She thought to herself, I'm not sure I'll get used to it quickly, but I'll manage. Regina smirked and said, On occasions like this, we should really be the ones. She quickly glanced around. Regina awkwardly explained, There might be a slight issue with my brother. Please wait a little longer. Aaron agreed. Yes, I understand. A moment later, she swept past, sword in hand, with a commanding presence. Regina irritably entered the palace where shouts and curses echoed. Hey, say it again. Go on, say it. Beg the prince for forgiveness. In front of her, Theor was berating the servants, the scene utterly chaotic. Theor roared, Just a moment ago your mouths were so quick. Why can't you speak now? The servants knelt miserably, crying and pleading their innocence. It's not like that, your highness. We have committed a death-worthy crime.
Regina sighed wearily at the scene before her. She then walked up to Theor, not forgetting to glance at the servants. Regina uttered, Lena. Seeing Regina appear, Lena exclaimed in a panic, Lady Regina, when I arrived, things had already escalated to this point. Suddenly, the servants clung to Regina's legs, begging for help, startling her. They pleaded, We are sorry. Please, please save us. Regina was extremely annoyed. She snapped, I need to know the whole story before I can save you. The servant behind her was about to speak. Princess, these two... But before she could finish, Theor shrieked, making her choke on her words. Shut up, all of you. Be quiet and don't say another word. Regina hadn't expected Theor to resist so fiercely, which bewildered her. Theor, you... Theor bit his lip tightly, his anger erupting as he clenched his hands. Seeing his expression made Regina question everything. Finding it difficult to get answers from Theor, Regina looked at the two servants and demanded, You two, tell me what happened. But Theor adamantly disagreed, yelling, This has nothing to do with you. Theor! Seeing Theor disrespect everyone made her furious. Shut your mouth. Seeing Regina speak so harshly to him for the first time, Theor froze like a mannequin. His bewildered eyes looked up, filled with tension. With Theor silenced, she asserted, How long do you intend to make me wait? Seeing this, the two servants vied to protest their innocence. We merely mention rumors that everyone knows. Regina surmised. Are they rumors about the prince who devoured his own mother alive? This made all the servants present turn pale.
She expressed that a 10-year-old child should not have to endure such malicious rumors, especially her younger brother. Realizing their grave sin, they cried and pleaded, We deserve to die, your highness. Princess, please have mercy on us. Seeing them crying and pleading with his older sister, Theor grumbled inwardly, Ha, I knew it. She's bound to tell me to forgive them. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out, If your crime deserves death, then go die. Hearing the voice made Theor break out in a cold sweat. Regina spoke up, Theor, where is your personal knight? He pointed blankly towards the knight. Yes, over there. A moment later, Jesse appeared, bowing in greeting. He spoke up, Jesse Tarahan, the prince's sword.
Jesse bowed and said, May I have the honor of meeting the princess? Regina's lips curved upwards, and she uttered, Ah. She cast a cold gaze upon them. Regina spoke, Someone dared to slander the royal family, yet you did nothing. Being reprimanded by her made Jesse break out in a cold sweat. He helplessly replied, Forgive me, but how could I stop the prince? Seeing his bewildered, pale face, Regina reconsidered. Jesse Tarahan's position was Theor's personal knight. Restraining Theor and properly fulfilling his duty was impossible. Then Regina looked back at Theor, who was lost in thought, looking to his sister. Regina mused, But I don't want to accept these things ever again. I will show them the consequences if anyone insults the useless princess's little brother. Her anger erupted. She indignantly gripped her sword tightly and shouted, My brother is the one who is humiliated, the one who bears the name of the Elias lineage. As your master, I ask you, how can you still smile in front of me after forgiving these people? Seeing Regina's furious outburst made Jesse so tense he swallowed hard. He was so nervous he didn't dare to blink.
Jesse quickly knelt at Regina's feet before her wrath. He pleaded, as Prince Theor's personal knight, I sincerely apologize for failing to protect the prince. Please, princess, be merciful and forgive me. Regina called her servant and said, Selma, quickly summon the royal guards here. Selma bowed her head in acknowledgement. Yes, princess. Noticing Theor, Regina planned in her head,
It seems I need to adjust my plan slightly. Preventing him from becoming a womanizer isn't enough. Regina's plan was that Theor must become completely useless. Not much will happen if I'm here, but I'm leaving soon. Theor needs the skills to manage these people himself. He needs to know how to express the right amount of anger when necessary, and the ability to make his subordinates behave to his satisfaction. At the same time, the 3 men she had just scolded began to plead. "Princess, please be merciful and forgive us. Princess, your clemency." Regina coldly uttered a chilling remark. "I am not the one you should be begging." Hearing her words, the 3 men were shocked into confusion and broke out in a cold sweat. Then they turned to Theor. The black-haired servant cried out, "Prince, please forgive us." The blonde-haired servant also desperately wept and pleaded, "Please forgive us, Prince."
Jesse, seeing this, also clung to this dog's life, hoping the prince would forgive him. Suddenly, being simultaneously begged for forgiveness by them, Theor was taken aback, receiving it with wide eyes and an open mouth. Regina reached out her hand towards Theor, giving him a warm, encouraging smile. Regina softly said, "Theor, you are a prince. Causing a commotion isn't enough for them to know you've been mistreated." Her hand gently touched Theor's youthful face, and Regina softly reminded him, "Next time something like this happens, lower your voice, straighten your back, and puff out your chest." She insisted that they should be made aware of their transgressions. Her voice reached their ears, making them tremble like dogs. She coldly raised her sword before them, and stern words poured out, "And mete out your punishment." Seeing his sister step in to protect him left Theor stunned. He touched his cheek and nodded in agreement. "I understand." Before he could enjoy it for long, Regina brought up his tardiness. "But Theor, is this trivial matter really the reason you're late for your sword fighting lesson?" Theor yelled, "Are you crazy? Do you think I'm scared just because you're swinging that thing around?" The servants and soldiers quickly hid behind the wall, eager to witness this siblings spat. Regina chuckled. "You shouldn't be saying those things while hiding behind someone, Theor." Theor, terrified, clung tightly to Jesse's leg, ordering him not to fail in protecting him, which startled Jesse. Theor shrieked, "Get away! Hey, I'll kill you if you don't protect me!" Seeing Regina approaching him closer and closer, Jesse stammered, "Wait, Princess, please move away." Despite their protests, Regina firmly stated, "Didn't I tell you, Theor, that you need to face a fitting punishment?"
Seeing Regina's readiness for a fight in the current situation, Selma let out a sigh. "I think it's best if we forget what we just witnessed." A moment later, after the troublesome servant left the scene, Regina watched them go and sighed, seeing that everything was more or less resolved. Regina spoke up, "Your new swordsmanship teacher is waiting." Theor hid behind Jesse and stubbornly said, "I'm the one who decides whether to go or not." Hearing him say that, Regina burst out laughing, tapping her sword against her hand challengingly. "My dear little brother, haven't you been beaten enough?" Jesse's scream rang out, "Ack!" Jesse received the signal and quickly scooped Theor up like a chicken. He accepted the order. "Your Highness, I will escort you there." Having said that, he immediately ran to the sword-fighting practice area, adding, "I will go ahead with your Highness." Theor struggled in vain. "Hey, I already said I'm not going and I don't want to." Watching them leave, Regina waved goodbye. Suddenly, Selma appeared behind her and whispered in her ear, "Princess, unfortunately, bad rumors are starting to spread." Regina softly replied, "Ending one rumor and starting a new one. Isn't that just perfect?" Regina's expression darkened, and she said coldly, "Crushing a baseless rumor is simple. You just need to punish those who dare to speak it." Regina recalled, "Before I returned here, the rumor about Theor eating our mother alive caused my little brother to suffer greatly when he was still alive." Regina wondered, "Are you curious about the new rumor I'm about to spread?" At this, Selma nodded, indicating her desire to know. Regina declared with determination, "I will definitely eradicate that rumor completely in this lifetime."
Regina teased casually, "What else is there but rumors of me becoming useless?" Hearing her, Selma exclaimed in alarm, "Princess!" Selma, helpless and breaking into a cold sweat, asked, "Why would the princess try to spread that rumor?" Regina's lips curved into a meaningful smile, and she thought to herself, "That's how I make everyone disappointed in me." Her hand gripped the sword tightly. Regina confided, "I know full well that many people are trying to push me onto the throne." Regina sighed, "I don't want to, but they will try to persuade me." Regina thought that when she took over Theor's position, she had been persuaded to succeed the throne with a crown bearing the immense responsibilities of a nation. Regina laughed coldly, asserting, "If Theor is useless, then I will become even more useless. Obviously, they will choose the lesser of two evils." Regina decided, "I will eliminate the option of Regina B. Alpere." A moment later, she returned to her room, sitting idly and gazing at the sky. Regina pondered, "Suppose I succeed in preventing anyone from crossing the path from the training room to this room." At this point, her mood turned gloomy. But unlike me, who has already dealt with the rumors, he hasn't decided anything yet. In her mind, she thought of a scenario, a secret rendezvous with the princess. If discovered, the rumors would spread far and wide, one way or another. Regina felt utterly dejected. She pondered in her heart, although this would be an entirely new story if he accepted the agreement.
Before I returned here, Aaron had followed Eagle Vestine's every step and prevented the barbarian invasion at the eastern border to bring about its revival. After Aaron's death, the Duke of the Vestine family died along with the Duchess as planned, and before Theor's coming-of-age ceremony, it was as if a malicious curse had fallen upon our family.
Regina recounted. I had clinked glasses with Aaron's brother, Gisli Vestine. During that meeting, I thought I would become friends with Gisli, but the very next day, Gisli died at the hands of Herman Selvage. This time, I won't let anyone die. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Your Highness, Sir Aaron has arrived. After the servant prepared tea, pastries, and her attire, Regina sat down, smiled, and nodded in greeting to the person opposite her. She spoke. Thank you for accepting my sudden invitation. Aaron merely grunted in response. After that, silence fell upon the space. Regina mused to herself. He was indeed not a very good conversationalist, yet she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. How could she feel uncomfortable looking at that face? She broke the silence. You're the type who doesn't like to talk, aren't you? Aaron replied. Yes, it's how many people choose to hide verbose things, and I don't trust that.
Regina froze stiff, looking at Aaron at his question. That was the longest sentence she had heard that day. Regina, feeling a little guilty and awkward, said simply, I want to annul the engagement. Internally, she felt that even though she wanted to accomplish something else, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Hearing Regina's request, Aaron readily agreed. All right. Seeing his calm acceptance made Regina uneasy, and she asked, bewildered, Aren't you surprised? Aaron replied, a little surprised. Since he had accepted, she didn't press for a reason. Regina composed herself. Well, anyway, I need your help to annul the engagement. Aaron, curious, asked, what kind of help are you suggesting? Suddenly, Regina spoke up. Be my mistress. Aaron, upon hearing that, uttered two cold words. Excuse me? His rejection made Regina jump up, and she hastily explained, not a real mistress.
In the private room, Regina passionately explained this request. To put it simply, I want you to temporarily be in a contractual relationship with me. What will I get from this agreement, princess? Regina was secretly pleased. Indeed, at least he was willing to continue the conversation, without being annoyed. She offered a strained smile and confided, I heard that marriage means nothing to you. Don't you have many suitors? Speaking of this, Regina confidently made her pitch. My presence can be the best shield for you. Who would dare to contend with me for you here? Aaron replied, My apologies, princess, but this agreement should be a fair exchange. Regina surmised, Do you mean my offer isn't enough? Aaron replied, Yes.
Seeing Aaron's determination made her sigh. She hadn't expected him to refuse her request. Reaching this point, Regina cast aside her image and said, All right then, how about this? Regina warned him first. This might worsen Aaron's impression of me, but... Suddenly, Aaron froze. Regina leaned in close to his face, her hand lifting his chin. The atmosphere became hazy, and Regina's voice, full of enchantment, declared, This is an order. Reflecting after today, Regina concluded, It seems I'll have to find an excuse about love and justice. Please forgive me. Princess, an excuse about love and justice? Regina pondered. It must be an excuse about love and justice, specifically for Theor. Regina thought that even though Theor was still as stubborn as the inherent nature of a useless prince, and even though she had yelled at him, From today onwards, I will supervise all your studies, Theor stubbornly asked, Why? Through this, Regina resolved, I must become a useless princess to defeat the useless prince. Looking at the wooden sword in her hand, Regina mused, But from what I know, continuing to use that method is a bit uncertain. Even with a wooden sword, it could still injure the boy, but I cannot allow the family to suffer any harm. Regina silently listed, So I need another object with a moderate length, made unconditionally from oak wood. She turned to ask Selma beside her, A wrist strap is necessary, right? Oh, and it needs to have a name engraved on it too. Hearing this, Selma pulled at her hair and said, Your Highness, you can't do that. If His Majesty finds out, what will you do? Regina raised her teacup and said, Have you ever seen that bad man care about what others think? There are records that princes were trained with leather whips, you know. Selma staggered and fell backward upon hearing her words. Johann behind her blushed as he caught her. Regina glanced and saw the scene.
Regina felt a throbbing headache, and she sighed wearily. With a dazed look in her eyes and a silly smile, Regina whispered in his ear, Johann, you need to rein in your emotions. Johann looked bewildered. What do you mean? Regina sadly replied. Everyone knows, but Selma. Johann sighed. Everyone is too perceptive. Regina wondered, I don't know why you hurt your own heart. Love has made you do foolish things. That was Johann Dreif. After becoming my personal knight, he fell in love with Selma, ultimately burying his unrequited love until his dying day. There was also a 2-year age gap, not counting the time Selma returned to her parents' home after becoming a widow. Regina wondered if Selma was foolish or simply chose to ignore it. Before I was reborn, that love remained unrequited.
Regina gently and gracefully sipped her tea, her mind racing. In this life, I want to change that tragic future. The tea is delicious, Regina turned and praised. Lena, your tea-making skills have improved, haven't they? Lena secretly rejoiced at the compliment, but Selma seemed displeased. Suddenly, Lena burst into tears. Princess, Selma is supervising very strictly. Selma, unable to sit still, cried out, "This is no time for you to leisurely enjoy tea, princess." Seeing Selma so energetic made Regina laugh. "Oh my, Selma, you're so enthusiastic today." Johann, laughing until tears came to his eyes, spoke up. "Your Highness, many things have changed since I've been away." Regina chuckled and asked, "Are you dissatisfied with having to be an escort agent for a mad woman?" Johann laughed and replied, "It's just that I'm following my master." Selma, hair standing on end, called out, "Sir Johann?" He still smiled and said, "By the way, lady, just hearing your Highness's name is enough to start a fight." Regina tilted her head in confusion. "Lady?" Johann clarified for her. "Lady is Jesse's nickname. He had to pretend to be a girl for 5 years." Regina was surprised. "Why pretend to be a girl? I heard it's a family tradition, right?"
Regina chuckled. They believed that if they disguised themselves as girls, they wouldn't receive bad luck from witches. Johann recounted that because he became even prettier as he grew up, the nickname Young Lady stuck with him until now, which Regina found amusing to listen to. Regina exclaimed, "But does Jesse look pretty?" Johann, bewildered, said, "Doesn't he claim to be handsome if he looks like that?" Regina searched her memory. She softly said, "It seems the faces I've been seeing lately are either Jesse or Sir Aaron." Hearing her, Johann realized, then I understand.
Regina listened curiously, her mind blank. She recalled her meeting with Aaron, where she had taken the initiative in front of him, giving a command. "Now become my lover." The atmosphere at the time was very awkward. She had cast aside her pride to act. Aaron looked at her coldly and said, "I understand. May I ask what you are planning to do?" Her face naturally changed color, her cheeks flushing with extreme embarrassment. Regina hesitated. "Well, I will be a useless princess, obsessed with love, and I will unilaterally cling to you." After speaking, she leaned back into the sofa. Regaining her confidence, Regina spoke up. "At that time, you just need to treat me as a princess, as usual." Aaron asked again, "You mean, as always?" Seeing that he had gotten to the heart of the matter, Regina excitedly replied, "Yeah, and because of my crazy stubbornness, you will reluctantly agree." Watching Aaron sit and ponder before her, Regina thought to herself, "If I turn into a crazy girl with a not-so-interesting guy, it wouldn't be bad, would it?" Regina suggested, "If possible, I'd like to get engaged quickly." Aaron was surprised that she spoke of marriage so easily, making him curious. Does that mean the princess doesn't care about marriage at all? Regina was startled by this. "Are you planning to ruin my life by telling me to get married?" Regina recounted tiredly. "My birth family is incredibly troublesome. I have absolutely no intention of living with anyone." Regina wondered, "Do you have anything else to say to me?" Aaron spoke up. "I agree, if you remember that it's all pretend."
Seeing his agreement, Regina smiled beautifully. "You don't have to worry about that," Regina confidently asserted. "I will never love you." Regina shared, "From the moment I decided to do this, I should start with a big bang. That thing will explode when no one expects it." Regina folded the paper and called Selma over. "Selma, have you sent it to the Selvage family's domain yet?" Selma replied, "I've sent it as quickly as possible, Your Highness. But what's in the letter, Princess?" Regina relaxed, smiling as she said, "I asked them to find someone to be a partner for Theor's upcoming birthday party." Regina asked Lena, "Lena, please take this to the Vestine family's domain." Selma, standing behind, was utterly bewildered. "What do you mean, Princess? What was that just now?" Lena, holding the letter in her hand, asked blankly. "This is," Regina replied, "it's a letter about me visiting the Vestine family right now." As soon as she finished speaking, Lena's world seemed to darken, and she froze for 5 seconds.
Lena trembled as she left. Selma began to wail. "Who sends a visit notification letter on the very day of the visit?" Regina sneered. "That would be me." Selma burst into helpless tears. "Princess." Regina, having experience and having witnessed Selma's unstable mood, said with a smirk, "Why are you so angry, Selma? Isn't this the perfect way for a useless princess to mark her return?" Outside, the carriage was slowly approaching. Sitting in the carriage, Regina reflected, "Before I was revived, 2 events took place. At Theor's second birthday party, she recalled with tension. The first was Theor getting drunk. The guards were injured by the boys' sword dance, and even Theor's fiancée fainted. The second was the accidental killing of the Emperor. At that time, the banquet was completely ruined." Regina glanced outside, cautiously whispering, "Theor's trashy behavior is the problem, but it's still better than being a womanizer." She irritably recounted a typical example. "My brother went from being trashy to a womanizer, not only giving away all his wealth, but squandering it all." Then there was the image of Herman holding the royal wooden seal in his hand, gleefully praising, "The prince is the best," Regina said bitterly, "and he even lent the royal wooden seal to the traitors." The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Her blood boiled with hatred as she pulled the curtain shut. Regina let out a sigh. "We quickly retrieved the wooden seal, but it was too late. I'd rather die than repeat what I've done." In her anger, she clenched her fists with determination. "Even if I fail, I know how to make the antidote. This time, I will definitely prevent the poisoning."
Regina spoke up. "The main ingredient in the antidote is fresh lily of the valley. Fortunately, Duchess Festine is growing it in her flower garden. Those were the ingredients and formula I had learned before regression, and I still remember them." Regina looked outside and thought, "I'm very happy that the ducal family's special product is lily of the valley. As she slowly rechecked the plan with Aaron one more time and considered getting the Lily of the Valley, they arrived at the mansion. The carriage stopped in front of the mansion, and servants on both sides welcomed them. As she got out of the carriage, she was greeted by a young man with long blonde hair. The man bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lady Regina. I am Gisli Vestine, the eldest son of the Vestine family. It is an honor to welcome you. Please forgive this discourtesy as my father is temporarily absent and I am welcoming you on his behalf." Regina smiled and said, "It is I who arrived unexpectedly. Instead, I should thank you for happily welcoming me." She looked at him and thought the Vestine ducal family was unconditionally drawn into the Allied forces. Gisli smiled brightly as he took her hand. Regina smiled outwardly but thought inwardly, "It's not a bad thing to have made a poor impression. Later, I'll just have to make sure to do what I plan to do well."
Looking towards Gisli, she suddenly remembered and a vague memory surfaced in her mind. Gisli saw Regina silent for a moment, which made him curiously glance at her. Gisli smiled inquiringly. "Have I committed some offense?" Regina shyly replied, "No, not at all. I was just thinking how fortunate it is that you came out to greet me." A moment later, Regina gently placed the hot teacup down and seriously got straight to the point. "You don't need to be so tense. As written in the letter, I am only here because I need the Lily of the Valley flowers." Gisli, sitting opposite her, formally stated, "If the princesses made such a request, then I would have personally brought them all to you." Regina continued, feeling somewhat guilty. That would ruin the Duchess's favorite flower garden. Regina sipped her tea, clearly stating her pride. "I have my own rules," she thought internally, though what rules could there possibly be for my visit? Just then, a knock came from outside. Knock, knock. Suddenly, Regina's cheeks flushed red and her eyes widened more than usual. It was Aaron, his body alluring in a thin white shirt. Seeing this, Regina's heart soared. "Oh my!" Aaron approached her and bowed. "I apologize for being late to receive you. I came here immediately after finishing my training." Regina was startled and flustered by this, sweating profusely. She stammered in response. Regina composed herself, putting on a jealous and annoyed expression as she demanded of him, "Although this is your home, walking around like that is a great sin." Aaron trembled like a puppy. "Yes." Regina's temperature rose steadily as if steaming. She stammered. In that case," Regina, trying to save face, waved her hand in a blunt refusal. "Never mind. I want to collect some lilies of the valley. Is that allowed?" Seeing this, Gisli quickly nodded in agreement. "No problem at all." But Regina suggested, "Then I'll ask Sir Aaron to escort me there, shall I?" Gisli quickly cut in. "Excuse me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Aaron gently helped her to her feet. Witnessing their blatant display of affection at that moment left Gisli bewildered. He spoke up. "I will prepare the servants to transport the flowers." He watched the backs of the two walking side by side, his head full of question marks. As Regina walked, she thought, Barbara Vestine, the most beautiful woman in the Empire, known by everyone as the Imperial Rose.
Inheriting from that bloodline, it's only natural to be beautiful. Regina looked at Aaron and marveled. Lord Aaron is the most beautiful person in the Empire now, isn't he? Indeed, they've found the Empire's greatest talent. While Regina was lost in thought, Aaron led her to a greenhouse overflowing with flowers. Regina asked in surprise, "Did the Duchess decorate all of this?" She personally tended to them. She then inquired, "How is the Duchess's health?" Aaron glanced at her and replied, "Much better." Hearing this, she said in a low voice, "At this point, I wonder if our conversation might be overheard." Aaron, not hearing clearly, asked again, "Pardon?" Regina paused and said, "Before coming here, I sent a letter to Duke Vestine. This is the content we discussed earlier, isn't it?"
Regina left, not forgetting to glance back. Regina spoke up. "Although we will appear at different times, you will attend as my dance partner." She believed the perfect moment for her to shine was at Thier's birthday party. Regina briefly told him that once Countess Oli's daughter and Thier finished their dance, Aaron quickly interjected, "I will invite the princess for a dance." Regina was imagining the party that day, how they would buzz with curiosity like idiots if they saw me standing next to my fiancé and dancing with the second son of the Vestine family. As she said this, the corners of her lips curved into a meaningful smile. Regina surmised that Herman's pride would also be wounded little by little. Regina reminded Aaron, "I will directly announce that I am canceling the engagement." Aaron replied, "I remember." Then Regina turned and left. She added, "Then, when their conversations start to buzz, the party will—" Suddenly she stumbled. "Ah!" Regina reached out, flailing. Seeing this, Aaron quickly reached out to grab her, shouting in alarm, "Princess!" Just in time, his hand caught her slender waist. Their faces were close, and the atmosphere became awkward. Regina closed her eyes in fear, and Aaron's voice rang out, "Your Royal Highness, are you all right?" Regina, startled and embarrassed, opened her eyes and replied, "I'm fine." Aaron fell on top of Regina, making her body stiffen. Aaron lifted his head, his handsome face captivating, and his warm, deep voice whispered in her ear, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Hearing him, her heart skipped a beat, and she dared not blink before his handsome face.
Unexpectedly encountering Aaron in the state, Regina's inner self screamed. Her heart was pounding. Seeing she didn't reply, he worriedly asked again, "Princess?" She blushed and gasped, "It's too dangerous, dangerously so." Regina closed her eyes, her face covered in sweat, pleading mentally, "Help, help, at this rate my heart will explode and I'll die." She stammered, First let's just stand up, okay?" Aaron replied,
I see. He stood up with a swift movement. Watching her push herself up, he asked concernedly, "Are you all right?" Regina only hummed in response.
Aaron sprang to his feet, extending a hand towards her. "I see you're not doing well. Let me help you up." Regina listened to him and stood up, thinking to herself that in situations like this, it was best to pretend not to notice. She bowed awkwardly, full of embarrassment. "I've made a spectacle of myself again." Seeing her bow, Aaron didn't dare accept it. He quickly refused. "Please don't worry, I'm used to it." The remark seemed to multiply her pain. Regina coldly uttered a blunt command. "Forget what just happened immediately." "Yes." Putting this matter aside, Regina got down to business and continued where they had left off. Aaron quickly cooperated, speaking up. "I recall you saying something about doing nothing, regardless of what happens after the divorce announcement." Hearing him speak, Regina was appreciative. "You are truly reliable." Aaron replied, "Yes." Seeing the picturesque beauty before her, coupled with his genuine cooperation, made her extremely uncomfortable. "This guy is driving me mad. I don't understand why he makes me so angry." She pressed her lips together, casting a judgmental glance at him. "This has never happened before, not even before I was resurrected. Why does it feel like these embarrassing things are happening more often now?" But suddenly, the corners of her lips curved upwards. Inwardly, she felt a little joy. "It's still better than my previous life." Regina chuckled and suggested, "Now that we're done talking, shouldn't we start digging?" Aaron stated, "The servants haven't arrived yet."
Regina pointed towards the tools and said, "There's a pot and a trowel right over there." Aaron, confused, asked, "I have to do it?" Regina chuckled and asked back, "You think I'm going to do it?" Casually, Regina added a gentle reminder, "While you're at it, I want the biggest plant, please." As evening approached, the carriage was already filled with fresh lilies of the valley. The two stood watching Regina's carriage disappear into the distance. Gisli spoke up and asked, "What was that all about?" Aaron replied, "I've been invited to Prince Theor's birthday." Gisli smirked and said, "Already I'm seeing young ladies lining up saying they want to be your partner." Aaron continued, "I already have someone, don't worry." Gisli turned back sharply, "What? It's not a girl, is it?" "But," Aaron cut him off, "It is." Gisli asked as he walked away, "It's not Regina, is it?" Aaron, hands in his pockets, replied, "I can't tell you that." Gisli ran a hand through his hair and said, "So it's His Highness. What on earth is he thinking?"
The imperial princess, hated by the emperor, Regina B. Alper, was known for her pitiful image. But the princess I met today was not a sad young girl, but... Gisli felt a throbbing headache looking at the person in front of him, and his inner self screamed, "What on earth caused such a drastic change in her?" Gisli entered the mansion, with Aaron following behind. He read Aaron like an open book. "Even if I ask, you probably won't answer, will you?" "Yes." Suddenly, Gisli stopped in his tracks, and he spoke up to remind him. "But listen, Aaron." "Yes." Gisli turned back to look at Aaron curiously, and he wondered, "Are you brave enough to appear before Her Royal Highness the Princess looking like that?" Aaron had a well-proportioned, model-like physique, and a beauty that placed him among the most handsome men. However, his fashion sense was a bit questionable.
The more he looked, the more annoyed Gisli became. He sighed. It was true that the princess's visit was a bit sudden, but we still had to welcome her with the utmost solemnity. Aaron stood bewildered behind him, justifying, "I just didn't want the princess to wait." Hearing Aaron's reply, Gisli's expression darkened. "Tell me the truth." Aaron responded, "It's just too much trouble." Hearing this simple, curt answer, Gisli covered his face and burst out laughing. Gisli didn't expect that he knew this guy's way of life, making do with whatever he had. But do you even know who that person is? Gisli wearily gave Aaron a crash course. There will come a day when Princess Regina's coming-of-age ceremony is held. She will become the most beautiful woman in this country. Aaron calmly replied, "Don't you know that appearance isn't important to me?" Gisli confided intimately, "Sometimes that's what annoys me most about you." Aaron honestly said, "At least it's not to the point of hatred." After talking for a long time without any resolution, Gisli wearily leaned back. "That's even more annoying." Aaron fell silent, pondering. "I know what my brother is worried about." Under the twilight, Regina's voice echoed in his head. "Don't worry, I will never love you." Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze darkened. Even if Her Royal Highness said that, it's best to keep a distance. Remembering when she had deliberately leaned close to his face, Aaron told himself that after all the princess had asked for, which was just to act as usual, he had still fully complied with her requests. Seeing Regina happy when he met her demands, Aaron suddenly realized that this time was no different. The sound of a kitchen knife chopping down forcefully created a loud noise. The chef standing nearby couldn't help but feel worried and scared. "Your Highness, you'll hurt yourself." But she didn't stop, continuing to skillfully cut into small pieces. Regina lightly raised the knife close to her face, smiling as she said, "It may not look like it, but I'm very good with a knife." She spoke as the knife was stained with a red substance, and on the cutting board were flower petals and unevenly cut pieces of cabbage.
She gently placed the freshly cut ingredients and water into the pot. The chef, standing behind, tried to stop her, saying, "Princess Regina, the roots of the dandelion flower are very bitter, so they are not suitable for cooking." But Regina just rolled up her sleeves and reassured him, "Don't worry, it's not poison. It's very good for your health, so it's fine. It's true that the roots of this flower are very bitter, but it's still better than them being poisonous." The chef and Lena could only hug each other, crying in fear, while Salma, at a loss for words, watched helplessly with her hands on her hips. Regina continued, "This is very good if drunk before every meal." Salma hesitantly asked, "Whose meal, Your Highness?"
Just as Selma had feared, Regina casually replied, "Of course, it's for His Majesty and my beloved younger brother." All three were stunned when they heard her say that. Anyone who saw the ingredients of this dish would surely think it was meant to be poison. She turned her head to look at the three of them standing behind her. The sound of water slowly pouring from the pitcher echoed in the kitchen. Regina poured the water to the last drop, thinking to herself, "But since I prepared it with my own hands, no one would actually think it's poison."
The poison that killed the king, the witch's tears, has no effect on women. It's not for any clear reason. Is this really a poison created by a witch? The discovery of the poison was also purely accidental. It was also accidental, but it's not certain that the poison won't affect oneself, so it's best not to try drinking it. Regina stopped thinking and immediately waved her hand, calling Lena. Lena, seeing Regina calling her, turned pale with fear. A servant, unaware of what was happening inside, still calmly opened the door, saying, "Princess Regina, it's time for breakfast." Now in the kitchen, there were many different kinds of emotions, from fear and suffering to helplessness that could only pray, and the main reason was that Regina was still very happy.
An unknown liquid, but with many different colors, was poured into a bottle, giving off a dangerous feeling. Regina, with a confident expression, said one word, "All right, let's go." She was now carrying it in her hands. Regina entered the dining room, not forgetting to say, "Good morning, Your Majesty." He immediately replied, "All right." The Emperor, seeing her, said, "It's been a long time since I last saw you." But in response to the Emperor, Regina firmly placed the bottle of liquid she had prepared. "Please drink this before your meal." Seeing her pour out the multicolored liquid, a questioning voice asked, "What is this?" Hearing the question, Regina, still pouring, replied, "This is very good for your health." The Emperor and his child looked at the glass of water full of confusion. Good for health? Just looking at it made both of them break out in a sweat. Regina smiled and said, "Father, please try it. It's very good for your health." The Emperor's hand trembled as he reached for it, his heart full of confusion, wondering what purpose the girl had. "But surely I won't die, right? I can't let Regina be even more disappointed in me." Thinking this, he reluctantly brought it to his mouth and drank. As soon as he finished drinking, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and he called it calmly, gagging. He said the taste was truly strange, thinking, "My tongue feels like it's not just paralyzed anymore, but about to rot away, boo-hoo." Regina told him, "Bitter medicine cures all ills, father." Afterwards, she gestured to Theor, making him jump. He said, "Do you think those things will scare me?" She seriously said, "Don't worry, there's a portion for you too." Hee, I know Theor has been paying attention to the stick I've been using lately." Then she quickly filled a glass for him, and Theor looked on with a pale face.
Theor exclaimed anxiously, "Are you seriously making me drink this garbage?" But she calmly replied, "It was His Majesty's order." This statement filled him with doubt. He didn't even need to try it to know what it tasted like. Theor must have seen Laris's reaction after drinking it, as Laris could only tremble and say, "Oh God, save me, oh God." He immediately slammed his hand on the table, making the glass of water Regina had prepared wobble. Theor ran off, shouting loudly, "No!" He ran as if he had just escaped a witch, yelling, "I want to live like a human being." Regina's expressionless face thought to herself, "How should I handle this? There's no reason to stop him." Regina looked at Laris, making him flinch, and asked, "Father, would you like more?" He broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "That?" As she sat down, she said, "It'll be even harder to drink if it gets cold." She looked at him, her eyes crinkling in a smile, and said, "I'm just thinking of your health, father. This is the tea I woke up early this morning to brew for you." Hearing Regina, he could only remain silent. Then he silently muttered Regina's name and gulped it down, one swallow after the other. She sat beside him, watching with a wry expression. "Why is he drinking it so aggressively?" she thought. "I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything."
She bent down slightly to pick up the plate on the table, and at the same time, the sound of the teacup touching its saucer rang out. He asked with a trembling voice, "Where are you going?" Regina calmly replied, "I don't eat much for breakfast." As soon as she finished speaking, she reminded him, "Tomorrow, Selma will bring this herbal tea, so I hope you will drink it." Laris turned pale and asked again, "Tomorrow?" Regina looked at him and said, "Shouldn't we nourish ourselves daily with things that are good for our health?" He could only cry silently in his heart, unable to utter a sound, thinking, "It's okay, it's just herbal medicine. What's the harm in drinking it daily?" She slightly lifted her skirt, performed a curtsy, and left, saying, "Then, if you'll excuse me."
Laris hadn't even finished his sentence, "Wait, Regina," when she had already gone out, closing the door behind her, and said to Lena, "Lena, go to your room and fetch me the cane." As Lena left, looking confused, she merely smiled, looking at something nearby. "It's time for my beloved little brother to enjoy my loving herbal tea." And then came the loving conversation between the two siblings. "You're a devil! Theor, I told you to open your mouth. You're getting my dress dirty." After everything was done, Regina serenely soaked in a warm bath. "Your Royal Highness, those who spread rumors about Theor have been brought to justice." She closed her eyes, relaxing, and said, "Later than I thought." Selma immediately replied, "It's because the investigation also included whether they had committed any other serious crimes, so it took a little longer." Now she opened her eyes and glanced. "Is that so? They will never set foot in the capital again." Regina leaned back against the bath. "The punishment is lighter than I expected." Selma calmly said, "But it's not bad because the reason for their punishment will not be discussed." Regina then said, "Selma, the banquet is very important."
As she brushed Regina's hair, she replied, "Yes, I will make sure everything is prepared meticulously." As Selma was washing Regina's hair, she thought to herself, "I truly don't understand why she would want to become a fool, but ever since she was young, she has never made a wrong decision. I will wait until the princess tells me." While relaxing, Regina suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Oh right, absolutely no alcohol must appear within Theor's sight." Selma replied with concern, "His Majesty's birthday celebration is still quite a while away, so you don't need to worry." But she still said dejectedly, "I only mention it because it's a concerning issue. He needs to be supervised wherever champagne is present. Inform the other gods that if they cannot stop Theor, they should try to buy as much time as possible and report to me immediately." Selma quickly understood and assented to her wishes. She continued to ask, who was accompanying Selvage this time? Selma, having all the necessary information, replied, "She is the daughter of Viscount Dedis, Annetta Bettis. Just a few years ago, all members of the Bettis noble family passed away, leaving her alone, and it was Duke Selvage who brought her here." Regina quickly realized, although they have no blood relation, I've heard that she bears a striking resemblance to the young leader, so I'll finally get to meet them.
After saying this, she thought to herself, "This time I won't let things go the way you've set them up. All the money Salve stole. It was ridiculous for her to use her fiancé's name to do it." The thought made her clench her fists in anger. Her desire to annul the engagement contract was her own declaration, her own wish not to be considered a fool ever again. A declaration of freedom and defiance flowed steadily through her body. Below, the city was bustling, even though it was already dusk. Children and couples were still outside, enjoying the lively atmosphere. People danced, sang, and celebrated, and the stalls were bustling with customers. Nearby, at a grilled meat stall, a mother and child pair were making a purchase. The child, upon seeing the 2 skewers of grilled meat their mother was receiving, couldn't help but reveal their eagerness to eat. But the brilliant sunset quickly ended, replaced by the enveloping night, with only the ivory-white light of the moon shining down. Regina stood on the balcony, letting the winds blow through her long purple hair. A voice rang out, "Your Highness." Hearing the call, Regina turned her head. Upon seeing her beauty, the 3 maids were captivated. At that moment, a sharp clap broke their trance. Selma spoke up, Now everyone, back to your places." The 3 maids, startled, let out a small gasp and replied, "Yes, Lady Selma." Regina closed the door and entered the room. As soon as she stepped inside, Lena, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Princess, you're so beautiful." Regina covered her mouth and chuckled. "I'm very happy, but Lena, have you forgotten something?" She looked bewildered. "Huh?"
Regina said, "My partner for today is Sir Aaron." Hearing that, Lena shrieked, "Ah!" She quickly covered her mouth. Regina thought, any girl would feel lucky just to not have to be next to him. Since this is a formal party, he's sure to be incredibly dashing. He's already devilishly handsome even in casual clothes. I wonder what he'll look like all dressed up. I don't know whether I should be excited or scared, she thought, blushing. Regina asked Selma, "Is Sir Aaron pleased with the gift I gave him? I deliberately chose a red ruby to match his eye color."
We searched high and low to find a color that matched his eye color and selected this red diamond. Even if he knows nothing about jewelry, he will surely love this gift. Selma stood behind her, gently adjusting her hair. Regina replied indifferently, "It would be a relief if that were true. What I gave Aaron was made to match my own jewelry. Due to limited time, we couldn't complete everything, but of course the power of money is still the greatest." Another maid spoke up to remind her, while Selma was still adjusting her attire. "Princess Regina, it's time." Regina let out a tired sigh, as if bracing herself for what was to come. Finally, this day has come. It's time to face the enemy. At the lavish party, in the grand hall, there were many different nobles. Perhaps everyone is focused on him, right? And you are standing here because you were afraid it would be embarrassing to stand next to him? I'm merely standing here to ponder a few matters. Egil said curiously, "Anyway, I haven't yet met Aaron's companion. I thought he came here alone, just like you." He replied with a rather indifferent expression. "Charlotte has the flu, uncle. I can't possibly accompany another lady when I already have a fiancé, can I?" He stood behind Gisli. "You're not married yet, are you? It's just an engagement, not a big deal, right? And you know, the thing called love is..." He continued to speak, but the young man remained silent, his eyes devoid of emotion in what he was saying. Even if it's royalty, if he doesn't like her, he'll find every way to refuse. What bait did the princess ultimately cast to make her younger brother show up here?
Seeing Gisli distracted, he angrily spoke loudly, startling him. "Gisli, are you even listening to me?" He tiredly sighed and said, "Whether I listen or not, you always ramble on about the same things, don't you? And uncle, you've never even dated anyone, have you?" As if hit a nerve, he flinched and denied. Who said that?" Gisli, with a proud expression, said, "Father and mother said so. If I tell you about the 2 of them, will you perhaps lessen your anger towards me?" Egil was also helpless against the cunning of this nephew. "If you keep talking in circles like this, you'll get stabbed to death on the battlefield, you know." When the party began and the main character appeared, the nobles in the room all said in unison, "We greet the son of the Alpere Empire, Emperor Laris I Alpere." The family of 3 entered with confident strides, heads held high. The three of them walked past the bowing nobles, step by step. Lara sat down and immediately said, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my son's birthday." Regina, as his elder sister, smiled and congratulated him. "Happy birthday, Theor." He, looking rather shy, said, "Thank you."
Applause quickly erupted, while a young lady was also gracefully descending the stairs. It turned out this was Theor's fiancée, Lady Greta. Laris waved his hand lightly, signaling, "Everyone, please enjoy the banquet." After he finished speaking, Theor and Greta gracefully stepped onto the dance floor. Melodious music quickly began to play for the banquet. The other nobles stood aside, yielding the first dance to the two of them. Theor and Greta then began to dance to the melodious music. Regina observed, thinking to herself, "He's my brother, but I won't say that his appearance doesn't fit in anywhere he goes. I'm sorry, Greta. Don't worry, living with a trashy husband is better than a bloodsucker who gives away all the family's assets. I should get more cake."
Greta will need a club of her own. I have no choice but to keep it in my room. Thinking about it, Regina also couldn't help but look forward to it excitedly. Why would Selma only let me take it over her dead body? How did he manage to convince the difficult Selma to become his partner? She secretly marveled that anyone could persuade Selma. How did he manage to convince the difficult Selma to become his partner? Well, they looked like a beautiful couple, Regina thought to herself as she saw Selma and Johann standing next to each other. By the way, they were quite far away. Before the retreat, one reason the Emperor's assassination succeeded was the absence of any Imperial infantry near him. She pursed her lips slightly. A special rule for the party's atmosphere. Our ancestors were truly arrogant. Is that also why Theor was born as a useless prince? This conjecture made her chuckle with amusement, but she quickly regained her composure. Focus. The assassin appeared as the final musical piece concluded.
The assassin, disguised as a servant, made an attempt on the Emperor's life. It happened so suddenly that she couldn't confirm his face. Afterwards, the Emperor personally took action in interrogating and punishing, so she only heard the news that the assassin had died. Thinking of this, Regina suddenly realized that this was the only information she had. But she suddenly realized that when the incident occurred, she even knew the assassin, who had disguised himself as a servant and lingered near the Emperor. Thinking of this, Regina unconsciously clenched her fists. At the same time, Theor and Greta's dance concluded. The applause of the nobles quickly erupted. Other nobles also quickly stepped forward to dance. She could stop it. It would be different from before. A man approached her. "Princess." Regina's face lit up with eagerness upon seeing the person in front of her, Sir Aaron. Upon seeing the man's exquisite beauty, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damn it. She wondered how many people in the Empire could survive standing next to this man.
But I need to endure it. I'm not just a useless princess madly in love. As a useless princess needing to negotiate with the traitor, her face flushed slightly, showing her embarrassment, and she clenched her hands, wanting to shout, "Save me." Regina offered a compliment. "You look even more beautiful today." He bowed slightly and smiled. "I've made quite moderate preparations." Hearing this, Regina's face paled. "Thank you for your subtle consideration. So this isn't even your full power." Regina and he walked out to the ballroom, but their expressions were completely opposite. If it was already at this level with moderate preparation, then what would happen when he put his whole heart and soul into it? Could such a person still exist? She linked arms with him, walking and thinking dejectedly. "Lord Aaron, please keep your appearance moderate." She smiled gently. "I very much look forward to your cooperation, Lord Aaron." He replied with a calm face. "I will do my best not to be an obstacle." The two began to enter the ballroom, and other nobles also started to notice them.
Her hand gently rested on his shoulder, and they began to dance. The music continued to play, harmonizing with their every step. As they danced, she softly asked, "Does your cheek hurt, my lord?" Aaron didn't quite understand her meaning. "What do you mean?" Regina quickly replied, "All the ladies gathered here have their eyes fixed directly on you." The ladies standing nearby continuously glanced at him, their faces flushing red with embarrassment and awe at his beauty. When his parents have the most famous love story in all the empires, why does he have no intention of marrying? She thought as they danced. Not a marriage of convenience, but a love match in high society. The story of their meeting, where neither knew the other's identity, increased the popularity of masquerade balls. But she quickly realized her oversight. "My apologies if the question made you uncomfortable." Aaron nodded slightly in response. "It's fine. I'm just not interested." Seeing this, Regina continued to ask, "Not just marriage, but even other relationships?" He didn't hesitate or hide anything. "That's right. I want to be like my uncle." While the two danced, Egil and Gisli stood in a corner, observing them both. Egil Vestine, the ruling count of the eastern border, and the man known as the Empire's sharpest blade. On an early summer day, accompanied by heavy rain, an urgent report arrived stating that the Count of the East had died in battle against barbarians.
Not long after that, Aaron took the position of Count after completing his coming-of-age ceremony and before winter set in. Aaron would die in a similar manner to Egil. Regina quickly realized, wait, wasn't that this summer? She frantically asked him, when will the Count return to the eastern border? He quickly replied, he said he would return immediately after completing his regular report for the Emperor tomorrow. Regina looked at the handsome face in front of her. I need to stop this. If he goes to the border like this, Egil and Eren will both die. If I could prevent Egil's death by using the engagement as an excuse, I can keep Eren in the capital until winter passes. They need to live to maintain Vestine's military strength. They will become a great help against Vestine. Regina's hair swayed gently with each of her dance steps. I'll disrupt the regular report tomorrow and keep him in the capital. We'll just send more reinforcements to the eastern border. Regina smiled faintly as she thought of ways to keep him, but she quickly realized the dance was over.
She seemed quite regretful that it had passed and they hadn't said anything. But you are a wonderful person. Eren also bowed his head. I often hear that, but thank you. His gaze softened as he thought to himself, yes, those might be things I often hear, but no one has ever said that directly to my face before. He looked at the girl, shy and embarrassed in front of him, and understood her unspoken words as clearly as if she had voiced them. Lord Eren is truly virtuous and radiantly beautiful. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curved up slightly. His already handsome face, now with this gentle smile, made him seem like a brilliant sun. Regina couldn't avoid his radiance and also blushed with embarrassment. She bowed her head slightly, as if utterly overwhelmed by his handsomeness.
Just as she managed to pull herself away from the radiance he exuded, he secretly thought, the princess is a bit... She bit her lip tightly, trying to control her excitement, feeling as if she could hear her own heart beating continuously. I've let my guard down. Calm down, my heart. After a moment of trying to compose herself, Regina turned back and said, please forgive me for letting you witness such unseemly things. While she was panting, out of breath, Eren remained very calm. It's all right, he said. She quickly added, then we should return to our seats. But before Regina could finish speaking, another male voice interrupted. Long time no see, Princess Regina. She quickly recognized the voice and froze. A past image flashed through her mind. You should give up right now. Eren's gaze also began to change as he saw Regina's frightened expression. The man continued, are you not even going to acknowledge my greeting? She didn't reply, only silently clenched her hands. To hide her trembling, Regina subtly put her hands behind her back. If that were true, how could I possibly ignore your greeting? It has been a while, young Duke, Salvage. In front of her was a young man with long, dark blue hair, which gave him a very elegant and refined air. Regina's gaze froze as she clearly saw the face of the person in front of her.
The former haunting still lingered in her mind. The man bowed respectfully. I, Herman Selvage, respectfully greet Princess Regina. She thought to herself, should I kill him? Eren's gaze subtly shifted to her, his fiery red pupils reflecting her image. He continued, I was very worried when your highness suddenly announced the search for a new consort, but now I am relieved to see your highness with Sir Eren here. Regina was still lost in her own thoughts. No, I must endure now, Regina quickly said. I'm not sure if I should fully trust those words. He replied with lifeless eyes. How dare I lie right in front of the princess? She forced a strained smile, secretly imagining herself strangling him, shaking him back and forth. That filthy traitor had planned to toy with the royal family with his silver tongue, and he dared to claim what? He wouldn't dare lie? Disgusting. One day I will surely kill them all. While she was thinking, a girl hesitantly said, oh. Regina's eyes also darted to the girl in front of her. So we finally meet. Selvage's mystic, a platinum-haired maiden with an innocent demeanor, leaned forward to look. The girl standing next to Herman was Annetta Bettis.
Even though she was only a year older than me, she was a mystic who could control dozens of people at her will. Until then, I had only known her as my fiancé's secret lover, so I truly couldn't imagine that she possessed such terrifying power. Regina said with a smile, without betraying her anger, I wasn't aware that in my country of Elias, there was someone to whom I had to introduce myself first. Annetta, flustered, immediately bowed. I apologize, Princess. I'm still not very accustomed to noble etiquette. With that, she lifted her skirt and curtsied. I am Annetta, the sole daughter of Viscount Bettis, and I pay my respects to Princess Regina. Regina observed her, thinking to herself, the eldest daughter of a viscount from the borderlands? How could she possibly possess the power of a sorceress? What's terrifying about sorcerers is their ability to subtly manipulate human brains and emotions through magic. If one falls victim to a sorcerer's magic, then friends and lovers alike will betray you without even realizing it.
She made the move naturally, causing the brainwash to change their minds rather than believing they were victims of a spell. I only realized that after fleeing the palace. I should find out if she truly belongs to the lineage of Viscount Bettis. She is a mystic with the support of the Duke Selvage family. Faking an identity would be simple for her. But one thing I was sure of was that while I was deep in thought, Annetta had already begun to bow in greeting. This time I could stop them. Regina said softly, You may raise your head now. So you are the young lady under the guardianship of Duke Selvage? She quickly replied, Yes. I continued, It seems there has been an exchange between the two families. No sooner had Regina finished speaking than Herman stepped in front of Annetta, saying, Count Bettis once saved my father's life. She stood behind Herman, gently grasping his sleeve. Her eyes subtly darted up to look at Regina, as if plotting something. My face darkened when I saw her gaze. How could I not have realized it then? I could only sigh. Do you think I would do something strange to the young lady of the Bettis family?
Herman quickly answered my question. Because Annetta is not yet accustomed to noble etiquette, I fear she might make a mistake in front of the princess. Regina let out a faint scoff. I heard she spent quite a long time in the territory, yet she's still not accustomed to noble etiquette? He replied with vacant eyes. Because an epidemic spread throughout Viscount Bettis's lands, she needed quite a long time to recover.
She sighed. If someone saw this scene, they would say I was bullying this poor little lady. He quickly said, who would dare to have such thoughts? After hearing him say that, her expression immediately changed. I wonder who would dare to have such thoughts. Even in the last moment before he retreated, he must have looked down on me with that smug expression. Thinking of this, Regina also had to press her lips together in indignation. At the same time, her hand unconsciously clenched. But a hand quickly took hers. Your Highness, we must now clear the dance floor for others. Aaron suddenly took her hand and stood behind her, which surprised Regina. Those standing nearby also began to whisper, adding to her surprise. Regina quickly understood. You are right, she said. Others also need to enjoy this party. Aaron gently took her hand. Allow me to escort you, Your Highness. She subtly glanced at both of them. I hope you both enjoy the rest of your time here. She and Aaron quickly left, leaving Herman and Annetta standing there. Rumors quickly spread among them. The royal princess, the Whispers, and the dance partner of Duke Salvage's son.
Regina glanced at the whispering nobles, thinking to herself, it will be even noisier when I announce the cancellation of our engagement. A new me will emerge, and it will all begin with the end of my engagement. As soon as she finished her thoughts, she quickly said to Aaron, I apologize. You will have to face criticism for this. I told you to act as usual, but that might not be very feasible. He quickly replied, I already know. I'm fine with it. Her hand on his shoulder tightened slightly. I'm very grateful. Truly sorry. Their retreating figures were constantly watched by the other nobles. With scrutinizing eyes, they stared at the two of them, exchanging unpleasant whispers. Suddenly, he turned his head to look, making them flinch and freeze.
Startled, they immediately averted their gaze, not daring to look directly at the two of them as they had earlier. Regina continued to walk calmly forward. All she had done was break off the engagement, so why should she have to endure such unpleasant stares? He also began to think to himself that the only thing he was worried about wasn't himself, but something more. Suddenly he said, Princess, you are truly strong, which caught her attention. Regina, not quite understanding, looked up at him. Her action made his ears flush red. No, please disregard that. This is an engagement. Thinking of this, his eyes unconsciously darted to her. I need to suppress my own emotions as much as possible. When they both reached the last step, Regina quickly thanked him. Thank you for escorting me. But before she could finish speaking, another servant rushed over to her, exclaiming loudly, Princess!
She also asked in surprise, Oh my, what's going on? The servant stammered, The prince. But when those two words were uttered, her expression immediately worsened. Take me there at once. The servant quickly replied, Yes, I will escort you, Princess. Regina hastily lifted her skirt and ran off, but didn't forget to say to him, I apologize. Please allow me to leave for a moment. Aaron also bowed slightly. May you go safely. She then said loudly, Let's go. The servant quickly said, Yes. Both of them hurried off, scrambling. Before even arriving, she heard her younger brother's voice. I want to drink it. Who are you to decide what I can and cannot do? His fiancée stood nearby, worried, with tears welling up in her eyes. The servant still tried to intervene. Even so, Your Highness. Thier defiantly shouted, Shut up! Who gave you permission to speak? This scene made her feel both frustrated and angry. Regina frowned, thinking, Right, I gave up everything to come back and teach him, but I didn't expect him to be such a brat. On this side, Thier vigorously kicked the servant and yelled, Why aren't you answering me? Do you dare ignore the prince's words? Regina looked at the scene, annoyed, thinking, I'm going to go crazy. Then she called out to him, Thier. He turned around and yelled, Which old woman dares to call the prince by his name? Regina called his name again, Thier. After clearly seeing who had arrived, he froze, letting out a small, He looked at Regina, who was holding a stick in her hand, smiling at him and saying, Today is your birthday celebration, so you'd best be quiet, calm, and well-behaved. She smirked and retorted, Old woman, huh? It's your big sister here.
The moment he saw Regina, he turned into a trembling, scared puppy. No, I only did this because he was trying to stop me from... She immediately cut him off. You haven't even had your coming-of-age ceremony yet. Of course you're not allowed to drink alcohol. Thior fearfully stepped back. Hey, everyone's looking, do you know that? Regina smirked, taking a step closer. Who caused all this commotion then? But suddenly her hand clenched tight, then opened. Seeing her action, Thior turned pale with fear. Are you going to hit me? Regina raised her hand, tilting her head as she asked, What do you think? He turned pale, tears welling up in his eyes. No, I don't like it. With that, he bolted away. Regina watched him go, thinking, he ran away. Then she let out a sigh. She turned to look at the servants behind her, making them jump. She smiled and asked, What did everyone just see here? They all waved their hands, shaking their heads vigorously, saying, No, we didn't see anything at all. Indeed, we saw nothing. Your Royal Highness is truly generous. Pleased with the desired outcome, she smiled. I even impress myself. I must be very strict with Thior. I must teach him the right way so that he can mature properly.
Her eyes turned cold as she thought, and from now on, it's time for the assassin to act.
We must keep our distance from Aaron, so it's fine to change the surprise attack. From a distance, Regina saw Annetta standing alone and wondered to herself, where did Herman go to leave her alone like that? Annetta turned around, and she also gave a meaningful smile. Regina quickly recalled that smile from before, which made her freeze in fear. A loud sound suddenly rang out. A servant suddenly pulled out a sharp knife. He didn't hesitate and immediately ran towards Laris amidst terrified screams. A familiar figure, just like Regina's, was rushing forward. That long purple hair swept past, making him freeze. He didn't care who it was, but only tried to rush forward and stab the person in front, while Laris frantically shouted, "Regina." Regardless of who was in front of him, he still recklessly charged forward to stab them. He gritted his teeth with hateful eyes. She saw this expression and also thought to herself, she seems to find me a complete eyesore.
At first glance, it might not seem so, but I've been through a lot of challenges, Regina said, her eyes calm and showing little fear of the sharp knife hurtling towards her. She gently tilted her body, avoiding his lunge. She quickly grabbed the nearby chair. The assassin was bewildered by her actions, almost forgetting his target. His bewilderment quickly turned to fear. The assassin's mouth fell open, and sweat poured down like a river. A sound of a chair colliding with something echoed. The soldiers also gaped in horror, and the noblewomen shrieked in terror, some squeezing their eyes shut, others covering their faces, unable to watch. Not only them, but even Laris was left gaping in astonishment at what had just transpired before him. The chair, intact just moments before, was now nothing more than a small piece of wood, and her cheeks flushed red with exhaustion.
The assassin, having been hit on the head with a chair, was now writhing on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, Regina thought to herself, "Did I go too far?" She walked closer to the sharp knife. "Carrying dangerous items like this around will only put me in an awkward position," she mused. The bewildered nobles whispered amongst themselves, "Did I see that wrong? Did the royal princess just hit someone with a chair? I heard she took sword fighting lessons, but..." Nearby, Laris trembled in astonishment. Regina, however, didn't pay much attention as she discarded a small piece of wood from the chair. The whispers continued to buzz. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, "The time has come. This is the perfect moment." Regina boldly placed one foot on the assassin. "I have an announcement, and I hope everyone here will spare a moment to listen," she announced loudly with a cheerful demeanor. Her father was also bewildered, not understanding what his daughter was doing. Regina quickly said, "Your Majesty, I wish to annul my engagement." Inside Laris's office, both were now silent, not uttering a single word. She thought in confusion, was the shock from the assassination attempt still too great? Or was it because I suddenly demanded to annul the engagement?
Regardless of the outcome, the capital will surely be in chaos tomorrow, even though he hasn't been poisoned yet. But should I prepare more detox tea? She thought to herself as she observed his pensive expression. I really want to rest. I hope he'll let it go by giving me a light scolding and sending me away. Suddenly, he broke the silence. "It's just, why did you do that?" Regina quickly said, "If you're talking about the engagement," but he quickly cut her off with a loud shout. "Not that!" His loud shout made her flinch and recoil slightly. She nervously glanced at him. Then what? Could he possibly think I was behind the assassination attempt? Regina said blankly, "I don't understand why you're so angry, so I will apologize right after you tell me the reason." But he called her name loudly. "Regina! I'm asking you why you went and blocked the assassin yourself." This question stunned her. What? He's angry because I blocked the assassin? Scolding me even though I saved him? She immediately spoke up. "What's wrong with that? Your Majesty would have been in danger if you had taken that stab. Was I supposed to avoid it even in that situation?" Regina said loudly, annoyed. But Laura slammed his hand down on the table. He said loudly, "No father would ever prioritize his own life over the safety of his child."
Seeing his anger made her recoil. She softly said, "So the reason you're angry is because you're worried about me?" He sat down on the chair, rubbing the bridge of his nose, saying, "Tell me, what father wouldn't worry about his daughter?" Regina hesitantly looked away. "Yes, you are right, that is only natural, but that doesn't apply to your Majesty, does it?" He subtly looked up. "What?" She continued, "Your Majesty, you don't have a daughter." Her words stunned him. She continued, "No matter how much effort I put in, have I ever been treated like your child. Therefore, I believe your Majesty has no daughter. Am I wrong?" Laris's gaze shifted away. "You are my daughter." She immediately laughed and said, "I'm surprised. I think that's a bit too late." I didn't think she had changed so much. Even though I knew it was late, I always thought that one day I would make it up to her, didn't I? Regina then said, "I'm tired. If you have nothing more to say, I'll take my leave." She immediately stood up and bowed. The sound of her footsteps leaving the room and finally the closing door echoed. After a few steps, she noticed the person in front of her.
Regina's face brightened considerably. "Aaron," he immediately asked, "why did you do that?" She looked away, flustered. "If I hadn't done that, His Majesty would have been in danger," he continued. "You should let me stay by your side." Regina gave a slight, curious smile.
I didn't think such things would happen, but suddenly he took her hand. Security at the party was very lax, so please don't ever leave my side again. Regina burst out laughing. I'll cling to you in the future. You won't be able to escape me, no matter how much you wish to, so don't worry. His handsome face, illuminated by the bright moonlight, made him look like a sculpted statue come to life. Eren calmly said, I will escort you, princess. Hearing that, she quickly linked her arm with his and walked on, but she suddenly said, so what if we say I'm still reeling from the shock of facing the assassination, which led to me having to cling to you even more? In contrast to Regina's enthusiasm, he only said shyly, you're overdoing it.
Even so, his eyes remained on her as she happily smiled. For some reason, I sensed that everything would gradually become more exhausting. Meanwhile, I didn't think we would fail, even with the engagement called off. Her Royal Highness seems to have changed. Do you know why? Annetta looked up at the starry sky. He said distractedly, I don't know either. Please give me a little more time, Annetta. Suddenly, Herman coughed, and at the same moment she abruptly turned to him. Time? Is time all it takes? She calmly cupped Herman's face with both hands. This unexpected action stunned him. No, Annetta, he kept muttering. Annetta. She said nothing, only silently stared straight into Herman's eyes, as if hypnotizing him. How strange. There's no one like you. I've invested so much effort in you. Annetta lightly touched his forehead with one finger. As if enveloped by a magical aura, Herman's eyes became dull and lifeless. She said, Go find out why Her Royal Highness has changed so much. Don't disappoint me, all right? Annetta leaned against his chest, playfully twirling his locks of hair as she spoke. Herman nodded, saying like a puppet, I will not disappoint you.
That's right, don't. If you disappoint me the way that person did, I might get very angry. Annetta didn't hesitate to turn her back and walk into the room, leaving him standing on the balcony. His gaze stared after her retreating back. After a moment, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Herman's eyes were filled with worry and contemplation. Jesse asked, Are you serious, Johann? He just smirked and said, I'm simply carrying out my master's orders. Both had different thoughts, but their eyes always met directly. He suddenly burst out laughing. Give it up, my lady. This made Jesse black and shout, It's your fault. Even the Princess Royal and the Crown Prince, even Lena calls me my lady. He embarrassedly clutched his head and complained, but Johann scoffed. You're the one who left a strong impression on the princess, not me. He still blushed and denied. It's a misunderstanding. I'm really struggling here, so get out of the way quickly. Show some sympathy for your poor friend. Johann still didn't answer and looked away. Suddenly, a voice rang out. My lady, come in here quickly. This voice made Johann and Jesse turn pale and break out in a sweat. The voice continued to echo. My lady, you little devil!
Theor came running from somewhere, trembling. Hurry up and stop her. Regina smiled gently but gave a hair-raising feeling. Theor, don't hide anymore. Come back here. Jesse felt like melting from fear, constantly shaking his body. Johann, you devil, get out of the way, damn it! He ignored him and said, What worse could happen? Do you really think Her Royal Highness the Princess would torture her own blood relative half to death? Even if you manage to get in, you'll only get beaten alongside His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Honestly, Her Royal Highness the Princess's stick hurts more than Her Royal Highness the Crown Prince's kick, even though I haven't been hit by either of them. Jesse quickly imagined her image and turned pale with fear. If we go in now, we'll have to face the princess's stick and the crown prince's wrath. Theor's shouts continued, Hey, young lady! The scales in his heart also began to shift. But if Johann's final remark quickly decided which way the scales in his heart would tip. What have you accomplished when I'm blocking your entry under the princess's orders? Just like that, Jesse decided which side would win. Right, how could the princess bring herself to torture her own family? Theor's voice rang out full of anger. Hey, young lady! Jesse thought to himself, I'm sorry, Your Highness, I also want to live, even though you'll still kill me afterwards. An hour later, they slowly walked into the training ground. Regina was sitting on a chair, leisurely crossing her legs, while Theor lay sprawled on the ground like a corpse, gasping for breath. Eren approached and said, It's not good for your body to lie down right after sweating, Your Highness. Jesse, frightened, rushed forward to check on his condition.
Theor, with a trembling voice, Damn it, it's all your fault for being late. Eren quickly approached and greeted her. I humbly request an audience with you, Your Highness. Nearby, Theor exploded, jumping up to kick Jesse. Regina gently held her teacup. Come here quickly. With sparkling eyes, she waved her hand. Be careful of the sun. It's the culprit behind skin aging. I've prepared Notemid tea. It's very good for skincare, so please take a few bags. He asked curiously, skincare? She quickly said, I believe your beauty should be preserved at a national level. I've wrapped it up so if possible you can share it with everyone on your way back. She smiled gently as she said this. Eren just nodded silently as if deep in thought. Seeing this, she asked, Hey. Eren then asked, How many people do you think will pay attention to this gift instead of my face? Regina confidently said, It's fine. That's why I wrapped it up to make it look bigger. Be careful because you might not be able to see in front of you. Selma, standing nearby, her shoulders trembling. She, along with Lena, had tears streaming down their faces. Selma asked, Lena, is that my princess? Lena awkwardly comforted her. Take a deep breath. Regina was silent for a moment as she looked towards where Jesse was being vented upon. After he returned, was everything all right? He calmly said,
Aside from him causing a bit of a commotion, everything was fine. She stood up, stretching her arms, and thought to herself, speaking of which, I'm going to meet the Emperor today to ask him to delay his return, but it seems he was quite shocked yesterday and refused an audience.
She spoke up and asked, has the Count completed his daily report? He quickly replied, although he has completed the report, it seems he has no intention of returning immediately, as he wishes to reinforce the border forces. Regina, who was stretching her arms, also looked bewildered. She turned around in confusion and asked, why? He calmly said, I haven't been informed of the details, but he said he thought it would be fun. I see. Her hand unconsciously touched the small cane on her lap. She thought to herself, what a relief. I don't know the exact reason, but I'll just think of it positively. Thanks to that, I don't have to inform the Emperor of the bad news. The time I spend making detox tea in the morning is more than enough to deal with the Emperor. My goal in this life is to deal with the wicked.
Having left the capital after Theor successfully ascended the throne, she lived a peaceful life in a place uninvolved in politics. A servant approached and said, I humbly request an audience with you, Your Highness. This made them all turn their attention. She quickly recognized him and thought to herself, these imperial servants. She then said, why would the Emperor's attendant bother to come all the way here? The servant then said, His Highness wishes to see you, as well as the two Highnesses and Sir Aaron, after your sword-fighting lesson. Regina, Theor, and Aaron were now walking behind the Emperor's attendant to the Great Hall to meet him. He frowned and asked, hey, why did he summon us? She calmly replied, I am merely relaying His Majesty's command. He angrily retorted, I wouldn't have asked if I knew you give such a damn answer. She calmly replied, you're being too noisy, Theor. He loudly complained, this scoundrel dares to ignore me. She really doesn't know anything. Did I actually think His Majesty, her Emperor, would explain why when he sent someone here? He sweated and stammered in reply, I guess so. As she looked at him, Regina pondered to herself, when the Emperor calls, I must obey without question, and at that moment I must receive instructions from the servants. His Majesty's laws are truly unchallengeable. When I get the chance, I'll dismantle all of them and amend them. She suddenly fell silent for a moment, then continued to think to herself, now that I'm thinking about them, Sir Aaron is approaching behind me. After my return, I've become truly paranoid, feeling as if someone is always behind me, ready to stab me in the back at any moment. Although it has gradually gotten better, even Selma, Lena, and Johan still make me feel uncomfortable time and again. For some reason, Sir Aaron's footsteps are very different. They are all my allies, but perhaps the reason Sir Aaron seems so special is that face. Theor suddenly spoke up. Why do you have that strange expression? What are you thinking about? Regina, blushing, asked back, huh? He continued to ask, all of it, but before he could finish his sentence, she hit him hard on the back, making him cry out in pain. Ow! He then loudly asked, why did you hit me? I didn't do anything. Regina replied in a low voice, sorry, I didn't mean to. Soon the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. The three quickly entered and bowed in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet your Majesty. Seeing this, Mr. LaRue quickly waved his hand, allowing the three to rise. Then he reproachfully asked, oh, your lesson was a bit long. Theor pouted in response. Father, you're the one who decides how long or short the lesson is. Your Majesty's words cannot be defied, so how could we dare to shorten the lesson?
Posey suddenly whispered something to the curly-haired woman. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman let out a sigh of relief. Then she quietly announced, Your Majesty, they have arrived. Mr. Lars turned to look at her and excitedly replied, oh really, let them in. Regina thought to herself in surprise. He called for the others. Just as she finished her thought, the doors of the great hall slowly opened. Hearing this, she immediately turned her head to look.
It was unknown who she saw, but she suddenly gritted her teeth in anger, and her face instantly darkened. After stepping inside, Herman immediately bowed and respectfully said, I, Herman Selvage, am honored to receive your Majesty's invitation. Annetta also immediately bowed and respectfully said, I, Annetta Bettis, am honored to receive your Majesty's invitation. Regina couldn't help but wonder, why are these two here? Seeing her somewhat aggressive expression, he cleared his throat and said, I suppose you're curious why I summoned them both. She coldly replied, yes, I am indeed very curious, your Majesty. Laris suddenly looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, the other day, we all learned about the unfortunate incident that occurred at the banquet, didn't we? She didn't reply, but pondered to herself. Unfortunate incident? Is he referring to the assassination plot or my unilateral annulment of the engagement? Which one? After pondering, she then seriously spoke. I don't see any connection between you all here and the banquet. He frowned and replied, in this kingdom, if the life of a member of the royal family is threatened, the number of guards protecting them will be increased to ensure their safety by law.
Upon hearing his words, Regina's mouth fell open in stunned silence as she thought to herself, no way, don't tell me he's planning to. He continued in a clear voice, by law, the protection of royal family members will be entrusted to the heirs of the two ducal families. The thought of this filled her with unceasing dread as she thought to herself, one of the two dukes is the culprit. Just thinking that I have to accept protection from a traitorous scoundrel. Does he want to lead me to my death? Regina trembled as she asked, why on earth must I do such a thing? He confidently replied,
It is the law of the kingdom. The law states it. That is also why there must always be 2 dukes in a kingdom. She was furious as she thought to herself, why is the kingdom's law so biased towards the ducal families? Has the kingdom's law been my true enemy all this time? In my previous life, even though many theories had explored this scene, he never entrusted it to his close knight. Regina instinctively glanced at Theor and continued to think to herself, just the thought of a nagging person like that lady appearing makes me want to scream that I don't want that knight. But she suddenly recalled the past, whenever she was with him, and then thought to herself again, there's no other way, if Theor doesn't do it. Mr. Laris loudly declared, then starting today, Regina calmly objected, I don't like that. He frowned and advised, Regina, this is not a matter you can decide based on your preferences. She seriously continued, you are wasting human resources on someone who doesn't need protection. After saying that, she suddenly added a sentence in her mind. Instead, I will do it. Theor quietly asked, hey, you're going a bit overboard. Mr. Laris frowned and silently watched her for a moment.
Then he thought to himself, I must use this time to appease Regina, but I have no other choice. For the relationship between the kingdom's throne and the Duke to continue peacefully, Regina must marry the Duke of Selvage. After thinking to himself, he immediately spoke up, emphasizing, Regina B. Alpair, that is a royal command. King Laris calmly ordered, Herman Selvage will escort the princess, and Aaron Verstein will escort the prince. Until the assassin's identity is discovered, during that time, not only sword training, but also other outdoor activities will be strictly prohibited. Aaron and Herman immediately replied in unison, we obey your command, your majesty. He suddenly called out, Annetta Beatus. Regina thought to herself with a slight concern, thinking it over, if father called everyone here just to talk about escorting, why would he call the count's young daughter as well? King Laris calmly ordered, you mentioned that one of the Beatus family's secret traditions is a serum that can make someone reveal all their deepest secrets, didn't you? I will let you handle the interrogation. Therefore, I order you, Annetta Beatus, to prepare the truth serum. She replied with a smile, I obey your command, your majesty. Regina's mouth dropped open in surprise as she thought to herself, what?
Father not only let the traitor be his guard, but also asked the witch to concoct a potion. Rubbing his nose with his hand, he chuckled smugly, thinking to himself, I was so cool just now. She couldn't help but wonder, thinking to herself, why he trusted them so much, to the point of absolute support. Who knew if the witch would truly concoct a truth serum? She only made poison. A moment later, in one of the palace corridors, Regina's group was slowly making their way out of the Great Hall area. As she walked, she pondered to herself. The witch had been personally escorted away by the royal physician earlier. I must expose the identity of the mastermind behind the assassins as soon as possible. But the mastermind is this traitor. How should I deal with this damn guy? What luck!
If only Aaron were still Theor's knight, at least they wouldn't be able to harm Theor. Having thought this to herself, Regina then spoke up, giving an order. I have something to say to Sir Aaron, so you may withdraw for now. Herman calmly objected. I cannot. Objecting, she coldly continued. The king never said you had the right to interfere in my private life. If you understand, then withdraw. Hearing this, Herman remained silent, not uttering a word, but only responded to her with a faint smile. With that, Regina immediately rushed over to him and gently called out, Sir Aaron. To avoid being overheard, she quickly stood on tiptoe and whispered to him, Please ensure that Herman Selvage and Lady Annetta cannot approach Theor. No, Sir Jesse, inform him of this as well. Hearing her words, he immediately replied, Yes, I understand. He saw Theor staring at him with wide, round eyes.
This couldn't help but make her secretly determined in her heart. My dear younger brother, even if you are called trash, I will always love you. After thinking this to herself, Regina seriously instructed, Take good care of my younger brother. After saying this, she secretly added a sentence in her heart. This time, your older sister will definitely protect you. As she watched Theor being escorted away by Aaron, Regina smiled and waved goodbye. After both of them had completely disappeared from sight, she immediately returned to her cold and indifferent demeanor and asked, Do you have to stand behind me like that, Herman? Herman calmly replied, Although it's a bit uncomfortable, it must be done. She clenched her neck, suppressing her anger, and continued, All right, I'm going to the underground dungeon. After saying this, she pondered to herself, No matter what you think, you don't look like someone who just heard news of a breakup. On second thought, the king and Duke Selvage haven't made any announcements. After thinking this to herself, Regina coldly asked, Has Duke Selvage hinted at anything about the cancellation of our engagement? Herman replied, There has only been an announcement from the princess. She pressed on, her voice strained. The Duke must have said something, right? He chuckled doubtfully and asked, Does he have to? She coldly asked back, What do you mean? He suddenly stepped closer to her and with a chuckle explained, The engagement between me and the princess is simply a promise between the royal family and the Selvage family. No matter how much you hate this marriage, you have no other choice.
She quickly pursed her lips for a few seconds, then said indifferently, I hear you have a friend who is incredibly close to you, and even more beautiful than I am.
He calmly asked back. Ah, are you referring to Annetta? That child is like my little sister. I didn't think your highness would pay attention to such baseless rumors, did I? She feigned surprise and said, Oh my, Salvage, I never said it was Lady Annetta. Seeing him falter slightly, she pressed on. It seems the rumors circulating around the palace aren't nonsense after all, are they? Be that as it may, I will annul the engagement. You should remember that. Herman quickly bowed respectfully and replied, I hope everything will be as your highness wishes. Regina said nothing more, but instead fell into silent contemplation. However, more important than the engagement, I must focus on finding a way to make the assassin speak before Annetta makes her move. The agonizing pain of losing someone is not something I want to experience ever again. At this very moment, in a certain apothecary room.
Someone suddenly asked, Is that all right, Miss Annetta? I'll introduce myself again. I'm Percy Durantia. Annetta suddenly exclaimed, Oh my, I thought the medic would simply escort me here and then leave. Hearing this, she scratched her head and replied with an embarrassed smile, I've been ordered to assist Miss Annetta. You know, newcomers often find it difficult to find things. Hearing this, she blushed and smiled shyly for a few seconds. Then she softly asked, So, can I ask the medic for help? She thumped her chest with her hand and replied, Of course, leave it to me. Pointing to a notebook, she requested, I'm looking for a herb like this. Percy immediately replied, Oh, all right. While Percy wasn't paying attention, Annetta immediately pointed to her forehead. Then she flashed a wicked smile and coldly asked, Percy Durantia, are there Bimaldi roots here? She unconsciously replied, Yes, but this poisonous plant is classified as level 1, so you need Mr. Darian's permission. Annetta suddenly placed her hand on her cheek and pleaded, Percy, I need them. As Percy turned to leave, she unconsciously said, I'll go get them for you. Hearing this, Annetta chuckled to herself, thinking, It was truly wise to choose a selvage. I can't believe they let me enter and exit the palace so easily.
The moment she finished thinking to herself, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, causing her to cry out in pain. Ah! Then she quickly clutched her hands tightly over her chest, which was continuously emitting a dark aura. Her face was gradually turning pale, and sweat poured down in her in torrents. Panting heavily, she thought to herself, I just need to hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Seeing that she didn't seem well, the orange-haired girl approached and asked, Miss, are you all right? Annetta replied softly, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Then she suddenly thought to herself, It's not easy to get an opportunity like this, I must act now. Having thought that, she smiled brightly and introduced herself. I am Annetta Bettis, and you are? The orange-haired girl replied, Oh, my name is... Before she could finish her sentence, the other girl covertly cast a spell on her. A while later, in some dark basement, seeing that the red-haired girl was still unconscious, someone asked, How long has she been like this? Another person replied, Since she regained consciousness.
Did I hit her too hard? That's not the only reason. The woman in the blue dress heard this and immediately questioned, So are you implying it's partly my fault? This person didn't reply but immediately walked over to the red-haired girl, then grabbed her head, making her scream in pain. After that, they dragged her in front of Regina. Regina turned to ask the guard, Starting the torture? He heard this and immediately said, No, not yet. Herman, who was nearby, immediately spoke up. You already hit her in the face, didn't you? That famous Daco wooden chair is known for its sturdiness. Regina asked again, Is that so? She looked at her face, which was swollen like a steam bun. Regina suddenly became pensive, thinking to herself, Before my rebirth, the people I trusted had the exact same look in their eyes when they betrayed me. That traitor's witch had brainwashed everyone. She not only controlled their minds, but those she exploited would never realize they were being manipulated because their changes were too natural, which is why I lost so many people.
This individual seems to have run out of uselessness. The main problem is not knowing how to break the enchantment on her. Although delving deeper won't yield any benefits, I should still confirm it once more. After thinking to herself, Regina approached the red-haired girl and coldly asked, What do you think of the first king of the Alper kingdom, Bernhard G. Alper? She said nothing, but instead glared and gritted her teeth at her. Then she let out a loud scream and struggled, trying to break free from control to run and attack her. The brown-haired man asked in a panic, Princess, what have you done? Regina calmly replied, Well, I didn't do anything. Having said that, she then pondered to herself, I just happened to know.
Those afflicted by the witch's spell all reacted identically upon hearing the name of the first king. But why? According to my investigation, both their families had no relation to the first king whatsoever. Seeing Regina lost in thought, the brown-haired man spoke up. Because the king himself declared he would personally uncover the mastermind, we are sure to find some clues soon. She thought to herself, feeling a bit disheartened. Enough, I'm not gaining anything here. Yet he's quite nonchalant about someone who could be revealed as the mastermind at any moment. I truly despise those lifeless eyes. Lifeless eyes. It's impossible to tell for sure from this distance, but all of the witch's victims have dull, listless eyes. His eyes are different from when we first met. Could Herman also be a victim? I merely assumed the witch was acting on Herman's orders. Why didn't I think of this? Finishing her thoughts, Regina asked aloud, You,
What do you think of the first king, Berhard G. Alper? Herman didn't answer immediately, but glanced at Regina for a moment. She felt a surge of anticipation, wanting to hear how he would answer. He slowly turned towards her, then softly replied, I believe the king was an exceptional person. Regina asked again, skeptically, Really? He smiled and replied, There isn't a soul in this kingdom unaware of the first king's greatness. The chains binding the red-haired girl suddenly cracked, while Regina was still engrossed in her thoughts. Am I overthinking this? Delving deeper alone will become meaningless. First, after returning, before Regina could finish her thoughts, the chains binding the red-haired girl snapped. As the red-haired girl reached out towards Regina, she screamed loudly, making Regina think in utter surprise. What was that?
Seeing this, Johann immediately shouted a warning, Your Highness. Seeing this, she quickly gritted her teeth and leaned back to dodge, then raised the staff in her hand and forcefully struck her arm. Despite being in great pain, she didn't utter a single scream, stubbornly reaching out to continue attacking her. Suddenly, there was a slash sound. Blood from her body splattered everywhere as a result. Before Regina could fully recover, Herman's figure was obscured by Johann's cloak. He anxiously asked, Your Highness, are you hurt anywhere? She sternly requested, Remove this cloak, I need to assess the situation. He immediately refused. I cannot do that, please forgive me. A moment later, Johann and Regina had exited the detention area. Despite this, he continued to use his cloak to shield her. She coldly spoke, Explain, Johann. He replied, Sir Herman / the assassin. She is still alive, but as for stopping the bleeding. She coldly interrupted, You mean she will die soon, don't you? He quietly replied, Forgive me. Selma stood before Regina, asking anxiously, but she said nothing, lost in her thoughts. How did the lead break? Can a curse even do that?
Or perhaps this was done intentionally to silence her. A moment later, in Regina's room, Lena whispered, Your Highness, Lady Annetta has requested an audience with you. Selma loudly chided, In Your Highness's current state, how can they possibly demand? Regina said nothing, but immediately raised her hand, motioning Selma to say no more. She couldn't help but wonder suspiciously. She comes to see me right after the incident with the assassin. What could her scheme be? Having thought this, she gripped the armrest of the chair tightly, then calmly said, How can I refuse a sincere request from a guest who has gone to such lengths to come here? Show her in. A few minutes later, Annetta was now sitting opposite Regina. Neither of them said a word, but silently looked at each other for a moment.
She suddenly spoke first. What do you need me for? As she took something out, she replied, Your Highness, I just heard that a serious accident occurred, so I brought some calming herbs to offer you. She replied coldly, I am very grateful. Is that the only reason you came to see me? Annetta hesitated before replying, Actually, I heard that the assassin is dead. Regina feigned surprise and asked, So she died during that time? She asked back in surprise, Yes, due to excessive blood loss. At this point, she involuntarily looked away to avoid her gaze. Then, gripping her skirt, she continued, As you know, I was summoned here to create the truth serum, but since the assassin is dead.
Regina continued, The truth serum will no longer be needed. So have you come to say goodbye? She immediately denied it. No, it seems you've had a misunderstanding with me from before, so I just wanted to come here to explain myself, and if possible, I'd like to become closer to you. Hearing this, Regina fell silent and pondered for a moment. Then she asked in a somber tone, Setting aside your desire to be close to me, what have I misunderstood about you that makes you act this way? She eagerly explained, There are countless rumors circulating, but in truth, there's nothing between Sir Herman and me. Sir Herman only sees me as a pitiful younger sister, but everyone always misunderstands that. They always believe what they want to believe. Regina unconsciously sighed and mused to herself. What madman would ask his pitiful younger sister to kill and manipulate others' minds? Does she want me to enthusiastically observe how the two of them conspire and incite a rebellion? Annetta firmly asserted. Therefore, the two of us truly… Regina immediately raised a hand to stop her and calmly continued, I will believe that your relationship is merely that of siblings. Annetta breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Then about the engagement? Regina immediately replied, Those are two different matters. No matter what happens, I will still break off the engagement. She hesitantly asked again, But why? How could that be? Regina smiled faintly and thought to herself, what a headache. Still playing innocent, are we? It's time for me to make my move. After thinking this, Regina smiled and said, If you're curious, I'll answer your question. The truth is, I've fallen in love. Annetta gasped, completely taken aback.
Regina just thought to herself determinedly, That's right, from now on, and cheerfully explained the reason. Since I was born until now, this is the first time my heart has pounded like crazy every time I think of him. Hearing this, the other woman's face immediately darkened, and she frantically screamed, Princess Regina! She continued to think to herself determinedly, I will become a complete mess consumed by love. She said shyly, Just seeing him makes my whole body feel blissful. In her heart she thought, There's nothing wrong with that person being Aaron. Yes, that face always makes me happy. She exclaimed, Oh, my first love, it doesn't matter even if he doesn't love me. Hearing her say that, the other woman frantically called out, Princess! Meanwhile, Regina continued her act. Just him alone makes my world light up. This is definitely destiny. In her heart she screamed, This line sounds so cheesy, oh my God.
She suddenly leaned forward, getting close to her, and seriously declared, I vow to do everything for that person. My destiny is to meet him. After saying that, she gave a faint smile and thought to herself, that's what Johan always says whenever he thinks of Selma. Oh wow, look at that expression. I definitely have to reward him. Regina unexpectedly pressed her forehead against Annetta's and smiling asked, Annetta, have you ever been in love? I feel sorry for you, one who cannot see the beauty of love. I hope that one day you will get to taste the flavor of love. Hearing these words, Annetta couldn't help but be startled and panicked, freezing for a moment, while Regina calmly smiled, looking at her. As Annetta walked, she pondered to herself, love? Someone sharing the same bloodline as that man dares to speak of love to me? Of course, like father, like son. Blinded by what they call love, they will also destroy everything along with it. I should have killed him myself. Then he would only have known to kneel and beg God for his life.
I had already prepared the poison to kill the bartender as he wished, but now the assassin is dead, so this is useless too. Love? Annetta muttered, acknowledging, yes, I can do what I want. It won't be long now. As she pictured Regina's pathetic state, she gleefully thought to herself, I wonder if she'll still open her mouth to speak of love in front of me with a tear-stained face by then. At this thought, Annetta's eyes suddenly widened and she let out a painful scream. Then panting, she thought to herself, I've been seeing strange visions lately. Is it because of the pain in my heart? I only have 2 agents infiltrating the palace. There's still so much to do. But the setup will soon be perfect, so I can't risk any more while trying to plant more agents. If the plan goes smoothly, that much will be enough to cause a stir here for a short time without resorting to violence. At this very moment, in a certain office, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a gloomy silence. The man sitting at his desk suddenly questioned loudly, so what do you want me to do about his death? Should I leave a letter refusing the Duke of the Salvage family? It turned out this man was Albert, the captain of the Royal Palace Guards. While he was lamenting with great distress, why did that Salvage fellow do something so outrageous when he couldn't even handle it himself? Lieutenant Kipson then naively asked. Perhaps it was to save Her Royal Highness Princess Regina, he continued loudly. Good job saving the princess, very good. He should have been killed right away. Look at this mess. After saying that, Albert continued to cover his face with both hands and thought in silence for a moment. He suddenly stood up, then said loudly, All right, I'm going to see His Majesty. My patience has run out. I apologize for resigning, and I will take full responsibility for this later. With that, he immediately took his leave. Seeing this, you couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, you really think that way? He suddenly asked, What did you say? You replied, Nothing, let's go. A moment later, in the grand hall of the royal palace, it was unclear what Albert had said that made Laris exclaim and ask, Well, really? He immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty, and for that, I humbly take responsibility for. He suddenly interrupted, No, I understand. No more questions. He asked again in surprise, Pardon? He calmly replied, The assassin is dead, so there's no other way. I want you to investigate how he infiltrated the party. Upon hearing his words, his face involuntarily froze, completely stunned.
Seeing this, Kipson quickly leaned close to his ear and said, I'm buying the beer today. He then quickly led him out of the great hall. As he walked, the man loudly declared, I'll be back in there. He curiously asked, What are you planning to do then? Alper immediately struck a cool pose before replying, Will the people in the palace still trust a failed captain of the royal guard like me? I'll use this as my excuse. Hearing this, Kipson couldn't help but say doubtfully, Everyone is preoccupied with that other matter, so no one will pay attention to you. The man exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He calmly continued, The matter of Princess Regina's announcement at the party. He immediately remembered and exclaimed, Ah, then recalled her words, Everyone, I will renounce my marriage. He then asked, That matter? It's said that the Duke doesn't love Her Royal Highness the Princess, so he's been seeing other women. Kipson continued, Many people are talking about it. He couldn't help to say with a touch of pity, Well, that's truly a shame. If one day I were to discover my fiancé cheating, that marriage would be over. I'd tear the house down.
Or should we just deal with Selvage? He asked back, bewildered. Is that his reason for retirement? Mr. Alpere replied with a touch of petulance, You know a bit too much about me. Kipson quickly slung an arm over his shoulder and continued in a low voice, All right, no more nonsense. Let's get to work, Captain. At this very moment, in Regina's room, she suddenly asked, What about the rumors about me? Lena, sweating, stammered in response, Yes, that… Selma quickly covered her mouth, signaling not to say another word. Lena… Sipping her tea, Regina mused with satisfaction. Not only did I throw a chair at my brother's birthday party, but I also declared my refusal of marriage. So bad rumors about me are circulating, aren't they? Somewhere else, Mr. Albert suddenly teared up and said, No, the princess deserves it as well. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, This is just the first step, so it's nothing major. All that matters is that Her Royal Highness the Princess is increasingly changing for the worse. After a moment lost in thought, Regina suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Lena, why aren't you saying anything? Selma immediately raised both hands, forming an X with her hands, implying that she shouldn't do that, which made Lena confused and hesitate to reply. Well, there aren't any major rumors about that yet, Your Highness. Hearing that, Selma let out a sigh of relief.
Regina quickly suppressed a smile, thinking to herself, that's more than enough to start rumors, isn't it? But I need to be a bit more enthusiastic. She suddenly looked towards the door and continued to think to herself, because Herman must be removed first, so that poor Johann can work with Selma. I feel sorry for Johann, but I also don't want to see that face. Perhaps I should be a little more patient. After finishing her thoughts, Regina immediately asked, Selma, how is the investigation going? She replied, it seems they haven't found anything yet. Hearing that, she fell into deep thought, thinking to herself, it seems they haven't found anything yet. A maid beaten by a witch.
Thinking this, she continued to ask, what about the Emperor? Did he say anything about my declaration? Selma bowed her head and softly replied, yes, Your Highness. Regina excitedly asked, if I were to run to the Duke of Selve and throw a chair at him, would they demand that I refuse this marriage? Selma coldly replied, if Your Highness wishes to see me bite my tongue and die, then please, just ask. Regina, sweating slightly, softly inquired, Selma, you seem a bit stressed lately, don't you? She coldly continued, I am trying to endure because I cannot show Your Highness my unseemly emotions. She softly encouraged, Selma, I care about you very much. Could you inform His Majesty that I wish to see him? Selma asked back, puzzled, may I ask why, Your Highness? She casually replied, I was wondering if His Majesty would be able to catch it if I threw a chair at him. Selma shrieked in alarm, Your Highness. She calmly took a sip of tea and said, just kidding. While she was thinking to herself, His Majesty surely has something in mind. The Emperor might. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and announced, the Emperor has sent someone. Regina immediately replied, come in. The maid with her hair styled in 2 buns respectfully said, Your Highness. Seeing that she said nothing further, Regina asked, do you have a message for me? Her face darkened with suspicion as she thought to herself, could it be that the Emperor is my true enemy? At this moment, she was having a meal with Mr. Laris and Theor. She involuntarily glanced at the others and thought to herself, if it's just dinner, I can endure it. As long as Herman is by my side, I can endure it. But why is Annetta here too? While everyone was still eating, Theor suddenly put down his knife and fork and said irritably, I feel like I'm going to get indigestion.
If there's something you want to say, could you please tell us faster? Regina pretended to whine, saying, Theor, oh dear, then secretly added in her heart, you cute little devil. Mr. Laris coldly reminded, Theor, pay attention to your table manners. He frowned and urged, Father, just get to the point. Even Grandma and Big Sister have resorted to mixing those piles of leaves for entertainment. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Regina calmly continued, it's called salad, Theor, and anyway, I agree with you. With that said, she suddenly glanced towards Herman, Annetta, and Aaron, and saw that each of them was silent, not saying a word. Mr. Laris spoke sternly, we have made the decision to temporarily suspend the investigations related to the assassin.
Regina continued, resting her chin on her hand. So it seems we've completely missed our chance. It would be foolish to keep hoping for clues to be accidentally blurted out by a dead person, especially when there aren't even any traces to find. As she spoke, she pondered to herself, I had no expectations from the beginning, so anything goes. The problem is the big mastermind is right here. Mr. LaRue gently closed his eyes and continued, the investigation might stop here, but from now on, we will also be more cautious. Theor suddenly complained loudly, oh my goodness, this is such a waste of time. Things like this could just be relayed by a servant. He admonished loudly, Theor. The boy retorted loudly, why do you have to shout so loudly, Father? I can still hear you even when you don't raise your voice. He sighed helplessly and said, you really... Regina gave a faint smile and thought to herself, Theor is reaping what he sows, Your Majesty. Seeing his gentle older sister suddenly turn to look at him and smile sweetly made him shiver and break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, forget it. Then he involuntarily imagined her picking up a chair, intending to throw it at him and furiously yelling, watch your language.
Seeing her suddenly stand up, but her gentle smile didn't fade, instead becoming even brighter, which couldn't help but fill his heart with dread. But contrary to his thought that she would pick up a chair and throw it at him, she spoke up with a suggestion. Then the escort duty for Sir Aaron and Sir Herman should end here. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel relieved and let out a long sigh. Aaron replied coldly, yes. She gently closed her eyes, then casually asked, so Lady Annetta will also have to leave the Imperial Palace, won't she? She suddenly raised her hand, then feigned shyness and said, regarding that, I have something to say. Hearing this, Mr. Laris immediately turned his attention towards Annetta. She continued, if your grace accepts, it would be my honor to remain in the Imperial Palace to exchange and learn more about herbs with the royal physicians, Your Highness. He sternly asked, have you thoroughly discussed this with Durain beforehand? She immediately replied, yes, he said he would follow your grace's decision. As she looked at Annetta, Regina couldn't help but disdainfully think to herself, she easily makes everyone drop their guard with her cuteness, but I'm no stranger to her. After her silent thought, she immediately smiled and asked, Lady Annetta, isn't that Sir Durain's roundabout way of refusing? Otherwise he would have proposed it to His Highness himself.
Upon hearing that, her face clouded over and she let out a bewildered, huh? She turned to look at him and asked curiously, do you think the same as I do, Your Highness? He immediately replied, that is certainly what he would do. Upon hearing him say that, she could only bite her lip tightly without uttering another word. Regina quickly turned to look at her and thought to herself, this is the temple, a place where mystics and traitors are not allowed to remain. Just as Annetta opened her mouth to utter a but,
Regina immediately turned to ask him, "By the way, Your Highness, this isn't the main purpose of today, is it?" As he raised his wineglass preparing to drink, Mr. Laris gravely replied, "Although the escort duty has concluded,
I will still spend time with Mr. Herman, at least 3 times a week." Regina asked again, dissatisfied. "Why?" He quickly wiped his mouth with a napkin and calmly explained, "Think about it. We've only just proceeded with the engagement, and the 2 of you haven't even had a proper meeting yet. So," she thought to herself angrily, "I've always believed that if there are no expectations, there will be no disappointment." After thinking this, she loudly interrupted him. "I refuse. I've already told you that I refuse this engagement." After saying that, she continued to think to herself, "But it seems I was wrong." Mr. Larousse calmly explained, "I've heard that the relationship between the only daughter of the Bettis family and Herman Salvage is merely one of close siblings, nothing more." She clicked her tongue softly and then retorted loudly, "I'm choosing to call off the engagement, not because of those rumors." Hearing her say that, he asked with great curiosity, "Then what is it?" She explained in a serious tone, "From the very beginning, I never wanted this engagement. I merely went along with your wishes." He continued coldly, "Even now, I haven't changed my mind about that." She retorted loudly, "But I have, and I refuse." He calmly ordered, "You need to marry Mr. Salvage." She angrily asked again, "Why?" He calmly explained, "Because it is necessary."
She furiously slammed her hand on the table, then questioned loudly, "If the marriage to the Salvage family is so important, why don't you do it yourself? Tell Duke Salvage to adopt an older daughter. It wouldn't cost anything if that daughter became empress." Mr. Laris angrily called out, "Regina!" She indignantly questioned, "Although unilaterally arranging my marriage decisions makes you so happy, why do you feel resentful when I say the opposite?" He covered his face with his hands and pleaded softly, "Regina, please." Hearing that, she couldn't help but be a little surprised, clenching her teeth as she looked at him for a moment, then replied in a gentle voice, "I still won't change my mind. Please? I don't think that phrase should come from someone who has ignored all my requests. Sir Aaron." He immediately replied, "Yes." She then called out, "Theor, come here." He blushed, let out an embarrassed sigh, then quickly took her hand. As the 2 walked away hand in hand, she said coldly, "Now, I beg your pardon, but I'm afraid we will have to be the first to leave." A moment later, Regina and Theor were walking ahead, while Aaron followed behind. She suddenly spoke, instructing, "Theor, just refuse if it's not the person you want." He asked curiously, "Refuse what?" She calmly replied, "Your engagement. It will happen soon."
After hearing Regina's words, Theor instinctively stared at her for a moment, then suddenly clasped her hand tightly. Then he bowed his head and said softly, "I'm okay with that." She asked again, doubtfully, "Really?" He replied, "Mm-hmm." She sighed softly, "That's a relief." Seeing the 2 siblings walk hand in hand, along with the words they had just exchanged, made Aaron fall into a moment of contemplation. At this moment, Regina was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea with her close group of maids. She suddenly stretched and let out a sigh of relief, saying, "It's been a long time since I felt this relaxed." Then she mused to herself, "For the past few months, I've had to manage the palace's ledgers as the Regent Princess and make thorough use of those valuable sword-fighting lessons. That's truly amazing. However, there's still one concern. My rumors haven't spread very far yet, and everything would be perfect if Herman stopped trying to find me 3 times a week. Of course, I never let him meet me. But having to dismiss the Emperor's servants every single time is truly a nuisance. I wonder when they'll finally give up. Well, never mind. It's time for me to make my move. I've slowly cast the bait. Now it's time to set the trap." After thinking to herself, Regina spoke up asking, "Selma, I want to write a letter." Selma calmly replied, "As you wish." Surprised, she asked, "Aren't you going to ask who I am?" Selma grumbled in response, "Oh well, Sir Aaron, or Sir Aaron again." Seeing that she seemed unhappy, Regina asked, "Selma, for some reason, are you angry?" Selma loudly ordered, "Lena, prepare the ink." Hearing this, Regina couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to herself, "Even though she's so angry, she still prepares everything I ask for." Then she added, "Not that one, the one that came with the red bow we bought the other day. Isn't it overly cute?" After her silent thoughts, Regina immediately stood up and pouted, asking, "Selma, are you angry because I'm so insistent on canceling my engagement? It's not that, is it?" Selma quickly shook her head and replied, "I do not wish for your highness to be burdened by such matters. But still, no matter how dazzlingly handsome Sir Aaron is, why must it be your highness?" She softly called. "Selma?" Selma asked loudly, "Why should the princess be the one pursuing him?" Johann, standing nearby, burst out laughing at her reaction. This made Selma frown and turn to look at him, while Regina, finding her cute, said, "The story would only make sense if I were madly in love with Sir Aaron, and furthermore, if I myself had requested it." Selma still insisted stubbornly, But your highness, just imagine what would happen if the 2 of you switched roles. Sir Aaron passionately confessing his love to me? Regina, this is a confession from the bottom of my heart to the princess. With that kind of face?" She continued, resting her chin on her hand. "Selma, I still want to live." From her perspective, honestly, she had only ever looked at the lower half of Sir Aaron's face. In fact, it was only recently that she dared to look even that much. "Aaron loves me, yet I can't even make eye contact with him." She called, "Selma?" she replied. Yes, Your Highness, Regina continued. Just as I thought, merely imagining it has already overwhelmed my heart. My main goal is to make Theor the successor, while I myself can enjoy myself to my heart's content until the day I die. Even if I do get married, everyone will still understand that Sir Aaron was my first love, right?
Selma spoke up. They will say that the princess must lower her standards. Regina laughed and said, my brother is useless, and I am a madwoman waving a club in front of that useless person. Who would dare say such words in front of me? Hearing that, Selma angrily thought, again? It's that damn stick again, isn't it? I shouldn't have let that thing be born. Lena handed her paper and a pen and asked, what kind of trouble are Princess and Sir Aaron planning to cause this time? Regina said, oh my, Selma, I haven't done anything yet, you know.
Selma, sweating, said, from my perspective, I believe you've already caused countless troubles. Regina interrupted her. That's simply your imagination. It's only now that I'm getting serious. I should start by letting everyone know that the person I love is Sir Aaron. Is that believable? If you can't believe me, then believe Aaron's face, Selma, the infinite possibilities that lie within that face. Selma asked, but will the Emperor just sit idly by and let you meet Sir Aaron instead of Sir Herman? Regina stopped writing, looked up and said, what are you worrying about? We have Theor. Selma, not understanding, asked again, what about the prince? She said, I've been thinking about this for a very long time. Even dogs aren't allowed to bark freely in the palace. So where did Theor learn those vulgar words? Obviously, he snuck out of the castle through a dog hole to have fun. Regina thought to herself, after Theor became an idiot, he was caught red-handed stealing imperial property through that dog hole. I honestly thought I might die from high blood pressure at that moment. Fortunately, I didn't, but I had to be bedridden for 2 to 3 days straight.
Selma turned pale and asked, is the princess saying that to meet Sir Aaron you will use that dog hole? She smiled and replied, it's fine, actually. No dog comes and goes through that hole. And besides, aren't dogs very cute? Selma cried out, that's not what I wanted to ask. She ran over and grabbed Johan's sleeve, saying, Sir Johan, please say something to the princess. On the other side, Lena also said, I also often used it to go out and play when I was little. Hearing her say that, Selma immediately snapped, Lena, why are you siding with the princess? Regina handed the letter to Lena and instructed, after delivering this letter to Sir Aaron, quickly return to the castle and prepare as I've instructed. Yes, I understand. Regina continued to command, Sir Johan, can you inform Theor to come see me right now? Johan replied, as you command, princess. Selma told Johan, are you even listening to me? Ah, please. Regina stroked her hair and smiled, saying, well then, I should also get ready. The scene shifted to Aaron, who was holding the letter she sent, his face full of questions.
Here's the specific content. Oh, much admired Aaron Vestine, if there's any chance, would you like to play with fire? Regina suddenly blushed shyly, then looked at Aaron with eyes as bright as stars and bashfully expressed, my heart is trembling so much from excitement, anticipating this meeting, to the point that I couldn't even close my eyes last night. Standing before her shy demeanor, and after hearing the words she had just spoken, he could only stand dumbfounded, looking at her with confusion for a moment. He then couldn't help but wonder to himself, is the princess sure that what she's looking forward to is meeting me and not looking forward to playing with fire? After thinking that, he suddenly recalled the content of the letter she had sent him. Seeing Aaron just standing still, looking at her without saying a word, made Regina feel a bit helpless. She quickly poked him lightly with her hand and urged in a low voice, don't just stand there like a log, just act as if you have no other choice, understood? He immediately nodded and replied, yes. She suddenly turned her head to the left and smiled faintly, thinking to herself, take 2. After that, she cheerfully lifted her skirt and with eyes crinkled in a smile asked, I put a lot of thought in choosing my outfit today. What do you think? Seeing her radiant smile and confident demeanor, he immediately closed his eyes and frowned slightly, thinking to himself, people say he doesn't have much interest in romantic matters, so I'm quite sure he has no experience whatsoever in dating.
Immediately after finishing his silent thought, he opened his eyes, and unexpectedly, his gaze fell upon the umbrella in her hand. A thought suddenly flashed across his mind, causing him to exclaim, ah, then quickly offer, allow me to hold it for you, princess. Before she could even agree, he swiftly took it from her hand. Next, he immediately opened the umbrella, then raised it high to shield both of them from the sun. At Aaron's somewhat unexpected action, Regina could only stare blankly at him for a few seconds. Then she smiled and said, thank you, sir. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I've made a reservation at the restaurant. Let's go there together. Seeing her suddenly link her arm with his, he couldn't help but respond, a little flustered. Yes. She suddenly blushed and smiled encouragingly, saying, please try a little harder. Even if it's a bit uncomfortable, rumors will spread quickly this way. He hesitated and asked again, you mean rumors? She gently confirmed. Mm-hmm. Everyone will recognize me once they see these 2 purple pupils.
Indeed, just as Regina had predicted, Aaron's teasing actions, coupled with her affectionate arm-linking gesture towards him, were incredibly effective on anyone who witnessed the scene. As soon as they saw her, they immediately thought to themselves, it's the princess. It really is the princess. Is the princess dating a handsome boy? She suddenly pointed directly at his face and confidently laid out her plan. will spread rumors that the princess is enjoying a date with an extremely handsome man after unilaterally announcing the annulment of her engagement. Once that happens, it will make the emperor unable to ignore it for another second, and the same goes for that arrogant selvage. Yes, I'll turn it into something they absolutely cannot tolerate anymore. Having said that, Regina immediately led Aaron to a restaurant and tenderly speared food with a fork, offering it to him. After their public display of affection at the restaurant, the two continued their stroll outside. As she gleefully leaned against him, she made sure everyone saw that this display of affection was truly convincing.
She carelessly tripped over a stone on the road. This made Aaron immediately help her sit down on a nearby bench, then take off her shoe and examine the wound, before gently rubbing it with his hand to help ease her pain. But little did the two of them know, in a hidden corner not far from where they sat, Johan and Lena were happily enjoying cake and ice cream, smiling and chatting. "Thank you," one of them said. "I'm just doing what I should be doing. Shall we continue?" Seeing that the two had gotten into the carriage and were returning to the palace, he quickly took out a handkerchief, wiped his tears, and said, "What a relief, princess." She slightly frowned and added, "Let's enjoy this moment." After sitting in the carriage in silence for a while, Aaron suddenly spoke up and asked, "Is it really all right like this, with no bodyguards or servants accompanying the princess?" Hearing this, Regina sighed and complained, "Lena is becoming more and more like Selma. Her nagging is getting worse, you know." He curiously continued to ask, "And what about Sir Johan?" Hearing his question, her face suddenly darkened, and she broke out in a cold sweat as she frantically explained the reason. If I were to bring Johan along, then... At this point, she involuntarily imagined what Selma would say to him. "Why didn't you stop the princess? Sir Johan doesn't even care about me anymore, does he?" Then, feeling helpless, she continued, "I'm afraid Selma would start nagging him again." After saying that, she secretly thought with a hint of longing, "I truly hope the two of them can be together in this lifetime. But anyway, that's something I must keep hidden from Johan."
Well, now it's time for me to truly take action. I'm a little bit worried about Sir Aaron's reputation. He affirmed in a low voice, "I understand." Seeing Regina staring at him, he asked with a hint of surprise, "Is there something on my face?" She immediately waved her hand and explained, "No, it's just that you're too beautiful." He nodded in response, "Oh." Knowing his face was a masterpiece, he couldn't help but ask arrogantly, "So it couldn't be any other way, could it?" Hearing him ask that, she could only freeze and force a smile to get past it. Then she spoke up to advise, "If you didn't have that face, the things you say so casually would earn you contempt, you know?" Aaron confidently affirmed, "I merely speak what I believe to be the truth." Regina suddenly blushed, thinking to herself, "Well, that face is indeed very beautiful no matter what happens." After her silent thought, she then spoke, "Dyron Castle seems further away than I thought. I only know that it's an abandoned castle. It was built for entertainment purposes. It seems they wanted to construct it somewhere far away from their daily lives." A few generations ago, Darien Castle was built by the previous emperor to restore the health of his ailing daughter. It is recorded that it was built on the outskirts of the city for the same reason. Upon saying this, Regina suddenly realized something and continued, "Oh, it looks like we're here. It's even more beautiful than I expected, isn't it?" Aaron suddenly asked curiously, "Those piles of items, are we going to use them here?" Regina immediately replied, "That's right, those are all materials for making fireworks." She then immediately relayed to him what Lena had told her. "We agreed to pay double compensation if the agreement is violated. Even if the sky falls, I will make sure to bring them here."
But besides that, just two people watching fireworks together at Duran Castle, isn't that very romantic? After she finished her narration, he exclaimed, asking, "So this is the playing with fire the princess mentioned in her letter?" She smiled brightly and continued, "Oh my, playing with fire is nothing like playing with fireworks." He asked curiously, "Then what do you mean by that?" Hearing that, Regina scoffed, then calmly asked back, "Are you curious? Today I will burn this castle to ashes." Aaron, stunned, shouted loudly, "Hey, it's going to be engulfed in flames?" She immediately turned to face him, then said with a bright smile, "I plan to put on this show with beautiful fireworks for the man I love. So playing with fire like this, what do you think?" Regina asked, her eyes crinkling with joy. "Could it be called a debut, signaling that I've become a villain in the eyes of the people?" Then she involuntarily recalled the past and thought to herself that in the summer before her return home, 14-year-old Theor, the emperor, had left the city alone for a retreat.
Theor, who was there, caused an unprecedented accident, like suddenly burning down Canyon Castle, the despair, crisis, and pain of that moment. "The decisive player. This time, I'll make the first move," Aaron commented in a low voice. "It seems the debut ceremony was quite grand, wasn't it?" Regina asked with an excited laugh. "You also think I'm very childish, don't you? Do you see me as an evil princess blinded by love?" Faced with her question, he didn't know how to answer, so he just turned his face away and pondered in silence. Meanwhile, she also turned around and smirked, thinking to herself, "I had correctly figured out the reason to burn down Duran City. First, Duran Castle is very close to the royal palace. The fire in Canyon City was far from the capital, so it took time for the people to know. But this time, the rumors would spread as quickly as possible, because this was a debut ceremony to let everyone know that she had become a villain. Next, Duran was the site of an accident even before her return.
This was the incident where a large number of people who visited this castle and residents of nearby villages went missing. The onset of an unknown infectious disease spread to surrounding villages, and it was discovered that those who had visited Duran Castle were the source. Finally, the unfortunate event ended after burning down the entire city and village. In any case, if it was to be burned down because of the disease, burning it down preemptively would be better. And the final reason, even if the fire were strong, the lake's water still surrounded the city, a geographical advantage that would make it easy to suppress any fire.
Perfect. After a moment of consideration, Regina quickly spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry, sir. Just help me prepare to burn down the city. Aaron didn't reply, but instead broke out in a cold sweat of surprise, thinking to himself, that amount of gunpowder, the distance from the party event to this current event? Just looking at it, one can feel the meticulous calculation. Since when did she plan something so specific? After his silent thoughts, he let out a sigh and spoke. Of course, I will do that with you. But I don't know if the subsequent assessments will turn out as you wish. Regina's eyes crinkled as she continued. The assessments will be carried out by those who witnessed the city burning. There's a village very close by. Oh, by the way, sir, could you turn around for a moment? Aaron was a little surprised and bewildered for a few seconds upon hearing that, before finally replying, yes. He then quickly turned around, hearing her doing something that produced a rustling sound, which made him a little curious. So he pricked up his ears to listen to the situation.
At this moment, she suddenly spoke up, suggesting, everything's ready, we can go back now. You see, only the skirt is detachable. Aaron asked, bewildered, is that so? Women's clothing is quite special, isn't it? As she awkwardly folded the skirt neatly, Regina calmly replied, you've made a great effort to react. Later, before people start arriving, you'll have to change. So first, let's move these things. As soon as she finished speaking and suddenly turned her head, she saw him quickly helping her carry a lot of wood, along with a barrel of gunpowder in his hands. Seeing this, she immediately blushed and chuckled, saying, thank you for helping me. A long while later, after they had finished arranging the wood and gunpowder around the castle, both quickly poured oil over them. Regina quickly wiped the sweat from her forehead, let out a sigh of relief, and said, we should probably sprinkle some oil in the basement. As he poured the oil, Aaron added, since the flames will go upwards, about 2 barrels should be enough, right? A moment later, both were now making their way down the stairs leading to the castle's basement. He suddenly asked, Your Highness, have you been to this place recently? She replied, surprised, where? No. Hearing her, he immediately pointed towards some unidentified footprints below.
Seeing this, she immediately frowned and voiced her thoughts. This is a royal castle, yet someone entered without any fear. The traces are very fresh. After saying that, she suddenly grew serious and thought to herself, wait a minute, the cause of the disease in Duran Castle was never fully clarified. What if, in fact, the disease was intentionally spread by someone? The disease had spread widely in the summer when Theor was 14 years old. There were still about 3 years until then. Overwhelmed by suspicion, as she thought this, she suddenly recalled what Theor had said and done in her previous life.
Along with that was his departure, and Aneda's half-innocent, half-wicked smile directed at her. This made her firmly believe, thinking to herself, that there was nothing overly suspicious. After thinking to herself, Regina spoke up, suggesting, I must go confirm, sir. Aaron nodded and continued, let me go first, follow behind as carefully as possible. His Highness, seeing a door in front of him, immediately placed a hand over his mouth and softly shushed, then whispered, be careful not to get hurt. She replied, yes. With that, he immediately kicked the door forcefully, causing it to instantly crash down to the ground. While she was panting with anxiety, he calmly glanced inside. She didn't know what he had seen that made her eyes widen in surprise as she exclaimed, what is this? Aaron immediately knelt down, touched the sticky substance on the ground with his hand, and observed it for a few seconds. Then he spoke. It's animal blood. Hearing that, Regina immediately asked, should I say I'm lucky it's not human? He continued in a serious tone, regardless of which side it is, these are not actions performed in a clear state of mind. This place is full of bloodstains. If one isn't accustomed to blood, they might become very panicked. As he said this, he suddenly remembered something, so he immediately turned to look at Regina. He couldn't help but be stunned, thinking to himself, so calm. Someone born and raised in the royal city? How could she be?
After observing the entire scene for a while, she suddenly spoke up. Sir, it seems this place holds something. It looks like there's also a secret basement underneath. Hearing her, he immediately approached and examined the ground, and seriously suggested, let me try to open it. Hearing him say that, she quickly threw the sword to him so he could hold it for defense and be ready to attack at any moment. Then he slowly pried open the basement hatch with the tip of his sword. A rumbling sound continuously echoed every time he tried to open the hatch. As Aaron descended into the secret chamber below the basement, he asked, did Diran City originally have a place like this? Regina immediately denied. No, it's not in the royal blueprints. It's a place used illegally by the castle's occupants. After saying that, she couldn't help but worry and thought to herself, if the basement is a space to create diseases, then what on earth is down here? Suddenly, they heard a sound. Both immediately turned their heads to look at each other. Next, Aaron touched the sticky liquid on the ground with his hand and thought to himself, animal blood. After that, both immediately ran straight down to see what strange thing was happening there. And Regina, having seen something, suddenly froze for a moment. Aaron quickly approached and knelt down, touching the animal lying in front of them, then seriously speculated, this seems to be the source of the blood puddle.
Seeing this, Regina quickly speculated, was that the last sound before the little animals died? He immediately denied it. It doesn't seem so. Noticing something stirring continuously beneath the wolf's belly, he gently touched its stomach and discovered 2 wolf pups lying there. Hearing their continuous whimpering, he explained, it's the cry of the little animals. Seeing Regina suddenly bend down and pick up a wolf pup, he asked, are you planning to take them out of here yourself? She calmly replied, I have to take responsibility. With that, she picked up the remaining wolf pup and brought them before their mother. Next, she let them gently touch their mother's nose, then softly offered her condolences. I'm sorry, I will take good care of your children, so I hope you will go to a place where there is no more pain. A moment later, both of them were standing in front of the castle gate. The two wolf pups were now sleeping soundly in Regina's warm embrace, while her other hand held a torch. She suddenly spoke. Now that I think about it, I didn't get an answer from you, did I? I asked if you liked playing with fire. Seeing her decisively throw the burning torch to the ground, Aaron continued, I've never done it before, so I don't know. She then asked, what about fireworks? He replied, not bad.
Hearing that, she immediately turned her head to look at him, then smiled faintly and asked back, is that so? Then look up at the sky. As soon as she finished speaking, fireworks continuously shot straight up high and exploded with continuous booms, shining brilliantly in the dark sky. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and suggested, I'll burn this castle down. As she looked up at the fireworks, she cheerfully asked, how is it, sir? Magnificent, isn't it? Aaron seriously asked back, don't you think malicious rumors about you will spread? Why are you carrying liquid in a flask? Regina replied with a faint smile, because I need to know what has been decorated here. I will order an investigation as soon as I return. If it reacts to fire, it's fine, because the fire will burn it clean. She then thought to herself, previously this building was burned down, and the disease completely disappeared. This time it must also be the work of the same person. After hearing the words she had just spoken, he suddenly froze for a moment. Then, for some unknown reason, his eyes suddenly widened.
Aaron gazed at her intently for a long time. Meanwhile, she, completely oblivious, just smiled happily and exclaimed, so beautiful. Then she couldn't help but admire and think to herself, wow, Deeren Castle is so magnificent, but the image of Canyon Castle burning is truly worth seeing. He truly is my younger brother. Despite being mischievous, his mind... While she was still engrossed in her thoughts, Aaron suddenly caught sight of someone's silhouette, so he immediately turned around, went on alert, and loudly asked, who's there? Show yourself. Seeing this, the group of villagers immediately revealed themselves and quietly explained, it's us. We've come to put out the fire. Upon seeing this, Regina involuntarily let out a gasp of surprise internally. Then she quickly turned to apologize, saying, I'm sorry for disturbing everyone. After clearly seeing her face, all the villagers simultaneously exclaimed, oh, your highness. They then immediately knelt down to pay their respects. Seeing this, she asked with a hint of surprise, oh, do you all know who I am? The man wearing glasses replied with a trembling voice, purple pupils are a symbol of the royal family, and the only person with them is Queen Regina.
She gently suggested, you can look up, and I apologize. The old man looked up in bewilderment and asked, huh? Regina replied with a twinkle in her eye, I created this fire. The old man asked again, stunned, huh? Pointing towards her brother, she proudly explained, and Sir Aaron here too. What I mean is, I want to show you the most spectacular fireworks in the Empire. Then she thought to herself, although something unexpected happened, the goal for today has been successfully achieved.
The little black-haired girl suddenly pointed at her mother and said, oh, Mom, your face doesn't have any black marks anymore. The mother quickly touched her face and then asked in surprise, what? The little girl pointed again and continued, Dad doesn't have them either. The father quickly touched his wife's face and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, there really aren't any. Seeing that no one had black marks on their faces anymore, everyone rejoiced. Oh, me too, me too. The old man suddenly gasped in surprise and said, indeed, the main cause was inside the castle, while Regina was a little surprised and thought to herself, the people were affected sooner than I thought. The old man gazed intently at her and thought with immense gratitude. The princess knew there was a disease, so she burned down the castle. It's true, just as the rumor said. She risked her life to save the emperor and even the spoiled, dirty prince. She is truly the angel of this empire. She even burned down the royal family's castle for the sake of these rural commoners. If she returns to the palace, she'll be scolded severely. What's more, fearing misunderstanding, she even prepared other reasons. We cannot let strange rumors spread about our princess. Trust me, your highness. Regina chuckled gleefully and said, tomorrow rumors will spread everywhere about fireworks being set off. Just wait and see. Aaron suddenly looked bewildered and denied, I'm not so sure. I hope it goes as you wish. She laughed heartily and continued, don't worry. Let's say it was to prevent the fire from spreading into the forest. At this very moment, in Annetta's room, she suddenly spoke up and asked, could you say that again, Herman? Hearing this, he immediately repeated, the princess intended to set off fireworks, but she accidentally burned down Deeren Castle. Even the basement there has been completely incinerated.
She suddenly turned her head to look at him and loudly asked back, what about the nightmare? He softly replied, I'm sorry. She suddenly stood up and slammed her hand on the table with a thud, then angrily and loudly demanded, just leave and release the nightmare. Can you prepare a black wolf for me? Hearing her question, he softly refused. Preparing it within the time you want is too much. Annetta trembled with anger and thought to herself, just knowing the middle name of that damned royal family makes this truly disgusting Alper, and the divine name too. Then she suddenly plopped down onto the chair and asked, how is the Duke preparing? Herman replied, he is resisting strongly, but soon it will become the situation you desire. She quickly glanced at him and continued to ask, what about the Duchess? He replied again,
Mother is a bit overwhelmed. Annetta suddenly stood up, walked towards the window, and continued coldly. If you're socializing with the Duchess of Vestine, you might have been enjoying Danila flowers for a long time. The princess hasn't met Herman yet, has she? Herman replied, it seems she has made a firm decision. Hearing Herman say that, Annetta gently suggested, if that's the case, win the princess's heart. The balance between Vestine and Selvage is very important, so it won't be easy to decide to call off the engagement. Hearing this, Herman was involuntarily stunned. He then stared intently at her back for a moment. Afterwards, he softly said, I will do as you say. Pushing the window open, she said with a faint smile, anyway, the princess is in trouble, so even if it's just for a day, you must act quickly. Then for some unknown reason, she suddenly reached out of the window and gently suggested, Alpera, I'll take care of it. Immediately after she finished breaking off a flower branch, he replied, yes. Hearing that, she turned her head to look at him and said with a faint smile, I'm really looking forward to it. Theor unexpectedly put his teacup down on the table and grumbled, are you the one who burned down Deeren Castle? Even I can't imagine that. Regina suddenly placed her hand on his shoulder and gently reminded him, when you put down your teacup, you must be careful not to spill the tea. He grimaced and yelled, oh my goodness, seriously, is that the problem now? She quickly took a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and asked again, if not, then what is the problem? Regina suddenly remembered the baton she had named, so she smiled and asked, did you bring the baton? Afterwards, she rubbed her chin with her hand and thought to herself, Theor has already brought it to Canyon City, so he must feel a bit aggrieved when I tell him to be careful.
After Theor finished thinking, Regina immediately asked, I know you're dissatisfied. All the little escape routes are blocked, aren't they? You were looking for somewhere to go, only to find them all blocked. Theor blushed shyly and continued, do you know how much effort I put into making them? Because of you, I can't even go out. She suddenly closed her eyes, then chuckled faintly and continued, no. Oh, you should call me sister. And if they're blocked, it just makes drilling new ones more interesting. It's not like creating a new, unofficial path in a place His Majesty might not know about. He frowned and asked, what if they get blocked again? She calmly rubbed his head and replied, then we'll just make them again, won't we? Next time I'll take you. You haven't been to the night market yet, have you? He was stunned and replied, I guess so. Hearing him say that, she immediately tempted him. The grilled chicken skewers sold at the night market are delicious. If you get a perfect score on your history test today, I'll take you. He involuntarily imagined the delicious skewers in his mind, then drooled and asked again, really? She squinted her eyes in a smile and confirmed, really.
Theor continued coldly, so now you should leave. Regina paused, chuckling as she asked back, huh, are you sulking again? He suddenly stood up and seriously explained, if you want me to get 100 points, I have to study hard, so you should leave. Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but be surprised and stared at him stunned for a moment. Then she smiled happily and said, I understand, Theor. A moment later, in a certain corridor of the palace,
Regina suddenly shivered, thinking to herself, Theor finally uttered the words about studying hard. Even a spoiled child can become this good, she thought, then asked aloud, what's Aaron's schedule today? Selma, surprised, asked back, Lord Aaron? I heard he's supervising the soldier's promotion exam at the Duke's metallurgy workshop. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, a promotion exam at that age? That's incredible. Then she involuntarily recalled the image of Aaron raising the sword in his hand and standing in front of her, and she couldn't help but think with a touch of infatuation, it's so masculine to inherit the position before returning and being dubbed the first sword of Elias. I'm very worried that such a man might die so young, but this time I will protect him. Selma suddenly asked, Your Highness, must you go out today? Regina replied, I intend to meet Lord Aaron. She continued dejectedly, His Majesty's ban has been in effect for less than a day. Regina calmly interjected, then all the more reason to go. I'll be back late tonight. Do you want any special gift, Selma? She quickly covered her eyes and weeping replied, No, just being by Aaron and Johann's side is enough. That night, Gisli, a Duke of Vestine, was in his room deep in thought. Her Highness Regina saw Aaron and fell in love at first sight, then announced the annulment of her engagement to Selvage.
Suddenly hearing someone knock on the door, he immediately said, come in. Hearing this, Aaron opened the door and walked in, asking, did you send for me? Gisli asked curiously, is Her Highness also coming to meet today? He quickly placed his gloves on the maid's tray and replied, yes, along with Sir C. He asked again in a panic, what? He then involuntarily pictured Regina wiping C's mouth with a handkerchief and dotingly saying, oh, this naughty, smart, and adorable child. Aaron calmly continued, I promised to take the boy for a walk at the night market. Gisli quickly walked to a chair and sighed wearily, saying, today is another day for just looking at faces and sighing. Aaron calmly asked back, isn't that normal? Other people just breathe, they don't sigh, kid. He suddenly lowered his head and asked in a low voice, are you really dating Her Highness Regina? Aaron replied softly, I don't know. Gisli jumped up in a panic and asked mildly, then why are you following Her Highness like glue? He calmly continued, that's generally the case. He suddenly flopped down onto the chair and sweating said, for someone like you who isn't interested in women, to be involved with Her Highness Regina and no one else is strange no matter how you look at it. Wait, could it be that you're helping Her Highness Regina annul her engagement? He quickly glanced away and said, I have no idea what you're talking about. He lowered his head and mused. For example, a contract relationship with Her Highness Regina would help you avoid other arranged marriages.
If there has to be a reason for you to be with Her Highness Regina, this is the only one. But little brother, why are you avoiding my gaze?
Aaron suddenly clenched his hands and spoke. I don't think any woman would dare approach me if I had a scandal with Regina, and besides, it's an order. Gisli involuntarily froze and said, talking so much, it seems you're aware of your own mistake. Aaron ignored him and continued, I apologize. He frowned and asked, you're certain you have no feelings for Highness Regina and that Highness doesn't like you? He replied, yes. All right then, you know what to do without me telling you, but act with utmost caution so as not to cause any harm to Highness. Aaron, just what if, Highness Regina says she likes you? What would you do? The next morning,
Just as Aaron stepped down the stairs, someone suddenly appeared, surprising him a little. He asked, when did you arrive? Well, it turned out this blonde man with blue eyes was Duke Belichi of Vestine. As he walked, the Duke spoke. The rumors are nothing. Aaron, blushing and worried, added, I'm sorry for making my parents worry. The Duke asked coldly, have you eaten? Aaron replied, I'm about to eat now. The Duke heard this and simply said, all right. Rubbing his eyes as he came down, Gisli asked, oh, father, you're here. A moment later, at the dining table, the Duke suddenly asked, where is he? Agel? Aaron replied, he left early this morning for a meeting with the royal guard. The Duke curtly added, Aaron, the border. Understanding the implication, Aaron replied, after the coming-of-age ceremony, I will return with you, uncle. A male servant nearby, hearing this, involuntarily gaped, thinking to himself, how can they talk like that? As he drank his wine, he mused to himself, because of the contract with His Highness, even if things move quickly, it will still be winter, but I can only reveal this much. Yes, with His Highness. A moment later, Regina, waving and smiling, called out, Sir, I'm here. Aaron quickly took the umbrella and thought to himself, today it's a yellow dress. She smiled and complimented him, saying, you look very beautiful today too, sir. Hearing this, he replied, thank you for the compliment.
She suddenly pulled her hand back, then blushed shyly and asked, we've been walking for a while today? Are you very hungry, Your Highness? He didn't answer, but suddenly recalled Gisli's question, are you really dating Her Highness Regina? He then unconsciously blushed, thinking to himself, Her Highness is different from anyone who has approached me until now. Then, a little flustered, he said, I like you very much. Your Highness is very beautiful. After saying that, he continued to think to himself, the touch of those who approached me. She quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped his face, then exclaimed, you're sweating so much, Your Highness. He was a little dazed, thinking to himself, it only made me feel goosebumps and discomfort. But Her Highness's hand was different, like she was treating family. She smiled and continued, summer makes dressing up quite difficult. For some reason, Aaron's entire face suddenly flushed crimson as he thought to himself, no, more than that, it was like a hand carefully touching a precious work of art. Seeing a carriage pass by, Regina immediately put her hand in front of Aaron's face and loudly warned, be careful, Your Highness. Then she thought to herself, walking on a road without carriages.
Instead of me doing it, let him do it, holding an umbrella to shield me from the sun. His beauty alone is comforting to behold. After all, a work of art should be in charge of governing a country. Therefore, Aaron's beauty must be protected like a national treasure. He is a human cultural heritage. After her silent thoughts, Regina suddenly blushed and asked, did you enjoy the tea? Aaron immediately replied, yes, my father and brother were also very pleased. Hearing him mention Duke Belichi in a few places made her a little surprised, and she asked, the Duke is back? When? He immediately confirmed, yes. She involuntarily recalled what she knew about him and thought to herself, the Emperor's staunch military man, a man known as Elias's unbreakable wall. He collapsed like the weakest person when he lost his brother, son, and wife. When I heard he died of a mental illness, I thought I was dreaming, a terrible nightmare. The nobles of the imperial faction had lost their focus, and Selvage had taken control of a crumbling empire. Gia could take power soon, though hope was still distant, but the outcome.
Noticing Regina was a little off, Aaron immediately glanced at her and asked, Your Highness, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? She gave an embarrassed smile and replied, no, I just remembered something unpleasant. Afterwards, she couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself, if Agel doesn't return to the border, he won't be killed like before. Aaron lowered his head and mumbled to himself, something unpleasant? Meanwhile, she continued to think to herself, Selvage won't easily give up Vestine, so I must protect him. I must preserve Vestine's strength. Only then can we fight Selvage on equal terms. Having finished her thoughts, Regina suddenly remembered the sword he used at that time, so she asked, Sir, come to think of it, is your sword still in good condition? I want to buy you a new sword as a gift. Since I have unrequited feelings for you, it should be fine if I buy it for you secretly, shouldn't it? Just forget what I just said, okay? Aaron nodded in response. Yes. Then he stared at her for a moment and thought to himself, if Her Highness Regina were to say she liked me, what should I do? That won't happen. I won't like Her Highness. But in reality, Her Highness doesn't like me either.
Seeing a carriage rush past, Regina carefully dodged it and couldn't help but wonder to herself, would I really do this with a man I don't like, take such a risk? And at a moment she hadn't anticipated, she launched a surprise attack. After her silent thoughts, Regina spoke up. Sir, shall I buy you a new set of clothes? Aaron asked back in confusion. Huh? As she sat waiting for the staff to bring tea, pastries, and a catalog, she gleefully thought to herself, just like now, indeed all the capital's top items are here. Seeing the staff arrive, she smiled and requested, I'm buying for the person I love, so please bring out the very best items. Aaron softly called out, Your Highness. She paid no mind and continued to request, Bring out something special that can only be found here. He blushed shyly and refused, saying, Your Highness, I don't need it. The salesperson suddenly gasped in astonishment. What a divine face. Regina smiled and offered, Just accept it, sir. A moment later, she saw Aaron looking incredibly radiant.
Sparkling in the clothes she had chosen, she couldn't help but be captivated, thinking to herself, Now I truly am the happiest person alive. Now I'm flirting recklessly, so I have to buy everything for him now. The salesperson suddenly pushed a dress into his hands and said coquettishly, Here's this dress, you must wear it. After the payment was completed, the two quickly left. Seeing this, the salesperson called out, Please come again next time, Your Highness Regina. She cheerfully waved her hand and suggested, Then Sir Aaron and I will continue our stroll. You all can take all the items to the carriage first. Aaron couldn't help but say in astonishment, This much is truly too much. Shaking her hand back and forth, Regina clicked her tongue and said, Tyrants only care about their lovers and betray their countries, never regretting the money spent on them. Then she thought to herself, Isn't it just money? Just hand it over to me and the tragedy will end. Ah, this country, the tyrant, the lover, and the lover's dog will all die.
After thinking to herself, she spoke up. Speaking of which, that dog reminds me. Aaron asked in surprise, Dog? She continued, Not long ago I took 2 dogs. He replied, Yes. She quickly added, They weren't ordinary dogs, but black wolves. As she spoke, she unconsciously thought to herself, The day I returned after burning down the castle, they were stuck in the dog hole, and Theor brought them into my room. At that time, I had already noticed the woman following. Seeing the 2 trembling wolf pups in front of her, Jessie spoke up, I heard they became like this because of witches. That's definitely a lie. Theor scowled and asked loudly, Aren't all witches extinct? He then explained, Yes, the main ingredient for witches to make poison is the fresh blood of adult wolves. Hearing this, Regina couldn't help but ask curiously, How do you know that? He awkwardly scratched his head and explained, My father did a little research on witches. She asked with a hint of doubt, Count Tarahan? He frowned and continued to ask, A little? He was obsessed with it. After reminiscing, Regina smiled and said, The 2 dogs are siblings. They are named Leon and Riga. Leon is the female and Riga is the male. Aaron nodded and exclaimed, Great names. She unconsciously thought of the 2 wolf pups, then happily recalled what she had said. Leon is quite aloof and doesn't like to shake hands, so I named her after the word come here. And Riga is quite clingy, so I named him after the word go away. Hearing this, Theor was utterly horrified and then let out a sigh of relief, saying, Good thing my name wasn't chosen by you.
After reminiscing, Regina then spoke. Also, you noticed it too, right? Aaron quickly replied, Yes. Both suddenly turned around, and she then asked, That's aimed at me, isn't it? Seeing a group of people dressed like ninjas in front of them, Aaron immediately drew his sword, while she quickly grabbed a glass to block, and then frowned, saying, I didn't expect there would be people targeting me in Elias's capital. She then thought to herself, Selvage, it seems they are truly angry. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've hit someone with this. Then, Regina suddenly asked with a hint of arrogance, How do you feel about your student entering their first real battle? Aaron immediately replied, I don't like it much. She suddenly remembered the red-haired maid she had captured earlier, and thought to herself, Even before returning, I couldn't find a way to dispel the magic, as someone who has to save herself and find a way to break free from the magic.
The feeling of being left alone and having everything stolen, if I don't want to return to that despair, now under the mighty royal power, I will protect myself with my own hands, a healthy and capable me. Thinking this to herself, Regina let out a breath. Then she resolutely charged into battle, thinking to herself, now is the time to forge a new path. Seeing Regina charge forward so recklessly, Aaron shouted, Regina! Then suddenly there was a swish. The axe in the tied-haired man's hand immediately fell to the ground, just as her weapon struck down onto his head. Seizing the advantage, she immediately stomped her foot onto his, and right after that, a clang rang out. Along with that was Regina's devastating blow straight to his chin, causing him to be knocked out by her. After dealing with him, Regina pointed her weapon straight ahead and called out loudly, Hey you! Seeing the brown-haired man calmly charge forward, with no abnormalities in his eyes, she then stated, so he wasn't affected by magic. Saying this, she immediately lunged straight towards him and attacked. Seeing this, he quickly used his knife to block, and then asked with a trembling voice, Princess, you seem to know more than I thought. Regina loudly retorted, You will die right here. While counterattacking, he confidently asked in a loud voice, Why do you speak such cruel words with such a beautiful face?
Don't you want to know anything from me? Regina said, sweating and panting. You, it turns out, are looking down on me. The moment he raised his knife, she was one step faster, striking him directly on the chin with her weapon. Next, she gripped the weapon tightly in her hand, then decisively stabbed him. Although there was no blood, this attack successfully made him fall heavily to the ground, writhing in immense pain. Regina calmly asked, Then I will ask as you wish. Why? Why exactly? What is the reason? Why didn't you let me forget everything? Why did you try to take everything from me? Now I've almost got it all back. He fearfully explained,
I don't know either. My master wanted it, so I just followed orders. Seeing Regina was very agitated and something bad might happen, Aaron immediately rushed over and loudly intervened. Your Highness, no! She furiously attacked him and gloated. That's right, people like you must be eliminated. I knew from the start you were useless like this. He quickly ran over, grabbed her hand, and loudly asked, Your Highness, Regina, are you all right? She gently lowered the knife and replied, I'm fine, don't worry. He was a little angry and loudly reprimanded. You should have hidden while I was fighting them.
She suddenly shivered and thought to herself, Ah, Selma will be furious. Then she spoke, Sir, I am very excited right now. Aaron called out loudly, Your Highness. She continued softly, It's just that I did it because I could. Hearing that, he questioned loudly, Killing is not something one can claim to do just because they've touched a real sword a few times. She calmly continued, It's just because you don't know anything about me. Aaron, sweating, asked again, What are you saying? Regina continued gloomily, If they didn't die, then I would be the one dead. That's why I could do it, that's all. He suddenly moved his lips as if to say something, but didn't, instead pondering for a moment. Then he spoke. Once again, promise me you won't do that to enemies anymore. Regina quickly reached out and gently touched his cheek, then said, Sorry, I can't do that. After saying that, she pondered to herself. I have never hidden behind a shield, not even once, whether it's royalty or anyone else. On the contrary, that's why I must show those who risk their lives following me that I am also by their side. That is the last pride of the royal family. After thinking to herself, Regina solemnly said, I am the foremost sword. Royalty is not meant to be a sword, but I have no other option than to choose this, Your Grace. Johann, along with the remaining bodyguard, rushed over and anxiously asked, Your Highness, are you all right? Regina coldly spoke, It is I who has something to ask of you. Aaron, surprised, asked back, What are you saying? She replied in a low voice, You are a valuable person, someone known to both the Empire and myself. Therefore, please become even stronger, so that my daily life won't be stolen from me again. That evening, in the palace's interrogation room, Regina calmly suggested, Don't kill him, there's still so much to learn. Adjusting his glasses with one hand, the royal legislator Darian asked, Is this related to the unidentified liquid you brought last time? Regina quickly crossed her arms and shrugged, asking in return, So roughly speaking, do we absolutely have to observe the pupils? He nodded and replied, If there's a change in their eyes, I'll tell you immediately. After all, those were your instructions. Are you truly not going to tell me where you obtained it? She gave a faint smile and replied, I wish I knew that too, which is why I asked for your assistance. Hearing this, he sighed and complained, Since you declared it a top secret, this old man's bones are aching from having to work by himself. She chuckled encouragingly, saying, Oh my, I apologize. Please bear with it a little longer. He suddenly cast a glance at her and mused inwardly. This playful demeanor is indeed just like Her Highness Sylvia when she was alive, leaving behind such a beautiful daughter. What on earth is the Emperor up to? After thinking this, he suddenly mumbled, Oh dear, my grave has been waiting for me for ages, hasn't it? Seeing him act a little strangely, Regina called out, Darian.
He pretended to clear his throat and said, It's nothing. Come on, go back to your room now. I know you're here to get away from Selma. Regina hesitated, then continued, That someone suddenly asked, Caught already? Seeing her suddenly appear with a murderous look on her face, she couldn't help but feel uneasy and quickly exclaimed, Selma. That smiling face was terrifying. She let out a short laugh, replying, I'm not smiling. Regina asked in a low voice, Selma, are you very angry? She retorted in a strained voice, Angry? Why would I be angry? As soon as Her Highness returned after being attacked, although I heard that you went to the prison immediately, how dare I be angry with Her Highness? Hearing that, she couldn't help but shiver, thinking to herself, This is the first time I've seen Selma this angry. She's truly furious. Then, in a trembling voice, she said, Selma, She immediately interrupted. Your Highness, do you know Seeing Selma crying so miserably, she then continued.
I'm sorry, Selma, I was wrong. At the same time, in Aaron's room, he suddenly remembered Regina and pondered, thinking to himself, I know she has talent with a sword, but a princess of the imperial city, can she really remain so calm even after killing someone? Thinking this, he recalled the words she had said to him that afternoon. You are a valuable person, someone both this empire and I need, so please become even stronger. Then he continued to ponder, what did those words mean? Aaron was still trying to reevaluate if he had missed any meaning in Regina's words when there was a sudden knock on the door. Aaron. He quickly sat up and greeted Gisli. Brother. Gisli casually walked into the room, saying as he went, I heard there was an attack, targeting Her Highness Regina. Aaron got out of bed and walked over to where Gisli was sitting, answering Gisli's question. Her Highness has captured one person alive. Gisli heavily plopped down onto a chair, sighing. Who on earth was it? Before he could even finish his question, he immediately saw his younger brother opposite him, glumly flopping down onto a chair just as he had. Gisli thought to himself, this kid is also of royal blood, so he must be a bit surprised.
so he called out to his younger brother, Aaron.
Gisli proudly pointed to himself and said, "If you have something on your mind, can you tell me? Your brother here will listen." Gisli's words truly worked. Immediately, Aaron told him, "Well then, brother." Aaron's serious demeanor surprised Gisli. He was even more taken aback when Aaron suddenly quoted a sentence verbatim, the origin and context of which he himself didn't even know. "You are very precious and essential to me, so please be stronger." What on earth did that mean? Gisli's eyes widened. What? He pondered for a moment, then made a new request to Aaron. "It can be interpreted differently depending on the circumstances. Is it a girl or a boy?" Aaron honestly replied, "It's a woman." His answer startled Gisli. "Doesn't that mean someone has feelings for you? It's a confession. Did someone say that to you? Doesn't that woman like you?" Upon receiving the answer, Aaron's worldview truly collapsed. A loud bang echoed. Gisli burst out laughing when he saw his brother's reaction. He said, "It's because of love that someone becomes incredibly precious, and because you often go to the battlefield, they worry and tell you to be stronger. I don't know who it is, but that person is also amazing. To hear about the rumors with Her Highness Regina and still gather the courage to confess like that?" Hearing Regina's name, Aaron suddenly froze. He fell into contemplation again. He remembered that when he was little, he was truly very popular with the opposite sex, forcing his brother to handle everything. Many people liked him, but if Aaron were likened to a precious object, then he currently resembled an object stolen 5 times a day. The person who stayed by his side, like Her Highness, was the first, a strange kind of care he had never received from anyone else.
If Your Highness uses a contractual relationship as a legitimate reason, then I am doing things I shouldn't be doing with Your Highness. This relationship could hurt Your Highness, but I don't know that and consider it an opportunity to deal with troublesome people. His heart felt as if someone had stabbed it with a knife at that moment, and his face contorted, making Gisli worried. "Aaron," he quickly reassured Gisli. "It's nothing." Gisli stood up and instructed him. "Is that so? If you say it's nothing, then it's definitely something. So you'll definitely refuse, right?" Aaron looked at his brother and replied, "No, I've already missed the time to reply." Gisli patted Aaron's shoulder and said very seriously, "Then refuse as quickly as possible. If you delay the answer, hope will arise. At times like these, hope is an extremely terrible thing." Aaron listened to his brother. He nodded and replied, "I will make a decision as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in her lounge, Regina was joking around with Riga and Leon. If everyone weren't here, tonight would truly be very sad and lonely. Lena suddenly poked her head out from somewhere. She proudly said, "Your Highness, I'm here too." Regina mumbled, "I can't hear Lena's voice." Lena had thrown something away, fearing Selma's scolding. Regina was a little angry and turned her head away, refusing to talk to Lena, an action that made Lena flustered. "Your Highness, please calm down now." Regina still completely ignored Lena, even though Lena was sniffling and whining right beside her. "Rega, sleep with me tonight. Leon will sleep with us too." Lena could only say, "I have brought Your Highness some very useful information." Indeed, only this could attract Regina. She glanced at Lena and asked, "Information?" She sat up abruptly, cleared her throat, and said, "Let me hear it first and see if it's truly useful." Lena immediately seized the opportunity, nodding profusely. "Of course, it has to be." Lena approached Regina and whispered, "Sir Aaron's birthday is coming soon." Regina tilted her head and asked Lena, "Birthday? Did you intentionally find this out for me?" Lena replied to Regina, "No. This year, many people are gathering for that man again. I don't know why, but many young ladies treat Sir Aaron's birthday like a holiday." Regina was a little surprised by that and vaguely asked Lena, "So you're one of those young ladies too?" Because in fact, Lena was the eldest daughter of Count Ima. Regina stopped pressing Lena, turning back to caress Leon in her hands, thinking to herself, "It's Aaron's birthday. What kind of gift should one normally give to the other person? I need to prepare a gift grander than a normal birthday present." She unconsciously stroked Leon faster, truly lacking any confidence. Lena saw her actions and expression, then tilted her head and asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? Your face has gone completely dark." Regina whispered in reply, "Actually, I made a birthday present for Aaron today, but it's not grand enough for Aaron." Lena was bewildered and shocked by Regina's answer, exclaiming, "To that extent?" But then Regina seriously replied, "A tyrant who destroys the country, scattering gold coins like flower petals for his beloved to see clearly." Lena finally had to shout, her face pale. "Spending a mountain of money like that in one day?" Regina chuckled at Lena's amusing expression. "It's not like I'm short on money. Anyway, I've already ordered all the gifts I could." Lena was stunned. She mumbled, "If Lady Sylvia knew, then—" Regina brought Lena back to reality. "You know, Lena, wicked people inherently don't think about future consequences. Brilliant, right?" Lena suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, and cried out, "What are you talking about?" The next morning, Regina immediately sought an audience with King Laris. He wearily rested his hand on his forehead. "Your Highness Regina Bialpare is spreading rumors of unrequited love for Vestine's second son, Aaron. Don't you feel anything about it?" Regina chuckled, then replied to him gently and calmly, "Even though he's uncomfortable, he still uses his power to coerce. It seems you still haven't heard the rumors about the date." Emperor Laris exclaimed, "Regina!" However, his eldest daughter politely interrupted him. "If you're done speaking, I'll excuse myself." The emperor let out a mournful sigh. Cancel the engagement. Doing as you wish is fine, isn't it?"
Hearing this news, Regina genuinely smiled happily and stayed to chat with Emperor Laris. I don't know why you changed your mind like this, but yes, let's do it. Emperor Laris calmly replied to her, that is permitted, but Vestine is not allowed as an alternative. Regina was slightly surprised by this request, and then she spoke with annoyance. Why? If I ally with the House of Vestine, wouldn't the imperial power become even stronger? The Emperor replied to her, that's precisely why it's not allowed. The current balance must be maintained between the opposing faction and the faction supporting the Vestine imperial family. If that balance is distorted, the empire will also become unstable. Didn't you say you would play the role of an imperial princess? Regina unconsciously nodded slightly, swayed by his question. She thought to herself, where does this trust in Selvage come from? Knowing the number of stray dogs within the imperial family, yet not being wary of Selvage's suspicious actions, it's not normal. Knowing that Selvage would commit treason, the imperial family should hold more power and be more prepared than they are now. She reassured Emperor Laris, don't worry, I won't do anything to harm the empire, just because I dislike your majesty. Emperor Laris, however, replied to her with certainty, I trust you. Just those 2 words were enough to startle her and make her uncomfortable. Regarding the annulment of the engagement, I hope your majesty will announce it quickly, even if it's just 1 day sooner.
She stood up and curtsied to him. Well then, Princess Regina B. Alfair, I shall take my leave now. As soon as the heavy room door slammed shut, Regina muttered doubtfully, will he really believe it? So I have to kneel to show my gratitude? Come to think of it, I have knelt in thanks before, though that was a very, very long time ago. Regina closed her eyes tightly and gritted her teeth in anger. I don't know, she thought. First, I need to think about Aaron's birthday present. Selma had been very angry because she had overspent, buying all the things that could be found in the capital.
Regina unexpectedly asked Lena for her opinion. I've been wondering whether I should rob the royal safe or not, but surely that wouldn't be polite to Lord Aaron, would it? Lena, who was making tea nearby, had to interrupt her question because it was so utterly unusual. Where are your manners? This time, Lady Sylvia herself might scold you. Regina nodded in agreement. That's why I'm only telling you. Lena was startled by Regina's last remark. So I can help you with this? Regina asked Lena. Lena, could you keep watch for me? It seemed as though Lena would refuse the task, but no. Oh my goodness, Your Highness, you must let me help you to the very end. Regina smiled, pleased with Regina's reaction. Then let's try to think of the best gift that doesn't require me to rob the royal safe. While the two were still debating animatedly, Jessie appeared from somewhere and asked, a good gift? If so, it's simple. Jessie asked Regina directly without any fear. You're completely smitten with Lord Aaron now, aren't you? Because she was engrossed in petting Leon, Lena couldn't react in time to Regina's definite answer. That's right. Jessie was delighted and quickly suggested to Regina, then of course you have to make a birthday gift yourself. Isn't giving a gift filled with love for the person you like a very romantic thing? Jessie then acted like a lovesick young man offering his heart. Senior, this is my heartfelt sentiment. Yet even a difficult person like Regina sometimes completely agreed with someone else's opinion. Her face lit up. That's right. Sometimes I should show him a completely different side of me than usual. Seeing this, Jessie exclaimed, I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but I'm fortunate if I can be of help to your highness.
Regina was overjoyed. She exclaimed with determination, all right then, for Aaron's birthday present, I'll craft it myself. Outside the window, black crows perched on branches, intently observing the person inside. On the table, spools of thread and various tools were strewn about, all for Regina to craft Aaron's birthday present. Regina was very serious about this task. The gift I'm making, she thought, is a decorative sword tassel. I want to give an even bigger gift, but first I have to start small and gradually work my way up.
As a prayer for health and safety, I made a simple charm. For others, this would be very easy, but for Regina, it was even harder than formal domestic arts, as it made her fingers bleed. It was just too difficult. Hand embroidery itself was no easy feat, and the process of creating the finished product was truly arduous. Lena appeared out of nowhere to help Regina massage her shoulders to relieve the fatigue. Is it too difficult? Then let's rest for a bit, Lena suggested. Regina immediately agreed. What a good idea. Regina set the unfinished embroidery down on the table to rest her hands for a while. Lena heard a soft thud as the embroidery hoop hit the table. She immediately looked up and exclaimed, oh my goodness, it's beautiful. If it were mine, I'd cherish it too much to ever use it. Regina nodded with satisfaction. Of course, I put all my effort into making it. Lena was captivated, gazing at the gift. Is that so? Regina asked, brighter than ever. She told Lena, I've already claimed this man, so I'm warning everyone not to look at him. If I had only made it for use, I wouldn't have made it out of silk. How's the cake? Lena excitedly reported to Regina. The royal chef said he'll do his best, so please rest assured. Regina happily replied, reaching out to touch Riga. Is that so? Ah, this little rascal. Seeing Riga about to lick the needle on the embroidery hoop, Regina cried out, the needle is dangerous. She thought to herself, he seems to handle accidents well, so it's not a big deal, but I'm worried because he can't distinguish danger.
She looked over at the other puppy by the window and said, and Leon, stop growling. At that moment, as soon as he heard Regina's voice, Leon wagged his tail vigorously but paid no attention to her. He just wags his tail non-stop whenever he hears my voice. It's a good thing he doesn't hate me. Regina sighed and said to Lena, how can two brothers from the same mother have such different personalities? Lena, from behind, whispered into her ear, associating it with the little prince. Wouldn't it be troublesome if they were too similar? Regina then said to Lena, "Anyway, I've been seeing a lot of crows lately, haven't I?" Leon barked once, startling the crow perched by the window. Lena replied to her, "Even if your grace doesn't say anything, the gardeners are already worried because they are very intelligent and difficult to drive away." But Riga and Leon constantly chase the birds away, even though the crows can't stay long in my room. Suddenly, a familiar scolding voice echoed from outside, startling both of them. "Hey, I told you to chase them away already." Another voice responded, "Yes, sir." Regina mumbled, "That voice." Lena replied to her, "That's Sir Theor's voice, telling his subordinates to chase the birds away. It seems he's gotten angry because he's seen too many crows." Regina turned to look at Lena, pondering for a moment. It's not like he's doing anything outrageous, so I guess we can let this slide." Just as the sound of high heels hitting the floor stopped, Regina called out, "Ah, Selma." She put her hands on her hips and asked, "Didn't you receive anything today?" Selma replied, "No."
She thought to herself, how strange. How could there be no invitation? It's only 2 weeks until Sir Aaron's birthday. It's time to send out invitations, isn't it? There's no way Aaron wouldn't invite me. She said to Selma, "Perhaps Sir Aaron is doing this for another purpose. Yes, I'm sure he is." Selma, not understanding, asked, "Princess, what do you mean?" Regina happily continued, "I'm sure he didn't send an invitation, possibly because it would look like I'm pursuing him." Selma, breaking into a sweat, asked for the reason. "Why?" Regina, her eyes crinkling in a smile, said, "So that I can become an uninvited guest." Selma, on the verge of tears, asked, "Are you really planning to go without an invitation?" "Yes, I will confess my feelings there. I think it's the right time." Hearing this, Selma completely collapsed and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!"
"I should try my best when Mr. Aaron is evaluating me, right?" Regina instructed. "Remember to prepare the outfit I will wear, Lena." "Yes, princess." Then Lena nudged Selma towards Johan and said, "Mr. Johan, could you take Selma for a walk? I think she needs some fresh air." Johan happily accepted. "Haha, that's a great idea. You are truly thoughtful. We'll be right back." Regina also happily said, "I should get back to work too, shouldn't I?" "Just you wait, Aaron. I will try my best." A mysterious black card appeared. At Aaron's mansion, Erzin appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Aaron, haven't you sent it yet?" Aaron quickly greeted Erzin, "Uncle." He frowned and asked him back, "You seem hesitant, don't you?" "Indeed, sending it isn't good, and not sending it isn't good either."
He suddenly burst out laughing. It was only after living for a while that he saw his nephew worrying about women. It was certainly good to stay a little longer. The uncle found it amusing, while the nephew was completely distraught. Gisli appeared and immediately said, "Uncle, stop teasing Aaron. Go to father. He's calling." Egil mumbled, "But it's interesting." As soon as he heard Gisli say, "Father is angry," Egil's heart sank. He was utterly bewildered. What did I do wrong? I didn't cause any trouble. As soon as he asked himself, he immediately rushed off to find his brother, leaving Gisli still pondering. Did he like being confessed to by that girl last time? Seeing Aaron awkwardly holding the letter in his hand, Gisli wondered, who exactly is it that Aaron is so hesitant about? Aaron had truly hesitated many times and thought a lot about this matter. If he sent the invitation, Her Highness would come, and if he didn't, Her Highness's plans would be disrupted. He let out a deep, melancholy sigh. Aaron was so tangled up that he was tearing his hair out. "I'm going crazy." Regina seemed unaware that Aaron had thought so much about inviting her. Selma was helping her brush her hair, saying, "Your grace is still beautiful even though you're only wearing a long robe. If you were determined to put on makeup, who could compete with your beauty?" Lena poked her head in and said, "Today is Aaron's birthday," but before she could finish, Selma irritably cut her off. "Stop talking nonsense and bring that bow here." Lena fearfully replied, "Yes." Having received the invitation, Regina toyed with it in her hand.
She recalled that moment. When she had just received it, not only she, but also Selma and Lena were terrified. It was a card sent just 1 day before her birthday. What could it mean? Regina glanced at the gift box she had prepared for him on the table and told herself, "I'll just ask Aaron directly. When should I confess my feelings? A secret place that still catches everyone's eye. A greenhouse would be perfect for me, but it's too secluded." Thinking back, I remembered Aaron's face being so close then. These fond memories truly brightened Regina's mood, and she nodded with delight. Then suddenly, without warning, her entire face flushed crimson like a boiled shrimp, as if on fire, startling Selma, who was behind her. Selma shrieked, "Your Highness! Heavens, you have a fever! Lena, quickly go fetch Darien!" Regina, startled by the sudden embrace of her head, reassured Selma, "No need, I was just deep in thought, that's all, I'm fine." Selma was a bit disbelieving and asked Regina again, "Really?" Immediately, Regina's face brightened, as if to prove her point. "Yes, look, I'm perfectly fine now." She secretly panicked, knowing she couldn't possibly admit it was because she had been thinking of Aaron's face.
She urged Selma, "Hurry up and get ready. Today I must be absolutely stunning." Selma replied to her, "You don't have to worry about that." Very soon after, Regina was comfortably seated in the carriage and escorted to the appointed place. She also didn't forget to recall the original storyline. By rights, she should have gone with Selma. She couldn't cling to her. She didn't have the confidence for Selma to see her make her confession first, so she had to leave her in the city. She leaned towards the window and called to the person beside her. Johan, what did you say to Selma just now? Johan smiled, looking very mysterious. It's a secret.
Regina wasn't angry. She propped her chin with one hand, looking at him and appraising him. It seemed Johan wouldn't need her help anymore. Immediately, Johan truly proclaimed loudly, "If Sir Aaron rejects Regina, then throw his glove away." Regina burst into laughter, asking him with sparkling eyes, "What? Haha," she thought to herself. With such a dramatic and pitiful expression, she wondered what to do. She continued to ask Johan, "Do you have so little faith in Sir Aaron?" Johan gently tilted his head, looked at her, smiled, and replied, "It seems so. Selma cares more about His Highness." Regina comforted him. "No need to worry. As for Selma, she looks good on Theor's birthday, doesn't she?" Johan sighed, telling her not to say any more. "At that time, I pretended to be pitiful and tried to gain the other party's approval." In the gentle breeze, Regina's long hair fluttered. She smiled, looking at Johan. That's easy to say. The one who had been by her side until the very end, the most trustworthy knight, Johan. If Johan had lived until the end, she would have believed in the legend and wouldn't have committed that throat-slitting act. She thought that meeting again like this was all thanks to that necklace. But what was it really, that necklace? Although all the royal records had been searched, only one necklace had such a legend.
She turned to watch the scenery rushing past her eyes. First, she had to break off the engagement. After breaking off the engagement, she needed to learn more about the necklace. This party was truly noisy and lively. Immediately as the carriage stopped, Johan quickly helped Regina alight. He also promptly greeted the gate knight. The knight took a deep breath and loudly proclaimed, "Her Highness Regina B. Alfie has arrived." Regina walked radiantly and gracefully under the respectful gazes of everyone, followed by the handsome Johan. Aaron's father, Duke Belici, was the first to greet her. "Greetings, Your Highness." Regina also greeted him. "It's been a long time, Duke. I heard that the Duchess's condition has improved greatly." Duke Belici bowed his head and answered her question. "The medicines you sent through Aaron have helped a great deal." Gisli thought to himself, "They're having a proper conversation, aren't they?" Regina replied to him, "That's truly fortunate."
Now she noticed there was someone else beside him, and she immediately stared at them. She quickly took the gift from Johan and handed it to Aaron. "Sir Aaron, happy birthday." Aaron hesitated greatly as he received it. "Thank you, sir." Regina presented the gift box to him. "This is my birthday present." Aaron's hands trembled and sweated. "You have already given me so much." Regina casually told him, "That much still cannot fully express my feelings for you." That domineering statement made him tremble with fear. Regina excitedly glanced around, then whispered to Aaron, "Aren't you going to open it?" "Sir, everyone is watching." Aaron awkwardly replied, "Then please excuse my impoliteness." He slowly untied the red ribbon on the gift box and took out the items inside. Aaron was utterly surprised. "This?" The two gifts were neatly placed and sparkling inside the box, a handkerchief and a charm. Regina shyly told him, "I made them myself." Sir Aaron quickly said, "Thank you." Behind them, the onlookers began to stir, shouting loudly, "Her Highness made them herself, and not just one, but two. Now that Aaron has come of age, he will go to the east. Oh my, then with Regina's feelings." Someone spoke up to remind them, "Shh, Her Highness's fiancé is still the young Duke of the Selvagage family." "Oh my goodness, Her Highness Regina is truly pitiful, and His Majesty is too much." Regina saw their reactions and smiled triumphantly. Just as planned.
"This will surely be helpful for Sir Aaron, won't it? Now no girl will dare to bother Sir Aaron anymore." She felt quite smug. Regina folded her fan and said to Aaron, "Happy birthday to you once more." He bowed his head in response. "Thank you." Having completed her task, Regina casually walked away, blending into the bustling crowd. Aaron, however, remained motionless there. He stared at the gift, his mind wondering what he was thinking. It was only then that Regina questioned herself. Sure enough, there are many young ladies here, all of them here to target Aaron, aren't they? She had just walked past someone who called out to her, "Your Highness." It was Herman, long time no see. Her heart was truly shattered. What was that?
Regina was utterly displeased when he took her hand and kissed it. She tutted, "I didn't know I'd meet Herman here. Are you after Aaron too?" Herman replied, "That's a bit much, isn't it? Can't I come here to celebrate a birthday? But Your Highness, could you spare a moment?" He suddenly pulled her hand towards him. "For me?" Regina frowned. She pondered silently. Aaron was still entertaining guests, and she couldn't just disregard him. Regina told him, "I hope this ends quickly." Herman glanced behind him as if searching for someone, and the person he was looking for had indeed seen him, Aaron. He smiled and nodded a greeting to Aaron, a provocative nod. Aaron merely watched silently as he left with Regina, without reacting. On the balcony, from above, one could see the beautiful panoramic view outside. Regina exclaimed, "The Vestini family's garden is beautiful. I hope everything ends quickly." Herman didn't reply. He just tilted his head and looked at her, smiling with deep affection in his eyes. He suddenly said, "No crows flap their wings at night, Your Highness." Regina turned her head and asked him, "What was that?" Herman then said, "I heard you went through something significant not long ago." Regina replied, "Rumors certainly travel fast." Herman reminded her,
I am still your highness's fiancé. Behind her, where Herman couldn't see, her hand clenched into a fist. Regina thought to herself, he was the one who sent people to attack me. How brazen.
She crossed her arms over her chest to calm herself down and talked with him, saying she had made time for him but only to talk again. Your dance partner is waiting. Herman replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Annetta wasn't feeling well, so she's resting at the mansion. And there's one more thing. Regina asked, what is it? Herman, with a gloomy expression, directly asked Regina, why did you change? A cold gust of wind blew through where the two of them were standing. Regina stared, stunned, at Herman, who was waiting for her answer. Could it be?
Regina opened her fan, holding it across her face, and said, I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Haven't you already figured it out? Herman repeated the question. I wonder what has changed, Your Highness. Regina smiled, folding her fan as if to make a subtle point, and replied, let me tell you, it can only be love. I don't know if you believe these words or not, but even if you don't, nothing will change. The annulment papers and ownership of the Sapphire Mine are compensation. Just inform Salvage and it will be done. Herman chimed in with her. For love, it is genuine. Regina had no choice but to tell him, I apologize. I don't hate you at all. She thought to herself, but I'm so disgusted I want you to fall into hell. But I love him and my world has completely changed. Do you understand this feeling? It was a shock like a lightning strike when I first felt this emotion. I can't forget that moment. What did Annetta say then? Just looking at his face was enough to feel satisfied, and the world shone brightly. She then brought to herself, now a slightly teary right eye would be effective. Regina was truly immersed in her acting, but I also knew this was her own feeling. Regina questioned herself again. Vague memories. What do vague memories hold? She actually remembered Theor. Her eyes welled up with tears. I know that merely annulling my engagement with you cannot express this feeling. Nevertheless, I will try my best. I will stay by his side. As soon as she turned her head, her tears were like a beautiful, enchanting scene beside a blooming flower in the night. I will make you stand by my side and cut your throat. Herman tilted his head and asked her in a cold voice, Are you certain about that? Regina nodded. It is an emotion, a feeling that I am absolutely certain of. It doesn't matter what those around me think. I mean, even if they see me as someone blinded by love.
Annetta has said it before. You can take my words as arrogant or even as an insult. I don't care. Annetta also looked at me when she heard this. Now, it has to end. Regina turned and brushed past Herman. I hope I can experience this kind of love, even if it hurts. I absolutely must have it. She coughed and trembled as she whispered, The reason I changed. You have the answer now, don't you? Regina was certain. Excellent. That hit home. Herman merely said indifferently, So it's sincerity. Regina froze for a few seconds. Huh?
She heard Herman say, I just thought you were looking for an excuse to call off the engagement. Regina smiled and replied, Can such an excuse be made for His Majesty's decision? It's just that my constantly suppressed heart has exploded. This is why I hate perceptive people. Herman didn't reply, only looked at her in silence. Regina asked him, If there's nothing else to say, may I leave first? Because it's his birthday. Herman suddenly spoke, stopping her in her tracks. Regina turned her head and saw a crow's feather fall. Before you go, I'll tell you something out of gratitude for spending your valuable time with me. I hear there are many crows in the Imperial Palace, flying around day and night, aren't there? Regina asked him back, So what? Seeing the crow perched on Herman's hand, Regina thought to herself, When did that black crow appear? And it has the same eye color as Annetta. Herman suddenly said to Regina, No crows flap their wings at night, Your Highness. Try to think, what is in the Imperial Palace? He actually walked away before Regina did. She was startled and exclaimed, What's in the Imperial Palace? As if something had occurred to her, Regina ran off in a panic, even brushing past Aaron. She shouted, Sir, I'm truly sorry, but I might have to go back first. Happy birthday, and please tell the Duke as well. Aaron didn't have time to say anything more. He stared wide-eyed as she left. Oh! Watching Regina's beautiful retreating figure, Aaron suddenly blushed. Reaching the outside of the carriage, Regina couldn't stop thinking about Herman's last words. Herman's words were that no crows flap their wings at night, and the crow had eyes like Annetta's pupils. Suddenly someone called out to her, Your Highness, perhaps you should take a look at that. She looked up at the night sky and everything around the Imperial City. What was this? A flock of black crows covered the entire sky, cawing loudly as they swooped straight down towards her. Regina shrieked, Your Highness, go ahead! Jessie replied in a panic, I know! They worked together to deal with the troublesome crows. Meanwhile, Regina seriously gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, There's no way crows would move like that on their own. If this is truly Salvage's doing, then why did Herman tell me about it? Is it help or another trap? Outside the castle, the crows desperately crashed into window frames, flying inside. The servants screamed in terror, Ah, look, help! Seeing Regina desperately run forward, Jessie spurred his horse to follow, shouting at her, Your Highness, it's too dangerous. Get inside and take cover.
Regina thought to herself, I'll shake him off. She kept running, but no matter how many flights of stairs she ran through, she couldn't escape. Finally, a hand lightly touched her shoulder. It was Jesse. He had just caught up and told Regina, "Your Highness, stop." Regina was also very angry. She yelled at him, "Get out of my way. That's an order." Immediately, someone appeared in front of her and said, "Your Highness, that's disrespectful." Regina was stunned by the sight, and she heard Jesse tell her, "Stop, that person is dead." Johann stepped forward and ordered the knights, "This is the residence of the Empire's only princess. Absolutely do not open the doors until safety is assured." They stood at attention and replied in unison, "Yes." Inside the room, Regina, Selma, and Lena stood close together. At her feet, several pets were growling menacingly. Lena looked anxiously ahead and asked, "Your Highness, what's happening?" Selma tried to reassure her, "It will be all right. Please don't worry, Your Highness." But both her and Selma's expressions were very tense and worried. She looked around tensely. The raven's attack and the death of the attacker? She recalled the knight's announcement. "No raven flapped its wings in the night, sir." She thought to herself, though hope is still distant, the outcome. In the dead of night, the caw of ravens still occasionally echoed. A night quickly passed, and the light of dawn once again shone upon the kingdom of Elias. As she opened the curtains to welcome the warm sunlight, a terrifying scene appeared before her.
Lena flinched back in fear. "Your Highness, please step back." Selma, standing behind her, quickly covered her eyes with her hand. Outside on the balcony, blood was splattered everywhere, and the corpses of crows lay scattered all over. She said grimly, "I must go to Theor." Selma drew the curtains and turned to say, "Your Highness, let's wait until everything outside has been cleaned up." As soon as Selma finished speaking, she said, "Tell the soldiers that. I want to confirm my brother's safety." Regina stepped into the room, and the knight standing by the door immediately bowed to her. Theor was completely covered by a blanket, tears of fear still streaming down his face. Hearing the familiar voice, he looked up. She gently sat down beside his bed, stroking his favorite teddy bear as she asked, "Are you all right? What about Jesse?" Theor immediately replied with what he knew. "I don't know. He told me not to go outside, then he left."
She smiled, but her eyes were filled with many thoughts. Regina gently stroked his head to comfort him. "Nothing in the Imperial City can hurt you. There's no need to be afraid. I'm here." His eyes were still teary, and he could only remain silent. After a moment, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who's afraid? Go tell yourself those things. Why do you lecture me every day?" Regina immediately showed a look of weakness mixed with worry. "Do you really not think about grasping the current situation? Is it okay even without Jesse here?" Hearing that, he trembled with fear. Are demons a threat now? Regina took his teddy bear's hand and lifted it. A threat? Theor ran away in fear. "Don't come here." She didn't stop, but rather cheerfully said, "You're much more lively now, Theor." The two maids who witnessed this scene looked at each other and smiled without saying anything. Outside, someone suddenly knocked on the door. "Your Highness Regina, the garden has been cleaned." After a moment, she had changed into a more formal outfit and walked towards them.
Johann and Jesse both bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." She immediately got straight to the point and asked, "Did you find out anything before that person died?" Johann then revealed what he knew. "Nothing at all. I was kept in the dark." Regina subtly clenched her hand. "That's right. It wasn't in the plan. It was just luck that I got my hands on that card. Even without that, my work would still be in trouble." As she remained angry, Jesse sighed and said, "If it wasn't a witch, then what was it?" Hearing that, she turned back. "Lady, are you saying now that it wasn't done by a witch?" He replied tiredly, "I'm not Lady. I'm Jesse."
He looked up. My father said that the crow that flew in was still the witch's errand boy. That night, I saw it, the black crow. Thinking back, not long ago you just saw Leon and Riga and talked about witches, right? Jesse awkwardly replied, "Yes, well, a race that disappeared hundreds of years ago, using powers different from a mage, that's what witches are. Now that witches appear in fairy tales, it's hard to think that there's no connection to this case. For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that we shouldn't ignore it." After a moment of thought, Regina said, "His father. I want to meet Count Tarahan." Jesse awkwardly replied, "Sorry, that might be a bit difficult. He went somewhere a week ago." Count Tarahan's adventurous spirit was quite famous in the Empire. Even Regina helplessly asked, "When will he be back?" He sighed dejectedly and replied, "Let's see. His last trip was quite short, so this time he might not come back quickly." She said in a low voice, "What a pity." A few days later, Regina sat calmly in her room enjoying tea. Rumors about the flock of crows had spread widely, but luckily the news of my broken engagement had garnered more public interest. She recalled the tearful expressions of those noblewomen. Her Royal Highness Regina has finally broken off her engagement. Oh my, so it's with Sir Aaron? Before returning, at this time I was very busy with the birthday party. That's how it was. She sat looking at the splendid dress that had been prepared. Regina reached out her hand awkwardly and asked, "Has it been delivered to Sir Aaron?" Selma, standing behind her, immediately replied, "Yes, it has been delivered, Your Highness. But are you all right?" Hearing that, she turned to look. "What?" Selma then continued, "The gift that was given to Sir Aaron, it would have been better to give another red diamond instead."
She casually replied again that regifting a present went against the giver's intention. Selma became even more sullen. "But you also know that a purple crystal of such high purity is more precious than gold, right?" She then smiled cheerfully, not caring much about this issue. "I knew that, which is why I gave it to you. What's the problem?" The royal family inherited purple eyes from the first emperor, and the Elias people were quite surprised by the purple color. It was the most wonderful gift a princess madly in love could give. Regina turned back and asked warmly, "Have you prepared a good spot yet? I have to do what I couldn't do on Aaron's birthday, don't I?" Selma became even more anxious, her voice trembling. "We have prepared everything as you instructed, so we can secretly look out from the balcony without being noticed." Contrary to Selma's mood, she was very much looking forward to it. "I will prepare for the engagement after what I plan to do tonight concludes successfully." Selma had already clenched her hands, looking at the girl who was eagerly anticipating tonight. "Your Majesty, do you permit this?" Regina cheerfully replied. "Going crazy for an unattainable love isn't illegal." The balcony door opened, causing a leaf to fall into the room. "As long as everything—"
Following the path beneficial to me. Previously it was merely a guess. But what if your highness truly likes me? He recalled what she had said to Herman. "I also know that these are just my own feelings, but even so I will try my best to stay by your side." If those words were truly heartfelt, his spirits plummeted so much that he had to cover his face. That expression, there's no mistaking it. "Your highness likes me." At this thought, his face flushed red with embarrassment. "But I cannot accept your highness's affection, because I have decided to dedicate my life to the border for the empire."
A finely carved purple diamond was placed inside a jewelry box which lay open on the table. "No matter how I refuse, it will be very difficult to remain in the capital later. I will leave as soon as the situation is sorted out. It just means I have to depart from the capital sooner." Yes, he will know what to do and handle it well. I must ensure that His Highness is not too hurt. I must clearly state that I cannot accept His Highness's feelings. As Regina was being adorned with jewelry by her servant, she asked, "Is anyone looking for me?" The servant, looking flustered and hesitant, replied, "His Majesty is looking for you, Lady Regina." Without hesitation, she turned away and scoffed. "I am very busy preparing for the party today, so if he has something to say, tell him to come directly here." Everyone in the room was startled by her words. Selma gasped loudly, "Your Highness!" Regina recalled what he had said earlier and grew angry. It wasn't even her birthday, which made her truly annoyed that such words had been spoken. Larousse instructed the servant, "This party must definitely be grand." While eating, she reviewed the guest list. While doing her makeup, she checked the arrangements. The young servant had already fainted and was pulled out by Lena upon hearing her speak like that. Regina frowned wearily. It was truly unfair that the birthday celebrant himself was working harder. His Majesty should know to prepare himself. The Emperor's birthday was in winter. Originally, I intended to let the household staff prepare the entire ceremony. Since when did that unruly child prepare birthdays for his parents? One should live comfortably, truly comfortably. A few chimes rang out, signaling that the time had come. He walked ahead, with her slowly following behind. Larousse glanced at her subtly. "Regina, today?"
She just answered perfunctorily, then bent down to adjust Thier's tie. "First, let's go inside, okay, Thier? Your tie's crooked." He unconsciously touched his own tie and looked away. The servant, noticing his gloominess, cleared their throat. The son of the Elias Empire, Emperor Laris Alfir, entered, with Regina and Thior following behind. The items decorating the room were sparkling and luxurious. "Those decorations, I clearly removed them from the list." Regina smiled, but her face clearly showed annoyance. "His Majesty must have put them back," she said. He was paying attention to the pile of chocolates below. "Chocolates?" She suddenly grabbed his shoulder and said, "Thior, today is a very important day for me, but if you ruin it, I'll be truly angry." Her face darkened as she threatened Thior. He trembled, avoiding his sister's terrifying gaze. I know. Regina nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now, as long as the Emperor finishes his speech safely." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lara said, "Happy birthday to my beloved daughter. May you always shine brightly." The nobles below were dumbfounded upon hearing his blessing.
"Today, everyone, let's all enjoy the day my beloved daughter was born." Someone suddenly spoke up. "Beloved? Princess Regina? Since when did your highness cherish Princess Regina? Is this a lie?" Regina, standing above, trembled upon hearing these whispered discussions. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "What the hell are they talking about? Beloved? Are they out of their minds? The most talked about topic at this party should be my confession of love." If Aaron pretended to accept her confession of love, they would be engaged immediately. This was an opportunity to gain a reputation as someone madly in love with Vestine. She tried to suppress her anger, staring at Laris with a terrifying gaze. As soon as he saw her gaze, he flinched and trembled in fear, as if he was being made a scapegoat, continuously crying out in pain.
He hesitated, thinking, "I've prepared so thoroughly. What was that look about?" He then remembered a few days ago, this frustrated and foolish emperor, Darien, sitting on the chair, said, "But didn't you say you'd regret it after playing foolishly?" He said irritably, propping his chin. "Darien, are you so bored you want to challenge your life?" Not only was he not afraid, but he continued, "Think about how you'll make things right with Regina at some point. If this keeps up, will you lose a child?" Regina was now staring at him with resentful eyes, though it was as good as lost already. Regina now spoke up as well. "Your Majesty." He flinched when he heard her call. "What, is something wrong?" Her face darkened. Stop spouting nonsense, speak properly and get to the point. She stepped out and clapped her hands gently, drawing everyone's attention. His Majesty appears weary from the arduous work. I hope everyone enjoys their time here. With her words, the banquet commenced. Nobles who hadn't met in a long time gathered to converse. Upstairs, Theor tilted his head, observing his expression. Aaron had approached to escort her. Your Highness. Regina bashfully gazed at the handsome face before her. Sir Aaron, you are still truly handsome today.
They quickly began dancing together to the melodious music. She quickly realized he was deep in thought. Is something bothering you, sir? He didn't hide it and asked, Do you see that? She pointed to where Loris was sitting gloomily. Right now your face looks just like that emperor up there who's lost his most vital possession. Aaron was a little surprised by her bluntness. That's too obvious. She continued, If there's nothing special, could you spare me a little time after the dance? Aaron nodded gloomily. Coincidentally, I wanted that too. Regina was so happy that it was as if flowers were blooming around her. Is that so? She looked at the face in front of her and thought to herself, Even when he's deep in thought, his face is beautiful. If I confess today, it will officially mark the beginning of our love, which might be a bit stressful, but that's what the contract is for, so please bear with it, Sir Aaron. The two then ended their dance with a bow, and those not dancing applauded them. She peeked out and saw Theor standing nearby. Since Lady Greta isn't here, you must be bored, right? Do you want to dance with me? Hearing this, he was startled, and immediately refused without much thought. No thanks. Regina smiled menacingly. I see you've prepared everything, but I really don't want to see your sword dance on my birthday, all right? He grumbled loudly. I already did a sword dance last time. I'm not doing it again. I need to go eat chocolate now. He stomped off grumbly to find chocolate. She saw Loris peeking out from behind the wall, looking at her with pleading eyes, and as soon as she saw him, her expression darkened.
Regina pretended not to see him, turning her back and walking away. This made him freeze in confusion, but just as she turned her back, a gentle female voice spoke up. Your Highness, Regina. Annetta smiled gently and said, Happy 16th birthday. I hope you will accept this. She held out a small jewelry box. Regina, exasperated, crossed her arms and asked, Surely you're aware that the Elias custom dictates giving gifts to the attending servant, aren't you? My lady, she quickly replied, completely unashamed. Oh, I know. I just wanted to give it to you directly. She glanced at the noble standing nearby, whispering. Given the difficult circumstances, she could only awkwardly accept it. Thank you, my lady. May I open it here? She immediately replied, Of course. Regina slowly opened the jewelry box. The moment she saw what was inside, she was stunned, her eyes widening.
Inside this is a dazzling heart-shaped necklace adorned with brilliant reddish-pink diamonds. She smiled, her eyes glinting with cunning, as she genuinely wished Your Highness a happy birthday. It's a necklace I designed myself. Regina held the necklace box in her hand, looking up at Annetta. You made it yourself? She replied in a gentle tone. Yes, it seems Your Highness is not lacking in precious gifts. The traitor's villainous daughter had gifted a necklace identical to the first emperor's relic. Regina took the necklace out to look at it, while Annetta still smiled faintly, her eyes brimming with cunning. Regina put the necklace back and closed the box. Thank you, she said. It's clearly not a coincidence. She smiled politely, but her words carried many different meanings. The design is very special. Does it have any particular meaning? There was clearly something more to it. Annetta shook her head slightly in denial. No, it has no special meaning. I just made it on a whim and thought it was beautiful. She calmly handed the box to a servant. Take this box to my room. The servant quickly took the box. Yes, Your Highness. After the servant had gradually walked away, Regina continued. But I don't see Duke Salvige. Is something wrong? When Regina mentioned him, Annetta's eyes narrowed sinisterly. Seeing that expression on her face made Regina involuntarily shiver. He's feeling a bit unwell. Although there are many shortcomings, I am the sole representative attending. She reverted to her gentle, harmless demeanor, as if the sinister expression from moments ago had never appeared on her face.
Even though Regina was wary of her, she still continued to ask. On second thought, she hadn't heard any clear news about the Duke. Not knowing if it was true, but she didn't give it much thought and immediately replied. The Duke's health suddenly deteriorated, so he is recuperating at the villa with the Duchess. She felt a pang of suspicion upon hearing her words. Recuperating? This was different from before her return. Before her return, the Duke and his son attacked the royal family, becoming the vanguard of traitors. Duchess Salvage had suffered from mental illness and committed suicide after Herman's coming-of-age ceremony. But now it was the Duke whose health was unstable, not the Duchess. The moment she turned and walked away, Regina also turned around and looked around. Though frustrated, she couldn't address it right away, so she had to do what she could first. From a distance, he was still talking to other nobles when he noticed her fidgeting. Aaron truly possessed a beauty seen once in a century. His golden hair and fiery red eyes accentuated his handsome features. Seeing her, he approached her step by step. Your Highness, Regina. The noblewomen nearby all blushed with shyness mixed with infatuation upon seeing him, and she was no exception. She watched him approach her, flustered and shy. Lord Aaron. Despite her shyness, she boldly took his hand and pulled him away. Do you have time now?
As she pulled Aaron by the hand, she secretly resolved that from now on she would confess her feelings to this man as beautiful as a sculpted statue. From now on she would follow the plan exactly. It was clear he had already realized her intentions. After pulling him out on the balcony, Regina stood by the railing, trying to calm herself. I just need to do this right. While she was still lost in thought, he looked at her with a hint of shyness in his eyes. After a moment of calm, Regina turned back and said, "Thank you for making time for me. Now we must proceed slowly."
Both were outside together, but inside several people were secretly listening to their conversation. She subtly pursed her lips. It was the moment I had to confess embarrassing words. To a man for the first time in her life, even if they were just feigned words. Before Regina could speak, he spoke first. "Your Highness, I apologize. May I speak first?" She didn't mind this, but was a little curious. It wasn't important, but was it okay? Wondering if he was going to express his earnestness first, she thought as she watched him kneel on one knee. After kneeling on one knee, he said, "Your Highness." He seemed to hesitate a little, thinking, why do I only feel so guilty in front of your Highness? Until now it has always been my constant refusal. Is it because the time we spent together was too long, or because that girl was too urgent? If not, he looked up to clearly see the face of the young woman in front of him. That girl was truly adorable. Even though he thought so, he said, "I apologize, Your Highness." Regina was stunned by his sudden apology. Huh? Aaron gathered all his courage and spoke the words in his heart. "I made a promise that I couldn't keep because I was foolish and couldn't understand Your Highness's heart."
The more she listened to him speak, the more confused her mind became, unable to grasp what was happening. Huh? What? Could it be that he actually thinks I like him? Regina, flustered, exclaimed, "No! Have you forgotten your promise to me?" He thought to himself, "Your Highness, even with a relationship like this, do you still wish to keep me?" He didn't dare look directly at her, instead looking away. "With my selfish ambitions, I made decisions that hurt Your Highness. I apologize, Your Highness. I cannot accept Your Highness's feelings." Both she and the eavesdroppers gaped in confusion mixed with panic. Regina, panicking, tried to explain, "No, sir, it's really not like that. I don't like you. I told you it wasn't true liking." Aaron still tried to say, "Please, Your Highness." She was so panicked and confused that her eyes welled up with tears. "Hey, are you listening to me?" Aaron turned his face away, determinedly saying, "Your Highness, I do not like Your Highness." She was so scared that sweat poured down her like a stream. "No, I don't like you either. I said I don't like you." Regina secretly grumbled. Whose baseless rumors did he hear to cause such a misunderstanding now? She suddenly remembered Gisli, who had once unexpectedly said, "Isn't that love for you?" Her limbs trembling, she tried to explain, "Sir, no, please believe me." He decisively turned his back and walked away. "Excuse me, I'll take my leave."
He ran away shyly, like a young woman who had just turned someone down. The eavesdroppers, seeing him rush out, panicked and scattered, pretending they were just coincidentally standing there. Regina, looking bewildered, watched him run off, and a voice immediately spoke up. "Hey, you just got dumped, didn't you?" Theor, with chocolate still clinging to the corner of his mouth, pointed at Regina and asked. She gritted her teeth in embarrassment, muttering under her breath, "This scoundrel has absolutely no sense of timing." Gisli frantically shouted his name. "Aaron!"
You're still a bit awkward after rejecting her, aren't you? That was quick. Gisli, as if his soul had left his body, shouted, "This damn guy! Is this the time to say such calm words? Rumors about you dumping Her Highness Regina are all over the place. I told you not to hurt her, so why did you publicly reject her?" Aaron, with an innocent look, replied, "I didn't know so many eyes were watching. It's because we were dating in a place with no privacy at all." As soon as he finished speaking, someone walked over and burst out laughing at what he said. The Count, walking with a large sword on his shoulder, excitedly asked, "Has the conversation between you gentlemen finished?" Gisli said dejectedly, "I mean, this is not the time to laugh." Agel practically ignored what he said and approached Aaron, asking, "How are you, Aaron? It's been a long time, so how about we have a match?" He didn't hesitate and agreed right away. "All right." Completely ignored by these two, Gisli was so angry that his body trembled. The sound of two sharp swords clashing echoed. "Why is that?" Aaron parried his sword and replied, "Before those feelings grew stronger, I had to extinguish them. I believe it was for Her Highness's sake." Agel continued to ask, "Was Her Highness truly pursuing you unilaterally?" He stepped back, creating distance, and replied, "Yes." From beginning to end, he didn't answer, only asked, "Do you hate Her Highness that much?" Aaron calmly charged forward. Not hate, just dislike. A very loud clang echoed as the two swords collided. After a clink, a sword was knocked out of his hand.
The sword, knocked from his hand, quickly plunged into the ground. "Today, I apologize for the disrespect you showed Her Highness." Gisli sighed in resignation, as if he had known this would happen. "I suppose I'll have to deal with it eventually. There's no other way. Prepare to leave the border with your uncle, trainee." "Yes, right." He walked away dejectedly, muttering, "I have to do it." The man watched him leave and said, "So you've dumped a huge task on your brother and left." Aaron calmly replied, "I'm doing some self-reflection." Egil chuckled lightly and asked, "Anyway, you won't regret it later, will you? I mean, rejecting a royal princess like that." He ran a hand through his hair and asked, puzzled, "Regret?" Egil continued, "From her background to her education, her qualities are all up to that standard. Do you know how hard it is to find a girl like that? Seriously, you won't regret it, will you?" He remembered her face, her eyes welling up with tears from embarrassment, and fell silent. After a moment, Eren tilted his head and said with a determined voice, "I absolutely will not regret it." Egil then added, "I heard the princess was rejected by Duke Vestine's second son, wasn't she? Not only that, what kind of idiot would reject her highness?" A few days later, rumors that he had rejected Regina spread everywhere, and everyone whispered to each other, "He's so handsome himself, so he's probably not easily swayed by appearances. Our poor princess, what can she do?"
Outside, the people were whispering and gossiping, while inside, Selma and Lena were both crying loudly and banging on her door. "Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness hasn't eaten anything for 3 days already," Lena cried tearfully and loudly, carrying a tray of food in her hands. "Please, open the door, Your Highness." Despite the loud banging on the door from outside, it remained silent inside, a gloomy mood enveloping the large room. The floor was also very messy, with books and clothes scattered everywhere. Regina, covered completely by her blanket, lay on the bed, crying loudly in shame. "Why am I being misunderstood like this? I don't even like that guy. Why won't anyone believe me?"
No matter how beautiful the face, even when she wanted to sleep, the image of it kept her awake. She thrashed, kicking off her blanket and shouting loudly, "I didn't even like him, yet I'm already heartbroken. Could this really be happening to me?" The blanket kicked off, fell back down, covering her body. She poked her head out, tears streaming down her face. Despite feeling wronged and sad, she knew she had to calm down and assess the situation. After a while, Regina finally changed her clothes and opened the door. Propping her chin in her hand, she asked, "First, how far have the rumors spread?" Hearing her question, Lena stammered in response, "Everyone is saying that Your Highness confessed your feelings to Sir Eren and was rejected." Selma, standing behind, could only clench her teeth in silence. Regina's mood grew even gloomier upon hearing this, which made all three of them break out in a cold sweat from fear. She wearily looked up. "What about Sir Eren?" Johann quickly replied, "It's said that he's hastily preparing to leave with the counts." Even more dejected, she continued to ask, "What about Salvage?" He quickly responded, "There's been no activity from him." She continued to ask, trying to gather all the information from the 3 days she hadn't left her room. "What about Theor?" "Yesterday, he smashed the stained glass window in the prayer room." Recalling last night, the shattering sound of glass echoed, accompanied by the delighted shouts of a child, "I am a god!"
Yesterday, he also snuck out of the castle. When he returned, his face was flushed, just like someone who was drunk. Everyone was eating very heartily. Lena continued to recount Theor's actions, saying he had returned in a drunken state and was still drunk today. "It's a good thing he wasn't holding a knife, right? Your Highness, aren't you going to ask about His Majesty?" She subtly looked up at Regina. Selma, behind her, frantically kept shaking her head as if urging Lena to stop talking. Regina calmly said, "Go on." "He's writing a letter of protest to the House of Vestine." Already in a bad mood, hearing Lena say that, she couldn't help but get furious. How could he? What kind of nonsense is that? Lena continued to enthusiastically recount, oblivious to the pale, frightened expressions of the two people behind her. Selma even secretly ran away. His Majesty wrote that, on the birthday, it caused harm to the party concerned and created a scandal, so they should take responsibility. With a murderous aura, she told Selma to go tell the Emperor to stop immediately. Does he intend to make himself fall into an even uglier rumor? She looked at Lena and Johann, who were confusedly looking at each other, and thought to herself, "First, I already knew the rumor was like that. I had prepared a very easy place for peeping, so it would be even stranger if there were no rumors." Thinking back, she still felt wronged, and she also understood the content of it. She recalled that night after Theor came and asked, "Were you dumped? Were you dumped?" She trembled, clutching her skirt, and said, "Please be quiet." The investigation into Theor's shooting had also been completed. Lord Eren, in accordance with their agreement, had acted as expected, though the matter surfaced later than anticipated. But what about Salvage? I thought he would do something in his free time. She looked up and asked, "Lena, where is the necklace Lady Annetta gave me? I told the servant to bring it to my room." She tilted her head in confusion. "Huh? No servant brought any gift." Regina froze upon hearing this.
She immediately ordered, "Johann, immediately investigate the servants and find out who received the box for me." He quickly bowed in response to her command. "Yes, ma'am." She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes revealing great discomfort and unease. Even after searching the bookshelf, there was no information. That necklace must hold another great secret. After a while, Johann brought a servant. "Your Majesty, I have brought her." She was led before her, trembling with fear. Regina sat haughtily before her. "I believe you know why I have summoned you here." She immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Please spare my life, Your Highness. I was merely curious about what nobles would give as gifts. I only wanted to admire it, so I opened the lid. But something like smoke rose up, and when I came to my senses, it was gone."
She glared at the person kneeling on the ground, displeased. "Even after such a major incident, you still dare to stay in the castle?" she whined. "It was so hard for me to get in here, and besides, Your Highness." She scowled and asked, "What about me?" Johann and Lena both simultaneously looked away, avoiding her. "I thought you had been dumped, so you wouldn't be in the mood to look for a gift among countless others. I didn't expect you to go searching for that particular gift."
The mention of being dumped made Regina even angrier, but a strained smile remained on her lips. Johann, what happens to someone who touches royal property? He quickly replied, if they're lucky, their belongings will be confiscated and they'll be sent to a labor camp, but usually they'll be immediately beheaded. Hearing these punishments, she trembled with fear.
She ran up and clung to her dress, pleading, I really just intended to take a look. Please spare my life, Your Highness. She was immediately pulled away by Johann. Lena also came forward and carefully wiped the part that had been clung to. Demote her to the lowest rank. The term is until the day I forgive her. He bowed his head and accepted the order. I obey your command. Seeing that her life was spared, she shouted loudly, Thank you, Your Highness. I am eternally grateful. Regina quietly said to Johann, Assign someone to her side to monitor her and report any suspicious behavior, no matter how slight. Hearing her instructions, he bowed. Yes, ma'am. Though I don't know what you were curious about, I cannot overlook a servant who has come into contact with that. That evening, at the Vestine mansion, Aaron stood in his room packing his belongings into a suitcase. As he packed, he muttered, This is no different from running away. A familiar voice rang out. Your expression seems quite reasonable. Martin had contacted him. That place was also in chaos because of the rumors about him and His Highness. Gisli appeared from somewhere, carrying a letter. If you leave like this, when will you return? He took the letter and answered Gisli's question. I won't return until all conditions are met. Gisli patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry about the rumors. He looked away, slowly denying. I'm not worried about the rumors. I just feel guilty towards His Highness. Gisli still instructed his younger brother. Make sure to visit Mother on your way. Aaron replied, Yes. After giving enough instructions, Gisli also left. All right then, get some rest before you go. The sound of a door opening echoed. Outside, the sky had turned into a brilliant and warm sunset. He stood on the balcony, looking out, and suddenly remembered her flustered, tear-filled face. I will absolutely not regret it.
Every time he remembered what he had done, what he had said, his heart would involuntarily clench. His burning red eyes were full of contemplation. A gentle breeze blew, and Aaron placed his hand over his chest, thinking to himself, Your Highness. After a few days, her mood had improved significantly. It's true that if one's thoughts are complicated, one must act. Regina excitedly placed a small stick on the table. Selma sighed exasperatedly. You absolutely must not say that in front of His Highness Theor. She recalled the terrifying scene from earlier. Theor tried to open the door, fearfully saying, Hey, open the door, open the door. She stood behind him and said in a low voice, Theor, don't run away, come here. The servant standing outside turned pale with fear and held hands, praying. It was all because of Sir Theor, the punishment for breaking the windshield, running away from home, and drinking alcohol.
She sat down on the chair, tiredly stretching. Anyway, Theor would be well behaved today. Selma sighed and took the small stick away to put it back. As Selma carried the stick, she thought to herself, I need to sort out my thoughts. Though it pains me, I must fully capitalize on the new rumors. Lena, who had just placed her teacup on the table, looked up when she heard her speak. A few servants standing outside looked at her, thinking, Her Highness has fallen out of love. How pitiful. But little did they know, she wasn't heartbroken inside. Instead, she was very excited. From today, I will become a madwoman, because I cannot have love. There is only one path. Everything I dislike will be attacked. Selma, who had just picked up a bottle of stomach medicine, froze, her face paling. A woman in love is strong, but a woman who loses love and embraces hatred is even stronger. Lena's eyes welled up with tears, frightened by what she said, and she softly called out in despair, Madam. On one side, Selma tremblingly put the pill into her mouth, but she wasn't paying much attention as she asked Johann, When will Aaron leave? He, standing there, heard her question and immediately replied, Tomorrow. Regina took a sip of tea and said, A portion of Vestine's forces has departed. If that's the case,
Selvec's power must be curtailed, just like that. I mean, for the balance of the two families that the Emperor cherishes so much. She looked into her teacup and saw the reflection of a leaf slowly falling. Regina looked outside as the leaves fell one after another, and wondered if exchanging talents with neighboring countries for the sake of harmony was truly the right thing to do at this time. Is it a fundamental condition to restrain immature noble families? She gently placed the teacup down. Herman is her age, so he's still a minor, even if it took him a while to become an only child. But if he can't do it, he's done for, she said, a sinister smile mixed with mockery playing on her lips. Lena and Selma were already trembling. It would sound fine if you just didn't add the word done for, they thought. She said nothing, thinking to herself that in the coming days rumors might hurt her, but something of this magnitude was nothing. It wasn't like the country was collapsing or her brother was dying. After a moment, she stood up and said, So, let's find a reason to get rid of Herman. One afternoon, a carriage was moving along a road. Inside, Theor sat with his chin propped on his hand, recalling what Regina had told him. Theor, my brother, there's something I need you to remember. Not quite understanding her meaning, he asked, What is it? Regina leaned in slightly to adjust Theor's collar. If you're ever unhappy about something, feel free to cause a ruckus. He asked doubtfully. It's fine no matter what I do. She patted him lightly. You're not worried about cleaning up the mess afterward, are you?
The boy asked suspiciously when he saw her reminder was different from usual. You usually tell me not to cause trouble. Regina just shrugged lightly. You never listen anyway, so why bother wasting my breath? Thea eagerly asked, do you mean I can go play games? She just said, that's up to you, but what I want to say is something else. At this, her expression turned terrifying. First, your grades must not drop. If your academic performance is a mess, we'll be summoned back to the imperial capital immediately. He flinched, his voice trembling as he said, Father won't just sit idly by either. Regina looked at her younger brother and said, lately, I've been paying a lot of attention to His Majesty. He grew increasingly scared, stepping back little by little, but her terrifying demeanor immediately changed, becoming gentle. No, I wasn't really paying attention. It's not about scrutinizing his gaze, but merely probing. It was as if she was plotting something with Father. After working at the office and stamping documents, I managed to drive the Duke of Selvage abroad. Thea thought to himself, looking up at her. It was the Vestine family who held a grudge against me, so why are you taking it out on Selvage? She placed her hand on his shoulder and continued. And the second thing, this is actually the most important. The backlight made her face appear a little darker. He asked curiously, what is it?
She said sternly, don't get beaten and don't make a fool of yourself. Theor frowned in confusion. What? What are you talking about? Regina immediately explained to him, there are many people in the academy targeting your power and finances. What I mean is, don't take this lightly. Our father is a brilliant leader of the empire, so you must conduct yourself and perform well. After all, I will be working for you, so you must strive to prove yourself to them. You must be as intelligent as they expect, because nothing comes without a price. She gently stroked Theor's head, her younger brother. Even if you receive help once, from the second time you must think very seriously. He looked up curiously and asked, if I become that threat, what will you do? This question made her pause slightly. Regina replied coldly, to be honest, if you become that threat, I will be the first one to kill you.
He was trembling like a kitten, terrified by her words. What? Regina maintained her mocking attitude. I think I'd rather kill you and die with you than let you stay like this. After a while of talking, Theor got into the carriage. She stood outside and said, I've prepared a gift at the academy. You're smarter than you look, so you'll immediately know how to use it. Theor looked out through the window. A gift? My sister wouldn't prepare a gift without a reason. In the past, I might not have realized it. He thought of her as a demoness with a cunning smile, then thought of Regina's gentle, angelic image from the past. Could she have prepared a device to monitor me? The carriage wheels gradually came to a stop. In front of the carriage was a magnificent and splendid castle. Jessie opened the carriage door and handed him a small box. This is the gift Her Highness Regina prepared. Theor got out of the carriage and curiously opened it. What is it? Are you getting the gist of it, sir? He got into the carriage to take down the luggage after Her Highness Regina arrived and gave instructions. When he opened the gift, Jessie turned pale with panic. Inside was the small stick that had punished and taught him many times. Theor chuckled when he saw the familiar stick. You'll immediately know how to use it.
Jessie gloomily put his luggage down. His Highness said to convey this message along with the gift when Jessie said he was excited and had tried out the stick a few times, that he should do as he pleased and make as much mischief as possible. He gulped, his face pale, looking at Theor. But, His Highness, Theor, could you possibly be thinking of bringing that into the academy? Theor replied with an amused smile. It's a gift from my sister, after all. I can't just leave it behind, can I?
The iron gate in front of the palace slowly opened, accompanied by Theor's excited laughter. Just you wait and see. Raising his hand high, he grinned and confidently declared to Jessie, I will conquer this place in just 1 year. At this very moment, in the Elias Empire, on the eastern border, a group of people on horseback was seen entering the city. The city gate guards immediately called out, General Aaron Vestine, you have returned. Just as he was about to enter the city, he suddenly stopped. Then, for unknown reason, he looked up at the sky. He stood motionless, gazing at the sunset for a moment. Seeing this, the gray-haired knight quickly asked, Captain, what are you doing, looking at the sky again? Congratulations on surviving and returning today. It turned out that this gray-haired young man with a radiant smile was Deputy Captain Martin Andrich. Shaking his arm, he said with a hint of sarcasm, You need to train a bit more. If it weren't for me, you would have lost an arm today. Then you just have to fight with your remaining arm. Hearing this, Aaron was extremely annoyed, so he gritted his teeth and warned, Martin? He quickly scratched his head, sighed, and said, I don't know. The mission is over today, so let's just relax. Saying this, he walked over and slung his arm around Aaron's shoulder. At this casual gesture, Aaron could only let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, he nonchalantly asked, Why are you sighing as if you have 1,000 worries? Aaron replied indifferently, You are the reason for that sigh.
Seeing him suddenly frown, he immediately pointed between his eyebrows and said, With such a handsome face, don't frown, just smile. That's much better to look at. Seeing him use a radiant smile and words that, though blunt, were very sincere to encourage and motivate him, Aaron couldn't help but fall into thought, musing to himself, Martin Andrich is the only person I know who remains unfazed even when looking at my face. Tell me, what's the secret? Geasley quickly approached, raising an eyebrow in curiosity, asking, How come you're completely unfazed by Aaron's face? Martin immediately turned his head and calmly explained the reason.
No matter how handsome he is, Aaron is still a man who shares the same interests as me. Aaron quickly swatted Martin's hand away and reminded him loudly, "Don't call it a handsome face anymore." He calmly continued, "I'm just stating the truth, with no personal agenda. Anyway, today, the captain, just seeing the color purple, he was utterly captivated." Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but stop short and ask, "Me?" He quickly put his hands behind his head and explained as he walked. Not long ago, his mind was preoccupied with those barbarians, and he almost got hit by an arrow.
I thought you'd fallen for them at first sight, didn't you? And also the way you looked up at the sky and concentrated. It's the same now, just a different time. Could it be that you're thinking of Her Highness Regina? Aaron blushed and asked, "What?" Martin immediately pointed at him and replied, "Now that I think about it, it's true. You've been in that state constantly since you arrived here." He shyly explained, "No, Martin, it's just a misunderstanding." He asked with a hint of exasperation, "What misunderstanding?" Then he let out a sigh and enthusiastically rambled on. "Why did you reject Her Highness when you like her? Her Highness canceled her engagement because of you, so why don't you accept her?" The blonde young man Egil, who was perpetually single, heard this and immediately put his hands on his hips, smiling so widely he couldn't close his mouth. Suddenly thinking of something, Martin immediately covered his mouth with his hand and speculated, "Otherwise you really want to become the uncle of—" Aaron was so angry he was panting, and he loudly snapped, "Don't speak so casually about Her Highness Regina and her uncle." He triumphantly asked back, "I'm just stating the truth." Aaron glared and called, "Martin." He immediately replied, "I know, so don't make that beautiful face frown anymore. So you're really not like this because of Her Highness Regina." Hearing that, Aaron couldn't help but be startled and remember her. Immediately after, he quickly turned away and shyly mumbled, "It's just because I feel guilty, that's all." Hearing that, Martin impatiently asked, "What kind of reaction is that? Huh? What is it?"
"This is the first time I've seen you hesitate before making an excuse, and you're still denying it?" Aaron didn't answer, but blushed, thinking to himself. While 4 seasons passed at the border, as expected, the rumors gradually faded away. Patting Egil firmly on the shoulder, he said cheerfully, "Congratulations on the first time." Occasionally, there were whispers, which always happens when you reject someone. As always, as it should be, I thought I could forget and not care anymore. As time passed, those sparkling eyes when they looked at me back then. Aaron suddenly turned his head and said, "It's just a feeling of guilt." Martin immediately rushed over and asked, "Aaron, since when have you cared about such things? If you feel guilty for dumping a woman like that, why don't you become a priest?" He frowned slightly and admonished, "Martin, stop talking nonsense." Hearing that, he immediately teased, "You're so stubborn now. People like you will definitely regret it so much later that they'll want to bang their heads on the ground. What, are you leaving me behind and going alone?" He calmly opened the door and replied, "I have no intention of continuing this unpleasant conversation in front of the soldiers."
Seeing Martin approach, the 2 bodyguards immediately bowed in greeting. Seeing this, he cleared his throat and simply walked past them. Soon, night had completely fallen, and someone suddenly spoke up. "See you tomorrow, Captain." At this moment, in Aaron's room, he was lying on his bed with a hand on his forehead, complaining, "I can't sleep." Then he suddenly sat up and thought to himself, maybe I should go take care of some official business? Having thought that, he immediately lit the oil lamp, then went to his desk, sat down, and began to attend to his duties. But after only a short while, Aaron began to ponder, thinking to himself, if it's not guilt, then what exactly did Martin want to say? The reason I lose myself every time I see the color purple, every time I remember it. Remembering Regina's smile, it gradually becomes clearer. Instead of having to forget, it's so vivid I can almost smell the scent. What is the definition of this clear emotion, if not guilt? If I feel guilty for having rejected a girl like that, why don't I just become a priest? In that line of thought, among all those who have confessed their feelings to me, surely no one has given me a sense of relief, have they? Why do I only feel guilty towards Her Highness? No, what if my feelings are truly not guilt? Then, why does this feeling only linger in every memory of her? Thinking this to himself, Aaron then spoke up. "I don't know." This was the first time, 3 years later, one late afternoon in Regina's room. Leon and Riga had also grown up and were sound asleep next to each other. Someone suddenly stepped forward and said, "Well." This person's long, lustrous black hair also fluttered in the wind, and this person was none other than the owner of this room, Regina. She quickly put on her gloves, then smiled and continued, "Let's go give it a try." Martin, riding his horse, said with a laugh, "Choosing not to take the road outside the city truly avoids the gaze of others."
To be able to walk around with someone like you, the less traveled path in the forest is definitely the most convenient way. It's also a shortcut to the royal palace. Aaron remained silent. Seeing this, Martin asked, "Aren't you glad you listened to me?" Aaron affirmed, "Oh yes." After receiving the answer, Martin immediately looked sad. "Why do you always give me such short answers?" Aaron replied coldly, "It's more convenient that way." By now, the castle was in front of them. Aaron stopped, silently gazing at the castle. Regina's image involuntarily appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, "I heard there are still people in the capital gossiping about it. I wonder what Her Highness's intentions are." Suddenly, a carriage sped past. Martin's astonished voice immediately rang out. "Huh? Hey Aaron, that carriage looks like it's in danger." Nearby, Jesse's face was pale. He was galloping forward on his horse. When the carriage fell into the water, Jesse reached out, shouting in fear, "Your Highness!" He jumped off his horse, then waded into the water to get closer to the carriage. Martin stammered, calling out, "Your Highness!" Aaron, who was beside him, suddenly lunged forward. Martin quickly stopped him. "Wait, hold on, Aaron." Aaron worriedly thought to himself, "Your Highness." As he neared the lake, he pulled on the reins to stop his horse. Martin's voice from behind rang out, I told you to wait, Captain." At this moment, Riga and Rian also arrived, diving straight into the lake. Aaron's eyes widened, astonished by the scene before him.
It was unclear whether Riga or Rian had bitten the side of the carriage, while the other pulled Jesse's hand away. Aaron reached up to brush the locks of hair from his face. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Theor!" Aaron looked up towards where the voice had come from. His fiery red eyes seemed to reflect someone's image. A few minutes earlier, Johann had asked curiously, "You seem very happy today, Your Highness." Regina wiped the sweat from her face with a handkerchief and said, "Suddenly, since this morning, I felt unusually refreshed." Johann suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, who were you looking for earlier?" Regina looked around and said, "Ah, I wonder where Lady is today." Johann reported, "Jesse told me he's going to the academy to escort Prince Theor back to the royal palace." Upon hearing this, the handkerchief in Regina's hand simply fell to the ground.
Her face darkened, and she asked again anxiously, "What did you just say? Isn't the graduation ceremony supposed to be in 2 days?" Johann said, "I was told that he wanted to be the representative for the graduation ceremony, so he left, Your Highness. Before he could finish, he saw Regina run off. She tried to run as fast as she could, thinking furiously, 'He graduated early, just like in my previous life, but I had planned to reward him because he graduated early thanks to achieving high scores.'" Regina mounted her horse and cursed silently in her head, "This damn trashy little brother." She pulled the reins and shouted, "Riga, Leon!" Hearing her call, Riga and Leon dashed forward. Regina immediately ordered, "Find Theor Mao." Seeing this, Selma called out anxiously, "Your Highness!" Johann quickly ordered the others, "Everyone quickly follow Your Highness." At this moment, Regina was riding her horse, flying straight into the forest. She closed her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth and thinking, "There are so many places to go. Why does it have to be this path?" Suddenly, Riga and Leon looked in one direction and continuously barked, "Woof woof!" Regina called out puzzled, "Leon, Riga!" She turned her head to look in the direction Leon and Riga were barking. "What the?" Before she could finish the word "the," her voice died out.
On the other side, a person in a black cloak was smiling and looking at her. The girl raised her hand to touch her own face. Then she softly shushed, and seeing this, Regina immediately screamed, "Riga, Leon, save Theor quickly!" She angrily looked towards where the mysterious person had been, but the spot was completely empty, with no one there. Regina anxiously called out, "Theor!" As she rode her horse closer to the lake, she screamed, "Theor!" Aaron rushed forward to stop her. "Princess Regina, you will fall into the lake." Regina didn't care and insisted on jumping into the lake, continuously calling out, "Theor! Theor!" She quickly ordered, "Leon, bring Theor here immediately."
Leon opened his mouth wide and bit tightly onto Theor's collar. After being pulled ashore, he continuously coughed dryly. G. Theor still held tightly onto Jesse's hair, while Leon and Riga sat beside him, sighing in relief. Regina, with tears welling up, called out, "Theor!" She forcefully removed Aaron's hand from her. Then she anxiously ran straight towards her younger brother. "Theor, are you okay? You weren't lured by anyone, were you? Were you?" Theor, also angered by her, yelled, "Your little brother just almost died, and that's all you can say?" Hearing this, Regina finally let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, my little brother is still a piece of trash, thank heavens." Hearing Regina say that, Theor's anger intensified. "Hey, what's wrong with you? I just almost died, do you know that?" Regina happily replied, "Of course! Theor, it's a good thing you weren't tricked by anyone." Theor angrily grumbled, "When I'm not around, this switch goes crazy or something." Martin looked at the person in front of him and anxiously called out, "Aaron!" Seeing him keep looking at his hand, Martin asked, "Sir, did you scratch your hand?" Aaron clenched his hand and said, "No, I'm fine." In front, Regina was still holding Theor tightly when a voice suddenly rang out, "Bow down." Aaron and Martin simultaneously knelt down to salute Regina. "General Aaron Vestine and Deputy Captain Martin Andrich are present. We respectfully greet Your Highness." Regina looked at the two of them in astonishment. Aaron continued, His words stopped there. He silently looked up at Regina, his gaze making her feel a little flustered.
Aaron blushed, saying sincerely, "I have always wished to meet you." Regina's face flushed crimson as she shrieked. She feigned a cough, then waved her hand at Martin and Aaron. "You two may stand." At this moment, Aaron was secretly thinking, "How can that face be so beautiful? I need to act indifferent first." He took Regina's hand, causing her to exclaim in surprise, Aaron bowed his head and placed a kiss on her hand. Regina's face darkened. Theor glanced at Aaron with an incredulous look. Regina closed her eyes tightly, reminding herself, "Calm down, Regina. It's just a normal greeting." She looked at Aaron and exclaimed, "My God." Seeing Aaron gently smiling and stroking Leon and Riga, Regina thought incredulously, "What has gotten into this man?" She called out, ordering Leon and Riga, "Riga, Leon, stop bothering Sir Aaron. Come here now."
Regina, looking apologetic, said, "My apologies. Those two kids, Leon and Riga, are always curious about everything." At this moment, she approached Aaron and asked, "Welcome back, sir. How long has it been?" Aaron immediately stated a number, 3 years. Upon hearing this, Regina exclaimed in surprise, 3 years? That truly is an awfully long time. She observed Aaron's cold face and thought to herself, so his face has changed like this after 3 years. Regina's face fell and she forced a smile. "I always thought I'd resolve the misunderstanding between us whenever we met again, but this is so sudden I don't know what to say." Martin suddenly stepped forward, interjecting into their conversation. "Well, it's quite cold today, isn't it? How about we start escorting Crown Prince Theor back to the palace?" Regina replied, "Ah, yes, that's right. We should do that. And your name is?" Martin smiled and said, "Martin Andrich." Regina immediately realized, "So you are the eldest son of Count Andrich from the eastern border?"
Martin said enthusiastically, "It seems the carriage horses have bolted. If it's all right, please use our horses to get there." Regina said cheerfully, "Thank you, I will definitely repay this favor." Aaron listened in silence, while Martin said, "Repay? Please don't worry too much about that. Just knowing you're all right is enough for me. Right, Captain?" Aaron unexpectedly draped his cloak over Regina and advised, "It's very cold outside, Princess." Regina's face froze, completely bewildered by his actions. Martin helplessly glanced at Aaron and tiredly thought, "What does this mean? Did he suddenly act like this because he thinks another woman is interested in him?" Aaron very thoughtfully bent down to fasten the tie of the cloak for Regina. Regina looked down at the tie being fastened by Aaron. She blushed and said, "Thank you, sir." Then Regina shyly let out a sound. "Oh." Theor asked Jessie, puzzled. "I was the one who fell into the water, so why is he only concerned about her?" Jessie replied concisely, "Just leave them be, Your Highness." Regina looked at Aaron's perfect face and secretly exclaimed, "He's too dangerous. That man's face is too dangerous." A surge of anger flared within Regina, and she angrily gritted her teeth. He was already dangerous 3 years ago, but now it's tenfold. I need to calm down.
Regina tried to appear calm, smiling, and said, "I'm very grateful for that. I'll return this item after I'm done using it." Aaron immediately agreed. "All right." After that, Regina led her horse, intending to leave, and said, "I'd like to talk more, but I'm a bit worried about Theor. For now, let's say goodbye here." Aaron briefly replied, "All right." Regina mounted her horse, and before leaving, she turned her head and said, "It was a pleasure meeting you two today, and welcome back, sir. Have a safe journey." After she had left, Martin finally asked, "What's wrong with you, sir?" Aaron lowered his head and said, I was just thinking it's cold." He thought to himself, "She must have rushed here from the training grounds." Then he replied, "No matter when." Before he could finish speaking, Martin sat down on the ground and said, "Don't try to get away with that expression again." Aaron retorted, "I've never done anything like that." Martin seriously questioned, "If you've never, then what was that just now?"
At that question, Aaron merely remained silent, not answering. He pressed his lips together, his eyes downcast as if deep in thought. After that, the two of them continued on their way. Martin anxiously observed the person beside him, and after a moment he let out a sigh, then nudged him with his elbow and asked, "Sir Aaron, how do you feel after meeting Her Royal Highness again after all this time?" Aaron, puzzled, asked back, "What do you mean?" Martin said, "Every time you gaze at the purple light in the border sky, your mind seems to wander off somewhere. I'm sure that's when you think of Her Royal Highness again. I know it because of your reaction just now." Aaron blushed and quickly denied, "Not at all. Didn't I tell you to fix your habit of jumping to conclusions?" Martin followed up, continuing to tease, "Not at all? I bet it is. Do you think I don't understand you? If it's really not true, then don't show that expression like you did earlier. Don't you think Her Royal Highness would feel troubled if she were treated that way, especially since you rejected her?" Aaron silently looked away. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Regina stood leaning against the door. Recalling what had just happened, she thought to herself, it was such a relief to know Theor was unharmed, and Darian also said there was nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, she had run into the Emperor on her way back after seeing Theor unconscious. Thinking of this, Regina lay down on the bed with a sigh of relief, happily saying, "We've overcome a major obstacle."
I have a feeling something good will happen today. She smiled happily. Yes, we stopped the carriage incident, and Thea's personality hasn't changed at all, which is great. Regina stroked Riga beside her and sighed. You two really only grew in size. Everything else is just like when you were little, huh? Suddenly, another voice cut her off. That's what I'm talking about, princess, Selma angrily yelled. How can a princess of noble royal lineage lie around in bed without getting dressed? Regina painfully covered her ears. Oh, Selma. At this moment, Leon also barked angrily. Woof! Immediately, Riga fearfully moved closer. Yip, yip. Seeing this, Regina felt very envious of Leon. How wonderful it would be if Thear listened to his sister like Riga does. Selma angrily asked, Are you even listening to me? Regina sadly sat cross-legged, then ignored Selma and continued stroking Riga. Seeing this, Selma became even angrier. Princess, please behave properly. Regina recalled the mysterious person she met in the forest, then asserted, That was Annetta, there's no mistake. So that's what she caused. I suspected she was involved in the incident back then, but I didn't want those bastards to act directly.
Putting that aside, what was their real purpose? Even though that path was seldom traveled, it was still a shortcut to the heart of the capital.
and attempting to assassinate the Empire's prince in such a location? That's too simplistic and executed too shoddily. Regina silently questioned, what if Anetta's objective from the start wasn't to kill Theor but to alter his personality? I had suspected that once before returning to the past. The distinctive trait caused by Anetta's influence was hazy eyes. Every change began there, yet even on the day Theor passed away, his eyes retained their clear purple color. Perhaps Anetta possessed other abilities I wasn't aware of. I had tried to gather more information about her throughout the past 3 years. Since Herman departed the capital, her movements had been incredibly elusive. I even mobilized an underground spy organization in that area, but to no avail.
Regina thought to herself, the problem here is that she suddenly appeared today. I should investigate where she came from. Riga unexpectedly licked her face. Regina ruffled its head, smiling while plotting. The problem is I have to go there myself, but how can I escape Selma's attention? After causing countless troubles with Johan, Selma's trust in me has hit rock bottom. There's no way she'll let me investigate, even if I go with Leon and Riga. I just got scolded yesterday. Thinking of this, an expression of resignation suddenly appeared on Regina's face. Oh my, it's so troublesome to coax Johan to stop crying. He said that if he grew old and died alone without getting married, it would be my fault. At this point, Regina recalled the moment she was comforting Johan. She said, but did Selma say she would marry you? Johan, feeling downcast, with tears streaming down his face, said painfully, Princess, do I really have to bring that up right now? Selma saw Regina's messy pile of blankets and sighed to her, I'll die young because of you, Princess. Even yesterday was the same. Regina, finding it rather cute, offered an apologetic smile. Ah, Selma, I already said I'm sorry. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say.
Selma suddenly became serious and asked, if that's the case, Princess, why don't you attend His Majesty's birthday party this year? Regina replied with a hint of sarcasm. Oh no, Selma, I'll be sick that day, you know. Selma lowered her voice, advising, His Majesty is also trying, Princess, you know. Perhaps it's time for you to forgive His Majesty. Hearing the absurdity, Regina asked back, Forgive? A hint of sadness clouded her eyes. Forgiveness is only given when one side apologizes, Selma. Regina thought that instead of apologizing, His Majesty merely covered up the past as if it never happened and unilaterally signaled a desire for reconciliation. Forcing others to follow one's will was indeed fitting for an emperor. She let out a soft, sad laugh, showing her disappointment. But if His Majesty wished to be a father, he shouldn't act like that. Thinking this, she dejectedly confided, All I expect from him is to hold on to the throne until he can peacefully abdicate. Just as she finished speaking, Lena peeked in and announced, Princess, your bathwater is ready. Regina nodded in reply. Ah, I'm coming. She gently propped herself up with her hands, her weary body rising, and thought to herself, well then, if the Empire still collapses after I quell the rebellion and disappear, then that's fate. It can't be saved. I will leave the palace after everything is handled. After that, I will live for myself. Tonight, the moon was perfectly full. At a small crawl space in the palace wall, Regina struggled to squeeze through, sneezing. Her bare feet trembled. Oh, it's so cold. Then she secretly comforted herself. Anyway, going barefoot is still the best way to avoid making noise. After successfully crawling through, she immediately put a hand to her mouth, signaling her 2 pets to be quiet. Shh, you 2 won't get any food if Selma catches you. Upon hearing this, Riga and Leon's faces immediately fell. Regina said, let's walk from here. She ordered her 2 darlings to lead the way. Leon, Riga. After running for a long while, Leon and Riga suddenly stopped in front of a bush. She stepped forward and whispered, well, here it is. She moved closer to where Leon and Riga were pointing.
Under the moonlight, shimmering bright purple fragments sparkled on the ground. She hesitated slightly, saying, This? A thought secretly dawned on her. Could these be fragments from the stone on the necklace that disappeared back then? Was it used to perform magic? She had heard that an evil spirit used precious jewelry as a medium. Could Anita be using that kind of magic? After thinking, she quickly gathered them into a small bag and tied it shut. I should check the pond, too. Opposite her was a pond, and next to it, a figure. That's... She began to feel tense, quickly hiding behind a nearby tree, wondering, could it be Anita? Aaron noticed a sound coming from behind him and turned around. He exclaimed, Princess? Regina's mouth fell open in surprise. She wondered, why is Sir Aaron here? And then she stepped closer to him, softly saying, We meet again. It seems Leon and Riga miss you. Her 2 pets approached him, excitedly barking. Woof! He bent down to let Riga freely express its longing. Regina, feeling that this was improper, immediately called out, Riga, stop that, come back here. She quickly took out her handkerchief and offered it to him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Here, sir, you can use this. Aaron said in a low voice, Thank you.
She wondered, why is your lordship here in the middle of the night? He calmly replied while wiping his face, I just found it very strange. Regina questioned, do you mean the sturdy carriage that overturned on the road? Aaron admitted, yes. She replied, I thought so too. Aaron slowly placed the handkerchief into his pocket, politely saying, I will return this after I've washed it clean. This made Regina flustered. She shyly said, Oh, it's just a handkerchief, your lordship can just throw it away. He bluntly replied, No, I will return it. Seeing his resolve, she reluctantly replied, Then please do as your lordship wishes.
The atmosphere suddenly became silent. She suddenly spoke, telling her two pets, "Ahem, Riga, Leon, go find the remaining traces." Leon and Riga quickly replied, "Woof." Once Riga and Leon had left, Regina began to ask, "Surely your lordship has found something." He shook his head. "It seems most of the traces have been erased by passers-by." She sighed in disappointment. "Just as I suspected. Alas."
Regina secretly wondered if the woman had played any tricks on the carriage or the driver. If it wasn't the location, she decided she would investigate more thoroughly when she returned. Having thought this, she looked at Riga and Leon, who were a little sad for not being able to help her more. She then gently approached them and comforted them. "You two did very well." Aaron's heart suddenly pounded when he witnessed the scene, and his face began to flush red. He thought to himself in confusion, "My doctor said I have no problems at all, but now my heart races when I'm with the princess. This condition is clearly related to the princess. If I just stay by the princess's side as my heart desires, will I find the cause?" After a moment of thoughtful observation, he finally decided to approach her and seriously told her, "I will escort you home, princess." She immediately dismissed him nervously. "No, it's fine, I can manage myself," Aaron said worriedly. "But traveling at night without guards is very dangerous." She replied frankly, "I don't want to be a burden to you. It's really fine, I have Riga and Leon." Aaron still felt it was not right. "But princess," Regina suddenly remembered their previous awkward moment and thought, "Last time, it was already incredibly awkward with just the two of us. I don't want it to be like that again, silent and awkward." Then she awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, but it's also because
I'm sneaking out here after all, so it would be very difficult for me if someone as conspicuous as you were to follow." Hearing her words, he was surprised, then awkwardly admitted, "That's right, everyone says I stand out even in the dark." She felt a bit offended, angrily thinking to herself, "It's true, but..." He continued, "Actually, I'm always excluded from the kingdom's wall guarding duties." In his mind, he quickly recalled his colleague's words, "You stand out too much, Captain. Please, just stay here." Regina reluctantly replied, "Ah, I understand." She thought, besides, separating from His Highness would be much wiser. It would help to quell the undesirable rumors from the past. However, thinking this, she spoke up, "We'll go ahead, Aaron."
But seeing him not respond, she, a little puzzled, asked him again, "Aaron?" He hesitated, then told her with a pleading face, "It's still not safe, so I hope to be the one to escort you back." Regine hadn't expected Aaron to use his handsome face to plead with her like that. Without any defense, she was immediately left dizzy by that face, and so she had no choice but to agree. "All right then, let's head to the capital." Aaron's eyes were still sparkling as he gently replied, "Yes." Inside, she was screaming, "What the hell? Why? Why do I feel guilty? Being handsome sure has its perks, huh?" A moment later, in the princess's bedroom, Selma gently peeked through the door to check. Regina was already on her bed, panting. Phew. A moment later, she sat up, sighing in relief. Phew. If I had been a little later, Selma would have caught me. She suddenly picked up the bag of dust fragments, wondering aloud, who should I give this to? She secretly speculated, this must have been left by Annetta, even though I don't know why she did it. After thinking, she said, Darien is probably the only option. An image of a distressed Darien appeared, saying to her, "Are you planning to keep taking advantage of this old man?" She thought to herself, "Now that I think about it, he seemed to have lost his temper in the research lab because he couldn't find any information about the liquid I gave him 3 years ago. I'll ask him about it right away when I give this to him." After thinking, she quickly put it into a drawer. "For now, I'll leave it here." She suddenly gazed blankly at the moonlight shining through the window. "I never expected to see Aaron again." She silently recalled his words. "I cannot accept the princess's feelings." "I can't accept it. I can't." Aaron's words echoed in her mind, making Regina so embarrassed she felt like crying. Honestly, it still felt so wrong. How could he forget something like that in just a few days? She trembled with silent shame and self-reproach, thinking about how Aaron had treated her today. He must have forgotten about it. But I still have to clear up this misunderstanding. It's tormenting me too much. I had asked Geasley to help me sort this out, but he told me I should handle it myself, as there was something going on between them. He should have just ignored it and helped me, damn it. Suddenly, there was a sound at the bedroom door. Regina opened it and exclaimed, "Oh my!" to find Riga and Leon standing there, their eyes glistening with tears. Their faces seemed to say, "We've been very well behaved today, so please let us sleep with you." Of course, their cuteness could easily sway her soft heart, so she had no choice but to let them climb onto her bed. She said, "Well, a little scolding from Selma won't be so bad then."
She expected to fall asleep easily, but her mind was still restless with thoughts. Aaron must be here to inherit the Count's position. It's unknown how long it will take, but I guess it will be around 6 to 12 months. Of course, it's not because my damned father is too stupid to refuse, but because Aaron was the one who rejected me. In other words, I can still rely on Vestine's power. However, Herman will also return soon. I need to prepare myself before he makes his move. I won't let this kingdom turn into ashes like last time again. The next morning, Martin watched Aaron get dressed and exclaimed in awe, how come we've both been through the same circumstances, yet your skin glows more than mine?" Aaron calmly replied, "My brother said I was born this way." Martin teased, "That just makes it even more annoying." Aaron reminded him in a low voice,
Remember to speak carefully once we're at the party. Martin responded, I know.
Before leaving, Aaron approached the table and bent down to pick up the princess's handkerchief. He thought to himself, the handkerchief the princess had given him before, he had meticulously washed and ironed it. He suddenly remembered that night, Regina's gentle voice saying to him, "Here, wipe it." He gently replied, "Thank you." He carefully considered that he would return it to the princess today, but he had to be careful not to let others see. I thought I had spoken very softly then, but unexpectedly, everyone still overheard. I don't care what they gossip about me, but I won't let the princess be bothered anymore. I want to return this handkerchief as discreetly as possible, but it seems that won't be easy. Martin saw Aaron had been frozen for a moment, so he spoke up. "Are you bothered because you're too handsome?" Aaron, startled, asked, "Is it that obvious?" Martin replied with exasperation, "I was just kidding. Who would be that conceited?" Aaron frankly replied, "But it's the truth."
Martin said nervously, "You should thank your lucky stars that you still have me as a friend. By the way, is that the princess's handkerchief?" Aaron was surprised. He awkwardly asked back, "What? How do you know?" Martin immediately replied, "One look is enough to tell it's not a man's handkerchief. Besides, who else could you have received it from, apart from the princess? Oh, and isn't today His Majesty's birthday celebration?" Aaron replied with a puzzled expression, "That's right." Martin felt even more confused. He asked again, "You really don't know?" Then he immediately told Aaron, "Princess Regina is always absent from His Majesty's birthday celebrations." It was like a bolt from the blue. Aaron froze. He asked blankly, "Absent? Why?" Martin said, "I'm not sure, but it seems there's some conflict between His Majesty and the princess, and it's worth mentioning that His Majesty has always been very strict with the princess." He looked at Aaron's somewhat unnatural expression and asked worriedly, "Huh? Why the long face all of a sudden? Don't tell me you're sad because you won't get to see the princess. Hey, are you listening?" Martin's concern fell on deaf ears. Now Aaron was clutching Regina's handkerchief, happily thinking to himself, "So the only way to meet the princess is..." On a beautiful morning, at the dining table, Theor rested his chin on his hand and sighed. "That's enough about the academy. I've sent you so many letters about it." Hearing this, Regina immediately replied, "Oh dear, I can never get enough of stories about my beloved younger brother. Shouldn't I feel that way especially when my brother graduates early with high scores, only to then get into a car accident while secretly coming home?" Saying this, she gave Theor a smile full of affection. He stammered, turning his head. That...
Suddenly, two people entered the dining room. The one leading, Jessie, spoke up. "Princess Regina." Jessie bowed. "I have come to report, Your Royal Highness. My father, Sundus, has returned." After days of waiting, Regina had heard the news she wanted to hear. She involuntarily exclaimed, "Finally!" Pausing for a moment, Regina quickly turned to face the person opposite her and called out, "Did you hear that? Theor, let's go welcome him right away." Theor was completely astonished upon hearing this. "What?"
He protested loudly, "Me? But I'm the crown prince. You want me to go welcome an earl?" Despite Theor losing his temper, Regina maintained her gentle smile and replied, "Well, he is my knight, isn't he? At the very least, I should express my gratitude to his father, shouldn't I?" Theor didn't hear a word. He stood up, slammed the table, and yelled, "What do you think that means, you damn woman?" In response to that, Regina, far from being angry, was instead overjoyed and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" She was so happy she wanted to cry as she expressed,
"Me sister, even though I don't have this rubber arrow with me. I'm so happy about your progress." Seeing her expression, Theor was exasperated. "This is driving me crazy." While Regina smirked and called out, "Theor, over here." Theor clutched his head and wondered, "Why did I graduate early and come home just to deal with this woman? I should have just stayed at the academy."
Theor mumbled to himself, "I thought people would change when they grew up, but she's still just the same old evil aunt, just a few years older." As soon as he finished speaking, Regina immediately reminded him, "My dear brother, I think I just heard something." This aunt also had good hearing. After saying that, Regina picked something up and threatened, "So you're not going, are you? How could Theor dare refuse when my face looks so scary?" He weakly replied, "All right, I'll go, okay?" Seeing Theor agree to go with her, Regina was very happy, but in her eyes she seemed to be calculating something. This coming spring, Theor would turn 15. In their previous life, they had prepared a magnificent party because the boy had grown up. However, in this life, Theor was still just a child. After pondering for a while, Regina tapped her staff against her hand. Then she handed something to Jessie and commanded, "Send this to Count Tarahan for me. I will meet him this afternoon." Jessie acknowledged, "Understood." Afternoon arrived, and the group traveled to Count Tarahan's residence. Theor got out of the carriage first, followed by Jessie, who helped Regina alight while saying, "Because your highness is the first to seek information about witches, I'm sure he'll be very excited." Regina sighed upon hearing that. "That sounds quite dangerous for me." Jessie suddenly cleared his throat, reminding her, "Please be careful, your highness. The old master, my father, doesn't know when to stop once he started." As Regina walked forward, she imagined a bald count with thick glasses. She wondered, "Sundus, I wonder what kind of person he is." Suddenly a voice spoke up, "Welcome, Princess Regina." A middle-aged man with red hair was extending his arms, radiating a welcoming smile. Count Sundus Tarahan said, "I've been waiting for you." Regina politely replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Inwardly, she was secretly surprised, thinking, he looks more ordinary than I thought. After the greetings, Sundus smiled and announced, "Well then, please allow me to escort you to my study." A few minutes passed, while Theor was playing in the garden with the dog. "Ah ha ha, woof." In the study, Sundus's voice rang out, "So, your highness, what would you like to ask about the witches?"
Regina voiced her suspicion. I believe the witches are somehow connected to my accident a few years ago. Sundus stroked his chin and asked, Is your highness referring to the black wolves and the flock of crows? At that, Regina promptly responded, It seems you've also heard something from Jesse. Suddenly, Sundus leaned forward excitedly and replied, Precisely. I heard about the wolves from Jesse. However, to be honest, I learned about the crows when rumors reached even the place I was traveling. Seeing his enthusiasm, Regina leaned back slightly. Oh, is that so? Then Regina hastily took a drink of water to conceal her awkwardness as she simultaneously scanned the room.
The room was beautifully positioned to catch the sun. There were many books here, neatly arranged on the shelves. As Regina looked around, she thought, he had never shown any interest in books in front of me. I guess father and son have different tastes. Suddenly, Sundus spoke. In this case, it is indeed so. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and stated, If your highness could wait, I will prepare the tools and bring them here. Hearing this, Regina asked, May I read some of the books here while I wait? He enthusiastically replied, Oh, please, feel free. Without me, my darlings would surely get bored. Regina nodded. I see. Then Sundus repeatedly instructed, Jesse, take care of her highness while I'm not here. Introduce her to witches and plants. You know where it is, right? It's on the second row, third shelf, on the right side, in the south part of the study. And Jesse got annoyed by his excessive talking. I know. Stop worrying and just go. As soon as Sundus left the room, Regina immediately stood up.
Regina began to stroll past the bookshelves, her fingers brushing against the books. She looked around, exclaiming, Wow, so many books. No wonder you're afraid of them. Jesse, standing behind her, could only scratch his head and sigh. There are 2 more studies like this, you know? Books just make me nauseous. Suddenly, Regina pointed at other books and spoke up. There are even books in different languages here. Can the Count read all of these? Her finger glided over each book and quickly stopped at one. Regina reached out and took that book off the shelf.
She flipped through the pages and casually said, I can read these characters. After a quick glance, Regina unexpectedly asked, Is this a diary? Immediately after, she turned to Jesse and called out, Sir Knight, I need to concentrate alone right now. Jesse replied, Huh? But Regina didn't give him a chance to speak further. She launched into a lengthy speech. Didn't you hear me? I think it would be great if you waited by the door. Your home should be a safe place, shouldn't it? Or are you worried I'll steal something? Hearing this, Jesse, not daring to offend her, quickly complied. I understand. Please call me immediately if anything happens. After confirming she was the only one left in the study, Regina began to read the book intently. She softly read aloud the contents of a page. I met a witch. Once upon a time, one day in a forest, an ordinary woodcutter met a witch. Miraculous magic completely transformed his life. He became a mighty knight with the witch's assistance. From then on, his status soared, and then he ascended to the throne and conquered countless lands, becoming the most revered person, standing above tens of thousands, and founded the first empire. Reading this, Regina exclaimed in utter astonishment, No way. Her fingers trembled as she turned the pages. Her eyes stopped at the last line signed by the author, Berhard G. Alper. She was utterly stunned as she thought of the majestic image of the emperor who founded the Alas Empire, her distant ancestor.
A dizzying sensation enveloped her. Her breath quickened. Regina clutched the book tightly in her hand, her cold hands trembling incessantly as she whispered, You've got to be kidding me. Panic surged within her, and she opened the book again as if to confirm her suspicions. But the truth remained unchangeable, and she cried out in disappointment. This pathetic man is the first emperor? Childhood memories suddenly flooded back. The history book she had once avidly read over and over now seemed meaningless. This was completely different from what was written in the history books. As a child, she had been captivated by it, reading it repeatedly and cherishing it, but she never expected it to be a deception. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself after what she had just discovered. Regina closed her eyes, trying to compose herself, and thought, well, this could happen, but the real problem is... Conflicting thoughts incessantly swirled in her mind. The more she thought, the harder it was to accept. What could this pathetic man possibly have that the witch Evildina would like? Thinking of this, she found it even more incomprehensible. She gritted her teeth and slammed the book shut in her hand, as if to vent all her frustration. The deductions in her mind gradually linked together, forming an unpalatable truth. If what was written in this diary was true, then Evildina had been blindly seduced by love. If Theor was deceived, leading to the downfall of his empire in his previous life, then this person named Evildina had caused the extinction of witches with her actions. Isn't the one who is seduced actually more terrifying than a tyrant? As she thought this, hugging the book tightly to her chest, a voice suddenly rang out. I've kept you waiting.
Your Highness? No sooner had he finished speaking, Sundus placed 2 towering stacks of documents on the table. He flashed a radiant smile, his voice cheerful. Allow me to explain it to you thoroughly. As if anticipating what awaited her, Regina hastily cut him off, saying, First, there's something I wish to ask you. Sundus cheerfully replied, Please feel free to ask. He then surmised, Has your Highness perhaps found some interesting records? Hearing this, Regina replied, Precisely.
Then she turned back, smiling, and looked at him intently. That's why I truly must get an answer from you. Count Tarahan seemed to collapse upon seeing the book in her hand. He stammered incoherently. This This book is... Regina held the book in her hand and asked blandly, "Have you realized what I want to ask?" Sundus hesitated, mumbling in response, Your Highness, the thing is..." Regina immediately used her sharp eyes to pressure him. Her tone was gentle, but her face was not. She spoke up, "Why, I'm just curious why this diary of the first emperor isn't even in the royal library, but instead in your study." Hearing this, he was so terrified that he prostrated himself. He stammered in fear, I can explain. Please spare my life." Regina merely uttered softly, "Oh dear, I don't kill people easily." Then she turned threatening. "Now then, speak quickly. Why do you have this diary in your study?" Sundus asked softly, "Your Highness, have you ever heard of the Isolger family?" As he spoke, he used a handkerchief to wipe away the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. She immediately replied, based on her own knowledge, "They are a ducal family who accompanied the first emperor in founding the Elias Empire."
He then added, explaining further, that the Tarahan family was a subsidiary branch of the Oselger clan. Our ancestors greatly feared the witch's revenge, and to prevent it, he renounced his title and chose to live in seclusion. Confused, she recoiled slightly in fear, but unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Witches take revenge? What does that have to do with what's written here?" Sundus then explained in a low voice that the person the first emperor fell in love with was one of the witches he had annihilated. While consumed by guilt, that first emperor wrote down all his wrongdoings in a diary. He must have wanted his descendants to be more vigilant against the potential dangers that witches might pose. After hearing this, she frowned in confusion, holding out the book. In that case, regarding the content of this diary, who would ever want to show this to others? He nodded in agreement. That's right. The things written in here are completely contrary to the glorious tales of the first emperor. Even though they knew this back then, they still gave it to another family, hoping to leak the information.
Hearing this, she rubbed her chin in speculation. It seemed the Isolger family was also involved in the extinction of witches. Sundus stood up and added, even if anyone survived, their hatred for that family would only be second to that for the royal family. Meanwhile, Regina mused, "I'd been wondering why the Tarahan family was able to avoid the witch's curse, and now I know why." Then she casually ordered, "First, I will keep this diary." He immediately smiled. "Yes, of course." Seeing him so gleeful, she felt a bit suspicious, but then asked, "It's suspicious that you'd hand it over so easily." Hearing this, Sundus proudly boasted, "Because all the books in my study are manuscripts." She was startled and asked again, "All of this?" He replied, "It's only natural to own manuscripts of rare books." Regina turned away, pressing her hand to her throbbing forehead. "Right, then I'll consider the matter resolved," she thought, resting her hand on her forehead. "I've strayed from the main point." Then she asked again, "Can you tell me about black wolf dogs and crows now?" Sundus eagerly replied, "Of course." Then, as if going mad, he held the documents in his hand with an infatuated, fervent gaze, and asked, "Should we start with the wolf dogs first?" 3 hours later, as dusk was falling, she, utterly exhausted, summarized the story of the frenzied man in front of her. "So, the core of the story is that black wolf dogs and witches are sworn enemies?" Sundus replied, "Exactly."
The crucial catalyst that witches use to cast curses is believed to be fresh blood drops from living wolf dogs. That's why the wolf dog species is known for a deep-seated blood-feud hatred towards witches. She seemed to snap awake, asking, "Wait, the catalyst needed for the curse?" As she said this, she was startled and thought, "They need the blood of black wolf dogs?" Recalling the scene in the secret chamber where she and Aaron had played with fire, Regina continued to think, Rika and Leon's mother, the strange disease spreading throughout the region, the liquid of unknown origin being boiled in the pot. A thought slowly dawned on her. What if that was truly the witch's catalyst? Then she sprang up, saying loudly, "Do you know of any curse that is created from the blood of those wolves?" Sundus, while flipping through books and searching, replied, "I will search more thoroughly in the records, but as far as I remember, it must have been an infectious disease." Regina unconsciously gripped the armrest of the chair, asking again with a hint of disbelief, "An infectious disease?" Sundus, flipping through a book, said, "That's right, a disease that can spread from person to person and slowly, silently takes their lives." Her eyes filled with worry, she hesitantly asked, I wonder if I could ask a favor of you?" Sundus closed his book and with an expectant look said, "Yes, please speak." Seizing the opportunity, she told him, "Please give these notes to Darian. He is already investigating under my orders." Sundus was surprised. "Sir Darian?" Regina looked him straight in the eye and replied, "That's right. It might just be a coincidence, but it seems I've come into contact with something made from the blood of a black wolf dog hybrid. The nearby villagers also seem to have contracted some kind of illness." Sundus grew even more astonished. "No, that can't be." She stated frankly, "I need you to go and investigate that matter for me." Sundus clutched his leg, his body suddenly trembling, and he said, "Please."
And then, with a face more excited than ever, as if he had been waiting for this for a long time, he proclaimed loudly, "Just leave it to me, no? Please allow me to act." Regina smiled amiably and instructed, "Calm down. I'll leave a message for Darian later, so please come to the palace tomorrow morning." Feeling as though he had been granted a boon, Sundae shouted joyfully, "Understood, understood. Thank you, Your Highness." Regina noticed he wasn't quite himself, so she said, "I need you to investigate. It seems I'll have to discuss this later." Hearing this, Sundus immediately interrupted her. "No, Your Highness's matter is more important." Regina gently told him, "Please attend to your own duties first." Thus Sundus had no choice but to leave the room in a gloomy mood. After he left, Regina slowly stood up. She picked up a book, then ascended the library steps, searched for a volume, then quietly opened it and read aloud the line, "For a witch to cast a spell, they need a name." Having finished reading, Regina's face showed curiosity. A name? Is that a condition for using magic on people? She thought, normally I would find this ridiculous, but after discussing it with Count Tarahan, I've always wondered about it. After her contemplation, she continued, "If this is volume 1, then volume 2 must be somewhere." And then she saw the second book on a top shelf. She exclaimed with a hint of dismay, "Ah, why is it all the way up there?" Her gaze shifted to the left. Regina saw a ladder, and she immediately used it to climb up.
However, even with the aid of a step stool, she could only just reach the shelf she wanted but couldn't grab the book. She stood on her tiptoes, stretching as she muttered, "I just need to be if only I were 3 centimeters taller." She silently felt helpless. Ugh, I should have worn taller shoes. Suddenly, her hand could reach the book. She exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, I got it." Her body suddenly lost balance. Her foot unexpectedly slipped off the step stool, causing her to fall. She screamed, "Ah!" She thought her bottom would be sore this time, but no, she had fallen into the arms of the man. A gentle voice told her, "That's very dangerous, Your Highness." Regina looked over, puzzled. Golden hair like metal gleam, ruby-red eyes were looking at her. It was none other than Aaron. He worriedly advised her, "Next time, Your Highness, please ask someone to get the book for you when needed." Then he softly asked with concern, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Regina became flustered seeing him. She said, please put me down first." As soon as her feet touched the ground, she hastily put some distance between them, her hand clutching her chest as she silently reassured herself, "Calm down. I can't let myself be an unreliable princess who's always embarrassed whenever I see Aaron."
Even if House Festine is loyal to the royal family, earning the trust of a stranger is a different matter. The Count possesses his own private army. I must win him and his family's heirs over to my side. At this thought, his words resurfaced once more. "I have no feelings for Your Highness." Regina's mood worsened even further. Oh, that's the man who once rejected me. Perhaps I wouldn't feel so bad if I were at least rejected by someone I liked. I don't have feelings for you either.
Remember the sorrow, the injustices, and the indignation of that day. Calm down. After thinking, she cheerfully said to Aaron, "Thank you for helping me. I just slipped." Then she looked at him puzzled.
Aaron calmly replied, "I heard they were very close back in the academy." She asked, a little surprised, "The two of them?" Perhaps it wasn't wrong, because she knew there was a tradition that the heirs of each family established relationships in the academy. Gisli not only built many connections, but also graduated at the top of his class. She also recalled that Herman constantly skipped grades and then graduated 2 years early. Thinking of this, she felt even more curious, so she asked him, "So I know you're here because the Duke asked you to work, but why are you in his study?" He calmly replied, "Count Tarahan told me to wait for him here. He said that His Highness must be bored being alone, so if anything, I should go there and talk to him for a bit." Regina didn't expect Count Sundus to say such a thing to Aaron. She then remembered what Jessie had said earlier. My father has no interest whatsoever in anything that isn't related to books or witches. She wondered, isn't this a bit cruel even if he has no interest in what's happening here? This means he knows about the incident with the flock of crows attacking the palace.
But she knew nothing about the matter between herself and Aaron, a matter that had even spread beyond the capital. This thought made her clutch her head in agony, tears streaming down her face from embarrassment and shame. Regina looked annoyed, silently blaming Sundus. "You can't be so nonchalant. At least he knows how to place his feelings correctly." She suddenly blurted out, "I want to be alone." Then she smiled and told him, "I'll go downstairs, so please feel free to finish your work." He suddenly asked, "Princess, don't you need that book?" She quickly replied, "Yes, I do." Aaron quickly took it down, gently handing it to her. "Here you go." This made her feel quite offended.
She secretly suffered in her heart, wishing she were 3 centimeters taller. This was because His Majesty had passed down all the bad traits to her. Laris, sitting idly, also got caught in the crossfire, sneezing once. Regina quietly turned away, thinking that no matter what, she needed to keep her distance. However, Aaron followed her closely, from the moment she walked down the stairs until she went to get a book. Her head was full of question marks. Why did he keep following her? Don't tell me he thinks she can't reach another book again. She probably had to wear high heels all the time until he left the capital. Aaron, in fact, also had something difficult to say. He wondered to himself, what should he do to bring up returning it to her? He had carefully put it away after the party, and he needed to return it to her. It would be very difficult if he missed this opportunity. After thinking it through, he resolved to speak. "Princess." Suddenly Sundus arrived with a box full of papers, pushing the door open forcefully and shouting, "I apologize for being late." He hastily placed the box on the table, his face cheerful as he said, "Here, please send this to the Duke. Make sure he knows that I myself went through quite a bit of trouble to prepare it."
Aaron was very angry, but couldn't show it. He took the stack of documents from Sundis's hand and said in a low voice, "I will let him know what I've been told." Sundis reiterated, "Just give him the document, that's all." He replied, "Understood." Hearing this, Sundis smiled cheerfully and said, "All right, Aaron's part is done. Princess, let's continue where we left off earlier."
Regina was a little uncomfortable. She softly said to him, "First, there's something that makes me a bit curious." Sundis became excited. "Oh, please, feel free." She lowered her voice, a little hesitant. "It's about witches. Mr. Aaron, aren't you supposed to leave?" Aaron looked at her for a long time, as he also had something he wanted to say. Then he casually said, "I'm just interested in that topic." She was stunned, silently asking, "Since when?" Sundis seemed to radiate joy, saying, "Oh, Aaron, you've finally taken an interest in witch-related matters, haven't you?" Aaron said without a hint of embarrassment, "That's right." Regina secretly wished, "Theor, please, hurry up and barge in and ruin this." Her mind immediately pictured Theor stomping in angrily and shouting, "Ugh, how much longer do I have to wait?"
Finishing her thoughts, she placed the book on the table and said to Sundis, "I have read through this book." Sundis immediately replied, "So that's why you seemed curious." She seriously questioned, "Does the appellation mentioned here refer to one's name?" Sundis calmly explained, "To be precise, it is the name a person uses to introduce themselves to another. Only then can they cast a spell on a specific individual. Do you know how mankind was created?" Regina immediately replied, "Of course, God created a being in his own image and completed it by breathing the breath of life into it." "Your answer is perfectly correct," Sundis swiftly explained. "Indeed, and that is why witches are required to ask for the other person's name. Only then, as long as they remain alive on the land created by God, will they be unable to meddle with God's other creations." Regina suddenly raised her hand, asking, "So if one merely reveals their name, they will fall under their spell?" Sundis immediately replied, "No, it will not work on women. No one knows the reason why, but magic only chooses women. Witches are born that way. One morning, they are randomly chosen to become witches."
Witches will not touch a single hair on a woman's head because those individuals have the potential to become part of their race. Magic also does not forgive those who dare to harm women. Regina seemed to grasp it somewhat. She said, "You mean magic is forbidden to be used against women, right?" Sundis excitedly replied, "The princess is absolutely right." She thought to herself, "So that's why Tarahan has that tradition." Next, she asked another question. What would happen if a witch broke that taboo? Sundis replied with some difficulty, "I can't give a clean answer with so little information, but I've heard that a witch's magic comes from their heart." Violating the taboo also means creating a crack in their heart, and then it will shatter and lead to death. Hearing this, Regina seriously wondered if that was the only taboo. Sundis suddenly stood up, startling her. He said loudly, "Of course not." Suddenly, he rushed off, saying, "Please wait a moment." Regina didn't understand what he was trying to do, and she awkwardly blurted out, "Huh? Where are you going, Count Tarahan?" Aaron then spoke up. "I would leave this place if I were you." She asked, confused, "Why is that?" He immediately replied, "I heard from my father that asking for more information is a taboo in front of Count Tarahan. I didn't expect something like this." Regina tiredly said, I guess I should go back right away." She hesitantly asked him, "Hey, will it be okay if we just leave without saying goodbye?" Just like that, she got into the carriage and left Sundis's place. She excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my, Theor, I can't believe you've grown up to be such a polite little rascal." Theor was extremely annoyed. "Stop calling me trash." She looked at Theor with satisfied eyes, thinking to herself, what if the reason bad things haven't happened to me, like to Theor and his majesty back then, is because Aneta is a witch and she can't harm women? If that's the case, her goal must be to take revenge on the descendant of their tribe's sworn enemy, the first emperor. If she's truly aiming for revenge, I'll be at a great disadvantage. Regina's hand unconsciously clenched. She speculated that Aneta's heart in this life seemed on the verge of breaking, meaning nothing would stop her from killing herself. Regina sat leisurely enjoying her cup of tea, but her mind was secretly worried, wondering how far Sir Darian's investigation had progressed. Earlier, she had a very long conversation with Darian in his study. She excitedly told him that Count Tarahan would be here starting tomorrow, so he should work with him. Darian looked at her, puzzled, asking, "Your Highness, why are you looking for more people?" She shyly replied, He is very capable." She secretly pictured it, her expression not at all pleased. Even though she had only just imagined Count Tarahan's excited face, she still felt terribly guilty towards Sir Darian. Finishing her thoughts, she suddenly said aloud, "Well, if I increase his pay, he'll probably overlook it." Lena entered and hearing her speak asked curiously, "What pay are you talking about?" Regina immediately changed the subject evasively. "It's nothing. What are those things?" Lena's expression turned unhappy, and she reluctantly replied, They are letters and gifts from His Majesty." Regina irritably ordered, "Send them all back to me." Lena, on the verge of tears, replied, "Yes." Regina slowly stood up. "For now, I won't be receiving any guests. There are some matters I need to resolve." Selma, standing nearby, replied, "Understood. What about Riga and Leon?"
Regina quickly added, them as well. Selma continued, what about Theor? Regina looked exasperated. As long as that kid doesn't act like he's been tricked by someone, just leave him be. Then she handed Selma a letter and instructed, deliver this to Count Tarahan for me. When she had finally ushered Selma out of her room, Regina truly felt at ease. She said, now it's time to read more carefully. She quickly opened the book, secretly praying to the first emperor, hoping that he wasn't a pathetic individual. 4 days later, the book fell helplessly. Regina was furious, secretly cursing. He is truly, utterly despicable. He really makes me feel ashamed. The foolish actions of the current emperor, Theor's terrible temper. The reason why the men in the family turned out this way, it turns out, is inherited from that man. And that witch named Elvadina, too. There are so many much better people in the world, but why would she fall in love with someone so terrible? She picked up the book from the floor, saying irritably, people who are easily deceived are truly terrifying. Just thinking about my younger brother turning into something so terrifying gives me goosebumps. She secretly speculated, the only thing that can defy the will of heaven is magic.
Changing a person's personality slightly must be a very simple matter. Placing the book neatly on the shelf and after dusting her hands off, she said, according to the rules, I should put this book in the royal archives, but I don't want this record to be passed down to descendants at all. Her face full of confidence, she thought, as long as Count Tarahan keeps the secret, it will be fine. What I learned from the diary is the witch's treasure necklace. The treasure is passed down among witches, an item only given to the strongest witch. It is said to be able to synchronize with its owner's heart and can collect magical energy. The more it accumulates, the redder its color will become, and when it reaches its limit, it will make its owner's greatest desire come true.
The voice I heard saying, what is your wish, was probably the voice of the witches. The fact that Annetta could create a necklace that looked exactly like that treasure probably indicates that she had seen it at least once. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. The first emperor's diary definitely stated that the necklace was the treasure of the witch he had destroyed. At this, she grew angry, biting her hand and muttering, and what remained of the person he loved? Furious, she tore at her hair and screamed, this damned love! What's the point of writing such sorrowful words? He took that necklace, knowing full well its power. Pounding the table repeatedly to vent her anger, she said irritably, it was thanks to the witch's magic that he became emperor, but in the end he betrayed them just because he was afraid, wasn't he? Regina understood silently, because the first emperor had once been just an ordinary woodcutter, and all his achievements were something every citizen of the empire was proud of.
Theor and I both grew up with pride in him. What's even worse is that the reason witches were completely annihilated was because, as representatives of the gods, the first emperor destroyed them on the grounds of defying divine will. Since the condition for using magic was the user's name, and that god had granted the royal family their middle name, they still met the condition. However, the Tarahan family knew the truth. They feared retribution would come upon them one day. Witch Elvaldina, I don't know what became of her after that day. If this diary is correct, the surviving witches must be preparing for revenge. In other words, Annetta is not Herman's loyal escort, but rather a witch seeking revenge against the gods in the royal family. It's unimaginable how the master-servant relationship in this empire could have changed. But the existence of witches defies common sense. Herman, who showed no reaction when the first emperor's name was mentioned, perhaps he has been subservient to Annetta all this time, which means the rebellious actions of the Selvage family are all part of Annetta's revenge plan. If the Selvage family is being controlled, then we need to find out what she has gained from the ducal family. The Selvage family is not capable enough to stop her. I'm certain Annetta is a witch, but I haven't found the key evidence that ties everything together.
I had assumed he was a traitor, but what if he's merely being used? After struggling with her anger towards her ancestors, Regina lost all her strength. Sitting contemplatively, watching the sunlight outside the window, she pondered, Herman would return to the Empire next spring. How should I face him? During a sword practice session, Theor was overwhelmed. He glared at Regina and exclaimed, Ugh, what now? Just spit it out. Regina confidently said, You need to practice a bit when your mind is full of jumbled thoughts. Theor weakened, trembled. What does that have to do with me? She playfully teased. Well, aren't you the little boy who loves his sister with all his heart? He retorted, You cursed old hag. Theor thought, At the academy, the whole world is mine. If I don't graduate early, imagine, this is what I achieved by studying hard, because I thought my sister would be more pleased to see we get high scores.
In reality, all this damn old hag did was get furious because he graduated early without permission. Thinking so, he swung his sword powerfully, making Regina utter words of praise. You've tried very hard, but still. She took a fighting stance, looked at him seriously, and said, Still too green. Theor looked at her with exasperation. Sister, you devil. Regina quickly corrected him. I'm not a devil, I'm your sister. After the training session, Regina comfortably sat down to rest, thinking, I feel better now, but I still don't know what the answer is. Theor, on the other hand, was feeling abused, miserable, and angry. She looked at him thoughtfully. I think I'll find the answer if I play with Theor a bit more. Theor stood up and asked her, Hey, tell me straight, what the hell do you think you're doing treating me like this?
She feigned emotion and told him, You know, a quick-witted younger brother isn't meant to be cute.
Thea was infuriated by Regina's expression. I don't need to look cute for you. Do you think I'll just ignore this after you've made such a fuss? Have some conscience. Afterwards, he sat opposite her, asking sullenly, spit it out. At least I need to know why I'm being punished. Regina calmly replied, I don't think you'll be of any help, but I think it's normal for me to be disappointed in you. There's nothing to lose. After hearing her blunt reply, Thea instinctively slammed his hand on the table. Why do you lie in every sentence? Regina, again, very calmly told him, if you ask me what the problem is, I'd say everything, and you are the biggest problem. Thea looked displeased. Ugh! After speaking, she suddenly leaned back in her chair. Well, the next problem is, I have a bad friend, but he's not entirely bad. Thea had lost his patience. He said irritably, propping himself up with his hands, Stop talking nonsense and tell me what you're thinking. She lowered her voice. There's no way you wouldn't understand what I mean, not if you graduated early with such excellent grades. Thea saw her hand had taken hold of the sword, and his voice instinctively softened. All right, go on.
She sighed, realizing there might be bad people exploiting her friend to do evil things. Theor unconsciously looked away. Tsk, he muttered. Too complicated. Regina continued. All right, that's why I've been agonizing over it lately. If that bad friend is actually a good person, how should I treat him? Theor immediately replied. Can't you just keep hating him? You said he wasn't good? She was a little surprised. Well, yes, but the problem is he might not be a bad person. Theor said seriously. Maybe not, but you're not sure about that either. He pondered for a moment, then finally spoke. Isn't the reason you think he's bad because he did bad things? She hesitated. I suppose so. Theor wondered. Did that bad thing affect you? Regina said. It did. She paused, then answered with certainty. Terribly. Hearing that, Theor immediately said, Well then, first of all, when he did that terrible thing, he was already a bad person in your eyes. How can you still call someone like that a friend? Did you overlook it because it was unexpected? Or are you out of your mind? Regina hypothesized. What if the truth is he's not a bad person? He quickly replied. Does that change the fact that he hurt you? Or does it help you overcome any hardship? Hearing these words, Regina's troubled mind suddenly cleared a little. She replied, No, it can't. She thought, This is just the beginning. But he wouldn't be considered a rogue prince if he weren't this stubborn. A smile unconsciously appeared on her lips.
Theor blushed, chiding. You told me not to become someone easily influenced. Don't blame the innocent, but look at yourself. Regina felt happy hearing that. He even gave her advice, which meant he had matured a bit. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Ha ha! Her heart filled with joy, as his advice was even quite reasonable. Although the land of Selvage was being exploited, Theor looked at Regina's strange behavior, his eyes a little defensive. What's wrong with her? She, however, didn't pay much attention to that, continuing to pound her. But it doesn't deserve sympathy, does it? Protecting her people was certainly the top priority. After careful consideration, she resolved to stand up and said aloud, Imagine, one day I'm being lectured by Theor. Your big sister here has been enlightened. Theor, who was about to sneak away, was startled to hear those words.
She looked at him affectionately. Come here, Theor. As a reward, I'll help you improve your swordsmanship until it becomes second nature. Theor quickly hid behind Jessie and yelled, Are you crazy? Go away, you mad woman. Regina burst out laughing with delight. Oh ho ho, it seems my little brother is quite excited. Theor screamed for help. Ah, lady, stop this woman right now. Regina advanced excitedly. Where do you think you can run, Theor? Meanwhile, on a boat adrift at sea, Herman was doing something very suspicious. Regina asked with gentle concern, Has the health of the Duchess of Salvige deteriorated significantly lately? Johann replied seriously, The Duchess's doctor has been called in for a more thorough examination. While the Duke's condition is improving, for the Duchess the amount of medicine imported into the district is increasing due to her declining health. She mused to herself, Before I return to the past, the Duchess of Salvige took her own life. Afterwards, the administration of the duchy fell to Anita, who spent all her newly acquired assets to plan a rebellion. If Anita was truly a witch with a broken heart, she might take the risk and break the taboo. Her hand gripped the edge of the letter tightly. She inwardly wondered, could the Duchess's death be related to Anita? Thinking so, she handed Johann her stack of papers and instructed, First, continue to monitor, especially the Duke and Duchess. Johann replied firmly, Understood. She continued, What about the young master?
Johann immediately replied, Because the King of Selvage will arrive at the port next week, the young master will be here before Crown Prince Theor's birthday party. Hearing that, she added, Keep an eye on him and report to me immediately if he shows any suspicious behavior. He quickly obeyed. Yes, I will keep that in mind. After that, she continued to ask, What about Annetta? Have you found any trace of her yet? Johann said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Regina said frankly, It's not your fault. She's a special case. Keep searching, but don't push yourself too hard. Johann, feeling somewhat comforted, replied, Yes. Standing in front of Darian's laboratory door, Johann politely knocked, but there was no response, so he had no choice but to open the door and say, Sorry for the intrusion. After seeing the messy scene inside, Johann's expression changed to astonishment, and he exclaimed, Can a human really live here? Regina also agreed. I thought the same thing the first time I came here. It's truly a battlefield. Then she called out loudly, Darian, Selma will faint again if you don't clean this place up. However, she was met with a strange silence. She asked, "Didn't you hear what I said? If I cut costs, would he hear better?" Darian suddenly spoke up from behind a pile of papers. "Please, don't talk about something so terrible." She cheerfully asked, "Where is Count Tarahan?" Darian fearfully shouted, "This old man will work alone, so tell him to leave." She approached him, gently comforting. "But there has been progress in his research, which we also know is called a nightmare." Darian cried, covering his ears. "Yes, I agree, but honestly, he talks too much. If I could, I'd smash his head open and see what's inside." Regina, sympathizing with him, said, "I understand how you feel, but you know you can't do that, right?" Darian went upstairs, saying to her in a miserable tone, "The princess surely didn't come here to listen to this old man ramble on. We'll talk in more detail in the room."
In Darian's room, she thought. The nightmare. That was the name of the curse that demanded the sacrifice of Riga and Leon's mother. She said gloomily, "I want to burn everything down." Darian replied, "All right, of course, but only if you can endure the chaos that follows." She noticed the small vial containing a solution and wondered, have you made any progress?" Darian replied, "It seems we need more time. It looks like a crushed gem." Examining it in her hand, she silently compared it to the gemstone on that necklace, which also had a similar pink color. Afterwards, she gently placed it on the table and asked, "Johan, how is that made, the one we restored to a normal life?" Johan quickly replied, "Nothing special has happened. She is very grateful to you for revoking the punishment." Her mind immediately thought, "The necklace vanished into smoke. Did that truly mean nothing?" She asked thoughtfully, "Can her eyes still see clearly?" Johan quickly said, "Yes, I paid special attention to it, and it's still very good."
Regina said coolly, "Keep watching. I'm sure there's something very fishy going on." Johan nodded, "Yes, Your Highness." Leaving the room, Regina asked Darian, "Does Count Tarahan have an appointment today?" He answered frankly, "Yes, he said he had business in the Duchy of Vestine." She replied, "Vestine, I see. Darian, I'm very grateful to you." Darian felt comforted and said to her with satisfaction, "Yes, Your Highness, please leave quickly. There are many dangerous things for you in this room." She smiled contentedly and replied, "Thank you." At this moment, in a room in the Duchy of Vestine, Belici spoke thoughtfully once again. Aaron quickly relayed to Sundus, "He wants you to explain again." Sundus lost his composure and asked, "How can you people live like this?" Aaron immediately said, "I apologize." Sundus quickly changed his attitude to a cheerful one. "Aaron, this isn't something you need to apologize for. No matter how many times I talk to him, I still can't get used to him. He's always been an unpleasant person since he was at the academy. It's a relief that at least Test in our group can understand what he's saying." Test is Count Belici's nickname. It's a small and cute nickname for a man who looks like a bandit. It's a relief that his daughter resembles her mother. Could she get engaged to Crown Prince Theor if she resembled Test? Belici sternly said, "Stop."
Sundus launched into another long speech. "Forgive me, I'm rambling again. I sincerely apologize, Your Grace. But even so, shouldn't I speak more when you speak so little? Oh, come to think of it, I heard Gisli resumed his feud yesterday. Traditionally, feuds tend to resurface sometime after marriage." Still, Belici snorted angrily. Sundus, continue to babble on. "You seem very angry, seeing as you're calling me by my name." At this, he pointed to the paper in front of him and said, "Don't be angry anymore, and look at this again. It took me a long time to investigate this, you know." Belici picked it up and read it thoughtfully. Aaron gravely stated, "Supplies, including military rations and unapproved weapons," Sundus added, "are being delivered to the Duchy of Salvage."
Belici asked doubtfully, "Since when?" Sundus replied, "I don't know when it started either. It's fortunate that I investigated everything. That's why I returned to the district." Belici's eyes were full of certainty as he said, "Suspicious. It's the crows." Sundus asked in surprise, "What?" Aaron explained, "He's asking if the real reason you returned is because of the crows surrounding the royal castle." Sundus exclaimed fearfully, "What do you take me for? I returned because I thought it would be better if I personally delivered this information. Really?" Belici called out in a low voice, "Sundus." Sundus admitted miserably, "So what? It's true that I returned because of that incident. Do you know how surprised I was when I heard the news? Everyone knows it's the work of witches. I was the last person in this empire to find out about it. Isn't that absurd?" Aaron, also holding and reading a piece of paper, turned to Sundus and asked, "Is that true?" Sundus calmly replied in a low voice, "You saw it. Yes, that's Princess Regina." Belici seriously demanded, "Explain." Sundus immediately replied, "Princess Regina has been paying close attention to the land of Salvage for the past 3 years." Belici questioned, "How?" Sundus excitedly answered, "The princess is an intelligent person. Perhaps she has discovered something we don't know yet." Belici unexpectedly called out, "Aaron." He quickly replied, "Yes." Belici ordered, "Observe and protect." Aaron nodded, "I understand." Regina mumbled, "Now that I think about it, Theor's birthday party is coming up soon." She tried to recall old memories. What was the scenario like last time? A carriage accident, and then Theor fell. Thinking of this, her face darkened as she said, "Oh right, it's better not to think about it. Thinking about it just makes me depressed." After saying that, Regina felt incredibly lucky. Although she couldn't prevent the accident, luckily Theor was still very cheerful. The future was definitely changing.
She smiled, happily thinking, I'm all set. Suddenly, Selma spoke up, asking, Princess, aren't you planning to find someone this time? Regina feigned distress, raising a hand to wipe away tears, and said, I am a woman still deeply hurt by rejection. I don't want to be with someone worse. However, at this moment, she was secretly feeling incredibly excited, thinking, I must definitely take advantage of this wonderful situation I've gained from having to endure humiliation and sacrifice my honor.
Selma reminded Regina worriedly, Sir Aaron attended the party that year, Princess. Regina replied indifferently, So what? I'll still leave after the first performance, just like always. She recalled her own previous birthday party, where she had appeared and left like a gust of wind. That made people feel even more sorry for her, thinking she was still hurt. Regina smirked coldly. Besides me, finding a friend for you is important, isn't it? How's Johan doing? He asked you to be his friend again, didn't he? Selma's face immediately flushed red, and she said shyly, Princess, why are you suddenly talking about my business? Regina asked, Why don't you accept his invitation? As she said this, she thought to herself, Johan had confessed his feelings to Selma at her birthday party. Selma had intended to refuse, but couldn't because Johan had asked her to reconsider.
Selma sighed tiredly. Honestly, I wish Sir Johan would just accept my rejection and get it over with. Regina thought helplessly. Johan had been avoiding Selma's rejection for a whole year. When he saw Selma appear, Johan immediately ran away. Selma angrily chased after him, shouting, Sir Johan, listen to me! The more she thought about it, the angrier Selma became. She scolded Johan. A man should have the courage to accept a rejection. He's acting like a child, always avoiding things. Lena spoke up to comfort Selma. Come on, sister, let's calm down first. After hearing this, even Lena was scolded by Selma. You too, Lena. I asked you to help me, but you keep holding me back? Lena replied, That's the only way he'll manage to escape. Selma asked loudly, Whose side are you on, Lena? Lena laughed loudly and affirmed, Yours, of course. Selma finally realized Regina's intention. She turned her head and said, It seems the princess is just trying to change the subject, isn't she? Not this time. Regina pouted and sighed. Seeing this, Selma became even angrier. Where did you learn such a habit? Regina turned her head and subtly signaled Lena. Lena understood, immediately took Selma's hand and suggested, Sister Selma, how about we go for a walk to calm down? Selma said in surprise, Lena, you... Before she could finish her sentence, Lena pushed Selma outside, then winked at Regina. Princess, we'll be back soon. Selma frantically reminded Lena. Hey, wait a minute. Regina waved at Lena and replied, After the two of them left, Regina breathed a sigh of relief. She touched the small jar on the table and thought, Spending time finding traces of the witch would be more beneficial for both myself and the kingdom.
She recalled Sundas's words from earlier. If a witch broke a taboo and used magic, cracks would appear in her heart and energy would leak out. These marks were formed from that energy. A witch dared to break the taboo. Regina stared at the vial in her hand and thought to herself, perhaps she was secretly doing something far beyond the ordinary. She fell silent, turning her head to look out the window. Once Herman arrived, she would find her answers. The scene now shifted to before a ball in the palace. Theor was dancing with Greta. While not paying attention, Greta stepped on Theor's foot. Theor immediately reminded his fiancée, Hey, dance properly. Do you know how many times you've stepped on my foot? Greta immediately retorted, It's because the crown prince is leading. Theor angrily asked, Are you saying I'm a bad dancer? Greta smiled and explained, No, what I mean is that the crown prince is trying too hard to appear calm. Hearing this, Theor tiredly told Greta, Stop hanging out with her, you're starting to sound just like her. But Greta disagreed with him. No way. The princess said if I do well, I'll even get a gift. She winked at Theor and continued, And that gift could also be becoming a member of the family? Theor loudly reminded her, Are you delusional?
Greta confidently declared, Of course, after all, I am the crown prince's fiancée. Theor blushed and was speechless, only managing, Oh? After observing the two of them, Regina happily thought to herself, I'd rather let the girl be with a trash thief than with that lunatic, and that way she'll also learn how to discipline the boy. I have to admit, I'm really good at these things. Hee. Become the best version of yourself, for Elias's sake and for your own, Theor. From behind, the Emperor coldly called out, Regina. Regina immediately stood up and said, The dance is almost over. I'll take my leave now. As soon as she descended into the hall, someone immediately approached her to strike up a conversation. You are still as beautiful as ever, princess. The blonde man even wanted to invite Regina to dance. If you wouldn't mind, may I? Regina quickly refused him. My apologies, I'm feeling a bit tired. After saying that, she turned and left. After sitting down, Regina tiredly sighed. Phew.
She picked up the teacup and said with a smile, This is the tea flavor I like. It seems Lena understands me so well. Regina took a sip of tea and exclaimed, The tea is truly better than expected. She found it hard to understand the taste, wondering why Theor would try to drink that disgusting thing. Since that day, alcohol was no longer seen at any parties held in the castle. Regina looked up at the sky and suddenly realized, it's really cloudy today. The moon was half hidden by clouds. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed, and she quickly turned her head to look behind her, when she saw that the person entering was Aaron. Regina stammered out, What's wrong? She widened her eyes and thought to herself, Anyone with authority would know that this place was her private space, which was also why no one ever came here.
Oh, right, this guy wouldn't care about that. He didn't even care about the rumors spreading throughout the capital. But upon seeing Erin's bewildered face, Regina thought doubtfully, did he really find my presence that surprising? She lowered her head and sighed. Well, it makes sense, running into the very girl he rejected in this exact place. Regina ordered Erin, please stand up. Having said that, she thought to herself, this is an opportunity for me to clarify this situation and build trust with everyone. I am the princess of this empire, and he is the viscount of the western region. Once everything is settled, I will leave, and that way I won't have to see him again. Erin bowed his head, full of remorse. Please forgive me, I didn't know you were resting. Regina replied indifferently, it's all right. Seeing you here reminds me of that time. Suddenly, that image flashed in Regina's mind, and she thought angrily, here it is, the shameful, sad, and humiliating memory of that day. Then she clenched her fist and said, that day you left too quickly, so I didn't get a chance to tell you this. Erin replied, yes, ma'am. She thought to herself with great determination, today I will put an end to that humiliation. Having thought that, Regina began to speak. You know what? The truth is, I never had any feelings for you at all. As Regina walked away, Erin held a glass of wine in his hand, silently watching her back. Regina was blending into the crowd in the banquet hall.
Belici observed Belici's actions very carefully. Erin suddenly looked up. He had also noticed Belici's actions. He watched Regina's retreating back and thought, Her Highness is monitoring them. The Selvage family knows that best, and with their recent suspicious activities, leaving Her Highness alone would be very dangerous. Erin stared at his own clenched hand. He felt utterly helpless. Her Highness was out on the porch again, but Her Highness's safety was still more important. Having thought this, he immediately raised his hand and knocked on the door. Your Highness, it's Erin. When the door opened, a dazzling beam of light immediately drew Erin's attention. At this moment, Regina was sitting alone, resting on the balcony. Erin blushed, intently observing the scene before him. He reached out and opened the door to go outside.
Regina's jaw dropped and she stared wide-eyed at the man who had suddenly appeared. Erin's eyes widened and he let out an "ah" before immediately kneeling before Regina. Regina said coolly, You've come at just the right time, Mr. Erin. You may stand up now. She suddenly chuckled and said, Hee, that day on the porch, I had intended to tell you a few things, but because you left too quickly, I couldn't tell you those things. Erin replied sadly, I understand. He thought, that day, what she couldn't tell him. Regina's face was utterly cold as she said, I never had any feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Erin could only stand there, stunned. Seeing that he didn't react, Regina called out doubtfully, Mr. Erin. Erin covered his mouth and replied briefly, so? Erin asked Regina again, incredulously, Never? Is that right? Regina laughed loudly and affirmed, Exactly. I'm not joking with you at all. Erin stared wide-eyed, looking incredulously at the person in front of him.
Seeing that he still had no reaction, Regina's face darkened as she yelled, Gisli Vestine, you can ask Gisli too. It's all just a misunderstanding, Erin sadly replied. I'm sorry. Regina raised her hand, explaining to Erin once more. I apologize for my actions that led to your misunderstanding. We should have made it clear from the start. Oh, of course I believe it, but I just want to say I've never liked you as a man. She continued coldly. Perhaps it would be better if we continued working together to complete my plan. I never thought you would doubt our agreement. Someone as handsome as you must attract quite a few problems, I suppose. I should have paid more attention to the life of someone as handsome as you. So let me be frank. Regina flatly declared, I will not have feelings for you, neither now nor in the future. I'm absolutely sure this won't happen. Erin stared at her, stunned. A moment later, he pursed his lips tightly, his eyes welling up as if he were about to cry.
Regina still smiled very gently at the man in front of her. After that, she coldly brushed past Erin to leave. I'm a bit tired, so I'll be leaving now. Please enjoy your evening. Erin painfully placed his hand on his chest. He pressed his lips together, trying to hold back the tears that were about to fall. After stepping outside, Regina stretched and let out a sigh of relief. She happily wondered to herself, Phew, that should be enough to make him understand, right? He must have understood it. When she looked back, she suddenly exclaimed, Leon, Riga, so you two are playing here. Regina hugged Riga tightly and said, I think I can finally relax tonight. At this moment, Leon was baring his teeth, looking cautiously ahead. Regina asked worriedly, Leon, what's wrong? Her expression immediately changed. Inetta looked at Regina, who was sitting on the ground, and said in surprise, Oh my, what an honor to meet your highness here. Regina asked doubtfully, Inetta? When the hood of her cloak was removed, Inetta's true face was revealed. She smiled and greeted Regina. Inetta Bettis, hello, your highness. It's been a long time, hasn't it? She then apologized to Regina, appearing friendly and somewhat contrite. Please forgive me and Sir Herman for not being able to attend. Something came up, so he couldn't come right away, you know.
Regina stood up, coldly replying, I heard he's taking a temporary rest at some house because he's not feeling well. She thought to herself, last night I heard Herman suddenly had a stomachache and was being treated. I didn't think much of it because it's a common occurrence when traveling long distances by boat. But it seems it wasn't just a normal stomachache. Annetta nodded in affirmation. That's right. In her eyes, Regina's reflection appeared, and she asked, Isn't that quite unusual? Regina spoke up to calm Riga and John, who were agitated beside her. Riga, Leon, calm down. Annetta covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Has your highness found out enough?
Regina asked back, puzzled. What do you mean? Annetta replied, I see that your highness seems very curious about me. She thought, confused. How is magic being used here? If I call the guards, can she be caught? If I'm attacked right now, can I stop it? After all, Annetta explained. Today, I just want to chat with you a little. Regina asked suspiciously. Chat? Annetta nodded and said, That's right, your highness. Do you happen to know anything about witches? Hearing that, Regina innocently asked back, Witches? In her mind, she was extremely suspicious. What trick is she playing now? Annetta was surrounded by a murderous aura, but Regina still pretended to be friendly and probed. Do you know that those who are called witches today were once called sorcerers in the past?
Seeing the situation was not good, Regina continued to act innocent. The mage, Annetta, across from her, also replied, That's right. She tiptoed forward to gain momentum and said, One day, they were called witches. And under the bright moonlight, Annetta spun around, her skirt flaring up. While still humming, they went extinct. That's what happened. Annetta numbly stopped smiling and asked a question. Strange, isn't it, to go extinct in just one day? As if her sore spot had been hit, Regina avoided her gaze and asked, Could you explain that more clearly to me? Annetta listened, then lowered her gaze and replied, I don't really want to. Then she nimbly walked over to Regina and asked, What should I do? Seeing this, Regina's eyes showed doubt as she thought, could the reason mages were called witches be related to the first emperor? Suddenly, Annetta exclaimed, That's right. Standing under the bright moonlight, her eyes shone brightly as she said, I think it would be more interesting if your highness found the answer yourself. Riga and Leon both growled threateningly when they saw Annetta approach. Regina, meanwhile, wondered to herself, Is Annetta that surviving witch? The more she thought, the tighter her hands gripped the weapon she held. Or is this someone else?
Seeing the extremely negative reaction from the other side, Annetta immediately raised her hands in surrender, saying, This isn't meant to be comforting, since I'm not answering your question, but I have an interesting story for you. She raised both hands curiously and said, Your Highness, have you ever thought about why people use the word extinction for witches? Regina looked up, bewildered. What? Annetta said, Extinction means the complete disappearance of a species. Aren't witches people? They are simply people who know how to use magic. All members of a group of people suddenly vanish one day. She continued, then abruptly called out, Your Highness, have you ever found it strange to call that extinction? Regina, highly guarded, pursed her lips and thought to herself, Never. Every story about witches always ended with them gradually becoming extinct, as if it were a natural occurrence. Then Regina stood up, turned, and said, I apologize. I have never seriously considered that. I would be very grateful if you could tell me your thoughts on the matter. Hearing this, Annetta burst into delighted laughter and replied, Aha, asking for someone else's opinion in this situation truly makes your highness so benevolent that I can hardly believe you and that person are related by blood.
Then Annetta gently raised her head, took a deep breath, and said, The answer is surprisingly simple, nothing major at all. Then she opened her eyes, filled with hatred, and said, They simply regarded them as an entirely different species, treating them not like humans, but like animals. Although he had used the power of a witch who loved him to gain his position, he sided with God and turned his back on the witches. Annetta asked, Strange, isn't it? He considered their power to be wrong, even though the existence of witches could also be God's will. Then she opened her eyes, looked directly at Regina, and further asked, Why did God decide to eradicate the witches at that time? Feeling unsafe, Regina once again gripped her weapon and replied, Why are you telling me all this? Annetta, realizing Regina was on guard, replied, I heard your highness intends to meet Count Tarahan. He surely spoke of the witches, but all perspectives are biased.
Regina took a small step forward and asked again, Do you want to correct the false information? Annetta said nothing, only pointed at Regina's eyes. She asked, Does your highness know why God gave royal families purple eyes? Riga and Leon were now running around Annetta, encircling her. Annetta showed no fear and continued, That is the mark bestowed upon loyal dogs named by that damned god. Leon then suddenly lunged to attack, and Regina also charged forward following that signal. But Annetta raised her hand and snapped her fingers, and a magical barrier appeared, blocking everything. Colliding with the barrier, Regina grimaced in pain. Whoa, why is there a wall here? Annetta praised, You've grown up well. I'll visit you soon, your highness. Regina immediately yelled angrily, Nonsense.
But she didn't care. Before disappearing into the night, she left only one remark. Whether it was nonsense or not, it would reveal itself in due time. Then Annetta vanished, leaving behind a silent night. Only then did Regina dare to embrace her injured arm. She signaled her two wolves, Leon and Riga, to come closer. Regina caressed them as if to reward them. Dawn was breaking. Looking up at the sky, Regina wondered how she would have to fight that energy. It wouldn't be easy. A very long time ago, when witches were still called sorceresses, the youngest among them fell in love with an ordinary woodcutter. She gave her all to that young man, and the woodcutter reciprocated that affection with everything he had. The sorceress always cherished every gift she received from him. However, he believed that the gifts he gave were worthless and gradually fell into despair. The woodcutter said, I cannot afford to do anything for you.
The young sorceress replied to him with a question, what he still lacked, what could make his tears stop falling. He said, I want to gain strength. With that strength, I will be able to cut more wood and earn enough money to buy you a gift. The sorceress decided to cast a spell, pouring out from her heart. The woodcutter, thanks to the strength received from the magic, was now able to cut down more trees. He was finally able to buy her a beautiful hair clip. The sorceress then put the simple hair clip in her hair and smiled happily.
The woodcutter was suddenly taken aback when he saw it. Then tears welled up in his eyes as he sadly said, I can only give you such simple things with the money I earn from cutting trees. He continued, I want to use this strength to earn more money, but to do that I need to leave this place. Yet I don't want to leave you. Upon hearing that, the sorceress's face immediately lit up with happiness, fueled by love. Disregarding the warnings of the elder sorcerers in the village, she felt incredibly happy. The life of a mercenary was extremely arduous, but he was with the one he loved. Suddenly one day the woodcutter shed tears and once again knelt before the sorceress. He sobbed in her arms, the ring I intended to bring back for you was stolen by a knight, because of my lowly status.
The young sorceress once again cast a spell from her heart on the man she loved, transforming him from a woodcutter into a noble knight. After some time, the demand for powerful knights grew, and people vied to seek out wealthy knights possessing extraordinary strength. One day, the knight returned home, looking utterly exhausted. He had achieved much, but lacked the power to spend more time with her. The sorceress was pleased by his words, and once again used her magic, turning him into a nobleman. Whenever the man she loved desired something, she would use her magic to grant it to him, transforming him from a low-ranking nobleman to a high-ranking one, and from a high-ranking nobleman to the king of a small country. The more he gained through her magic, the lonelier she, in turn, became. And then one day, an elder sorceress came to find her. The elder sorceress was deeply worried about her love, but the young sorceress still wouldn't listen to her. Instead, thanks to the young sorceress, the man who was once a woodcutter became the emperor of a mighty empire. However, the people paid no heed to the young sorceress who had created these miracles, only praising the new emperor. Even so, she didn't mind, for she loved him very much.
But then one day she was bound by chains and imprisoned in a cold dungeon. She screamed and cried for that man, for a day, a week, 2 weeks. The sorceress's heart grew cold and gradually turned to stone until it was about to stop beating because of the man she loved. A figure, both familiar and strange, appeared before her. He only appeared a month later, and in his hands were the treasures of the mages. She realized that because of that man, all the mages had been annihilated. She asked him why he did this, and he replied that their powers were too dangerous. She asked if he loved her, and the man answered that he once did, but then acquired many things more important than that. Upon hearing this, the sorceress destroyed her petrified heart and escaped the dungeon with magic emanating from her heart that very moment. She went to the cave where the elder maid had told her to go, and there, just as what had happened to her had been foretold, many items had been prepared in the refuge cave. The sorceress suddenly burst into laughter because she no longer had any tears left to shed, and then she decided to seek revenge. However, her cracking heart plunged her into a deep sleep when she finally awoke.
It was also then that the world had begun to call people like her witches instead of mages. Evil witches were eradicated by the first emperor, believed to go against God's laws and plunge the world into disaster. Those were the things people said about her and her kin. The mage, no, the witch, could no longer cry. Once again, she burst out laughing. Even though that man had died a long time ago, many things she had given him still remained.
After finishing a long, drawn-out story, Annetta said to Duke Selvage, "That is why." She turned her head back, her eyes lifeless, and asked, "I will destroy everything they have. You can do that, can't you?" Duke Selvage, Herman's biological father, now had eyes as cloudy as a dead fish's. Annetta said, "If I can successfully destroy everything, I will return your wife to you as promised." Duke Selvage spoke, "I understand, Miss Eveldina." Hearing this, she immediately corrected him. "No, I am Annetta Virtus, the one you raised as your own daughter." Duke Selvage replied stiffly, "I understand, Annetta." She clutched her chest, nodding painfully, and said, "I hope you will be more effective than Herman." Then she thought, "Am I stubbornly trying to mend what's already shattered? Lately, it's been increasingly difficult to control Herman. I've been in seclusion for 3 years to recover, but it seems it's not enough. The magic on my most important card, Herman, is becoming unstable. I have no other choice but to put the pieces I've collected into action." Thinking this, Annetta turned her head, her breathing somewhat heavy, and said, "It's unbelievable, Duke Selvage. I thought you could resist magic with loyalty to your bloodline." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "It will be very difficult without your wife." Then she clutched her chest again, thinking, "I can't let my heart exhaust itself when it hasn't fully recovered. I let the Duchess live with her magic diminished, so I don't have to worry too much like with Herman." Pain made Annetta break out in a cold sweat. She tried to remain calm, raising her head to look out the window and said, "Thinking about it, it seems his family has recognized who I am." Remembering Regina, she secretly praised, "How clever. I don't understand how such a child could be born from his bloodline, but even so, all that lies in Elias's future is destruction. I failed to poison the Emperor, and I also failed to swap the Crown Prince's soul. If so, there's only one way left." Annetta turned her head and coldly ordered,
Sow chaos throughout the Elias Empire for me, while I prepare for the finale. Duke Selvage replied curtly, understood, then turned and left. Only Annetta remained in the room. She opened the balcony door. A cold breeze blew in from outside, extinguishing several candles. In the chilling darkness, moonlight illuminated Annetta's face, and she revealed an eerie smile. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, Regina was also looking out the window. She turned and asked, "Is your Majesty not wary of the Selvage family's movements?"
Emperor Laris sighed. He said in a low voice, "I have no other choice but to tell you." Everyone rustled to their feet and went outside. Seeing Theor doing the same, Laris said, "Theor, you can listen too." Once everyone had left, only the three of them, father and two children, remained in the room. It was then that Laris began to speak. "I'm sure you know about the factions that have divided Elias's nobility, the Vestine family and the Selvage family, the Imperial faction and the Noble faction. On the surface they appear to be in opposition, but in reality they are similar." Hearing him say that, Regina and her sister asked in unison, "How so?" He continued, "The Vestine family protects the Imperial family openly, while the Selvage family secretly does so in the shadows." Regina thought to herself, "So that's why father told me I couldn't pursue Lord Aaron, because I had broken off my engagement with Herman." After ensuring his two children had processed that information, Laris continued, "The Selvage family wins over the nobles who do not follow the Imperial family's will, cleverly bringing them under their control, and preemptively eliminates evildoers. The Vestine family and the Selvage family contribute equally to maintaining the balance for Elias."
Regina nodded, thinking everything was already in His Majesty's hands. Laris clasped his hands together, his face grim. "Just know, the Vestine house, the Selvage house, and I, only they and my successors are allowed to know the truth." As soon as she heard that, Regina's eyes widened. She thought in a panic, "I've messed things up. Only Theor was supposed to hear that." She said anxiously, "I haven't heard anything at all." Laris looked at her with some doubt. "Regina?" She stated firmly, "Your Majesty's successor is not me, but Theor." Finishing her words, Regina turned to her younger brother and said, "Theor? I wasn't here. I didn't hear anything at all." He looked bewildered, his eyebrows furrowed. Seeing this, she immediately gripped his hand tightly and asked seriously, "Understood?" Theor turned away abruptly, his head bowed, his face showing extreme displeasure without saying a word. Duke Selvage has returned to the capital. With that signal, the nobility who had been biding their time now began to act. At the Imperial Palace, Regina idly touched some flowers in a vase. Then she looked up and asked, "Have Herman and Annetta returned to their residence? And what about the Duchess?" Johann bowed respectfully. The Duchess's whereabouts are still unknown. Hearing this, Regina frowned and let out a humph. She looked out the window, wondering to herself, when will they make their move?
I must find a way to buy time until our side is fully prepared. Thinking so, she asked, "What about Count Terahan?" Johann replied, "He has invited his eldest son and is currently searching through old records. There's no need to worry. He said he would definitely find the witch's weakness by any means necessary." Imagining Jessie being dragged away, desperately pleading, "Save me, Your Highness," Regina secretly broke into a sweat, thinking, to find it quickly, Jessie must have been dragged along as well. Johann nodded, smiling broadly. "Your Highness, do you know that he has been living in the Imperial Palace ever since Count Terahan returned?" Regina asked, suspiciously. "Why?"
Johann immediately replied, "Many things have happened to him due to family tradition. He's also tired of conversations always starting and ending with witches." Regina wondered, "So is his brother the same?" Johann tilted his head and replied, "He's very serious about learning about witches. Lady is probably suffering because of both her brother and her father. However, it seems the Countess can tame and ignore what Count Terahan says." Regina's face darkened and she muttered, "I feel terrible." But Johann was still rambling. It's Lady's fault for not being capable enough to receive that power from her family. Hearing him say that, Regina frowned and wondered, what exactly does that family do? Remembering Jessie standing in front of Theor urgently pleading, "Please don't, Princess Regina," she told herself, "Perhaps next time I should hit him more gently whenever he's caught between me and Theor." At this, her heart suddenly felt heavy. Next time? I will leave after overcoming this obstacle. There won't be a next time. There isn't much time left. The rebellion of the nobility in the presence of witches finally became clearer. The Crown Prince's coronation was originally scheduled for next year, but we are secretly moving the schedule up earlier to prepare for the next successor. If the Empire and the royal family can return to being commoners, I will have no regrets, and that will be when I leave. Regina looked up and said, "By the way, how are Selma and Lena?" Johann hesitated. "Actually."
After he finished speaking, she immediately smiled and asked, "No way, not again. There's no way Selma could sit still when their highness might be in danger. Bring them here immediately. Kidnap them if necessary." Receiving her command, Johann respectfully bowed and said, "I will escort them here courteously." After a moment, he returned, "I've brought them here, Your Highness." As soon as she saw Selma, Regina called out, "Selma, I've heard that you and Lena have been working very hard. Working so hard that Kipson even complained about Albert having to increase his training intensity excessively." Somewhere in the palace, Albert raised his hand and shouted, "I can't lose to them!"
On her side, Selma loudly replied, "None of us know what will happen in the future. At the very least, I should know something so I can protect Your Highness more thoroughly. I can't trust anyone." Regina interjected, "Even Johann?" Selma, startled, replied, "It's not like that. Don't trust those cunning Selvage people." Hearing this, Johann let out a sigh of relief. Selma then continued, above all, we heard that witches are powerless against women. If that's true, I'd be very happy to defeat her. Lena, standing beside her, also looked determined. Hearing this, Regina stood up and said, listen carefully, Selma. You're too stressed out. You'll get yourself hurt if you keep trying to fight, and if that really happens, you won't be able to do anything for me. Selma retorted defiantly, even so, the Selvage family and their witch could act at any moment. Regina interrupted, they're not ready yet. They can't start right now. She thought to herself, Annetta's goal is revenge. Her revenge will most certainly not be to seize Elias, but to destroy this entire empire. At this point, she suddenly asked, do all those who entered the Selvage territory come out with soulless eyes? Johann replied, yes. Regina continued to think, I'll have to consider them Annetta's pawns.
We still haven't found a way to cure those affected. Suddenly, Lena interjected, they are not the witch's people. Doesn't that mean if it weren't for that witch, there wouldn't have been a rebellion? Regina rubbed her chin, speculating. So does that mean the nobles who were still sane chose to join the rebellion from the very beginning? Lena agreed. Perhaps so. Regina fell into deep thought again. I never thought those gazes were meant to express trust, not betrayal. So you trampled on their hearts, Annetta. Having thought that, she loudly commanded, thoroughly investigate the nobles who have entered and exited the Selvage territory, categorize them based on their gazes, and report back to me. Johann replied, understood, Your Highness. Then Regina turned to praise, well done, Lena. Lena's eyes widened, her face seemingly glowing as she said, thank you, Your Highness. Then she suddenly turned to ask Selma, but what exactly did I do well? Seeing this, Regina thought, how cute. Suddenly, the room door burst open and a frantic cry rang out, Your Highness! Seeing the blue-haired maid run in, Regina thought in surprise, Thera's maid?
She stepped forward, her voice trembling as she asked, what trouble has my precious little brother caused this time? Selma angrily retorted. She dared to barge in without even knocking. The maid loudly replied, Crown Prince Theor has gone missing. The maid's words, broken by sobs, made the atmosphere even heavier. Crown Prince Theor's mental state hasn't been very good lately. I think he has run away. Everyone who heard this broke out in a cold sweat, their mouths agape in shock. Regina trembled uncontrollably, letting out a bitter laugh amidst the tense atmosphere. Her head felt hot with panic as she thought, Annetta wouldn't do something like this. Did he really run away from home? That damn 14-year-old brat. Normally he just runs away to cause a commotion, and I usually let him do whatever he wants. But now I can't just ignore it anymore. Thinking this, she pressed her lips together tightly. She calmly considered, Annetta's goal is probably the downfall of this empire, but that doesn't mean he would pass up this small chance for revenge, especially when such opportunities even come to him. Suddenly, a suspicious maid's face fared on us, subconscious. Immediately, Regina spun around and ordered, Johann. The servant, understanding her meaning, replied, I'll go look right away. A heavy silence descended upon the room, delicate steam rising from the teacup on the table, as if it itself was unsettled by the events about to unfold. A while later, Johann returned, reporting, her whereabouts are currently unknown. Hearing this, she softly inquired further, what exactly is the situation? He then carefully recounted, someone mentioned that she suddenly vanished from her position one day. A guard saw someone dressed like a maid, accompanied by a mysterious person wearing a hat. At this, she mumbled, then it's Theor. Her fingers unconsciously tightened, then she gently closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. Tapping her fingers lightly on the tabletop, she asked in a low voice, was her gaze still normal? Nothing out of the ordinary while you were on watch, was there? Johann nodded slightly, respectfully replying, all was normal, and there were no signs of her having contact with anyone outside the palace. She then sprang up, declaring, I must go tell His Majesty about this at once.
In His Majesty's study, sunlight filtered through the window, spreading across the room and bringing a gentle warmth. But his face at this moment was tinged with a gloomy, weary sorrow. She spoke softly. It seems your Majesty has already heard the news. Laris rubbed his face and replied, Indeed. Hearing this, she quickly said, I will bring him back. But he was quick to retort, No, your safety is as important as Theor's. Regina remained resolute, looking intently at him as she asked, Then who is capable enough for this task? He replied blandly, I will send knights. She sighed, then offered her opinion. I don't mean to disrespect Elias's knights, but the person we're talking about is Theor, your Majesty. He's your terrifyingly precious son. He'll be like, now follow me, and he'll just turn the knights into his escorts. Then her next words struck him like arrows to the heart. It's too late to say this, but you don't know anything about looking after children. Then she puffed out her chest, her voice proud. At least Theor pretends to listen to someone other than me and your Majesty. Laris wiped the lingering sweat from his forehead and replied wearily, Yes, even so, I still cannot allow you to go. She immediately countered. Then will your Majesty go alone? Regina spoke up. There must be a better way, right? And will this way even be all right? That's why I want to go. The scene fell silent for a long time. That silence like an invisible tug of war between father and daughter, heavy and with neither wanting to break it first.
Seeing him remain silent and her damn younger brother having vanished without a trace, the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. I gave him an education so he could become a competent scoundrel, and yet he dared to sneak out of the palace at such a dangerous time as this? Then she secretly made a decision. She would have to talk to Lady Greta so that she would cling to him as tightly as possible. The Emperor remained silent for a long time, so she turned decisively and said, "I'll take it that your Majesty has accepted. I will depart immediately." He immediately interjected, "I will let you go if you are truly certain about it." He rested his chin in his hand, looking at her, and added, "However, I cannot allow you to go alone like that." But she didn't care, saying decisively, "Sir Johann must stay behind to set traps." She thought to herself, "I intend to leave Johann at the palace, because I cannot let anyone know that I am not present at the palace." As if understanding her intentions, he softly said, "I will send someone to accompany you. If you don't agree, then I will have to go myself." Hearing this, she uncomfortably pursed her lips, but then she obediently replied, "I understand." Regina thought to herself, "I hope that person is capable enough." A moment later, before Regina's utterly astonished and surprised eyes, Aaron knelt down and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness," she said softly in surprise. "I didn't expect it to be you." Aaron remained kneeling, respectfully saying, "I am very honored to accompany Your Highness." She assessed the person in front of her. He is indeed capable, more than capable in fact, but why does it have to be him? He is more than qualified for this plan, and his abilities are also among the 5 strongest in the Empire. But why? He must have orchestrated this. She clenched her fist, thinking, "Your Majesty told me to bring Theor back as safely and secretly as possible. Does this person look like they can keep a secret?" Immediately, His Majesty, whose name was mentioned in a distant place, sneezed. He subtly frowned, rubbing his nose uncomfortably, then sighed and said to Belici, "I allowed it because your son seems very willing, but I can feel my daughter's dissatisfaction all the way from here."
Returning to Regina, she awkwardly scratched her face and reminded him, "So you know I need to go find Theor, right? I need to keep it a secret, so remember to disguise yourself well." Aaron nodded assuringly, understood, in secret. Suddenly she lightly coughed. "I don't know how you feel, but..." Knowing exactly what she was about to say, he replied, "I know what you want to say." As he said this, he took her hand, coaxing her. As he lightly kissed the back of her hand, he said, "I want to protect Her Royal Highness the Princess." Regina couldn't collect herself in time after his words. "I want to be a better choice than anyone else." A while later, seeing that he was ready, she thought, if these things were said by someone else, it would surely be annoying. Aaron also has skills. Considering her own safety, there was no reason to refuse. Surely no terrible trouble would befall the Empire.
Rather than putting herself in danger by searching just anywhere, the two walked out of the forest. Regina continued to think, "Let's just try to find Theor as quickly as possible and then return." Suddenly, a person in a black cloak approached. Regina immediately thought, "Those silver eyes. That means those eyes are watching Theor." The person knelt and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." She asked in a low voice, "Where is Theor?" The cloaked figure replied, "I shall escort you." Regina silently looked at the person before her, those who dedicated their lives to surveillance, those eyes, those walls protecting us from unforeseen dangers. They were a force born to protect the royal family and were known as the Night Knights, always appearing unexpectedly in the darkness. She rarely had to rely on them, but at this moment they were crucial in locating Theor. She secretly thought, "I can only hope nothing bad happens." In the old forest, the cloaked figure swiftly moved ahead.
Regina and Aaron followed closely behind. She asked, "What about that maid?" The person in black replied, "She is with Crown Prince Theor." Regina asked again, "Did she lure him out?" The person in black said, "Although it seems she only met him by chance, she was indeed the one who took him away." Hearing this, Regina frowned and thought, "Perhaps it's not a coincidence. He is connected to Annetta's presence. I'm sure she did something to lure Theor out of the palace." The observers, like walls, cannot participate in combat. They will not do anything that could cause a change. Their only duty is to monitor. She calculated silently. Aaron and Devi are the only ones who can fight. If it were merely a sword fight, Sir Aaron would surely win. The problem is magic. Annetta is a witch, a sorceress, who has committed a taboo. Even if she wants to freely perform those forbidden acts, she still has to be cautious because she might have to pay a price. I need to find a way to exploit this. At the same time, in a deserted street, Theor, wearing a black cloak, stopped at a deserted intersection and thought, "Normally I'd go to a tavern in the slums and call some trouble to blow off steam, but today I need somewhere quiet to calm down."
He looked at the maid in front of him and thought, "She just happened to come and talk to me, as if she knew what I was thinking." Thinking this, Theor suddenly asked, "Hey, how much further until we arrive?" The maid replied, "Just a little further, sir." Theor said in a low voice, "I'm quite annoyed right now. You'd best not lie to me." The maid paused slightly, then replied, "Yes, this way will lead us there." The two continued walking down the deserted path. Theor pretended to be distracted, but in reality, he was observing her with extreme caution. He thought to himself, "I knew I shouldn't have gone out, especially when Lady had been dragged back to the mansion." He recalled that at the time, due to a shortage of manpower, Sundus had dragged Jessie back, and even though he heard the attendants' cries for help, Theor covered his ears and said, "I don't hear anything." Theor entered his room, bored, and sat on the bed, but it was truly suffocating to be confined to his room all day.
Why am I told not to do anything when I am destined to be the crown prince? Thera cursed. That damned evil witch. Am I just supposed to stand by and watch everything unfold? I'm an alpha ray too. He furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and thought, I know I'm not mature yet, but the thought still wounds my pride deeply. Ever since I was little, my sister has always been busy, handling affairs on behalf of the queen. When she saw Thera hiding behind the door, she would smile and approach him, but no matter how busy she was, she always made time to be with me. The way she always strived to handle everything on her own, even throughout the years, truly exasperated me. Back in the present, Thera ran his hands through his hair in frustration, fuming as he thought, no matter how much I try to change, I'm still a talented master. And graduating early, being moved from one class to another, it's annoying. Suddenly, a maid called out, Your Highness, you seem troubled, don't you? Thera asked irritably, When did I give you permission to speak? The maid turned, bowed slightly, and said, I apologize, Your Highness doesn't look well. Thera said impatiently, Never mind, what were you going to say? As soon as he finished speaking, he secretly judged, absurdities often come from the mouths of those with such eyes. The maid stepped closer and whispered, Has it ever occurred to you that Her Highness Regina might be a bit too strict with you? Thera asked in surprise, What did you say? She continued, Doesn't she always hit you even for the smallest mistake? Even if she is your sister, she is too harsh on Your Highness. Seeing her pause, Thera told her, Go on. The maid immediately continued, She says it's all for your sake, but then she doesn't let you participate in important matters of state. She says that Prince Thera must become the crown prince, but isn't the truth that she doesn't trust Your Highness and might be plotting to usurp your throne? Even now, isn't he handling matters that the heir apparent ought to be doing? If he truly wanted to make you his successor to the throne, he shouldn't have monopolized all the credit. If he truly shared what he thought of you, then he shouldn't have given you those opportunities. Oh, continuing to ramble, that's why Princess Regina. But suddenly, Theor said in a low voice, Hey, shut up. The maid stammered, asking, Yes? What? What did Your Highness just say?
Theor's voice turned cold. Shut your mouth from me, you wretched bitch. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. He said, I allowed you to speak, but what came out of your mouth was nothing but the yapping of a dog. The maid's smirk still lingered on her face. She stammered, Your Highness, Theor asked, Do you want to die that badly? His eyes, full of murderous intent, glared at her. Who the hell do you think you are to speak of my sister like that? The maid fearfully stepped back. Oh no, I just... Without waiting for her to finish, he cut in. Now I see. You're insane, aren't you? How dare you badmouth my sister right in front of me? Seeing Theor about to lose control, the maid hastily tried to defend herself. I just wanted to cheer Your Highness up. I'm sure Your Highness also... Once again, Theor cut her off. He roared, You trash! Should I just cut you down right here for insulting the royal family? Hearing these words, she immediately fell to her knees, begging, Your Highness, please, please spare my life.
Theor looked at her coldly. Hey, you must have taken me for a fool. Did you really think I would just follow you without any ulterior motive? The maid's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? He continued, Even if I were the most wretched prince, do you think I would trust someone with an agenda approaching me right now? She looked up and asked. Then, as if reading her thoughts, Theor continued, So why did I choose to follow you? It's simple, because you fundamentally cannot do anything to harm me, no matter what your intentions are in approaching me. The maid broke out in a cold sweat, trying to retort, I didn't follow... But Theor didn't let her finish. He said, Open your eyes and look closely. The power of the Alfir escort squad of the Elias Empire. Immediately, a group of people in black appeared in front of Theor. Standing behind them, he said, Listen carefully. I will mercifully tell you this. They are the living walls protecting the royal family. The walls slowly encircled her. Theor added, Now is your only chance to escape, but it seems you don't even have that intention anymore. You continue, even if I act on a whim, I am still the crown prince of an empire. Do you think no one will report this? The maid suddenly asked. Won't any reinforcements arrive? Theor replied with a laugh. Whether I call them or not, they will still come. I am an elf here. I don't think you can escape anymore. If you want to die, why don't you try stepping over these walls? The maid spoke. This time her voice suddenly changed. How arrogant. Truly the descendant of that man. Hearing the strange voice, Theor's eyes widened in surprise. Hey, what's wrong with your voice all of a sudden? She didn't answer. A surge of magic suddenly appeared, coiling around her arm and the dagger hidden on her person. She drew the dagger, lunging towards Theor like lightning. The blade struck the wall. Suddenly, Regina's voice rang out. Theor! Hearing his sister's voice, Theor turned his head, his face showing 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts fear. Regina stopped, thinking to herself, He really makes me want to give him a good beating right now. Seizing the opportunity, Theor turned and said to the maid, These are the last words I will say to you, so listen carefully. The only one allowed to speak ill of my sister is me. Regina continued to call, Theor! As she ran closer, seeing the full scene, she was startled. Walls. The condition to summon walls is when a protective force is needed. That means he left the palace without his sword, that idiot. Aaron said, I'll handle the rest. You go to Crown Prince Theor. In a hurry, Regina didn't refuse and nodded, saying,
Aaron immediately passed her, while Regina, with a scowl on her face, walked towards him. "Thier, you damn idiot!" He screamed in fright. "Ha ha!" Regina smiled. Conveniently, she pulled out her staff. "First, let's give you the beating you deserve." Thier closed his eyes, thinking, "It's here."
But the expected beating didn't happen. Regina gently hugged him. In a soft voice, she said, "Thank goodness you're still safe." Thior, stunned, replied, Then he pushed his sister away and demanded loudly, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you hit your head somewhere?" Regina retorted, "Those are my exact words. You didn't even bring any escort knights. What were you thinking, sneaking out of the house without a single weapon?" Thior retorted, "Sneaking out of the house? I was just going for a walk." Regina rolled her eyes. "Sneaking out of the house without permission? What kind of walk do you call that?" Thior yelled, "Ah, stop it! My ears hurt!" Regina continued, "If you keep acting like this, what do you plan to do in the future?" He replied defiantly, "You said I would become emperor. Have you forgotten your own words?" At this moment, Aaron suddenly spoke up. "Excuse me for interrupting, but what are you all going to do with this person?"
Regina slightly blushed, cleared her throat. "Ahem. Prepare yourself for when you return." Thior nodded in agreement. "That's right. You'll have to face what you've done soon enough. I'll give you one unique chance to justify yourself." Seeing her silence, Regina smirked and asked, "Nothing left to say?" Thior said, "This person was still able to speak just now, although her voice suddenly changed, which startled me a bit." Hearing him say that, Regina's first reaction was to scold, "Thior, I told you not to call people it." After her initial reaction, she looked bewildered and asked, her voice changed? Regina began to ponder. "I've been observing her for a while now, but I've never heard of her changing her voice." Thinking this, she immediately said, "Sir Aaron, I need to see her eyes." He loudly replied, "Understood, Your Highness." Regina stepped forward, lifted the maid's chin, and the familiar red eyes immediately appeared.
Regina froze, a cold sensation running down her spine. She stared at the woman with wide eyes. Then she gasped in surprise. "Your eyes?" The woman looked at her with an enchanting gaze. "So, you've recognized me." Despite her shock, Regina tried to remain calm in front of her. I think it would be strange if I didn't recognize you." The maid said in a teasing tone. "It seems the princess isn't very surprised, is she?" Regina lifted her head and looked at her with disdain. "I think the way you're speaking now suits you better." The maid, unafraid, calmly replied, "If that's what you wish." As she squeezed the woman's cheek, she pondered. It was completely different from what she had seen. This spell didn't make them obey a netta, it made them become a netta. If the spell was activated when she received the necklace as a gift, it meant she had hidden it perfectly all this time. A witch who used magic to break women's hearts, she endured the pain, all for a small chance to kill them. The maid looked at her smugly. "For someone of his lineage, you are truly very intelligent." Regina seemed to feel uneasy at her words. She slapped the woman across the face, then muttered to herself, "She's willing to do anything if it means killing us even a day sooner."
Regina tried to calmly speak. "Explain, what did you do with the soul of that body?" The maid smirked. "What makes you think I'd tell you?" She raised her head and asked, "Are you curious? Live in fear of a power you know nothing about. Know that it can follow you anywhere." She shrieked, "Struggle to your heart's content. All that will remain in the end is your destruction." Suddenly, she collapsed forward from exhaustion, startling Aaron. He felt her body. Regina said worriedly, "Lord Aaron." Aaron calmly stated, "She's dead." She shrieked in panic, "What?" He bent down and laid the maid on the ground. She lay still on the cold floor.
Regina turned away and indifferently ordered, "Sir Aaron, move the body to the royal palace." He quickly obeyed. "Yes, princess." She added instructions. "Furthermore, there's a place I need to stop by." Aaron replied to her, "I understand." Then Regina turned to Thior and said, "You won't listen to me even if I tell you to go back, so come with me to Tarahan district." He showed a lack of interest and replied, "Tss, I'm too lazy." A moment later, after they had been walking together for a while, Regina spoke up. "We'll have some time on the way there, so tell me, why did you run away?" Thior irritably explained, "I already told you, I didn't run away. I just left for a bit because the atmosphere was too stifling." She looked at him suspiciously. "Without any guards accompanying you?" Thior retorted loudly, "It's right in front of the royal palace and a place I often visit. The knights would follow to protect me anyway." She looked at her stubborn younger brother and mused. Yes, of course, everything is fine for Thior because he doesn't know what's going to happen. However, Regina couldn't help but hit him on the head. Thior sobbed, clutching his head. "Ow, what's wrong with you, sis?" Regina angrily yelled at him. "Have you forgotten the assassination plot against the king 3 years ago at the banquet? A suspicious individual even sought you out, and I'm sure you know the royal palace has been in chaos lately." "Stop talking nonsense and tell me the truth. Why did you run away?" Thior still retorted, but his tone was now a little hesitant. "I didn't run away." Regina growled darkly. "I guess I'll have to bring rubber arrows for me to know the truth, won't I?" He looked behind his back. Aaron quickly looked towards him. Then Thior sadly bowed his head. He uttered discontentedly, "Anyway, no one needs me." Regina asked him again, bewildered, "What? What do you mean?" Thior awkwardly looked away. "You can handle everything, even when I'm not there. Even father can't guess what you're thinking. I'm just an obstacle. You all think it's lucky enough if I don't cause any trouble." Regina, looking distraught, placed her hand on his shoulder. "Why? Why do you think that?" Thior brushed her hand off him. "I'm not stupid. I know what people around me think.
Then he immediately walked away. Regina reached out her hand to call, Her voice suddenly stopped. She watched his footsteps and thought, I want to deny what he said, but perhaps in my own mind, he really is that kind of person. I've never thought he could achieve anything. I've always just seen him as a kid I needed to protect.
I should have told Theor that to me he is the successor to the throne. She remembered when she gently held Theor's hand. Then she understood his journey, a path he had to walk alone, a righteous one, even though it wasn't the easiest path. Gazing intently at her little brother's back, Regina told herself, I was wrong. I simply wanted to protect him. I wished I wouldn't have to experience that pain again. Regina buried her face in her hands sadly. She asked herself, now I need to change, having realized where I went wrong. I learned that I can only truly understand through direct experience. Suddenly, Regina called out, Theor! He turned around with an annoyed expression. What? She hesitated, looking at him for a moment, then blurted out, I'm sorry. Theor, thinking she was out of her mind, asked again, What? What did you just say? Regina rushed over and grabbed his shoulders. I almost did something foolish, she said. Theor started to feel awkward. Hey, why are you acting like this all of a sudden?
Regina's hand tightened slightly. More than you can imagine. You are very important to me and to this empire, Theor, he said, bewildered. Huh? Regina looked at him sincerely. I'm sorry for making you feel like a nuisance. Can you forgive me? Theor was utterly confused. Huh? Forgive? In his head, he was thinking, this witch is apologizing so gently? Why do I feel so uneasy? Regina truly pressed closer and closer, saying, from now on, things will be different. Theor immediately refused. No, I was just thinking that today I'm really fine. Regina's eyes sparkled. Yes, after all, you are an Alfir. Theor was already scared. He said loudly, your eyes look terrifying. Regina shook her head, continuing to confide in him. I don't think so. I've heard that mother lions sometimes push their cubs off cliffs to make them stronger. Theor was puzzled. Huh? Why are you suddenly talking about puppies? I mean, like kittens. Regina immediately brought up. And the Alfir family's crest is a lion.
Upon hearing this, Theor likely understood. He quickly turned ashen and tremblingly asked, the lioness you're referring to is... Regina also thought he understood what she meant, and she became even more pleading. Theor was now scared out of his wits. He nervously suggested, witch, no, sister, elder sister. Please think this through carefully. Didn't you just apologize to me a moment ago? Regina clasped his hands tightly, her voice terrifyingly sweet. That's why I'm doing this. I, your sister, will try my utmost. I will help you with all my heart. Theor thought in horror. This isn't good. This woman isn't normal. He immediately shot a desperate glance backward, his expression pleading for help. Hey, most loyal one of Estine, quickly analyze the situation and help me. Noticing that Aaron was currently ignoring his pleading gaze, he thought to himself, oh no, I'm done for. My gut feeling tells me that scoundrel won't help me. If only Lady were here. But he also thought that Jessie didn't seem to be a match for Regina. Your Majesty, please save me. Yes, that's definitely impossible. Theor began to feel a growing unease, and why that scoundrel was looking at his sister with such eyes. He knew how he had once kicked her and fled to the eastern border a few years ago.
I've personally witnessed a different side of this witch. Thinking this, he immediately yelled, who are you looking at with that kind of gaze? Regina didn't understand why Theor said that. She turned her head, and Aaron quickly looked away. Regina felt a little embarrassed, and she softly asked, Mr. Aaron, I apologize. Have my sister and I been talking for too long? He shook his head. Not at all. Theor irritably snapped. Hey, how dare you ignore me? Regina found him so rude that she unhappily reminded him. Theor, hey isn't his name, is it? He is Mr. Aaron. Theor looked angry and said, do you think I said that because I don't know?
Regina gave him a concerned look and said, when you become emperor, will you still call him hey you like that? That rude behavior will diminish your authority. Theor glamed at Aaron. Do you think I'd be eager to call someone who dumped you by their name? Regina immediately corrected him. You shouldn't call me that. You must call me older sister. Then she became excited again. And about that, Sir Aaron and I have already resolved our misunderstanding. Isn't that right, sir? Aaron remained silent, unsure how to answer. A moment later, looking a bit downcast, he nodded and said, yes. Regina happily said, did you hear that? But Theor didn't think so. As he saw that expression of avoiding the truth, he thought, he looks so flustered. He frowned, clearly showing his displeasure at the prospect of a near future. That bastard will get involved romantically with her? Why do I feel so angry? Regina unexpectedly took his hand and gently said, all right, Theor, until we reach Tarahan district, can you please talk seriously with your older sister? Regina and Theor, the two siblings, were discussing animatedly under the golden sunlight, creating a warm scene. Aaron quietly watched this scene, a difficult to describe emotion in his heart. He suddenly remembered the words of those around Regina. Do you even need me?
Theor said with a heavy heart that she had always handled everything herself until now. Laurus once clutched his head in sorrow. Theor had fled, and that was why Regina stated she would take matters into her own hands. He questioned himself. Why is this, princess? Sundus had revealed that approximately 3 years prior, Princess Regina had begun to take notice of Sylvie, never trusting others and always bearing all burdens herself. At this thought, his hand instinctively tightened into a fist. He recalled that sometime earlier, Laurus had expressed his concern to Belici, the knight escorting Regina this time. Aaron declared firmly, "It will be me." Laurus and Belici eyed him with some skepticism. "For you to go alone, it's quite—" Aaron placed his hand over his left breast and stated with conviction, "As a Vestine, I also have a duty to protect the royal family members. Please entrust this task to me."
Next, an image of Regina looking at him with a puzzled expression, asking, "Why, Sir Aaron?" He didn't know how to answer her then. Having accompanied her through so many events, he secretly wondered, why? Why doesn't the princess love herself? She would rush into danger to protect her family, as if she didn't care about protecting herself. He silently gazed on her face. That aspect of her worried him. But from the perspective of a guard, should his heart ache like this? In another room, Herman was kneeling on one knee before Annetta, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" Annetta tremblingly took a lock of his hair, and though extremely weak, she uttered coldly, "Useless. What should I do with someone as useless as you?" Annetta thought with disgust. He was increasingly slipping out of her control. This good-for-nothing child. Herman looked at her sincerely. "I also want," he said, "I also want to help Lady Annetta." She turned away, refusing. "You don't need to do that." He still pleaded, "Lady Annetta, please." Annetta indifferently pushed his hand away. "Why don't you go back to the ducal mansion? I'm sure your son is waiting for you." Herman was silent for a moment, his eyes gleaming with a plea. "Lady Evildina." Annetta coldly snapped her fingers. A stream of pale pink magic swirled around her, and a large iron door appeared behind her. "I told you not to call me by that name, didn't I? Can't you even remember such a simple request now? How foolish." She opened the door and quickly stepped inside. After she closed it, the door gradually vanished, leaving Herman still in the same posture, looking at her. He silently caressed the lock of hair Annetta had touched, his eyes filled with infatuation, sweetly calling her Evildina. Once Annetta entered her secret room, she was tormented by pain.
In agony, she silently cursed that damned blessing of God. Memories of the persecution suddenly flooded her mind. Her compatriots once stood up, shouting for justice. "We are also children of this land, so why? Why only us?" Annetta continued to ponder. The world's order is maintained by divine laws, and the magic we chose is precisely the power to defy those laws. And God's power is also limited by the laws he himself established. He cannot do anything else to resist, not even destroy all magic himself. But he bestowed a prophecy, so we will be hunted by the very hands of humans. The more blood the hands of those hounds shed, the greater God's love for them. No matter how many times they wag their tails, the master's affection still flows in their veins to this day. My sisters, who are slowly dying, I'm sure they cannot simply turn a blind eye to this, she thought. She growled with hatred. So I must crush this heart that madly loves that man into dust. I will put an end to that bloodline. Annetta mused silently. If those who are watching are called gods, then those who are watching me are surely my witches.
In Tarahan district, 4 people, Regina, Theor, Aaron, and Sundus, gathered at Sundus's library. Suddenly, Jesse burst through the door and called out loudly, "Sir!" He ran over, tugging at Theor's sleeve and pleaded, "Sir, please help me!" Theor, also annoyed by Jesse, retorted, "What kind of help do you mean? I was dragged here too." Meanwhile, Sundus cheerfully lectured about something that Regina couldn't understand at all. By eating a little less and sleeping a little less, we are verifying certain types of materials. Jesse, absolutely fuming with anger, exclaimed, "What do you mean a little, father?" Sundus calmly asked, "Is my second son overreacting?" Regina gently advised Theor, while on the other side, Jesse was about to tear Sundus's collar. "Look, Theor, you need to let your knight rest while giving him orders. Do you understand?" Theor felt uneasy and hesitantly asked, "Don't you have anything else to say about this?" Afterwards, Jesse was escorted out by 2 maids, crying and pleading, "Crown Prince, please help me." The room door closed, and silence returned to the room.
Regina began to ask questions. "How is the investigation going?" Sundus replied, "I still haven't found any significant weaknesses." Hearing this, Regina finally felt a little relieved. She continued, "Today I met Annetta." Sundus was surprised upon hearing this, and he asked, "Oh?" She calmly said, "Although, to be more precise, I met the body that Annetta was controlling." Sundus pondered for a moment, then wondered, "So that body, do you mean it's carrying Annetta's soul?" Regina replied tensely, "I'm afraid that Annetta might be able to brainwash and control others with magic."
She thought to herself, even now the nobles of the lesser nobility were gradually being brainwashed. After thinking, she became pensive. However, this time was different. Annetta had become that person and active on her own accord. Was this reasonable? In response to Regina's question, Sundus seemed hesitant. He had to ponder for a long time before he could answer. To explain this, first, it is indeed possible. Regina was startled. Possible? Sundus calmly explained. As far as I know, there is a type of magic that can swap human souls. However, this is a taboo for witches. Regina worriedly asked, "Can it really happen?" A memory flashed in her mind of her brother seeming to become a different person, and she speculated. Could it have been the same that time? Did Annetta do that? With this speculation, Regina's face gradually turned ashen. Sundus gravely said, "Witches only reveal a little information about their magic, but they certainly have a record of taboos. More precisely, instead of swapping souls, witches will place another layer on their soul fragment. As he spoke, he demonstrated by covering one hand with the other. Regina looked confused. Soul fragment? Sundus slowly explained. That is why this magic is a taboo, because an unstable soul fragment can also affect magical power.
And the one whose soul is completely obscured will surely die. Regina repeated, will surely die. Sundus nodded. Those are all witch taboos. She questioned, why don't they realize when their souls are swapped? Sundus said in a low voice, because their inner core remains the same. The moment they are transformed, they won't die, but when the magic leaves their body, they will die. Regina wondered, when the magic leaves their body? Sundus replied, while maintaining magic, witches can only alter the parts they desire. Regina mused. I suppose that explains why she couldn't recognize the strange points on her body. Wait a minute, she suddenly realized. Then, right before the carriage accident in her previous life, this discovery stunned her.
If the carriage accident wasn't the result of a failed assassination attempt, but rather a remnant of Annetta's body possession, Theor didn't get into trouble because he was very kind, but instead, was everything orchestrated by Annetta to stir up the royal family? As this speculation came to mind, she suddenly exclaimed, wait, Count, according to what you said, you need to know the person's name to perform magic, right? Sundus replied, yes, to be precise, you must hear the person's name directly from their own mouth. Regina began to emit a terrifying aura as she looked at Theor. I see. If that's the case then... Theor trembled and asked, what is it? Why are you looking at me with such a savage gaze? She smiled, her voice gentle as she called out to him, Theor, my dear little brother, have you ever told anyone your name? Theor went on guard, instinctively scooting back a few centimeters. Do you think I'm that crazy, big sister? Regina cheerfully asked again, has anyone ever asked you something like that? Theor replied in fright, someone actually did ask me that, but I didn't tell them, big sister. Hearing this, Regina pounced on Theor, scrutinizing him. Who was it? When? Theor recounted fearfully. When I was at the academy, a few men asked me that. I just told them to get lost, big sister. Upon hearing this story, Regina immediately emitted a chilling aura. Theor, shrinking back in fear, shouted, why would I tell other people my name?
Regina had another thought. No, I definitely did that. I did that. That's why Annetta swapped me. The more she thought, the angrier she felt. She yelled at Theor, you idiot, how could you reveal my middle name? Theor quickly ran away, whining, I told you, I didn't, you witch. Regina, of course, didn't believe him. She chased after him and yelled, hey, stop right there. Meanwhile, Sundus awkwardly asked Aaron, aren't you going to stop them? He calmly replied, he's strong enough. Even Jessie gets tormented by her every day. Sundus said, in my eyes, he looks quite vulnerable, that's why. After a while of chasing, Regina relief. Phew, she asked sternly, did he really not tell anyone?
Jessie, beaten to tears, honestly answered her, yes, he didn't reveal his middle name even once. Theor, hiding behind Jessie, interjected, I already said I don't have one, why don't you believe me? Regina tossed her head, questioning in a loud voice. So who was audacious enough to approach and ask Theor's name? Theor said angrily, just listen to what I'm saying. Jessie slowly recalled, I'm not sure. I don't think anyone in the palace would be brave enough to ask such a risky question. Come to think of it, when Princess Annetta visited the palace for a while, she came to find Crown Prince Theor and asked for his name. Regina was surprised. She asked, did you just say Annetta asked what Theor's middle name was? Jessie quickly admitted, well, more precisely, she asked for the Crown Prince's full name.
She secretly pondered, using a flimsy excuse like wanting to be friendlier. Did she also approach Theor? It seemed to fit her hypothesis, so she softly said, for now, I will believe your words. Hearing that, Theor frowned. Why do you only believe me for now? I haven't told anyone everything yet. Jessie immediately said, thank you, princess. Regina then brought up, what about the man at the academy, the one who asked for Theor's name? Jessie quickly replied, he is Viscount Meyer's eldest son, Rhoda. Regina continued to ask, did he show any other intention to approach after that? Jessie immediately replied, yes, the Crown Prince beat him. After the conversation, he dropped out of school and returned to his hometown. Regina kept asking, what about his whereabouts after that? Jessie honestly replied, I don't know that much, princess. I'm sorry. Regina nodded slightly and ordered, Sir Jessie, please report his recent whereabouts. Jessie quickly said, yes. In Regina's thoughts, he was probably dead. However, even though he came from a minor family, he was still the Viscount's eldest son. Since she had never received any news of his death, she had to clarify it first. She calmly instructed further, Count Tarahan, please, at all costs, find the witch. No, find the weakness of the sorcerer. Please remember that we don't have much time left. Sundus immediately stood up. I understand.
Regina looked at Theor and said, Theor, let's return to the mansion. On the way there, tell me everything you plan to do at the palace. He looked at her warily. I don't want to. Regina immediately adopted an expression as if she was about to discipline him, and he instantly changed his attitude, obediently saying, I understand. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Regina's expression suddenly turned excited. Now then, shouldn't we head back right away? Aaron suddenly spoke up. Princess, what about me? Is there anything else I can help with? Hearing this, Regina froze. She thought in confusion. That's right, Sir Aaron is here too, isn't he? I completely forgot about his presence. So she reluctantly added, Sir Aaron, you should take on the role of our guide. Aaron nodded. I understand. Regina broke out in a cold sweat. Well then, let's head back. The moon was high in the sky. Sundus and Regina still had a few more things to discuss.
Theor looked at Aaron with a scrutinizing gaze, and Jessie was overflowing with joy. I'm finally out of this house. Aaron at this moment was staring at Regina, completely captivated. Theor, his face darkening, called out to him, "Hey." Aaron turned his head and said, "Yes, Your Royal Highness." Theor frowned and grumpily warned him, "Hey, I'm uncomfortable with you looking at my sister with that kind of gaze. My intuition tells me that things between you and her would be a bit risky, do you understand?" Aaron's face was blank. "I don't understand what you just said." Theor grew even angrier. He yelled, "I said I hate it, so don't approach my sister."
Jessie from behind let out a teasing smile again, "Your Royal Highness." Theor embarrassedly exclaimed, "Why are you bursting out laughing like that?" Aaron suddenly fell into deep thought, thinking of Princess Regina. He unconsciously turned towards Regina and wondered how he had looked at her. While Theor was lecturing Jessie, he suddenly noticed Aaron gazing at Regina mesmerized. Theor thought uncomfortably, just by looking at him.
He was startled. Wait a minute, did this guy's attitude just change? Did he just realize something because of his own words? Thinking this, he immediately approached Aaron and warned in a stern voice, I'm warning you, I'll kill you if you do anything strange to my sister." The carriage had stopped in the castle grounds, and Aaron gently helped Regina out. Regina smiled gratefully. "Thank you for your trouble today. So I need to see His Majesty the Emperor, so I'll be going now." After saying this, she shyly pulled Theor along, who was busy speaking sternly to Aaron. "Hey, be careful, I'll really be watching you." Regina teased further. "You'll watch him, and then what will you do?" Theor angrily struggled. "Let go of me, sis, you don't understand anything." Aaron had been spoken to like that, but he still didn't understand anything. He wondered why Crown Prince Theor spoke that way. He then remembered Theor's annoyed words from earlier. "My intuition tells me that you and my sister, both of you will be in big trouble." Jessie spoke up hesitantly. Sir Aaron, when you arrive at the palace, we've been informed that the Duke will be waiting for you in Vesti's council chamber." Aaron replied, "Then I'll go." Jessie said, "Yes." As soon as he saw Aaron, Martin cheerfully greeted him. "Hey, you're here?" Aaron was startled. "Martin, why are you here?" Martin held out a letter and said, "I came for this." He handed it to Aaron and added, "His Majesty the Emperor personally sent this letter." Aaron took it and read the letter. "No matter what happens in the capital, ensuring the security of our borders must be the #1 priority."
Martin said softly, "Given your personality, it seems the Emperor is trying to gain the upper hand." The image of Angel materialized and declared loudly, "Your Majesty is in danger. Everyone follow me." Martin looked at Aaron and asked, "Are you planning to go there alone? By then it would be too late, so tomorrow morning I'll send a hawk there." After saying that, he plopped down onto the sofa and casually said, "Hey, are the Selvage family's rooms always this nice? This room is even more comfortable than our rooms back home." Aaron said gloomily, "Stop talking nonsense." Martin continued, "Currently, the Duke is still with the Emperor. However, Sir Aaron," he suddenly looked at Aaron with a sly expression, "I heard you just escorted Princess Regina back? How was the atmosphere?" Aaron stiffened, having been hit where it hurt. Martin exclaimed, "How surprising. You seem strange. Is something wrong?" Aaron called out, "Martin."
Martin was a little wary. "Why are you calling my name so seriously? You're scaring me." Aaron's face suddenly turned completely red, and he hesitantly asked, "Do you know how I've been looking at Princess Regina lately?" Martin's jaw dropped in surprise. Then he immediately switched to gossip mode. "Oh my god, huh? What is this? Did something happen? What is it? Tell me." Aaron hesitated. Martin excitedly interrupted. "Crown Prince Theor! Crown Prince Theor! So suddenly? Not Princess Regina?" Aaron looked at him as if he wanted to hit him. Martin had to say slowly, "All right, I get it. I won't interrupt you anymore. Even though I smell something interesting, I don't feel very comfortable. So what is it? Tell me quickly." Aaron hesitated. "Crown Prince Theor, the Crown Prince said he would kill me if I made any strange moves toward Princess Regina." Martin was startled and asked again, "What?" Aaron continued. "The Crown Prince said he was displeased with the way I looked at Princess Regina." Martin's mischievous gaze was evident on his face. Aaron continued to recount. "The Crown Prince also said that if I got involved with Princess Regina, it would be very dangerous." "What's that unpleasantness about?" Martin excitedly added. "Ah, so that's it. What is it?" He feigned a thoughtful expression. No, well..." Aaron, losing his temper, said directly, "You might as well just burst out laughing and say it already." And Martin really did burst out laughing.
"Didn't I tell you so? You'll definitely regret it later." "Oh my, I haven't even had children yet, but I'm giving advice like this at my age? How did that handsome face get into this situation? You're so adorable." Aaron was absolutely furious. "If you're done laughing, then tell me." Martin looked at Aaron with amusement and said, "You fool, do you really need an explanation? Every time you see purple, you're like you're mesmerized. Then suddenly you're speechless, and you'll silently, foolishly stare towards the capital." At this point, Martin pointed at a blushing Aaron and exposed him, wondering if it was Princess Regina's fault, but he would seriously deny it no matter what.
"But just seeing the shimmering purple light, your grace would lose focus and stare at it." Aaron, stunned, asked back, "Me?
Martin began to get annoyed. What else shines with purple light in this capital, huh? Is it the Emperor? Aaron stammered. Well, Martin put on a serious face but was actually covering his mouth to hide a smile. He asked, "Are you really asking me to comment on how you look at Princess Regina?" He suddenly brought up, "How do you think the Duke looks at the Duchess?" Bellici's affectionate gaze suddenly appeared in Aaron's mind. He unconsciously smiled. Seeing that, Martin added, "You look at the princess exactly like that." Aaron was surprised. "What?" Martin exclaimed. "Ha! As if there's nothing more precious in the world. That's how you look at the princess." Aaron was a little unwilling to believe it. Well, Martin calmly continued to explain. Would a vassal dare to look at his lord like that? Just imagine me looking at you with that gaze. Good heavens, I'd get goosebumps all over. Aaron secretly imagined. Just like how father looks at mother. He mumbled, "Is that how I look at Princess Regina?" Martin smiled. "No matter how foolish you are, you should know. So what do you think your gaze is hiding? Here, people call that love." Aaron's face immediately flushed. He hesitantly said, Suddenly he fell silent. He seriously considered it. Indeed, the image of Regina was in his mind. He thought, and Princess Regina. Martin suddenly interjected. But Aaron. Aaron asked in a low voice. "What?" Martin asked worriedly. "Are you all right?" Aaron's mind was a bit slow at the moment. He wondered, "What do you mean? Explain it more simply." Martin began to say, annoyed, "How much more do I have to spell it out?"
Princess Regina, has she made a fool of you? The memory of Aaron's rejection of her feelings suddenly surfaced. He said, I was so foolish not to recognize your heart. In the end, I made a promise I shouldn't have made. My selfish greed led to decisions that hurt you. Princess, I don't like you. This was truly a direct slap in the face to the current Aaron. He asked, Is this a dream? Martin replied, If this is a dream, I'd want to wake you up too. Martin thought to himself that although Aaron looked like a foolish bear, he had always thought he looked more like a wild fox. Seeing that he knew nothing about this, he truly was a member of the Vestine family.
If the princess were like the Duchess, she would attract many fools like these. Thinking this, he let out a troubled sigh. Aaron was confused. Just as expected, if he liked the princess, Martin irritably reminded him, Sir, if you keep mentioning noble aristocratic duties like your uncle, I will be very angry with you. Aaron stammered. Martin stated bluntly, 36 times. Aaron asked stunned, What? Martin replied, The number of times your uncle, the count you always aspire to be, was rejected by a woman. I know the count has no intention of marrying, but do you think he would confess his feelings after 36 rejections? Aaron was bewildered. The count, Martin quickly cut him off. It's good that you respect the count. However, you should stop believing that he refuses to marry because of his duty to guard the border. A memory of young Aaron being indoctrinated by Eagle. Your uncle, he is a man who sacrificed himself for the country. Little Aaron felt full of admiration. Wow! Martin immediately extinguished Aaron's naive belief, but he was just deceiving a child. And no matter how much you respect your uncle, do you really have to live a life just like his? Aaron was flustered. Martin advised, You should be clear, Aaron.
Is it truly nothing? I'm asking, do you not have even a shred of affection for the princess? Aaron's mind was a turmoil of thoughts about his feelings for the princess. He had once said, I truly wish to meet you. As the chieftain of the Vestine clan, he had offered her out of concern. Traveling at night is very dangerous, so princess, please allow me to be your escort. If it is I can protect the princess. It would be very good if the princess needed me. That was loyalty, nothing more, nothing less. No, his feelings at that time. Regina had also once told him, In the future, there will never be a time when I like you, Sir Aaron. He wondered if his feelings for the princess were not merely loyalty. The more he pondered this, the more Aaron's heart raced. Despite his thoughts, he finally said aloud, I think I've fallen in love. Martin immediately clapped his hands sharply. There, you finally admit it. No, you need to get over it quickly. Everyone knows it but you.
The problem is, what will you do in the future? First, apologize for what happened that day and say that you made a mistake. Aaron hesitated, wondering, can I really do that? Martin pointed out in a low voice, well, if you did something wrong, you have to apologize first, and even though a short time has passed, doesn't the princess like you? Aaron suddenly looked bewildered. Yeah? Martin continued to explain about love. No matter how you reject someone, it's difficult to completely erase their feelings for you. Love for someone isn't something that can be suddenly abandoned. Aaron secretly hesitated. It's not love. The princess only made an agreement for personal gain. Martin said bluntly, Didn't you abandon the princess where everyone could see? It won't be easy, but a person's heart will soften when they see the one they love sincerely pleading. Aaron secretly regretted. The princess doesn't even like me, yet I made her incredibly embarrassed. Do I deserve to be forgiven? Aaron hesitantly said, There's a problem. Martin, still excited, said, Ha ha, I can't believe you'll inherit the Duke's legacy and finally immerse yourself in romance.
Noticing his friend's obliviousness to his mood, Aaron called out loudly, Martin! Martin! Martin jumped in surprise. You scared the life out of me. What's wrong? Aaron then revealed the truth to him. The princess never liked me. I heard it myself. Hearing this, Martin froze and asked, What? The truth was, Regina had said, So everything was a misunderstanding. In the future, I will never like the Duke.
Suddenly, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Martin saw Aaron put down the handkerchief and realized, "Is this the handkerchief the princess gave you that day?" Aaron replied, "Yes." After a brief silence, Martin had to admit, "Aaron, I think that's your karma." Martin watched Aaron's mood plummeting uncontrollably, and he struggled to think, what should he do? He surely had to say some comforting words to him, didn't he? He then walked over and patted Aaron's shoulder. If we look at the bright side," Aaron let out a long sigh. Martin continued, trying to console him. "It's true that you once abandoned the princess, but just a few days ago the princess also rejected you, didn't she?" Aaron asked sadly. "So what?" Martin brightened up. "Well, it's a bit of a give and take." Aaron glared at him hatefully.
Martin quickly admitted his mistake. "All right, I know I'm talking nonsense. Please don't curse me silently in your head anymore." Then he cheerfully added, "No matter how much you regret it, you can't turn back time. In your case, isn't that the best solution? It's not like you had bad intentions. Just consider this a lesson and think more carefully about what you'll do in the future. Then you won't have to regret your actions." Aaron slowly took the handkerchief. "What I will do in the future," he honestly said. "This is the first time I've liked someone, so I'm a little confused." Martin interjected, "But you're not interested in that, are you?" Aaron pondered. "Although this makes me think," he gripped the handkerchief tightly, "but I don't dislike this feeling. I will properly apologize to the princess for the mistake I made that day and for all my wrongdoings." Martin nodded. "Yes, that's the right way for you to think." Aaron replied, "Perhaps I should also try to make the princess see me in a different light." Martin questioned, "How do you plan to do that?" Aaron showed determination. "I will use it." Martin was curious. "What?" Aaron, firm in his narcissism. "My irresistible handsomeness." At this moment, Theor was being scolded for daring to run away. Lara slammed the table and asked, "Do you understand?" Theor sullenly replied, "Yes, your majesty." Regina cheerfully added, "Should this older sister check if you truly understand?" Theor lowered his voice and said, "Because we never know what might happen, I should listen and behave more obediently than before." Regina suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, that's right, your majesty. Your son has made a big decision." Laris, with a questioning look, asked, "A decision? Theor?" Theor, also confused, asked back, "Me? What are you talking about?" Regina announced with a face full of excitement and strong conviction, "As a prince who will rule this empire in the future, the prince said he would investigate everything happening in the empire." Theor quickly denied, "When did I say that?"
Regina continued, her eyes sparkling intensely. "You said you wanted to become someone the empire needs." Theor immediately cut in. "No, when did I say such things?" Regina started to cry. "It was then. You said you had reevaluated your foolish past." Theor yelled, "Answer my question." Laura stood up and asked curiously, "Theor, is that true? Did you really say that?" Theor, flustered, stammered, "No, yes, Regina looked overjoyed. "After all, we're part of the Alfir family. I will do my best to help Theor." Hearing this, Loris happily embraced him and exclaimed, "Theor, this father always believed that one day you would give your all." Theor stubbornly denied, "No, that's not what I meant." Inside, he silently cried, "Damn it, I shouldn't have run away." Suddenly, a servant entered, interrupting the royal family's joyous moment. Loris looked displeased and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" The servant announced clearly, "By order of Princess Regina."
Leon and Riga had just arrived at the mansion, which made Regina's mood truly joyful. They had found a clue. On this side, Martin laughed until tears streamed down his face. "Using your good looks? Are you serious, sir?" Aaron, showing no embarrassment, even thought, "At least the princess doesn't hate my face, I think. First, I need to create opportunities to meet the princess more often." Then Aaron declared confidently, "No one can resist my dazzlingly handsome face. The princess is sure to fall for me." Martin replied, "Quite confident, aren't we?" He crossed his arms and scoffed. "You make it sound like a trivial matter, don't you? Truly a magnificent man." Aaron, ignoring him, seriously sought his opinion. "Martin, didn't you also marry for love? I have something to ask, even though you are still in the midst of preparations." Martin suddenly turned his face away, avoiding the topic. "Sir Aaron, it's not good to be overly concerned with other people's romantic affairs. Let's end this conversation here." Seeing that Martin refused to speak, Aaron immediately began to negotiate. "I will extend your vacation period before and after the wedding." But Martin didn't care in the slightest. "Oh dear, do you know you'll get slapped if you meddle in other people's romantic affairs?" Aaron continued to use a new tactic. "I have a mansion by the sea. I'll let you use it for your honeymoon." As soon as he finished speaking, Martin burst into a cheerful laugh. "Ha ha, Aaron, you're my soulmate, my confidant. Just ask your brother here. Ask anything you want. Ha ha." Elsewhere, Regina was troubled by something. 3 years ago, all efforts to trace Anetta's whereabouts were in vain.
At first, I was just searching blindly, but Leon and Riga reacted to Anetta's scent. Regina gently gave the command, "We need to search for Anetta's scent. I know it's very difficult, but can you two do it?" Riga and Leon understood immediately and nodded in agreement. At this, Regina quickly sat down and hugged them tightly. "Then I beg you to. Although I'm very worried, I don't know who else to trust." In the evening, Regina suddenly called out loudly, "Leon, Riga!" The two wolves immediately ran over when they heard her call. "Come here." Regina stroked their heads while feeding them. "You two did very well. Time to eat now." Although busy feeding Riga and Leon, Regina still observed her surroundings. "Theor, stay there. Riga is still eating." Theor was startled to hear that. "What? How did you know I was here?"
Regina replied,
As a prince, you should correct your posture. Theor let out a frustrated sigh. Just forget it. Theor slowly walked closer to Regina and said, every time I see it, I feel like something's missing. Regina stroked the heads of the two wolves as she replied, it's cute, what's the big deal, and why are you following me? If Regina hadn't mentioned it, it would have been fine, but her reminder made Theo recall, and he flared up in anger. It's all thanks to you that Father sent me here. Father said I have to do everything with you. What am I supposed to do now? Regina innocently replied, how did Father know I liked it and made you follow suit? Elsewhere, Laris suddenly sneezed. Regina turned to look at the eating wolf and asked, Leon, have you found anything yet? As soon as they heard Regina's words, they obediently picked up a bag of items in their mouths and brought it to her. Regina happily took it, sighing in relief. Finally, as soon as she opened it and confirmed the contents of the bag, Regina looked at Leon and asked, can you lead me to where you found this? Leon immediately nodded. Regina stood up and instructed, very good, Leon and Riga, you two can rest now. Then she turned to the side and spoke, as for Theor, you're coming with me.
As the two were walking, a cry suddenly rang out. Ah! Belici and Aaron greeted in unison. We humbly request an audience with your Royal Highness, Princess. Regina, surprised to see the two of them there, asked, oh, Sir Aaron, haven't you returned yet? Aaron, blushing, replied, indeed. Aaron asked with concern, your Highness must be very tired. Regina, gazing at his endlessly handsome face, replied dreamily, I'm fine. Aaron didn't believe her. But your Majesty clearly looks very tired. Regina, walking inside, turned her head and said, you two have come at just the right time. I've come to discuss something. Duke, please listen as well. Belici replied, yes, Your Highness. Regina entered Laris's study and placed a package on his desk. Laris looked up at her. What is this? Regina replied, these are traces of a netta that Leon and Riga found. He didn't understand what she meant. Huh? Regina, full of confidence, assured him, I will explain in more detail. Suddenly, Laris clutched his head and sighed. You've gone and planned something behind my back again, haven't you? Regina voiced her thoughts. Since we don't know when a netta will appear, as a princess, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Laris suddenly interrupted her. So this time you're going to act on your own again. At this moment, Regina presented very seriously. As I've said, this is an urgent situation, and through this, we might find clues to stop a netta. Regina tried to persuade him, because we cannot keep clashing every time a netta is mentioned. Please grant me full authority to decide on matters related to her. Belici and Aaron, standing nearby, heard this and turned to look in surprise. Contrary to Regina's determination, Laris decided, I will not allow you to do that. Upon hearing him say that, Regina, unwilling to accept it, shouted loudly, Your Majesty, if you do not permit it, I will do nothing but defy your orders. Laris also loudly reminded, Regina. After a few seconds, Regina regained her composure and calmly said, This is an issue that threatens the entire security of the Empire. Will Your Majesty entrust that responsibility to someone else? Laris did not want her to get involved in this matter. Your Majesty, he replied, I will handle this. However, Regina was not ready to give up yet. Your Majesty, Emperor Laris I, you are the son of the Empire. She hastily rattled off a long speech. Our opponents are mages, and many unexpected situations can arise. In such circumstances, who do you think can make the quickest decisions? Bearing immense responsibility and duty, someone who will not bring danger to the Empire, even in the worst-case scenario, is neither Your Majesty nor Thier. Finally, Regina declared with absolute certainty, It is I. The more Laris listened to her, the more alarmed he became. How can you say such terrifying things? He also had his own inner turmoil. If the person standing before me were not Regina, as an emperor, I would dismiss her immediately, if she were not my traumatized daughter. Laris glanced at Thier's frightened expression. Thier, that child. If that child could stop her sister, then these events... At this point, Laris's head ached. He clenched his fists to restrain the surging emotions. I have to entrust you with a burden too great for me to bear. I truly am a terrible father. Helplessness enveloped him. After a moment of thought, Laris slowly asked, Are you confident you can do it? In contrast to his dejected appearance, Regina replied with complete confidence, Yes, I am. I am a member of the Alfear family, after all. Laris was moved upon hearing Regina's proud reply. Regina sincerely stated, Please make use of me for the future of the nation. Isn't objectivity a virtue for an emperor?
I am ready for this moment. Please trust me. After hearing Regina speak, Laura suddenly realized something. This conversation was not between a father and daughter, but between a king and a princess. He recalled that earlier Regina had looked at him and declared, Your Majesty, you have no daughter. Now Laris felt regret. Was he being punished for not trusting this child, or was he being granted a final opportunity by God? A moment later, Laris spoke. I understand. It seems you have made your decision. Regina looked at him and replied, Yes. He avoided her gaze and continued, Even if I don't allow it, you will still act, won't you? Regina maintained her previous answer. Yes. The conversation reached an impasse, and the two fell silent, unsure what to say. Perhaps Regina was waiting for Laris's approval. Laris, on the other hand, remained silent, as if wanting to hold on to something, but in the end he consented to her. I understand. Then I have no authority to stand in your way anymore. Pausing for a moment, Laris continued, Do as you wish.
Seeing that he had accepted her decision, Regina bowed her head and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." With that, Regina turned to leave, but then she stopped and looked at Theor, instructing him, "Theor, you must protect the palace while I'm gone." Regina walked towards Theor and gently stroked his cheek.
Theor looked at her and gently asked, "Sister, are you really going alone?" Then Theor blurted out a long speech that made Regina freeze. "Or have you ever thought about going with an escort knight? There are so many knights, and you're a princess after all." Afraid of embarrassment, Theor quickly tried to backtrack. "No, it's not that I care about you, but many other people are worried about you." Seeing Theor's eyes welling up with tears and speaking in such a whiny voice, Regina was embarrassed. No, I'll bring Rion and Riga along, so..." As the two were having a sisterly moment, Aaron suddenly interjected, "Princess, there's something else I'd like to say." Regina turned to look at him. "Huh?" Aaron seriously stated, "I have witnessed the princess's swordsmanship skills before. I must respectfully say that it would be very dangerous for the princess to travel alone without an accompanying knight." Regina responded nonchalantly, "So what?" It was then that Aaron revealed his intention. "Please grant me permission to be the princess's escort." As soon as he finished speaking, not just one, but all three people in the room were surprised. Laris frowned in anger. Theor looked displeased. Only Regina didn't get angry, but truly had no idea what Aaron was trying to do.
Laris was still angry, thinking, hand my daughter over to a brat who once abandoned and ignored her? Theor was no less indignant. The disrespectful scoundrel dares to use his dazzling handsome face to approach the witch. Meanwhile, Regina wondered, how strange. Why do I keep getting stuck with this troublesome person lately? Both Laris and Theor shared the same thought. Are these two planning to go off on their own? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Aaron calmly explained, Vestine exists to protect the Alfir family. Aaron vowed, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I swear I will protect the princess with all my being. Seeing him use his handsome aura, the other three people in the room were blinded. That's a bit much. Regina shivered as she secretly analyzed. If he helps, my burden will be significantly reduced, but this guy is a bit much. Thinking so, Regina immediately spoke up. In that case, I will go with Sir Johann. Aaron disagreed. If we want to subtly distract our opponents, Sir Johann needs to remain at the palace as usual. Regina stammered. That, she thought to herself, I can't refute that statement because I actually said that before.
Laris observed intently, and noticing her discomfort, quickly interjected. If you change your mind and no longer go alone, things might be better. Laris made the decision for her. So that I can trust you on this mission, I want you to accompany Sir Aaron. This is an order.
Hearing that, Regina could only comply. Since your majesty has given such an order, I suppose I must accept Sir Aaron's proposal. Aaron immediately replied, Thank you, princess. As soon as she exited Laris's study, Jessie was already waiting outside. Seeing Regina, he bowed. Princess Regina. She asked in surprise, Sir Jessie, I thought you were resting. Holding a notebook, Jessie explained, I've come to convey an important message from my father. He asked me to tell you that he has found a piece of paper left by Duke Asalger. Regina repeated, puzzled, Asalger? Seeing her confusion, Jessie clarified, he is an ancestor of our count's family, and also the attendant who assisted the great emperor in executing witches. Sorcerers. Regina took the notebook and opened it. This is... Jessie recounted, Princess, you must know that our family has a special tradition to avoid the curse of witches. While Regina was looking through it, Jessie slowly explained, the reason we have that tradition is because Asalger requested his descendants to protect the royal family. Regina began to delve into the contents of the notebook. This record was kept for the patriarchs of the House of Asalger serving the imperial court. The emperor punished the witches who opposed society and helped the empire become a peaceful place, as the prophets had recounted. After the witches were punished, floods, hailstorms, and other supernatural phenomena disappeared. Only then did the people regain their peace. As a result, the entire empire praised the emperor's reign. However, the emperor fell into a state of near exhaustion.
As the emperor's guard at that time, I heard him say this, That woman will come looking for me. You must not stop her. That woman will surely have a fitting punishment for the traitor she cannot forgive. To make that woman happy, this much is not enough. The emperor once thought, I always dreamed of a happy future with that woman, and I always thought I would bring her happiness. At that moment, I thought she would be happy. But one day, this belief whispered to me that I should eliminate all witches, because witches had opposed our love story. They would use magic to take her away and make her disappear. Things did not go as the emperor wished, leaving him bewildered. But why is she crying? Did I do something wrong? If I was wrong, then what are these bloodstains on my hands? What have I protected with these blood-stained hands?
Those questions plunged me into despair, and I chose to close my eyes. However, all I ever wanted was to bring her happiness. I, the great emperor, was devastated. I had been too arrogant and never doubted my own thoughts. Even though the pain tried to awaken me, it couldn't compare to the agony of losing that woman. Why didn't I realize it until it was too late? In his final moments, the emperor mumbled, For that woman, I will die. If this body belongs to the emperor, and my blood to the Almighty, then my soul belongs to her, the only witch who escaped the empire's pursuit, the one unrecorded in history, Ebeldida. Until his very last breath, when the emperor succumbed to a severe illness, he still awaited that woman's revenge. After reading through the notebook, Regina quickly spoke. This is In her mind, she began to think, based on this record, I think the Emperor was useless. If the gods intended to eliminate hidden mages and exploit the Emperor, then Regina closed the notebook, speculating. It doesn't rule out the possibility that the Emperor, the gods do not brainwash humans like magic does. This is an unchangeable truth established by God. Thinking this, Regina said seriously, the choice still lies with humans, while Aaron was playing with Riga. Regina closed her eyes, sighing wearily. I feel bad for Selma and Johan. She recalled a few minutes earlier. After hearing she was leaving, Johan had been extremely disappointed. Are you going to act alone again without me? Selma cried loudly, complaining. Why do you always volunteer for dangerous tasks? We worry about you so much. Those words were like warm hands trying to hold her back. Regina smiled to herself. No, I need to focus. It won't be too late to think about it after I return.
Anyway, the most important thing now is to follow Annetta's trail. Just as she thought this, Leon bit firmly onto her sleeve. She looked down and asked, Leon? Seeing his playful demeanor, she chuckled and said, Oh, are you worried about me? Suddenly, Regina noticed Riga and Aaron's actions in the distance. She murmured, Lately this matter has been on my mind, but I know everyone will bring up the escort issue. But in the end, everything was quickly resolved thanks to Sir Aaron. Thinking of this, Regina approached to strike up a conversation. These two little ones seem to really like you, sir. Aaron looked up and replied, Oh, really? Feeling a bit awkward. So she changed the subject, laughing as she said, Ah ha ha, just a few hours ago we were saying goodbye, and now we're about to go together again. Aaron moved closer to her, his eyes wide with concern as he asked, Princess, are you feeling uncomfortable? Regina blushed and denied, No. She turned her face away and found a reason to answer Aaron. It's just that I think you need some time to rest. After hearing this, Aaron clenched his fists and firmly asserted, I really don't need it. Regina replied, Oh, really?
She shyly glanced at Aaron. She thought to herself, he doesn't seem to be lying. After thinking, Regina said with utmost sincerity, I'll be relying on your help this time. After their exchange, Regina sat down and opened the basement door. Aaron exclaimed in surprise, This place? Regina immediately explained, This is a passage I've been preparing for quite some time. Sir Aaron, are you truly all right? This might be more dangerous than you think. Aaron said with determination, If that's the case, then I must protect the princess, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Regina blushed and forced a smile. Well, haha, I think it would be better if you valued your life a little more. She tightly grasped Aaron's hand and continued, Because I also need you to escort me on the way back. The scene had now shifted to a secret room.
The wooden trapdoor in the floor was being pushed open. Aaron went up first, then reached out a hand to help Regina. He looked around and asked, Here? Regina replied, This is a camouflaged wooden house near the palace. She continued coolly, The security in this area isn't very good. This is the perfect place for us to take temporary refuge. Meanwhile, Aaron was also observing the room's layout. Seeing that it was filled with only necessities, he pursed his lips. He wondered to himself, when did the princess prepare this place? At the same time, Regina was also thinking, I prepared this place as a hideout in case the capital fell. Aaron was fumbling around, looking for something, when he suddenly asked, From now on we'll be walking, right? Regina replied, No, if we go down a bit further we'll find horses. Huh? She glared at Aaron. What should I do? I only prepared one horse. Regina recalled her escape plan. Haha, goodbye, she thought to herself. I prepared to escape alone, so I thought I would be the only one riding a horse. Although Leon and Riga are very big now, humans can't ride the two of them.
Regina stared at Aaron. She wondered if he would believe her if she used the excuse of not having enough horses to make him wait here. But before Regina could speak, Aaron said, I understand, Princess. It's no problem at all. He suggested, we can just ride together. Regina's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Huh? Then her body trembled, her face paled, and she looked at Aaron warily. Ride together? Aaron affirmed simply, That's right. He laughed heartily and said, Princess, please ride on the horse with me. Regina covered her eyes and shrieked, No, never! Even after she was on the horse with Aaron, Regina still found it hard to believe. Unbelievable! Aaron reminded her, Princess, I think you should give orders to Leon and Riga. Regina blushed and stammered, Oh, right, I should do that. She called out, Leon, Riga, let's go! Aaron reached out and took the reins, then pressed Regina against his chest. Princess, just lean on me. He gently instructed her once more, You must maintain this posture when we ride. Regina, blushing, replied, Oh, right, I know, thank you. Aaron slowly moved closer to Regina. Because they were so close, Aaron's breath brushed directly against her ear.
Regina's face flushed crimson, and she silently screamed internally. Oh my god, that's too much physical contact. The angel in her head was reminding her, Snap out of it, Regina. Is this really the time to be thinking about the escort night? Meanwhile, the devil was angrily retorting, It's not my fault, Sir Aaron is the one acting strangely. In the end, Regina could only lower her head, allowing Aaron to embrace her from behind. However, her crimson face and ears clearly revealed her mood at that moment. Aaron suddenly spoke up, Princess. Regina replied, Aaron continued, May I ask you a question?
Regina turned her head, asking curiously, What is it? Aaron voiced his suspicion. Princess, did you prepare the camouflaged wooden house and horses by yourself? Regina replied, Huh? Yes, that's right. Aaron said coolly, Then, Princess, do you intend to leave the palace?
Regina's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Ah!" She thought to herself, "That's right. Anyone could easily guess just by seeing that hut. I can't be vague anymore." Finally, she admitted, "Yes." Regina didn't hide it, stating frankly, "After this matter concludes and Theor ascends the throne, I will leave the Imperial City." She looked at Aaron and instructed him, "Keep this a secret from others for me, especially His Majesty. If he finds out, it will be a lot of trouble." Aaron pressed his lips together, lowered his gaze, and remained silent. Seeing that he still didn't speak, Regina wondered, "What? He was the one who asked, so why is he silent now? Is he tired?" She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. "Then don't stand there saying you'll come along." At this moment, Aaron was still pressing his lips together, head bowed, thinking, "Aaron, from the very beginning, you..." A few hours earlier, Martin had asked him in surprise, "You're asking how to use a honey trap?" He looked at the blushing Aaron beside him and laughed loudly. "Just having a beautiful face like yours is enough, isn't it?" Aaron said self-consciously, "Her Highness Regina is different from those other young ladies." Martin said, "Do you think a natural approach will be effective? Just lingering around won't be enough." Aaron asked anxiously, "So what should I do?" Martin propped his chin, saying coolly, Smile." He thought, "Why suddenly?" Then forced a very awkward smile. After seeing that smile, Martin helplessly yelled, "No, don't smile at me, and not like that. It needs to be brighter, as fresh as a flower."
Don't always smile. Smile when His Highness isn't looking. People are naturally weak before a beauty smile, after all. What's more, if someone is constantly grumpy as you were to smile, everyone would be startled. Martin, with utmost sincerity, simply said that an apology also needs the right timing, so one cannot rush it. Smile brightly and slowly melt His Highness's heart, then gradually approach and apologize for the disrespect. He seriously reminded, "This time do it properly so that he will like you." At this moment, Aaron was thinking with great sadness, "I intended to get close to him like this, but if this matter concludes, will he leave the Imperial City immediately, alone with this small and weak body? But I know what kind of person wields a sword with this body. Because he is someone who doesn't hesitate to wield a sword, His Highness will truly leave at the right time, because he is His Highness." Just then, Regina exclaimed, "Ah, here it comes!"
Seeing he still didn't react, she turned her head and called out loudly, "Hey, we're here!" Aaron was still lost in his own thoughts. If she had said she would leave the Imperial City after this matter concluded, then he didn't have much time left. Before then, how could he express his feelings? Regina found it hard to breathe due to Aaron's sudden tight embrace. She struggled to break free and shouted, "Hey, loosen your grip a little." Seeing Aaron still didn't react, Regina began to scold angrily. "Duke Aaron, are you listening to what I'm saying?" Aaron startled and exclaimed, "Ugh, my apologies, Your Highness." Regina's face paled and she shot Aaron a warning glance. "If you're done, please let go." Aaron, flustered, quickly released Regina. "Ah!" After that, he simply turned and dismounted the horse. Aaron extended his hand, gesturing to the person on the horse. "Your Highness." Regina glanced at him, puzzled, then turned to the other side and dismounted the horse. Aaron's face paled as he asked, "We've gone quite deep, haven't we?" Regina observed her surroundings and said, "We'll probably have to walk from here." After that, the two of them, along with Leon and Rika, began to venture deeper into the forest.
Upon arriving in front of a dense thicket of vines, Regina exclaimed, "Here it is!" She laughed loudly, hugged Leon and Riga tightly, and praised them. "Leon, Riga, you two worked hard. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to find this place." At this moment, Aaron was looking enviously at the two dogs. Riga, looking very pleased, provoked him, and Aaron immediately flared up in anger. He muttered, "Jealous of a wolf?" Regina didn't hear clearly, so she asked again, "What did you say?" But Aaron only replied, "It's nothing." He drew his sword and stepped forward, reminding Regina, "Then please step back a little." Regina stood up and said, "I'll leave it to you, Duke." Aaron effortlessly swung his sword and cut through the vines. Regina thought in surprise, as expected of Duke Aaron, how neat. Aaron sheathed his sword, smiled, and tried to look cool in front of Riga. His and Riga's eyes met, sparks flying. Regina gaped, thinking, Duke Aaron is really strange. She turned back and instructed the two dogs. "Now Duke Aaron and I will go together. Leon and Riga, wait here. It's very dangerous inside." Regina turned to ask Aaron's opinion. "Well, shall we go take a look, Duke Aaron?" Aaron replied concisely, "Yes." Elsewhere, Theor exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say?"
Jesse looked at the stack of papers in his hand and said, "Just as Your Highness Regina suspected, Rhoda Meyer has passed away." He continued coldly, "Even on the day after Rhoda Meyer's death, everyone in the household disappeared." Theor then asked another question. "So, was asking for my middle name really the work of a witch?" Jesse replied, "Most likely." Upon hearing this, Theor, extremely displeased, punched the wall hard. How could that be, and why wasn't such a matter reported? Jesse said, "Well, the situation is a bit strange. We should have investigated in more detail, but the Meyer family is like a family that never existed. No one in Yangji remembers that household. If it weren't for the testimony of a departing hunter, we wouldn't even know that household had disappeared." Theor's face darkened as he thought, even if they govern a poor land, nobles are still nobles. A noble family suddenly disappears within a day, yet there's no commotion? This is not simple at all. Theor furrowed his brow and continued to ask, "What about the investigation into magic?" Jesse quickly reported the situation. The person in charge has already arrived in Yangji, but it will take at least 2 weeks. Without letting him continue, Theor interrupted.
Hey, Jesse. He immediately looked up and replied respectfully, Yes, Your Highness.
Theor gazed distantly out the window and uttered a meaningful sentence. Do you think witches are behind this? Jesse walked over to Theor's side and said thoughtfully, Too many people aren't sensing this strangeness. Then what else could it be if not witch magic? Hearing about the aforementioned situation, he became quite troubled. It's truly insane, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, Theor couldn't help but remember someone. I don't know when I started facing the witch's curse. If I had known, I would have swung my staff more. I'm not satisfied at all. So the old witch knows about magic, but she still said she would face the witch alone? Remembering Regina's hug, Theor continued to think. I already told her not to do anything reckless. It's truly reckless to handle everything by herself.
His thoughts continued to drift to Aaron. Well, that's fine, I guess, since that unlucky name seems to be coming along too. He felt a little relieved, yet just thinking of Aaron made the veins on Theor's forehead twitch, didn't it? Even if that wasn't the case, the way he looked at his sister was truly hateful. He imagined the two of them embracing intimately. They must have already done so. This thought made Theor pull at his hair in frustration. He should have vehemently objected right then and there. If he could, he would have told his sister to bring Jesse instead of that guy. After thinking about that scene, Theor finally returned to the main issue. Jesse, what exactly is this so-called magic? Jesse replied, It's the power that defies the laws created by the gods. This answer once again turned Theor into a bristling cat. Do I look like I don't know that, which is why I'm asking? Jesse, enduring the full brunt of his anger, said with a bored tone, We just had a moment of peace, and now you're starting again. You asked what magic is, so I'm just stating the definition I learned. Just then, Sundus appeared out of nowhere, making Jesse jump. Oh, that's a good question, Your Highness.
Jesse fell straight to the ground, clutching his heart. How? Father, why are you here? Sundus calmly replied, His Majesty summoned me, so I'm on my way there. After answering Jesse, he turned to Theor, his expression changing faster than a rice paper sheet. Just as I heard Your Highness asking about magic. Having said that, Sundus couldn't hide his excitement, smiling brightly as he bowed. It's rather late, but greetings, Your Highness Theor. This excessive enthusiasm left Theor a little unsure how to react. All right. Not stopping there, Sundus pressed Issace close to the boys, his eyes gleaming with a crazed look. It seems Your Highness Theor is interested in magic, isn't he? Truly, you are His Highness Regina's sibling. Startled by such close proximity, Theor screamed in fright. Not wanting to be involved in this, Theor tried to escape. No, it's not like that. But Sundus had no intention of giving up. If Your Highness is curious about witches or magic, I, on behalf of my youngest son, will explain it in more detail to you. Every word was like a knife plunging straight into Jesse's collapsing heart. Seeing him like this, Theor once again infused. Thank you for your offer, but I decline. Sundus said, There's no need for that. Hearing this, Theor took a deep breath. After that, he paid no more attention and began to ramble on. To explain about witches and magic, one must start from the time of the first emperor. It's a very long story, so let's go somewhere else for me to explain it to Your Highness. By this point, the boy could only weep silently. No need, you'll get tired. Sundus paid no heed. I won't get tired, Your Highness, not at all. This overly stubborn attitude, yet Theor still tried to salvage a little bit. No, I already said it's not needed. Jesse slowly sat up from behind, rubbing his waist, wondering if he should resign before His Highness Theor ascends to the position of Crown Prince. As soon as this thought appeared, he began to analyze the pros and cons. His Imperial Majesty the Emperor currently can't do anything if His Highness Theor becomes the Crown Prince. While he was still imagining, the image of a girl intimately leaning close to the Emperor appeared. What? If that's the case, then Lady Greta is off limits. That doesn't seem very beneficial for his work. At this thought, the image of a man weeping profusely while submitting his resignation appeared. The current captain of the Royal Guard has had his resignation rejected several times already, before that becomes his own future. On the other side, Sundus was still extremely excited. Come, Your Highness, let's move. Jesse, on his side, was still deep in thought. But if I stop being a guard, what will I do to live? Maybe a mercenary? On the other side, Theor officially couldn't take it anymore. Listen to me. Hey, Jesse, tell your father to stop. However, Jesse didn't pay attention, focusing solely on his own future. If I quit without any prior preparation, my father and brother will drag me away. Receiving no response, he officially exploded. Jesse, what are you doing? Are you not listening to me? Only then did Jesse snap back to reality. Huh? What? Yes? But it was too late. Theor was so furious his face turned bright red. Have I been too lenient with you lately? How dare you ignore a royal command? Seeing him like that, Jesse felt he had nothing left to regret in life. I've made a mistake. Seeing Sundus's excited face while Theor was trying to endure, he made up his mind. Forget the future. I need to survive this first. Thinking quickly, Jesse swiftly stepped forward and offered an excuse. Father, you're going to meet His Majesty, aren't you? Is it really all right to stay here? Hearing this, he finally calmed down. Ah, I forgot. He chuckled, scratching his head. I'm such a... Theor fumed. This old man has no sense of responsibility at all. Having successfully diverted his father's attention, Jesse turned to look and assess Theor. Now that he's escaped, His Highness's mood must be, why is it like that? I need to make His Highness pay attention to something, he thought, looking around. Suddenly seeing someone, Jesse frowned and yelled louder than he ever had before. Hey, Your Highness, over there, there's someone very suspicious. Hearing these words, Theor's face showed clear disdain. Are you trying to get away with that? How disappointing. Jesse felt no shame at all, but quickly vindicated himself. It's true, that man is heading towards His Majesty's study. Hearing this, Theor immediately called out to the man, making the young man freeze on the spot. Hey, what are you doing? Percy heard the call and quickly came forward to pay his respects. Greetings, Your Highness. Theor immediately questioned him. All right, why are you going to His Majesty's study at this hour?
Percy deliberately bowed his head low as he reported, I heard His Majesty has a headache, so I brought him some medicine. Hearing this, Theor noticed the cup on the tray, then looked up at Percy. He thought to himself, no one has passed through this corridor until now, so who informed him? Without much thought, Theor began to press him. I haven't heard anything about that. The other person, not to be outdone, replied concisely. I only received orders from Sir Darian. I'm not aware of the specific situation. Theor asked further, what is your name? The young man didn't answer directly. I work at the Imperial Medical Institute. After beating around the bush for a while, he finally got to the point. My name is Percy Durantia. At the same time, at Duke Salvage's mansion, Inetta and Duke Salvage were leisurely playing chess. Suddenly she said, the princess is a promising candidate, but she doesn't care about the throne at all. A kitten only knows how to meow. Inetta smiled meaningfully at the chessboard. I wonder what it can protect. Duke Salvage said, checkmate. Inetta feigned a genuine surprise and said, oh dear, I've lost this game, so I have to pay the bet, right? At this, she turned her head and waved her hand. Herman, go to the cave as promised. Hearing her command, Herman respectfully nodded. He then exited under Duke Salvage's gaze. Inetta continued, ho ho, beating the princess at chess is truly a distant dream. How fortunate that the Duke, a master strategist, is on my side. A faint smile appeared on her face. He is this intelligent. What exactly is love? Is it willingness to destroy oneself? As for Regina, she and Aaron entered the cave. Regina looked up at the rock face and exclaimed, are those sparkling stones transformed by magic? Aaron replied, perhaps.
After observing those stones for a bit longer, Regina's business mind suddenly clicked. If they were mass-produced, they could be used for many purposes. Hearing this idea, Aaron immediately reached out and said, I'll get one for you. However, before he could do anything, Regina quickly chuckled and changed the subject. We don't even know what Inetta put inside them, so we'll just accept the Duke's kind gesture. Aaron stopped his hand movement and replied, yes, I understand.
Ending their very brief conversation, the two resumed walking, only this time Regina was more reserved. As she walked, Regina glanced at him, questioning life itself. Except for when they were pretending to date, they had never walked this close before. Why was he suddenly walking so close to her? As a guard, keeping a close distance to stay vigilant of their surroundings was natural, but it was too awkward. If she had known, she would have brought Riga and Leon along. Not wanting things to get out of hand, Regina shook her head to clear her mind. No, it was right for those two to be keeping watch outside. Her strange behavior caught Aaron's attention. He thought to himself, first, I need to apologize. He felt a bit flustered. Everyone around him was always proactive, even though he didn't like it, so he had almost never initiated a conversation himself. At a time like this, if Martin were here, he would help me, wouldn't he? Just then Regina asked, Duke, aren't you tired? Aaron completely disregarded her and continued thinking, no, he would only tease me, so it's better without him. Regina froze in place. After another moment, still receiving no response from him, she clenched her fists and thought, Duke, I guess I'll have to rely on my own strength. At the same time, Egel's image appeared in Aaron's mind, along with his words, Aaron, you must be determined in everything you do. Thinking this, Aaron finally decided, that's right, I'll do it. He immediately turned his head and said, Your Highness, actually, but before he could say anything, Regina spoke bluntly. Duke, you're a bit strange today. Aaron asked blankly, huh? Hearing this, Regina said, you keep avoiding my gaze and don't answer properly when I speak.
If you have any grievances, just say them. Are you afraid I won't understand? She continued, I apologize for dragging you along and not letting you get enough rest, but you were the one who knew the situation and still decided to come, so why are you angry? Aaron quickly corrected her. You've misunderstood. This clarification made Regina openly scornful. Misunderstood? Then explain the reason for your attitude. After a pause, she declared bluntly, I don't know when something might happen, but I can't continue with this atmosphere. After speaking, Regina fought, Aaron Vestine. The Vestines are the greatest source of motivation when dealing with Salvage. I can't let our relationship with them become strained. First, I should listen to Aaron and address his grievances. Aaron bit his lip, then resolved to speak. It's really not a grievance. Regina seemed unconvinced. Then what is it really? Questioned similarly again, Aaron still hesitated. Well, seeing his embarrassment, Regina froze on the spot. A few seconds later, her calm face turned as red as a tomato. He truly is a man who captivates both enemies and allies alike. I heard that's why he has to wear a mask on the battlefield.
Watching Aaron sway left and right, unable to utter a single word, Regina sighed helplessly. All right, I understand. If you don't want to speak, then you don't have to, but I hope you will act in a way that doesn't affect the work. Aaron was startled by this. Uh-huh? Without waiting for his reply, she added, We've wasted too much time. Hurry up. Aaron stared at her, stunned, his heartbeat accelerating once again. It wasn't until her figure was far away that he gritted his teeth and thought, did I miss an opportunity like this again? First, apologize for the past, then slowly build a close relationship with Her Highness. If Her Highness Regina leaves the Imperial City, will I still have any chance? At this thought, Aaron quickly ran and grabbed her hand. Regina looked at him, bewildered. Aaron's face, at this moment, was incredibly calm. Seeing this, she softly called, Duke? Then she said, It's not that dark, so you don't need to hold me. Aaron hesitated. I believe I've fallen for your highness. Regina's eyes widened, and she asked again in disbelief. Huh? Aaron took her hand and said very sincerely, I said, I like your highness. Regina was surprised. Huh? She backed away, bewildered and worried, her lips parting as she hesitated, wanting to speak, but then stopping. Regina averted her gaze and gently replied, I don't like you. This is the truth. Aaron lowered his pale face, not knowing what to say. She immediately reassured him. If someone else said that, I would think they were teasing me. However, I don't think you're joking. I don't think your confession is a joke. Aaron looked up gloomily, thinking, at least it's good. If she didn't believe me, I'd be even sadder. Regina opposite him was confused. But isn't it too much of a surprise? The fact that you like me, is that even possible? Aaron felt so hurt that he burst into tears. Is my confession that unbelievable? Is it impossible? Regina leaned back, clearing her throat lightly. You like me. Okay, let's assume that. She looked up, gazing at him steadfastly, reminding him, but I cannot simply accept your heart just because I don't hate you. Aaron thought to himself, clearly, if it weren't Princess Regina but someone else, they would have accepted the confession even if they didn't like me, but the princess would absolutely not do that, because that would be deceiving my sincere feelings. Aaron continued to think, if the truth is that the princess is using contract dating as an excuse to approach me, then I am doing something I shouldn't with the princess. This relationship could hurt her.
Regina remained silent, watching him. Aaron bit his lip, accepting everything. Indeed, she couldn't help but like him. He looked at her gently. The princess is absolutely right. Regina's eyes lit up and she asked, You think so too, don't you? So let's just pretend you never confessed your feelings. But Aaron interrupted her. But I hope you understand that I won't give up. Regina froze, her whole body stiff. Huh? He smiled, placing a hand firmly on his chest. You said you couldn't accept a confession just because you don't dislike someone, didn't you? If the princess likes me, then I will be able to understand that you have accepted my confession. Regina flinched. Sir? She broke out in a sweat, thinking, why is he suddenly so eloquent? Aaron quickly stood before her, staring intently, his face flushed with shyness as he declared, I'm not asking you to like me immediately. To make the princess like me, Aaron said, looking at her with infatuated eyes, a joyful smile irrepressibly spreading across his lips. I will do my utmost to charm you. Regina stammered. But without waiting for her to speak, he said, so please give me a chance. Regina frantically cried out, Sir Aaron, there's something over there. Aaron looked down dejectedly, and she continuously reassured him, really, it's true.
Her small hand immediately pointed in the direction of the light, affirming, look over there. Both seemed stunned. Regina turned her head, discreetly examining. Then both went deeper. Regina said in surprise, an iron door? Is it a prison? Aaron vigilantly gripped his sword, warning, I feel there's someone inside. She looked up in surprise. Someone? He reminded her, it's dangerous, princess. She, however, casually stepped forward. It's fine. Without further ado, she loudly introduced herself. I am Regina B. Alfheir. If you are a subject of Elias, show yourself to me.
The figure inside moved carefully. Regina nodded. Yes, I am Princess Regina of the Elias Empire. She thought to herself, where have I heard this voice before? The person inside, surprised, quickly struck out. Oh my goodness, princess. As soon as the other person stepped into the light, she joyfully said, I get to see the princess again like this. Regina's eyes widened in horror and she stammered, You are... Telma knelt down forcefully, closing her eyes in prayer. Telma Salvage, I pay my respects to the princess. Regina quickly knelt down to reassure her. In this situation, let's set formalities aside. The woman worriedly and quietly replied, How could I do that? Very quickly, the images of two highly influential people from her memory surfaced. Telma Salvage was once a noblewoman who, along with Barbara Vestine, dominated the high society of the Elias Empire. Before her own revival, this duchess had ended her life by suicide.
Although she was vain and liked to show off her talent, her nature wasn't bad, which is why many people followed her. Regina once again scrutinized the woman in front of her. She had encountered the Duchess in a place like this again. The woman smiled nervously, looking up to inquire, But, Princess, what brings you to a place like this? Regina frowned and replied, I should be asking you that, shouldn't I? I thought you were vacationing at your villa. The woman closed her eyes dismissively. It's just a family matter. Regina unhappily reminded her, You're not trying to use that to avoid answering, are you? Since when, after all? No, first we must rescue her, Sir Aaron. Telma sighed in exasperation, looking over.
Don't waste your effort, Aaron. It's not something that can be broken with normal strength. But Aaron's sword had already struck the iron bars, and immediately a magic circle appeared. Seeing this, Telma turned back to her chair helplessly. Exactly, it's no use. Give up on the impossible and ask me the question you were going to ask earlier. Regina got straight to the point. I want to ask, since when have you been imprisoned here? The woman turned her face, gesturing around. I don't know. As the princess can see, this place has no windows, so I can't tell how much time has passed. I will tell you everything I know, she began. This place used to be the home of Annetta Bettis. Telma frowned. If you've come all this way, princess, you must know something about that child, don't you? In her past memories, Duke Selvage and Annetta faced each other. Duke Selvage frowned, seemingly struggling to make a choice. The hands holding the seal, as Telma recounted, trembled continuously. My husband resisted that child to the very end. Annetta stared intently at the seal hovering before her eyes.
She touched the seal's tail, and Duke Selvage flinched and stopped. She bowed her head, looked at him, and whispered. Meanwhile, Telma lay unconscious on the quiet chair. She had been lying still, unconscious, as everything unfolded, but when it threatened my life, my husband quickly surrendered. Furthermore, before going to the capital, he had locked me in this place. Regina stroked her chin, thinking, so the Duchess is a hostage of the Selvage family. She lightly tapped the cell bars, observing, if it were Annetta's ability, she would control her instead of imprisoning her, wouldn't she? Why intentionally? An idea popped into her head, and Regina quickly asked, Madam, you like drinking dandelion flower tea, don't you? Telma raised her head and said, Every year Barbara sends it to me. Because she always sends so much, I even make my husband drink it. Regina thought to herself, the power of that flower, it seems, isn't just limited to detoxification. At least your majesty and Theor will not be rendered helpless against magic. After thinking that, Regina asked, It seems your relationship with Vestine is still good, isn't it? She smiled. Our relationship began in childhood, princess. Regina thought to herself, the two of them grew up together from a young age, ever since they became rivals in the relationship between the two ducal families. One side supported the emperor, and the other supported the nobility, and it was said they still secretly maintained a close relationship. Telma said tremblingly, Annetta, I should have stopped her from entering the mansion. Puzzled, Regina wanted to understand exactly how Annetta had managed to enter the ducal residence. Telma slowly and clearly explained that when news broke that Viscount and Viscountess Bettis had met with an unfortunate incident, Herman had gone there himself to check on the loyal families. Then he brought back the child of Viscount Bettis, to help because the child was not yet ready to inherit. At this moment, Herman had come here under Annetta's orders, and looking at the traces left behind, he thought, someone is in the place where Mother is imprisoned. Inside, Telma was still speaking. Ever since that child entered the mansion, I've had a bad feeling. Those eyes with their cold gaze when facing others truly send shivers down my spine.
Telma angrily shouted, I've asked him several times if he's truly the son of Viscount Bettis. She flushed crimson and shrieked when mentioning this, she who interacts with hundreds of people daily. In high society, I am completely different from that man who just sits in his mansion reviewing documents. Who has better judgment, huh? But he told me not to be jealous of a child. It's unbelievable. Regina looked inside, astonished. She must have endured a lot. Telma was still screaming. Honestly, that day I should have ripped all that brat's hair out. She clutched her head and plopped down angrily. That brat I call my son was one day enchanted by that witch. Ever since the engagement was broken, he hasn't been afraid to die for that witch's words. Originally, that child had only ever thought about his engagement to the princess and completely avoided other matters. Hearing this, Regina let out 2 forced laughs. Ha ha. Telma, with tear-filled eyes, looked up, seeking pity. So, princess, you see this pitiful mother. Aaron watched her, bewildered and worried. Telma continued to tremble and plead. Could you possibly reconsider the engagement one more time? She immediately signaled a blunt refusal. No, I'm sorry, but that's not possible.
Telma, frustrated, dismissed it. The person was truly resolute. She watched on helplessly. The queen of high society was truly powerful. Telma leaned in and said, I know it's a shameless thing to say, but I thought, if that boy were betrothed to someone like a princess, maybe he would come to his senses? She helplessly asserted, that's impossible. Or perhaps you could wait until the magic is dispelled, and then your son will come to his senses? Aaron beside her continuously nodded in agreement. Telma was stunned. Magic? Regina expressed her own speculation. Someone with such hazy eyes means they've been enchanted. If Annetta's magic is broken? Telma heard this and continuously denied. No, that's not it. She looked surprised. Huh? Aaron suddenly turned around, alert. Telma continued to explain. Although if the princess looks into those hazy eyes, she might think that. But it's not true, my son. Aaron interrupted to warn Regina. Someone's coming. She startled and stopped. Regina nodded to signal him. The other person looked at the two of them and asked, Hey, who's here? She gave a forced smile and looked up. Long time no see.
Huh? He coldly looked down and recognized Princess Regina. Telma shot him a glance and said, Princess, do you think I only give my husband dandelion flower tea? Hearing this, Regina's face darkened. Aaron immediately raised his sword. Herman bowed in greeting. Herman Salvage, I pay my respects to Princess Regina. Telma gritted her teeth, her eyes wide and face full of fury. She yelled, My son, Herman, he loves that damn thing.
Herman smiled. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Regina. Regina furrowed her brows, wondering in surprise. Does Herman love Anita? She began to feel anxious, asking herself, where is Anita? Though meeting her here would be disadvantageous. Herman covered his mouth, chuckling. Miss Alvadina. No, Anita isn't here, Princess. Rest assured. Regina cautiously spoke up. So you know her real name? Herman teased her. Oh, it seems the princess is still cautious. After saying that, he asked, how did you find this place? Regina replied indifferently. I don't know. Perhaps my abilities are simply too exceptional? Herman laughed loudly after hearing that. Aaron pursed his lips, holding his sword, watching him warily. Herman crossed his arms over his chest, feigning surprise as he said to Aaron, so the second son of the Vestine family also has that look in his eyes. I'm just finding that out now. Regina coldly reminded him. Sir Aaron is older than you. That's quite rude.
Herman smirked and replied, I just feel like I can't get along well with him. Regina frowned and asked, Telma, how do you raise your son? Telma shouted, children never grow up the way their parents want them to. Herman quickly approached. Mother. Telma was startled, exclaiming in surprise, oh my God, you still know I'm your mother? You, the son who locks his mother up in a place like this? She loudly lectured her son. Herman, you foolish child, when will you finally come to your senses? I'm sick and tired of you blabbering on about that love with her.
Herman replied, Mother, Telma, seething with rage, gripped the bars tightly and yelled, I raised my son very well, didn't I? She grabbed her son's hand and repeatedly slapped it. Good heavens, Herman, where did I go wrong in raising you? Herman's face turned pale and he stammered, Mother, Mother. Finally, Telma sighed in distress. Igo, giving birth to you was useless, completely useless. Regina thought to herself, it turns out she also endures a lot from her son. Where have I seen this scene before? Selma's face immediately came to mind, clapping her hands. Looking back at Herman's distressed face, Regina suddenly felt a bit of sympathy. But still, that gloomy, death-like expression, it did look a little pitiful, didn't it? It seemed she was thinking of him in his childhood. Aaron's face darkened and he coldly reminded Regina, Your Highness, that is the enemy. Regina started and replied, I know. After hearing this, Aaron briefly replied, yes. Immediately, Regina pursed her lips and glared at Herman. Who was pitiful? She was the pitiful one for dying at the hands of people like him. She interrupted the conversation and asked, all right, let's stop this intimate mother-son chat right there. Herman, what are you going to do now? Herman tilted his head and asked back, confused, what is the princess saying? Regina repeated once more, you met Sir Aaron and me at Aneta's house, not anywhere else. Do you think I'll let you off the hook? However, Herman knelt down in front of his mother and declared, my duty today is to take care of my mother. Telma sarcastically retorted, the one who imprisoned his own mother has a wonderful way with words.
Herman placed his hand on his chest, sincerely pleading with his mother. Mother, please forgive me. I truly had no other choice. Telma asked coldly, how is your father? Herman's outstretched hand suddenly froze, and he remained silent, not answering. Telma lowered her head and said sadly, my fate has once again become the shackles binding me to your father and you. Herman tightly grasped Telma's hand and suddenly said, I'm sorry, Mother. Regina's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the two people beside her.
She suddenly ran very fast forward. Regina reached out and grabbed Herman's chin. She leaned in close, glaring directly into the eyes of the person in front of her. Herman, confused, spoke up, Princess? Aaron gripped the hilt of his sword, standing guard behind them. Herman's eyes widened, looking directly into Regina's eyes. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around Regina's waist. She struggled and then cried out, Ah, Sir Aaron, wait, let me go. I have something I need to confirm. Aaron coldly reminded her, that's too close. Regina, blushing, replied, well, I have to be close to see clearly. But Aaron still disagreed. No. Regina, puzzled, asked him, why? Aaron simply said, because it's too close. Regina helplessly said, honestly. Telma glanced at the two people embracing in front of her and said, the princess and Aaron. She happily praised, they look like a beautiful couple. Regina's face flushed bright red, and she quickly explained, my relationship with Aaron isn't like that. Aaron added, that's right, it's not that kind of relationship yet. I'm in the process of wooing the princess. Regina shyly asked Aaron, isn't it a bit underhanded to say that right now? Aaron replied, well, since you didn't deny it, I can rest assured.
Herman stroked his chin, then interrupted them, though it's not something I should be telling you to. He stood up, brushed the dust off himself, and continued, but it's also good that there's no tension on the battlefield. Regina tried to push Aaron away from behind her. She stood on tiptoe and asked Herman, you're still lucid, aren't you? Herman affirmed, that is correct. Receiving his affirmation, Regina seriously asked, do you know Aneta's objective? Herman replied, yes. She coldly continued, do you intend to help me? Herman affirmed, no. Regina continued to interrogate him, well, you know what roles Selvige and Vestine play in this empire? Herman, unafraid, frankly confessed, yes, I apologize. Regina coldly stated, all right, so you've completely betrayed us. Until now, I still thought he was controlled by magic to plot this betrayal, but it seems everything was of his own free will. She glanced at the woman behind the bars.
Telma, I must apologize to you. I cannot allow your son, who participated in this betrayal with a lucid mind, to return like this. Telma immediately panicked, gripping the bars tightly and shouting, "No, princess, please have mercy on me. You are known for your kindness."
Herman laughed loudly and asked, "Are you going to kill me here?" Regina assured him, "You don't need to worry. Even if I am depraved, I have no interest in killing a child in front of its mother. Even if I become depraved, I don't want to cross the moral line of a human being." Herman searched for something inside his tunic, then smiled. "Is that so?" He pulled out a dagger and declared, "If that's the case, I will help the princess alleviate some of her troubles." He smiled, twirled it, then gripped the hilt tightly. Before he could act, Aaron rushed forward, trying to snatch the dagger from Herman's hand. Regina screamed in fear, "Aaron!" A drop of fresh blood fell straight onto his shoe tip, making a loud thud. Telma turned pale, covered her mouth, and stammered, "Herman!" On Herman's hand was a large cut, from which fresh blood continuously flowed. Telma angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" Herman coldly reminded her, "Mother, please step back a little." He used his still bleeding hand to firmly grasp the bars. Immediately, the entire door that was imprisoning Telma simply vanished. Telma's eyes widened, looking at her son in astonishment. Herman squeezed his injured hand, then gently smiled. "This can happen because I belong to her." He bent down, reached out to help his mother up, and instructed, "There's a horse outside that I rode here. Mother, please use it to return. Your testimony will be helpful in convincing the nobles about the existence of witches." After seeing Telma off, he smiled and asked Regina, "Compared to killing me here, this would be more beneficial for the princess, wouldn't it?" After seeing Herman's eyes, Regina realized that Herman was not under a spell. It was not entirely following Annetta's will. So what did he truly want? At this moment, seeing her return with Aaron, a servant hurriedly ran over.
Regina exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, I didn't expect you to come out to greet me." The servant fearfully called out, "Princess!" His Highness Theor. These 3 words were a trigger. Regina's face immediately darkened, and she spoke coldly. "Has my lovely but dreadful brother caused some trouble?" The servant immediately explained, "It's not like that. He has done a great deed that benefits the Empire."
Regina asked again in disbelief, "A great deed?" The servant excitedly shouted, "He caught the witch's spy." Both she and Aaron stared, mouths agape in astonishment. Regina yelled, "What did you say?" A few hours earlier, Theor was asking Jessie, "When did His Majesty start having headaches? Lady, have you heard anything?" Jessie shrugged, smiling as she explained, "I just escaped that crazy house not long ago. What could I possibly know?" Theor angrily thought to himself, "Honestly, no one here pleases me." He knocked over the glass of water on Percy's tray, then thought to himself, "Too suspicious." The tray in Percy's hands clattered to the ground, and the red pill rolled to his feet. Theor furiously yelled, "How dare you?" Jessie paled, thinking, "Here we go again." Theor roared, "How dare you throw the medicine meant for His Majesty onto the floor?" Percy flinched, stammering an explanation. No, it's not, Your Highness." A sinister glint flashed in Theor's eyes, and he sneered, "Look at this scoundrel. How dare you frame the prince?" Percy immediately knelt on the ground in fear. "Your Highness Theor, please spare my life." Theor walked over, then ordered, "Hey, lift your head." As he approached, Percy trembled, pleading, "Your Highness, please spare." Theor irritably ordered, "All right, lift your head so I can see your face." But Percy still refused to lift his head, even pressing his face to the floor, begging, "Please spare my life." Theor furrowed his brow tightly, angrily shouting, startling everyone, "Damn it, hey lady, hold him." Jessie sighed helplessly, wondering why he had provoked His Highness. All right. After Jessie held Percy tightly, Theor reached out and grabbed his chin. "You, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Theor froze, asking in confusion, "What is this?" Jessie looked up and also exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." At this moment, Percy's eyes were completely cloudy. Theor asked Jessie, "What do those attacked by witches have in common?" Jessie recalled and said, "Princess Regina said their pupils were clouded." Theor stood up, crushing the pill under his foot, then questioned coldly, "Hey, who are you to dare look at me with such eyes?" He asked Percy, "Did you bring this medicine to His Majesty?" Receiving no answer, Theor angrily shouted, "Answer me!" Percy stammered in fear, I. A murderous glint suddenly flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. Then Percy forcefully struck Jessie's face. After breaking free, he lunged towards Theor. However, before he could get close, Percy collapsed to the ground.
Theor grumbled angrily, "Damn it, you scared the hell out of me." Jessie, extremely worried, quickly ran closer. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Theor looked at Percy, who was unconscious and foaming at the mouth on the ground, then asked, "Hey, he's passed out, right?" Jessie confirmed, "He's definitely passed out." Theor continued, "In that case..." At this moment, Percy was tied up and kneeling before the Emperor. Jessie began to report everything that had just happened. "This is the headache medicine this person brought." On the tray was a crushed pill. Jessie continued, "Sir Darian is currently analyzing its ingredients." Regina asked, "A imperial physician from the Imperial Medical Institute? What did Darain say?" Jessie recounted, "He didn't say anything specific, but his expression was very grim." Regina glanced to the side. She looked at Percy's bruised and battered face and spoke up. My, you really went all out, didn't you, Theor?" Theor replied with a laugh, "He could be a witch's minion, so he couldn't be careless."
Regina tossed her chin and continued, anyone looking would think I was taking my anger out on him, but I'll let it slide this time, Mr. Jesse. Jesse replied, yes. Regina lowered her head to look, then said in surprise, his face is really swollen. Jesse explained that it was because he kept pretending to faint. Regina touched her chin and sighed. It's so swollen I can't see his pupils. You, open your eyes wide for me to see. Percy squinted at her. Immediately, both Regina's and Aaron's expressions changed. Regina thought in surprise, sparkling and shimmering. She exclaimed, huh? Regina moved closer, cupped Percy's face, and opened her mouth to ask, you. But before she could say anything, Aaron grabbed her by the neck, pulled her away, and pushed Percy, saying, Princess, that's too close. Thier, who was there, also angrily interjected, hey, who were you to dare hug my sister? Then he also turned and yelled at Aaron, are you crazy? Put my sister down right now. Regina pushed Aaron's face with her hand while trying to stop her younger brother. Thier, you're being too loud. Hearing this, Thier didn't stop. Instead, he turned to question her. And you, what were you doing with that guy? What were you doing? Regina then turned and pointed to Percy, explaining, look closely at his eyes. They're not dull at all. Thier looked, but still retorted, what nonsense are you talking about again?
But upon seeing Percy's sparkling eyes, Thior was bewildered. Huh? A very confused Thior tried to justify himself. No, that's not it. His eyes really look like dead fish eyes, I swear. Jesse, standing behind him, also chimed in. Yes, that's right. They were clearly dull eyes, and besides, His Majesty didn't even order any medicine to be brought. Although Laris was a little suspicious, he still said, nevertheless, you did find the spy who intended to harm me, and I commend you for that. Regina, now standing in front of Thior, replied, only that? Misunderstood and embarrassed, Thior became angry and said, it's true, his eyes really weren't like that. She gently took his face in her hands and said, calm down, I'm wondering what you did to him that caused the magic to be dispelled, not that I don't believe you. She thought to herself, before my revival, I couldn't find any clues to break the magic on those affected by it, but this is clearly the look in someone's eyes when the magic has been broken. Thinking this, Regina said to Thior, Thior, tell me. He suddenly flinched. Huh? She persistently asked again, what did you do? Thior, somewhat unwillingly, took his sister's arm and hesitantly replied, I just hit him. Regina was so shocked upon hearing this that her mouth fell open. Huh? Thior still happily boasted about his achievement. I hit him with this stick.
Regina, utterly bewildered after hearing it, asked, that's the gift I gave you when you entered the academy, isn't it? He awkwardly replied, yes, that's right. Regina, finding it hard to believe, asked loudly, what did you use it for exactly? Thior snorted coldly and replied, to hit things, to hit until my hand was sore. Suddenly a thought flashed in Regina's mind, causing her to blurt it out immediately. Hit it, and after hitting, the magic is broken. She glanced at the staff hanging at her hip, thinking to herself, this staff is supposed to leave no wounds on royalty thanks to the divine blessing. Is this truly what the divine blessing is like? Regina picked up the staff, skeptical. Does this actually work? Thior, irritated by her skepticism, asked, I'm certain I only did that. And then what? Jesse promptly stepped forward, affirming Thior's statement. Exactly. Apart from swinging the staff with abandon, he did nothing else. To reconfirm her understanding, Regina asked again, how did Thior swing the staff?
Jesse could only turn away and recount everything in detail. Initially, the blows were aimed at his upper body, but once he passed out, they started hitting his face. Thior was scolded for his bad behavior in front of his sister, who glared at him angrily and snapped, hey, you, not letting him vent his anger on Jesse. Regina smiled kindly, but with a stick in her hand, she said, Thior, you shouldn't hit people in the face. Thior tried to argue, you hit that lady too, didn't you? Just then, an announcement echoed from outside. Your Majesty, Sir Darian has arrived. Laris replied without hesitation, let him in. As soon as Darian entered, he bowed in salute. Greetings, Your Majesty, and Your Royal Highnesses. In a steady tone, he reported, the investigation into the drug's composition shows that it is made from the roots of the bimandal plant. If used in small amounts according to the preparation method, this medicinal herb is good for wound recovery. However, it is fundamentally a highly toxic medicinal ingredient. Laris nodded upon hearing this. So someone truly intended to kill me. Darian's expression was no better as he replied, perhaps we will know more precisely once the counteracts. He cautiously added, however, among the poisons of witches, there is said to be a type of poison that can make others do one's bidding. I have confirmed that there are many similarities between this drug and that poison. Upon hearing this, Laris immediately flew into a rage and roared, are you saying someone intended to give me a drug to manipulate my will? After a moment of silence, Darian had to admit, it appears so, Your Majesty. Thior then said to Percy, who was kneeling beside him, hey, if you're still conscious, say something. This made the young man jump.
Percy stammered as he turned his head to answer. I don't remember. Anything at all. The last thing I remember is Miss Annetta. I met her in the Imperial Infirmary. Hearing that, Darian, who was standing afar, immediately knelt down. It is my oversight for failing to control my subordinates. Thior turned away in a huff, so Regina had to speak up for him. It's not your fault, Darian. Then she turned her head to look at her father with an annoyed expression. Calling her into the palace was your Majesty's choice, wasn't it? I almost left a will today that would have brought an end to this Elias Empire. How do you feel about that, father? Regina turned to look at Telma, who had been standing there for a long time, and asked, you've heard the whole story, haven't you?
She gently replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Then she turned to speak to Laris. "Your Majesty, Duchess Selvage says she wishes to report on the current situation of the ducal house." Telma then bowed before everyone. "Greetings to the son of Elias." Looking at the woman approaching him, Laris exclaimed, "It's been too long, hasn't it?" Telma politely replied, "It is my good fortune to be able to meet Your Majesty again like this." Regina turned to leave but suddenly stopped, watching Telma examine Laris.
She approached Darren, who was kneeling and being comforted. "Darren, I know you're deeply saddened," Regina said, placing her hands on his shoulders to encourage him. "But I need your help. If you feel responsible, I hope you will do something to make amends." Darren touched her arm, remained silent for a moment, then replied, "I will help with anything, Princess Regina." We thought there would be no way to dispel the magic, but unexpectedly, the solution was right in front of us. It has been confirmed that dandelion flower tea can counteract Anetta's magic to some extent. After successfully convincing him, Regina turned to look at Jesse with a bright smile, startling him.
She flashed a brilliant smile and said, "Sir Jesse, it seems you might have to put in a little effort." Seeing this smile, both Theor and Jesse's faces simultaneously darkened with fear. Theor, his face pale, yelled, What is it? Why are you suddenly smiling so terrifyingly? I've never seen you smile and talk so foolishly before." Suddenly, Regina placed a hand on his shoulder. With a cheerful face, Regina declared, "My dear little brother Theor, this time it might be time for you to show off your club-wielding skills." Seeing this, Theor wondered if his sister had gone mad. Theor, still holding the club in his hand, shouted, "Next!" Then he ignored the cries of "Help me" and "Ah!" and kept on hitting. Jesse observed from a distance, smiling faintly as he thought, as expected, before ascending the throne, His Highness will abandon this damned night guard. Well then, I'll become a free mercenary, and then I can leave the capital and my father behind. As he was lost in thought, Kipson suddenly placed a hand on Jesse's shoulder and said, "Here's someone indulging in pipe dreams." This startled him, and he exclaimed, "Why are you suddenly talking behind my back?" He didn't answer, but simply pointed towards Albert, who was commanding in the distance.
Jesse, confused, asked again, "What about the Grand General?" Kipson began to explain. "Before coming here, I submitted my resignation once again, but it was rejected." He looked towards the highly respected Albert in the distance and asked Jesse, "What the Grand General most desires after retirement is surely for you to become the captain of the guard, even if just for one day." Then he patted Jesse's shoulder and affirmed, "You are the Grand General's successor." Jesse immediately recoiled. "Don't say such disgusting things." While the two were bickering, Regina elsewhere thought to herself, "I had already anticipated this, but it's not something to be proud of, is it?" Thinking this, Regina waved Jesse closer. He quickly went to her and asked, "You called for me?" Regina immediately asked, "What's the situation?" Looking towards the murmuring commoners, Jesse reported, "The number of people who appear to have been affected by magic are 2 senators and 17 servants." Regina thought to herself, "At least the damage is less than anticipated. But why didn't I realize this all this time?" The suspicious commoners looked towards Regina, then could only nod sadly to each other, because the noble do not look into the eyes of the lowly. Regina sadly asked herself, "Is this a blind spot caused by status?" Jesse nearby heard but didn't understand. "Princess?" But she didn't answer clearly, only waved him away, saying, "It's nothing. I hope everything will be completed before others realize Theor." Jesse immediately received the order and bowed to Regina. "I will try to do it as carefully and quickly as possible." While Darian was holding the potion bottle, Regina's voice echoed, asking, "Darian, how are things on your end?" He held the potion bottle, looked down at the person controlled by magic, and replied, "It has no effect, ma'am. Perhaps this flower tea is more effective for prevention." Regina thoughtfully looked towards the people and mused, "A staff made from uterine wood and herbal tea made from dandelion flowers. I am directly experimenting on those affected by magic to see what will be more effective in dispelling Ananta's magic. But," Regina, troubled, voiced her thoughts, "the uterine staff is troublesome, and dandelion flowers are ineffective for anything other than prevention." Both immediately fell into a state of dejection. "I should have paid more attention since Anetta entered the palace." Darian also shook his head in denial. "It's not the princess's fault." Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, making Regina turn around. "That's right, princess. Don't blame yourself." Aaron had arrived, but kept his distance from Regina and Darian. Confused, she asked him, "Sir, why are you standing so far away?" Aaron then tried to speak loudly so she could hear. "His Highness Theor strictly instructed me not to approach Princess Regina." Hearing this, she gently touched her cheek and said, "Theor has troubled you too much, hasn't he? I apologize." As Aaron quickly stepped closer to her, he said, "It's all right. It was also a valuable time for me to sort out my thoughts." With each step, the smile on Aaron's lips grew wider. "Aren't you curious to know what conclusion I've reached?" Regina immediately stepped back, blushing and stammering. But, a cart of flowers was already piled high, as Regina said, "I apologize for messing up the Duchess's garden because of this incident."
She, worried about you, said, "I will personally apologize to the Duchess." Aaron seemed not to pay attention to this matter, merely closing his eyes, smiling and replying, "Thank you." His smile instantly made both Regina and Darian blush, as it was too dazzling. Just then, Theor's angry voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you, stop right now." He held a stick, pointed it directly at his brother-in-law's face and said, "You, I told you not to approach my sister." Seeing this, Aaron immediately retorted, "I haven't approached the princess as you said."
Theor, extremely angry, scolded, "You, why do you keep bringing up what happened before?" Aaron continued to argue. I cannot ignore His Highness Theor's words. At this moment, Regina spoke up to intervene, startling him. Theor. He could only run off to do his work, but not without a warning. "I'll be watching you. Just try taking another step." After that, Theor continued to hit people, making them cry out, "Your Highness, please spare me." Darien then stepped forward and said, "But it's a pity. If I could brew flower tea in the research lab, I'd also like to understand the difference between Princess Regina's herbal tea and regular tea." Regina, upon hearing this, sighed sadly. "It's because Danilin flower tea cannot be brought into the palace." Suddenly she paused, her face darkening as if realizing something. Then Regina asked Darien, "Darien, what is the reason Danilin flower tea cannot be brought into the palace?" Hearing the reason, Regina's face, already dark, grew even darker. "It's because His Majesty doesn't like the scent of this flower." She smiled and asked, "Is that all?" Both Aaron and Darien simultaneously had "aha" appear in their minds. She said to the two of them, "Then from the very beginning, the entire cause of this matter."
"Is it because of your majesty?" Seeing her anger, Darien could only reply fearfully, "Your majesty has never forbidden flower tea in the palace. It's just that those below know how to act accordingly." Regina continued to shout angrily, "Worse than an open ban is that implication." Thinking of Laris's state, complaining about the bitterness and crying while taking medicine, Regina secretly thought, that person has never been helpful anyway. Just then someone called, "Princess Regina!" She startled and turned around. "Huh?" Johann slowly approached, leaving Selma, who was hiding behind him. Seeing this, Regina asked, "Johann, could it be?" She asked him immediately, bewildered, "What exactly is going on?" Johann whispered into her ear, "Princess Regina." Shocking news poured from his mouth. Regina was stunned when she heard the news. Count Terahan said he couldn't make it. Regina suddenly remembered that Sundis had vehemently declared back then, "Before I find the weakness of that magic, I will not step a single foot out of the mansion." So it could be guessed that he would lock himself in the mansion. Selma then approached Fluster to explain. About this, even though I conveyed the message, he was still determined to organize documents, so... Hearing this, she was astonished. "What? Then why are you here?"
Selma immediately knelt down and tightly grasped Regina's hand, saying, "Princess, if you continue like this and your body gets harmed, what will we do? You haven't slept for days already." Her arm trembled non-stop, making it clear how worried she was. Regina turned to look at Theor, seeing how extremely enthusiastic he was. Regina sighed with relief and smiled, responding, "If that's the case, then all right. Let's rest a bit until the Count arrives." Afterward, Regina rested in her own room. She looked up at the ceiling and mumbled, "Is it all right to rest like this? To be honest, I still feel a bit uneasy."
Nevertheless, thanks to the staff made from the young banyan tree, most of the magic was dispelled. Regina rolled over onto her stomach on the mattress, blushing as she thought, but why exactly is Aaron like this? At that moment, Aaron had offered, "If the princess doesn't mind, allow me to escort you back." However, Theor quickly spotted this and intervened. "Hey, who are you making a fool of?" Immediately, Johann stepped forward to block him, while Regina hugged Soma close to her to refuse Aaron. "No, Sir Johann and Soma are here too." Knowing he was rejected, Aaron immediately teared up to persuade her. "Does the princess not like it if I escort her back?" All three immediately froze at his exquisite beauty. Finally, Regina could only let Aaron take her hand and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you." He smiled brightly at her compliance. "Yes." As the flashback ended, Regina clutched the bedsheet, wondering, people usually change when they're about to leave, but why so suddenly? She was bewildered by the question in her mind. When did this start? Since leaving the hut? Like someone feeling anxious and restless. Regina sat up, biting her lip as she thought, just yesterday he said he didn't like me at all, but now he's like this. Why? Does he like me now? Is he joking or what? She suddenly stood up, walking stiffly as she told herself, "Anyway, after this is over, I'll leave the Imperial City. I definitely cannot accept Sir Aaron's feelings. Right, I can't, can I?" The more she thought, the redder her face became. Suddenly realizing her improper thoughts, Regina covered her mouth in alarm. "No, what am I thinking?" Then she had to shake her head to comfort herself. Weakness in the face of beauty is human instinct. That's right. It's absolutely not a romantic feeling for Sir Aaron. That's right. Maybe Annetta wanted to throw me into chaos, so she cast a spell on Sir Aaron.
No, it's truly disrespectful to Sir Aaron to think that way. Regina looked out the window sadly, lost in thought. Furthermore, casting magic on Sir Aaron was also a huge risk for Annetta. The magic on the servants had also been dispelled. Perhaps Annetta had realized this side's actions. So many things are different compared to before I reincarnated, so I truly don't know how Annetta will react. She placed a hand over her mouth, tapping lightly, and murmured, "What if I were Annetta?" Suddenly there was a knock at the door and an announcement from outside. "Princess Regina, Countess Terahan has arrived at the palace." She immediately replied to the person outside, telling them she would be there right away and to have Theor prepare. Selma quickly obeyed. "Yes, Princess." Very soon after, both Regina and Theor arrived at the office. As soon as Lara saw her, he called out, "Regina, have you just rested?"
Theor, seeing this, interrupted and replied, "No, I was just about to rest when I was called away again." Seeing this, Regina happily patted his head and said to him, "Anyway, it's been a long time since you've swung your staff so freely, hasn't it?" he mumbled back shyly in protest. Hey, that's work too. The servant announced once again, Your Majesty, Duke Vestine, along with his second son and Count Tarahan, request an audience. He immediately agreed. Let them in. Immediately after, Belici, Sundus, and Aaron formally entered. Seeing their preparations to bow, Larvis raised his hand, dispensed with the greetings. Regina quickly asked Sundus, Count, your presence in the palace means you've found the weakness of magic, right? He nodded at her and replied, Perhaps I have found the weakness of magic, as commanded by your Majesty and the two highnesses. The two siblings tilted their heads in confusion. Not found, but perhaps?
Laris, seeing this, also asked back, What do you mean by perhaps? Sundus calmly replied, Our family. Although it seems like a lot of documents have been collected, only a few of them contain actual information about mages, so the process of synthesizing information took a long time. Of course, in Elias, the only one who truly understands mages is me. After speaking at length in one breath, Sundus took a deep breath and continued. Although I've known for a long time that it wasn't a mage but a witch. But anyway, I still had to rummage through many records that my family had accumulated over generations for several days to finally… Belici finally had to interrupt. Sundus. He stopped immediately, turned to smile at Belici. Oh my, I don't know why I'm so excited. Belici just nodded in agreement without speaking. Then Sundus placed the stack of papers on the table, attracting Regina's attention. She picked up the stack of papers, flipped through them, and listened to him say, I will state the main point. Sundus explained very seriously. The type of magical powder that Princess Regina brought before, that is the answer to it. Everyone remembered the purple powder and asked, the one rumored to seep from a mage's heart? He replied, yes. As Sundus spoke, he pulled a book from his coat pocket and asserted, the weakness of mages is perhaps time. Regina frowned in confusion and asked back, time? She wondered what the weakness of mages and that powder had to do with each other. Sundus continued to turn the pages of the book and said, according to the records, witches. No, a mage's magic originates from their heart. In other words, magic is their life force.
Regina looked at Sundus doubtfully and asked, this statement? He also nodded in affirmation, meaning Annetta's heart had certainly cracked. Sundus also confirmed another detail. The servant who intended to harm His Highness Theor was a woman who had perhaps violated some taboo. Regina thought to herself, no, that type of powder had been discovered before, so perhaps the crack had been there for a long time. The diary of the first emperor recorded that after escaping imprisonment, Annetta's whereabouts became very mysterious. What if her heart had already been problematic since then? Sundus continued, pointing to the book in his hand. It says here that the heart of a witch who violates a taboo will become as hard as stone. Then it will gradually crack, and magic power will begin to leak, eventually shattering and vanishing. Hearing this, Regina couldn't help but be stunned. So, Annetta? Sundus closed the book and affirmed. She has vanished, disappeared without a trace. Regina knew that mages were different from humans. They were beings who transcended the laws of the divine. Their deaths also did not follow the form ordained by the gods. In contrast, the purple eyes of the royal family were a name tag that the gods had attached to obedient dogs. That statement was truly accurate. She wondered curiously, what did the first emperor think when he looked at eyes that resembled a blemish on himself? While she was deep in thought, Sundus suddenly spoke. Annetta continued to use magic with a cracked heart.
Therefore, it can be said that time is the main weakness. Her heart can no longer gather magic, so it won't be able to endure for long. He also sighed dejectedly, saying, but the problem is, we don't know how much magic is left in Annetta's heart. The entire room suddenly fell silent. Regina rubbed her head tiredly, thinking, the lifespan of a sorcerer is recorded to far exceed that of a human. After all, she was a contemporary of the first emperor, so how much time she had left to live… Suddenly, Theor, who had been silent, spoke up and asked, besides her remaining lifespan being short, is there nothing else? Sundus could only sigh and reply, it's because very few documents have been passed down. Seeing this, Theor annoyingly retorted, your library must be quite extensive then. Sundus retorted irritably, the existence of a sorcerer is a type of existence that is difficult to fully comprehend, even with a vast amount of documentation.
He touched the weapon at his hip and asked, how annoying. If there's a problem, it needs to be solved, right? So we just need to eliminate the problem. Regina, sensing a bad sign, quickly turned to ask her sibling, Theor, what are you thinking? Startled, he immediately replied, nothing. Laris turned to Sundus and asked further, Count, is there any way to quickly deplete a mage's magic power? He could only bow his head apologetically and say, my apologies, there are no records regarding that. He then explained the reason for this. The first emperor had burned all documents related to mages. The documents my ancestors collected were all oral traditions recorded in writing. Oral traditions primarily consisted of light-hearted and stimulating stories to attract the listener's interest. The more he spoke, the prouder he felt, adding, to be honest, these documents were also very difficult to collect from many places. Theor suddenly interrupted, then there's only one way.
He made a cutting gesture across his neck with his hand and said, decapitate them. No matter how powerful magic is, it can't reattach a severed head, can it? With an extremely resolute attitude, Theor asserted, so the first emperor also annihilated all the magic users, didn't he? Suddenly realizing he had spoken wrongly, Theor startled and covered his own mouth. Then he fearfully hid behind Belici, imagining an angry Regina saying, what do you mean by that, Theor? But when he opened his timid eyes, he saw Regina considering his idea. Although somewhat extreme, it wasn't entirely wrong. But first, everyone was momentarily bewildered and confused. Theor asked in surprise, "Huh?" Sundus said, "Princess, that's a bit..." Aaron continued, "But if you wish to..." Belichi, Sundus, and Theor all glanced fearfully at the excited Aaron. Seeing Regina approaching him, Theor nervously explained, "Hey, I was just a bit frustrated, that's all." She smiled and advised, "Remember that someone in your position cannot simply say things like that, my dear." Then Regina raised her head, displaying the noble demeanor of a princess.
She said that Theor's words were one-sided and extreme, but in principle they weren't wrong. Regina thought to herself, unlike before her revival, her heart had been damaged even more, so there might be many vulnerabilities. She looked down and added, "If one doesn't know when a sorcerer's heart will break, then contingency plans need to be considered." At this point she paused and wondered, Anita's past and her own revival, which was more painful? Thinking this, Regina gritted her teeth and continued. However, clarifying the tangled past was the priority. Before she finished speaking, Kipson ran in, opening the door and announcing, Something big has happened." He suddenly froze when he saw everyone, and Regina was also surprised by the situation. She immediately walked over and asked Kipson, What's wrong?" He assumed a knight's stance and said, "Chaos. No, it's a rebellion. Salvage has rebelled." Regina thought to herself, "Finally, everyone is worried. I might not be able to hide my revival any longer. Will everyone believe me? Or conversely, if they suspect I'm a sorcerer, it will be even more troublesome. To them, I am a princess who is not greedy for the throne and power, but simply manages internal affairs in place of the deceased queen. The past I've experienced is now a period that cannot be proven, and the reasons I have stemming from it cannot be easily trusted by anyone. I haven't been able to speak about it all this time." Laris slammed his hand on the table and then spoke to reassure everyone. "There's no need to panic."
All actions followed the prepared plan. Upon hearing him speak, Kipson suddenly understood. "Ah, I understand, Your Majesty." Regina observed everyone and concluded, giving firm commands that everyone obeyed without question. Up until now, that was how a national leader instilled trust in their people. One must acknowledge that an emperor's capability is paramount, but as a father, he failed. Even if in the end we didn't understand each other. But if we stand together, we'll be stronger. Theor definitely needs to learn that. At this moment, Theor's eyes widened as he looked at his father. Father is truly magnificent. Suddenly she spoke, startling him. "Theor, please stay by His Majesty's side." Theor looked at her awkwardly and stammered. Why not you, sister?" Regina gently lifted her skirt. "I need to go change my clothes." And she walked away, surprising both Theor and Mr. Laris, who exclaimed, "Huh?" She stopped to explain a little. "I am currently wearing attire suitable for royal protocol, but my official schedule as a princess ends here." Regina sadly bowed her head and pondered. "I absolutely don't want to admit it, but a princess's power is derived from the emperor. All power originates from the throne. That position is bound by many restrictions, yet it is directly proportional to power. The only thing I have is myself."
All this time, Aaron had witnessed all her emotions. Her sadness made him sad too. Aaron stood in that corner, biting his own lip, unable to accept the situation. Not long after, Regina calmly spoke up. "Theor, I'll go back to my room now and then come back, so you stay put here, don't go anywhere. And you too, Sir Aaron, you won't run away from home at a time like this, will you?" Feeling too embarrassed, Theor feigned Aelder in front of her. "I'm not running away from home, I'm going to the bathroom."
She no longer cared about him and left. Oh well, this is the best chance to observe what an emperor does during a rebellion, so don't miss anything. Theor blushed. "Why did you have to tell me to come over? Hey, where are you going?" As she walked, she reassured herself. It'll be okay. It's happening faster than I thought, but it'll be fine. Luckily, she was the only one who remembered those painful memories. She knew the path she had to choose was very arduous and lonely. If the people she loved could live and their lives continued, then she would be fine. A few hours later, Regina appeared with a new look. She stood up and strongly voiced her opinion. "What are you saying, Your Majesty? Please keep your promise. It's now clear that the sorcerer Anita is behind the rebellion. That's the task you entrusted to me. Therefore, I will now lead the Night Squad to confront Anita." Laris couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "The situation is changed. Now everyone knows about the rebellion. Don't you understand the implications of that? I absolutely cannot allow it. This is no longer a simple investigation as before. This is a civil war involving knights and the army." She calmly replied, "No one understands that better than I do. The driving force behind this rebellion is not their will, but magic. Your role, Your Majesty, is to find a way to save the innocent people in this civil war and reduce every drop of bloodshed. Please let me go." He was helpless against her stubbornness. It seemed she had intended to act directly from the very beginning.
Regina smiled and nodded. Just as Theor said, the war would end if a head fell. Larousse clutched his head and complained to her. "You're talking as if you're the one whose head will fall, like a pioneering princess, aren't you?" Regina recalled a past scene and admitted to her father, "I have a debt to collect from her. There's nothing strange about the royal family stepping up to capture a traitor and a legendary sorceress. So I'll bring 10, no, about 12 knights." Larousse, hearing this, immediately stood up in a panic.
Are you crazy? As she continued speaking, Theor walked closer to her. Say that again. It's not. He rushed forward, grabbed her arms and shouted, even a good-for-nothing like me understands why father is stopping you. If you go, it means you could die. If I, who only hit with a stick, can cause trouble, then won't others, the enemies, be even more dangerous? She was stunned and wanted to pat his head, but he quickly pushed her hand away. She softly called, Theor. Theor. Theor's eyes were now brimming with tears. The sorceress's weakness is time, isn't it? If only time passes, we'll win without a useless fight. Aren't you afraid of death? Regina was lost in thought at his words, then explained to him, Is time only Annetta's weakness? Annetta's time is different from ours. Time is just a short sleep for Annetta, but it is stretched endlessly from the era of the first emperor to our time, so it's impossible to guess how much time she truly has left. What if she knows how to play puppets? What if she spends all her remaining time to unleash all her power in one go? Who will then be responsible for the pain that innocent people will have to endure?
Now tell me, Theor, is time truly Annetta's sole weakness? Her gentle pats on the shoulder calmed Theor down. No, it wasn't. Regina then revealed her plan. If Annetta herself could be dealt with, her magic would disappear, and the risk of bloodshed among the populace would also cease. This moment, with all eyes focused on the Imperial Palace, is a good opportunity. I will secretly leave with the knights and attack Annetta from behind. Laris sadly covered his face and asked her again, Huh? Do you promise to return safe and sound? Regina replied without hesitation, Of course, my adorable little brother is worried about me, so I must survive and return. He revealed eyes full of love for her. I will dispatch knights, return safely with the heads of the rebels. Regina happily knelt before her father. Regina B. Allfair pledges to obey the great Emperor Laris I Allfair. While Regina was intently watching her father give commands, Johann spoke up. It's been so long, I don't know how long, since I've been able to converse with my master so casually. She looked at him warily. Oh, Johann, are you perhaps angry with me? He tried to suppress his anger. What nerve do I have to be angry with the princess? You said you would go capture His Highness Theor and asked me to look after the castle in your absence. Yet you suddenly visited Count Tarahan's estate. I thought you had returned, but then you continued on to rescue the Duchess from the wizard's cave. In fact, I, your personal knight, had to pretend you were still in the Imperial Palace. Even so, how could I dare to be angry with the princess? She thought to herself, embarrassed. It seems he's held back a lot this time. Regina reassured him. Anyway, this time we'll be acting together. Johann crossed his arms and pouted. And with other knights too, not just me. She gently said, All right, I'm sorry, calm down. He was still annoyed. I'm not angry. What do you want to turn me into by laughing like that? Regina coaxed him in a sweet tone. The personal knight of a silly girl, huh? Suddenly, Jessie rushed over and informed Theor. Your Highness, this is not the time for such words. Are you even sane? Are you truly mad?
He angrily yelled at him. Are you yelling at me? Are you insane? Shall I have your head for insulting the royal family? Jessie immediately replied without hesitation. Yes, instead of spouting such nonsense, just chop off my head now. Theor crossed his arms and commanded. Enough, bring me a sword now. Jessie cried out in fear. Your Highness, Theor. A moment later, Regina walked over to the two of them. She calmly spoke up. Mr. Jessie, has my brother caused trouble again? Jessie immediately blurted out, pleading, Princess Regina, please stop His Highness Theor. He's stubbornly insisting on taking action against you. Theor frowned after hearing him describe him like that. Hey!
Jessie quickly turned his back to him. What's wrong? Do you think it'll work if you don't tell your sister and just stubbornly insist on dealing with me alone? Regina's face showed annoyance. Theor, my brother, is what Sir Jessie said true. Theor bowed his head low and hesitantly explained to her. Well, you're going to battle, and I'm also a Prince of Elias, so... She walked closer to him and kindly asked, Do you want to go deal with Annetta with me? Theor immediately nodded in confirmation. Yes. Regina tiredly held her forehead. She wondered, should I praise this as something precious, or scold him for his narrow-mindedness? She helplessly asked him, Theor, why do you think that? It's not like you at all. Theor mumbled, You told me never to forget? She couldn't hear clearly and exclaimed, Huh? Theor looked at her with eyes full of disappointment and sadness. You told me not to forget that I am a Prince of Elias, and to do what a prince can do, didn't you? Regina recalled her own words and stammered, That thing. She remembered the incident, perhaps when she visited during the Academy summer break. My brother, I told you not to return to the royal palace until you graduated, didn't I? I did say that. He still remembers? Usually he pretends not to hear me. After thinking for a moment, her emotions welled up and she hugged him tightly. Theor, my dear brother, it's very commendable that you think that way, but please trust me to handle this. Theor curiously asked, Are you afraid I'll mess things up? She immediately denied repeatedly. No, it's not like that. Your role and my role are different, but I am also royalty, you know.
Unlike you, I am the last shield for this Elias, he shouted agitatedly. What do you mean by that? Regina gently raised her hand and explained to him. Your Majesty, there are many things that need to be protected. As long as you exist, everyone will be able to paint their own future. To protect everyone's future, you must tread carefully. Her face at this moment was incredibly gentle and sincere. She raised her hand to Theor's cheek. Regina asked curiously, You want to protect everyone too, don't you? Both paused for a few beats, allowing their emotions to settle between them. Not long after, Regina spoke up. Theor, what is the symbol of our Alfear lineage? Knowing the answer, he immediately replied, It's a lion behind a shield. She looked at him happily. Exactly, that's what you need to become. Theor, misunderstanding her, asked, Are you telling me to hide like a coward and just watch from behind? Regina remained calm and gently said, Do you think the lion behind the shield is very timid? Think again, is that really the case? Theor's eyes glowed purple, and he took Regina's hand, saying, No. Regina knew every detail very well. Elias's lion was waiting for an opportunity from behind the shield to tear at the enemy's throat. Theor quickly asked, You want me to become a lion like that? Regina placed her hand on his shoulder. Do you remember the Emperor's greatest duty? Theor still remembered and blurted out, To stay alive. Regina looked up, pleased, and said, It's commendable that you remember that. Don't forget that you are the shield that endures to the very end. If I endure, what then? That will be the chance to rise again. Regina mused to herself, My brother who died at Herman's hands is no longer here. She took her hand off Theor's shoulder and added, That opportunity will lead to the future everyone dreams of. If you can persevere and remain tireless until the very end, then Theor, time will be on your side. She optimistically thought that even if time wasn't on Theor's side, she would seize that time and throw it towards the little lion behind the shield. Albert entered and announced, Your Highness Regina, preparations for departure are complete. Regina happily turned around. All right, she mused to herself. How could I possibly allow the Empire's most insane person to grab me by the neck and drag me away?
Regina turned her back, preparing to depart, knowing she would return. Suddenly, Theor exclaimed, Sister, if I am the shield protecting Elias, then you must be the sword protecting me. Utterly defeat any enemies that stand in my way. Regina clenched her hand in determination, then smiled, her eyes crinkling. Leave it to me, my prince, she thought to herself, to be able to give you a future. The group began to move into the forest. Suddenly, the person at the head of the group signaled everyone to stop. Ahead of them were two diverging paths. Regina quietly ordered, Proceed according to plan. Martin and the other knights softly replied, As you command.
With that, Regina watched Martin and his group continue along the path on the left. Then she looked at Jesse and Aaron and announced, We will act on time, so please wait. Johann, feeling uneasy, asked, Are you sure Annetta is in Salvage Villa too? Regina replied with a smile, If the Duchess of Salvage wants to save her family, she certainly wouldn't lie. The second villa of the Salvage ducal family is located in the suburbs, half a day's horse ride from the capital. It has been used by the Duke and Duchess for generations as a weekend retreat. This place is close to the capital and sees little traffic, yet has a manager frequently coming and going. It is truly an ideal location for suspicious activities. Regina and her group continued forward when she suddenly raised her hand, signaling a halt. Regina observed the situation ahead. At this moment she was standing high above, looking down at the villa, and silently decided that everything must be resolved before the conflict escalated. Due to the military preparations, entry and exit from the capital were controlled, making travel on the roads difficult. We decided to go through the mountains to infiltrate Salvage Villa, Regina sighed. The treacherous mountain paths are impassable by horse, making it arduous, but being captured by the rebels before meeting Annetta would be even more exhausting. The royal capital chose an internal defense strategy instead of directly confronting the rebels. Doing so meant accepting my idea that dealing with Annetta would suffice. It also bought more time to spread news of the Salvage rebels' uprising. The time limit was set at 3 days. That was the time for the news to reach the lords in each territory and for the nobles loyal to the emperor to mobilize.
Their soldiers arrived at the capital for various reasons. During this period, not only in the capital, but throughout the empire, battles known as civil wars would erupt. After a series of analyses, Regina said with determination that it must definitely be stopped. After making her decision, she turned her thoughts to getting to Villa number 2 before dawn. But Regina looked at the 4 people in front of her and began to calculate. Perhaps it would be better to use this side as a decoy.
Regina looked at Johann and Jesse. She had hoped that 2 of the royal family's outstanding knights would remain in the imperial city, but Johann insisted that he absolutely wouldn't leave her this time, while Jesse decided to follow and protect her because he was threatened by Theor. After that, Regina glanced to the other side. Moreover, she looked at Martin with extreme confusion. She knew his strength well, but she didn't understand when Duke Aaron's confidant, Martin, had joined this side. As Regina watched Martin put his arm around Aaron and chat animatedly, she speculated that the man was definitely advising Duke Aaron on something. Martin was completely unaware that he was being targeted. He was engrossed in whispering to Aaron, "Listen to me." After a period of observation, Regina came to a conclusion. The reason Duke Aaron was acting that way was because of that man. Regina recalled the previous moment. Aaron shyly said, "I want to help the princess." He used his charm and pleaded with her. Is it really not possible? Regina then stammered. No, it's not possible. As soon as she said that, Aaron became sad, his eyes welling up with tears. Looking into those eyes, Regina couldn't resist his beauty. All right, she said. I very much hope Duke Aaron will stay in the team with me. In her mind, she also felt bewildered. What on earth is this? This feeling of guilt?
Regina realized she had taken Aaron's hand and said embarrassing things. She thought to herself, this is truly what I shouldn't be doing. What am I even saying? Aaron, on the other hand, was pleased that his goal had been achieved. He smiled brightly and said, thank you, princess. I will protect you no matter what happens. After a minute of recollection, returning to the present, Regina gritted her teeth and thought, although I don't know what he's saying to Duke Aaron, to me, he's only dangerous after Annetta. On this side, Martin also sensed the danger. He whispered to Aaron, Aaron, the princess's gaze at me is terrifying. Aaron casually said, you must have done something wrong, right? But Martin retorted, my gut feeling tells me it's all because of you. The two whispered back and forth. Behind them, Regina clenched her fists and secretly decided, when this is over, I will definitely leave. It doesn't matter where, but I must avoid the east. The moment had arrived. Crows were circling all over the mansion. In a discreet corner, Regina's group was hiding in the bushes, waiting for their chance. Regina suddenly instructed, while adjusting her personal belongings and observing her surroundings. If you spot anyone, gently knock them out, and remember to be careful with the crows. Having given her instructions, Regina stood up and left. All wait inside. Martin saw Aaron also wanting to follow, and reminded him, Aaron, the princess's guard is Sir Johann. You should sober up a bit.
Regina walked in and sat on a rock to rest. Phew. Since no one was around, she began to lament. I haven't even started what I need to do, and I've already used up so much energy. Suddenly, a rustling sound from behind made Regina wary. Who's there? Ah, Johann. Johann walked over, chuckling. Did you think it was Duke Aaron? Regina immediately denied it. Of course not. Then Regina continued. We arrived earlier than expected, so let's rest for a bit. But Johann didn't sit down. He stood there sulking. Don't snatch away what I've just regained. Regina was surely annoyed now. Are you still mad? Petty men aren't attractive, you know. Johann calmly replied. You're really cruel to someone who was just rejected not long ago. Regina was surprised by his answer. Oh my, she thought, covering her mouth in silent astonishment. He's so good at avoiding obstacles, but in the end he was rejected by Selma. Johann suddenly spoke up. You don't have to pity me like that. I'll confess again. I won't give up. Regina didn't understand and asked again. Johann immediately explained. She said it wasn't because she didn't like me that she refused. Johann was completely confident. Then don't I still have a chance to make Selma like me? Seeing this image reminded Regina of what Aaron once said. I will try my best to charm the princess, and then she will like me. Recalling that image made her feel embarrassed. Regina mumbled, Is that so? Go for it then. Johann naturally replied, Of course I have to try, but princess, don't you like Duke Aaron? Seeing Regina remain silent, Johann continued to ask, What's wrong? You always seem to be running away. Regina hesitated for a moment, then shyly replied, It's not that I don't like him. She looked at Johann and said casually, With such a handsome face, if someone like that says they like me, how could I not be swayed? Johann noted, That's true, but when did Sir Aaron confess his feelings? Regina rubbed her feet together and awkwardly said, Yes, but if you only like someone based on their appearance, that's not right, is it? Johann asked puzzled, Why not? Regina instinctively replied, Johann seriously asked her a complete question. Why is it wrong to like someone just based on their appearance? Regina quickly exclaimed, That's obvious. Mid-sentence, she had a change of thought. Huh? Is it okay? No, looking at that national treasure of a face, it's impossible not to like it. And it's understandable, because Sir Aaron's face is an exception in every situation. Johann entered his advisor mode. Are you saying that when you like someone, you can't just judge them by their looks, right? Regina, as if finding a savior, nodded profusely. Yes, exactly. When you like someone, you also have to look at their inner self. It was then that Johann explained to her, If what the princess says is true, then isn't the saying, love at first sight, wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, Regina was startled. She lowered her head, hesitating. Johann didn't give up and continued to elaborate. Appearance is also a part of a person, so what's wrong with liking it? Regina softly replied, I hadn't considered it to that extent. Suddenly, Johann discovered something interesting. He turned to look at Regina and gestured with his hand. Perhaps in the end, it's just a catalyst. She didn't understand and repeated, A catalyst? Johann said cheerfully, Anyway, when it comes to love, I feel I have more experience than the princess, so if I may, I'd like to offer some advice. There are cases where one develops a liking for someone because their face matches their taste, and then if their personality also matches, they'll like them even more. Regina listened intently and thought to herself, Is that how it is? Although there was a slight misunderstanding that made things a bit awkward, the relationship between him and me isn't bad. On the other hand, while Regina was lost in thought, Johann, on his side, also fell into contemplation. He recalled the scene where he proposed to Selma, but she said, I am very grateful for your feelings, Sir Johann.
Sir Johann is a wonderful and considerate man, to my regret, and I'm sure you will find a better partner. I hope you will find a beautiful girl your age, instead of an older woman like me. Johann thought to himself, she rejected me with such words, but how can I give up? Selma is also quite clumsy, but I find it endearing.
Is the princess also clumsy in love because she learned from Selma? Indeed, Johann clenched his fist in determination, vowing that when he returned, he would ask her out again. Then Johann turned to Regina and announced, "It seems you've relaxed a lot more, princess. Your rest time is over." Regina startled and replied, "Oh, right." She quickly stood up. "We should act now." Suddenly, Regina noticed something and exclaimed, "Sir Johann, don't you think this mist is strange?" The mist quickly grew, covering everything, making Johann anxiously shout, "Don't stand too far from me, princess." The fog. Regina reached out towards him, repeatedly calling, "Johann!" But she couldn't reach him, grasping at empty air. Regina cried out in panic, "Johann!" The fog enveloped everything, making it impossible for Regina to see. She looked around, confused, and called out, "Can you hear me, Johann? Sir Aaron?" Regina spoke for a while, but received no response, growing worried. This mist is truly suspicious, and this forest is near Annetta's mansion. Regina suddenly mumbled, "Did Annetta realize?" She thought to herself, "I acted as carefully as possible, didn't I? Was there a crow I didn't spot?" Regina kept moving forward. Suddenly, she saw a path. This is quite a clear invitation, isn't it? Surrounded by such thick fog, Regina quickened her pace and whispered, feeling as if she were in a completely different space.
Regina continued along the trail. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped and glanced back at the path she had taken, now obscured by fog and no longer visible. Regina gripped her staff tightly and chuckled. Although it was slightly different from the plan, being able to make decisions without disturbance wasn't so bad. Gathering her courage, she moved forward. Regina was now walking on a path inlaid with magical stones, which illuminated the space slightly. As Regina walked, she looked around, wondering if there was anything that couldn't be done with magic. Suddenly, she spotted someone. Regina quickly turned around, pointed her staff at the person and shouted, "Who's there?" The person's voice echoed, "My child." A mysterious figure, completely covered, spoke, "There's no need to be so wary. We just want to talk to you." Upon hearing this, Regina immediately asked, "Who are you? Is anyone else here besides you?" The woman opposite replied, snapping her fingers, "We are all here." After the snap, a blinding flash of light forced Regina to shut her eyes tightly. And when she opened her eyes, 5 mysterious women were sitting before her, looking at her. Regina asked in surprise, "Are you all witches?" One of them nodded. "You can certainly call us witches."
Regina was afraid they would misunderstand, so she spoke up to explain. "Because I know how that name was formed, I don't want to mention it at all." The brown-robed witch praised, "Your soul is truly noble and gentle." Regina took a step forward and continued to ask, "It seems you don't intend to introduce yourself, do you?" The brown-robed witch suddenly chuckled softly. "Is there a name for sinners? We are merely regrets and resentments shattered by that man's hand, and remorse as well." After introducing her origin, the brown-robed witch gently extended her hand towards Regina and spoke, "We have been waiting for this moment for a long time." Regina narrowed her eyes and asked, "Waiting for this moment for a long time?" The brown-robed witch waved her hand and said, "It is the moment of meeting you." Magic dust from her hand gradually created images of the first emperor and Annetta, or Evildina. She said, "You have deceived my child." As a selfish and shameless man, he whispered sweet words of love while coveting the magic of that tiny child.
Regina gritted her teeth, a little angry. I already know enough about that, she thought. That was the shameful story about her ancestor that she had read in the diary. The brown-robed witch said, "What you saw in the diary is only a part of that man's terrible deeds. You don't understand enough." Hearing her say that, Regina couldn't help but be suspicious. How could she, a witch, know about the Emperor's diary? She thought to herself. The Emperor's diary was completed after all the witches had been killed, wasn't it? A flash of insight crossed her mind. Regina asked, puzzled, "This is—" The brown-robed witch's voice rang out. "I have read a bit of your memories. You read it? So what do you think?" She paused, waited for a moment, then continued. "My child truly loved that man. That man. The diary entries he wrote himself couldn't contain even half of her feelings, and everything in this world couldn't compare to the depth of that love." Regina wondered. Power, material wealth, authority, this empire. Elias, all that Annetta gave to the Emperor, was it still not enough? The brown-robed witch said, "Yet all that child received was bloody betrayal, O Princess of the Empire. I ask you again, after reading that diary, what do you think?" Regina retracted her staff. She crossed her arms over her chest and said, "Thoughts? Of course there's only one, that a fool is the most terrifying thing in this world."
The brown-robed witch asked, startled, What was that?" Regina added, "Just what was written in the diary was enough to make me break out in a cold sweat. It's astonishing that those foolish acts were just the tip of the iceberg." The brown-robed witch broke out in a cold sweat. "No, it's not like that." But she still let out a sigh and said, "It's a good thing Thea isn't an idiot. When I get back, I must thank them for growing up so decently." The brown-robed witch said reluctantly, "It seems there's been some enormous misunderstanding." Regina interrupted, "I apologize, but what I'm burdened with is quite heavy, making it easy for my sympathy to waver. So what exactly do you want to tell me?" The brown-robed witch sighed.
All right, although this is starting to get a bit long-winded, there's only one thing I truly want to say.
Please forgive my child. Regina paused as if in disbelief and asked again, Forgive? She replied, That child had to endure for a long time to heal the wounds in their heart caused by betrayal. As time passed, the one who committed the sin left this world while the child was still alive, and that child never received an apology. The only thing that child could do was to personally destroy the things they had once given to that man. However, that child also knew this was wrong. Regina sneered. Are you sure? It doesn't seem so. The brown-robed witch said, If that weren't the case, then in the final moment on the battlefield, Regina's expression immediately froze. While she was still bewildered by the secret being exposed, she asked, Could you have a chance? Without waiting for her answer, she smiled and said, Magic reacts to the will contained within a witch's soul. In that moment, the moment your blood flowed into the magic crystal that child had given to that man, it wasn't just your desire, but that child's very sense of guilt that brought you a new opportunity. Regina recalled the question, What do you want? She looked up and seriously asked, How do you know exactly that Annetta's feeling was guilt? The brown-robed witch replied, Because that's how we raised that child.
She pressed, her voice strained. Who exactly are you? The woman replied calmly, We are nothing, just like any other ordinary person, merely raising that child. After speaking, she smiled kindly at her. I also find you very profound when you say that foolish people are truly terrifying. I was genuinely surprised to see my precious little Anita become such a terrifying entity. At this moment, the black-robed witch suddenly interjected, But it's wrong for those people to say that child has a kind heart. I cannot accept that. She continued, Is it wrong to have a pure heart and a kind, loving heart, to love someone and want to do anything for them? Being angry at those who trampled on such a heart is only natural. It is those who trampled on that heart who truly deserve to be punished. You know that pain well yourself. Regina hesitated. In her heart she screamed, What is it? Why? She was about to continue when the black-robed witch suddenly said, I know it's not your fault, Regina. Regina immediately thought, It seems I wanted to hear words like these. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. The black-robed witch continued, Human nature is not easily changed, and neither are you. The image of a small, innocent Anita appeared. She added, And so is our little child.
Regina's final moment from her past life resurfaced. As she asked, Why did you save me? Annetta's gaze changed. The black-robed witch added, So the moment you wish to complete your revenge, she paused, and Regina's enraged face appeared. Then, the memory she had always tried to avoid also resurfaced, along with Annetta's final words, Because you have a duty to witness the end of this empire. At this point, the black-robed witch continued, Finally, the child felt guilty. I understand your feeling of injustice about what happened to you, but who will understand the centuries-long injustice of that child? Why was everything, from beginning to end, that child's fault? She sighed and looked up. We said, Please forgive, but my words are different. Regina quickly took 2 steps back.
The black-robed witch immediately shrieked, Since that damned guy isn't here, you all apologize on his behalf. If you feel it's unfair, then wait until you die, and then grab that foolish and cowardly guy by the neck and question him. Regina gave a self-deprecating laugh. It's not just my father. I must have had the wrong ancestors too, which is why I'm having such a hard time. But having lived as a princess of this empire, this was an unavoidable responsibility. The black-robed witch was still yelling, Everyone must apologize to that little child. Suddenly, the brown-robed witch interrupted. No, wait a minute, I have a lot to say. She turned back and said with a smile, I'm very sorry, she's a very hot-tempered person. Regina was still deep in thought. If I could choose my family, I might even like a family like that. After a moment, the brown-robed witch said, I still have a lot more to say, but it seems I can't keep you any longer.
It's time, and someone is urgently looking for you. Regina was stunned, thinking, Looking for me? Oh, Lord Johan must be looking for me. She rubbed her chin and said, Is it time? What does that mean? She replied, We are merely the remaining memorial fragments on this land. We will disintegrate and disappear again. There isn't much time left to maintain this form. Hearing her say that, Regina couldn't help but get angry. You brought me chaos and then plan to leave me behind and depart? How irresponsible. The brown-robed witch smiled and asked, Haven't you already come to a conclusion in your heart? This might be a bit surprising for you, but I'm very happy to meet you. My child, if possible, I'd like to ask a favor of you. She threw a book to Regina and said, Could you deliver that man's diary to that little child? Looking at the book hovering in front of her, she frowned. Deliver this to her? Perhaps your little child doesn't want to read that man's diary. Don't you also not want to? The brown-robed witch said, Just consider it the wish of a shameless old person and send it to her. Hee hee. Regina took the book and sighed. Ha, what's this? It's a dying wish, that's what. In the moment she was about to vanish, she called out again. Oh, gentle child, we entrust our little Annetta to you. Regina said, I'm the one who's about to fight her. She smiled. You also know that someone's sincerity is precious, don't you?
because you are as gentle as that child. You also carry wounds, just like that child. I believe you can understand that child. You try to be kind to everyone, but the result is like now. You are embracing all of our thoughts, gentle Regina, because you are you."
The brown-robed witch's body gradually turned into sparkling dust, but she continued, "I have spoken grandly about forgiveness, but I, don't expect anything grand at all. I simply want someone to tell that child in his final moments that it is understood. I'm sorry." After hearing those words, Regina raised the book and pondered, "I still don't know if I can fully understand Annetta." The brown-robed witch came closer, touched her face, and said, "I sincerely hope you find happiness, just as I wished for little Annetta to find happiness. You are exactly like that child, so I hope you don't abandon the genuine affection of those precious to you. I hope you won't give up your kindness, my little child, I entrust to you." As soon as the words ended, her body completely vanished. In the cave, only Regina's murmuring remained. "Don't give up your kindness, huh? Are those words for someone who destroyed a country out of foolishness like myself?" Now that the cave had also vanished, Regina looked up at the cloudy sky. She exclaimed, "Fools are terrifying, and the families of fools are even more terrifying." Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, Aaron was desperately shouting, "Princess Regina!" His face filled with worry. He thought to himself, "I regret it. I was truly careless and arrogant." Aaron continued to shout, "Princess, Princess Regina, can you hear me?" Then he muttered to himself, "I thought I could protect her in any situation." A few tens of minutes earlier, Johann anxiously asked, "Did Princess Regina come here?" Suddenly, the thick fog in the forest made me lose track of the princess. At that moment, Aaron felt as if his whole body went numb. Seeing him go deep into the forest, Martin hurriedly called out, "Hey Aaron, stop! It's very dangerous!" And that was why he appeared in the fog-shrouded forest, shouting, "Princess, please, please answer me!" His heart was filled with self-reproach. How could he protect her if he wasn't by her side? No matter what, he should have gone with her earlier. Aaron sobbed, "Please, Princess Regina." He thought to himself, "Why did I stubbornly come all this way? What if something happens to Princess Regina?" Suddenly, the mist before his eyes dissipated, and Aaron said bewildered, "Mist?" Looking down at the ground, he was utterly astonished. Have I just been walking in circles this whole time? Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey Aaron, answer me!" Aaron paid no heed to the call. He turned and ran deeper into the forest. He shouted loudly, "Princess Regina, where are you?" Suddenly an open clearing appeared before him, and Aaron said bewildered, "That is..."
Seeing Regina standing in the middle of the lawn, he called out, "Princess Regina!" She turned around in surprise. "Sir Aaron!" He ran to her, his whole body seemingly drained of strength. "Princess!" Regina chuckled, scratching her face. "Oh, did Sir Johann come looking for you? You must have been quite panicked. I apologize. I just got lost in the forest." Before she could finish her sentence, Aaron knelt down before her. Regina immediately cried out in alarm. "Sir, sir!" He said, "Please forgive me, Princess. It's all my fault." Regina, flustered, said, "Oh no, I'm the one who should apologize. I separated from the group on my own. Everyone must have been very worried, right?" After saying that, she broke into a sweat, thinking, if it's my fault, then everyone will inevitably face the death penalty. Fortunately, Aaron said, "I was arrogant." Regina was stunned once again, like a statue, and asked, "Huh? What did you say?" He replied, "Something more important than my assigned duty was in my heart. I told myself this time I wouldn't disappoint the princess. That's why I didn't follow you earlier. In this mission, I prioritized pleasing you over dealing with the enemy. Clearly, my negligence put the princess in a dangerous situation." Aaron said, sobbing, "Please, princess, punish this disloyal servant."
Regina was flustered again. "Sir, what are you talking about? That's not true. I was the one who told you to wait there and not follow, right from the start. Sir Aaron, please stand up right now." Aaron said dejectedly, "I am ready to accept any punishment you mete out." Regina cried out helplessly, "Oh my goodness, I have no intention of punishing you. You haven't done anything wrong. You dislike me instead." She was stunned. "Huh?" Aaron continued, "Indeed, that is the truth. I will accept any punishment. Though I am a man so terrible I cannot perform a knight's duty, I know I am a shameless wretch." He grabbed her hem, pleading earnestly, "But please have mercy on me. Please don't hate me." Regina blushed, stammering, "Sir, sir," she thought to herself, "Unbelievable. I always thought I preferred a pitiful handsome man over just a handsome man, but actually I prefer a handsome man trying to hold back tears." Regina looked down blankly. After observing Aaron for a long time, the words of the brown-robed witch appeared in her mind. "The one who has been earnestly searching for you has arrived. You also know that someone's sincerity is very precious, don't you?" Regina thought to herself, "So that's what those words meant."
She sat down and said softly, "Mr. Aaron, although I'm still unsure of my feelings, it seems I've sensed your sincerity." This time he was completely dumbfounded. "Huh?" She said, "What did you mean by telling me not to hate you? As I've said before, I don't hate you at all. Oh, but if you keep insisting I punish you, then I might start to dislike you a little." At this, she lowered her voice and said apologetically, "This time I am at fault." Aaron bit his lip, looking at her, while Regina thought, Johann might like someone just based on their appearance, but I find it hard to like anyone based solely on that. But then again, perhaps that's not entirely untrue. Thinking this, she said, "You know, Mr. Aaron, If I were to say that I really like your face and want to get to know you better, would you hate that? While Aaron was bewildered, unable to believe what he had just heard, Regina meanwhile thought, in fact, I find happiness in the sincerity that radiates from your face.
But if I were to say it like that, my heart would still feel a little heavy. Aaron quickly replied, no, not at all. I don't dislike it in the slightest. Regina thought to herself, right now, I can't give any answer other than wanting to learn more. But then Aaron said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. She wondered, perhaps one day I'll be able to answer seriously. He, on the other hand, said, perhaps being born with this face is a stroke of luck. Hearing that, Regina burst out laughing, thinking, isn't he just too adorable? An older man looking so cute. Indeed, this face is a cheat code. Hearing her laugh, Aaron looked up at her. Regina quickly helped him up, and as she brushed the dust off his knees, she said, you are an essential person to this empire, so please don't kneel so casually. You've done this several times already. Aaron added, the princess also said I am essential to her. Hearing him say that, she said with a hint of helplessness, you have a very good memory, don't you? He hesitated and asked, am I still essential to the princess? Regina's face flushed again, and she quickly turned away, saying, very essential, specifically for this mission. Aaron then asked, what if this mission ends? Regina replied, that I'll think about when the time comes. Aaron paused slightly, his eyes following her retreating figure.
It's unclear what he was thinking, but his face suddenly flushed red. Regina, meanwhile, stroked her chin and thought, well, I feel more at ease now. From now on, I'll have to face Annetta. Annetta? She suddenly turned her head, handed the First King's diary to Aaron, and said, that's right, Sir Aaron, please hold on to this for me. Don't return it to me until I ask for it. Aaron nodded seriously. Yes. Just then, Johann and his companions emerged from the nearby bushes. He shouted, Princess Regina, you're safe. Martin also said angrily, that Aaron. Regina calmly asked, oh, how did you all find your way here?
Johann tried to suppress his anger, his face flushed red, because Sir Aaron left too many traces. Martin, meanwhile, directly pulled Aaron aside, hitting him while saying, you were the one who said anyone acting on their own would die, so why did you rush in like that? Jessie asked, Princess, you're not hurt anywhere, are you? I don't want to die in front of Prince Theor. Regina said, why is it suddenly so chaotic? Johann quickly covered her mouth and said, if Selma heard you say that, she'd be very sad. Jessie, meanwhile, hugged her and cried, Princess! After a moment of commotion, Regina clapped her hands twice. Then she said, all right, that's enough. Let's stop here. I apologize for my delay. We ran into trouble during the infiltration and lost a lot of time, so let's act quickly and depart immediately. Aaron, Johann, and their companions immediately shouted, understood. The whole group was so caught up in the commotion that they forgot to be wary of one thing. From a nearby branch, a crow was silently watching them. At the same time, at the Duke's mansion, Annetta said, a midnight infiltration is different from what I expected, truly cowardly. She lowered her hand, smiling, and said, blood truly doesn't lie, does it? What do you think, Herman? She sat down, caressing his face, and said, not only did you break the spell, but you also ruined my plan. Why didn't you run away and instead came back to me? Don't you value your life? Tell me, Herman. After a few seconds of silence, Herman took her hand and said, even if you hurt me, I still only want to live by your side. However much you have loved and been hurt by the world, I will love you and endure that same amount of pain.
Hearing these words, Annetta immediately withdrew her hand, her expression hardening. Are you pitying me? She laughed loudly. Love? Betray your family, betray everyone, and push them all to their deaths just for something so trivial? Herman, your parents, and even your fiancé. Herman was slapped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he still said, to become like the one you love is natural and brings happiness, Evaldina. Annetta yelled, don't mock me. Love is something unbelievable. Yes, you are mocking me. Your family, your homeland. How can you love someone who wants to erase everything about you? She screamed, you're mocking my past, aren't you? Is that why you're pulling these stunts?
Herman looked up and said, even if I told you I loved you for some reason, you would still doubt it. But, Annetta, even though you've been hurt in a world changing with irrationality and argumentation, he thought to himself, the wicked witch had plunged the world into chaos. The emperor had punished the witch who disturbed the order to bring peace to the world, as proven by prophecy. And ever since the witch was punished, abnormal weather phenomena such as floods, earthquakes, and hailstorms had disappeared. Herman continued, the one who is struggling against the world without falling, for one sole reason, is you. At his words, Annetta suddenly recalled the day she returned to the capital after hundreds of years of slumber. She stared blankly at his smile for a long time, then turned to gaze at the statue of the first emperor. Herman's voice resonated again. The irrational things you feel compelled to protect also exist in this world. The regrets you consider ugly, your blindness towards me, they look beautiful to me. He said, I want to fulfill anything you desire. Saying this, he touched his chest and asked, if this irrational feeling isn't love, then what should I call it?
Annetta looked down from above, her cold eyes filled with contempt. Love, to dare utter such a feeling in front of me, you must be truly insane. Suddenly, the crows outside the mashing began to call loudly, attracting Annetta's attention. She stared blankly outside for a moment, then said, uninvited guests have arrived. Outside the mansion, flames began to rise and shouts rang out. Attack! Ah! Aaron looked up and said,
Princess, it seems they have arrived. Regina nodded. Yes. She thought to herself. She had devised a battle plan, but the number of knights here was completely insufficient. If the battle dragged on, they would have to retreat. Thinking this, she turned and said, while the other knights distract them at the main gate, we will enter through another entrance to target Annetta. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, followed by Herman's voice. There's no need for that. Regina froze for a few seconds, then slowly turned around. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, Herman Selvage, greetings, Princess. Regina chuckled. Your face is quite injured, isn't it? Your master must be in a terrible mood, huh? Herman touched his face. I must look quite unsightly appearing before the princess. Regina thought to herself. This must be Annetta's doing, since she had managed to get the Duchess out of the underground dungeon. After a few seconds, Herman said, Miss Annetta wishes to see the princess. Regina nodded and said, I was planning to seek her out myself, but I never expected such a personal welcome.
Herman replied with a bright smile. It's what I should do. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. But Miss Annetta only wants to see the princess. The rest of you are a bit of a nuisance. I apologize, but you all must stay here. As everyone drew their swords, Regina also touched the hilt of her sword and said, Is this mansion not big enough to accommodate this many guests? What if I refuse? Herman raised his hand. If you refuse, then I'll just have to help you. After a snap of his fingers, his body was immediately enveloped by shadows. Regina was stunned, thinking, This is... Before she could finish her thought, Herman asked again, How do you like it? Miss Annetta imitated this to create that wall.
Regina said gravely, That's blasphemy, do you understand? Herman chuckled. She's a witch anyway, and witches are creatures that defy the gods, aren't they? As soon as he finished speaking, he directed that stream of dark energy towards Regina's group. A flash of light, Regina drew her sword and sliced the dark energy in two. Aaron, meanwhile, charged directly forward, and Jesse didn't fall back either. In the blink of an eye, Herman's dark energy was almost entirely dispersed. He raised his hand again, and seeing this, Regina yelled, Will you stop? Herman waved his hand in reply. I'm afraid I only prioritize Miss Annetta's orders. The stream of dark energy snaked behind Regina. The moment it lunged towards her, Regina turned her head. But before she could act, Aaron charged forward and cut through the dark energy. Looking at his face, Regina frowned and thought, Their attacks are as strong as a storm. Suddenly, Johann shouted, Sir Aaron, please go with Princess Regina. Leave this to us. Regina asked, What do you mean by that? We must go together. Johann replied, They will keep appearing until all of us are exhausted.
Jesse also said, You go first, we'll follow right behind. Martin then shouted loudly, Aaron, protect the princess, even if it costs your life. Regina turned to look at Herman, feeling a bit conflicted. She didn't want to advance by sacrificing everyone. But Herman raised his hand and said, You can give up now. It's over. Regina gritted her teeth in anger, completely displeased, and charged straight towards Herman. Seeing her reckless action, Aaron couldn't help but shout worriedly, Princess! Herman summoned a stream of dark energy, but before it could fully form, Regina sliced it apart. She clenched her fist tightly and directly landed a punch on Herman's face. After that, she said, You, listen carefully. Whether it's over or not is for me to say. Aaron must come with me. Herman wiped the blood from his mouth and remarked in a low voice, Your hand is truly strong. I'll accept that. Regina's voice turned stern. She pointed the tip of her sword at his neck and said, I don't need your permission. Lead the way. After a moment, Annetta's voice came from inside the room. Please come in. I've been waiting for you. As soon as she entered, Regina threw her sword aside. She pulled out a specialized dirty fighting stick and with a deadly smile said, Let's have a little fight first. Very quickly, Annetta's scream echoed from the room. Ouch! She ran out to the balcony door with Regina close behind, saying, I said just one hit. Don't run away like a scared mouse. Annetta yelled back, If it were you, would you obediently take a beating, you crazy princess? Where have your elegance and wisdom gone to be rushing into a fight like this? Regina slapped her forehead and said, Let's be clear, you should call me an idiot, not a crazy princess. Annetta thought silently, What is Herman doing? Normally he does everything to protect me.
To be betrayed right now? Indeed, men cannot be trusted. Meanwhile, Herman is fencing with Aaron outside. Their swordplay is masterful, their speed incredibly swift, and the continuous clang of metal echoes through the air.
Herman stopped, shouting loudly, Get out of the way, this doesn't concern you. Aaron held his sword with both hands and said seriously, No way, this is the princess's business, so why wouldn't it concern me? Hearing that, Herman used a divisive tactic, someone the princess despises, and kicked out. Before he could finish his sentence, Aaron retorted, She never said she hated me. That was just a communication error that led to a small misunderstanding. You don't need to worry about that. He added, So please avoid making statements that could cause the princess to misunderstand further. Inside the room, Regina heard those words, her face slightly reddening as she thought, Is Sir Aaron being too enthusiastic? I can still hear his voice in here. In her mind, she directly imagined the inner thoughts Aaron wanted to convey. Princess, it's just a misunderstanding. Please don't take Selvage his words to heart. Regina's face grew even redder. Something is really happening. Why is he still so adorable in this situation? At the same time in the Imperial Palace, Theor suddenly felt something run down his spine. He stopped what he was doing and thought,
What was that? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my neck? Laris saw this and asked, Theor? He didn't answer, still deep in thought. Could that scoundrel be flirting with his sister? Thinking of that, Theor's face immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Just try doing that, and I won't let it go. Back at the Duke's mansion, Regina stroked her chin and said, Herman's swordsmanship is excellent, but I don't think he can defeat Sir Aaron. We can rest assured on that front. Looking back, she saw Annetta stealthily trying to leave, and Regina immediately spoke up. Oh ho, where are you going? I said we'd start with a punch. Where are you trying to sneak off to? Or do you have an appointment with someone other than me? Annetta said with a trembling voice, You're crazy. Regina corrected her. I'll say it again, I'm an idiot, not crazy.
But I have to ask, why aren't you using magic? Annetta feigned composure and replied, Why should I tell you that? Regina furrowed her brow, thinking, Is she deliberately not using it to make me drop my guard, only to counterattack later? No, if that were the case, Herman would have already stopped me using those ghosts. A thought struck her. Could it be? Regina immediately asked, Can't you use magic anymore? Annetta took a small step back and asked, What are you talking about? Regina smiled and said, Maintaining your current state is your limit. The truth is, your heart can't endure it anymore. Annetta's spirits fell as she asked, Did they tell you about that? Regina slung her staff over her shoulder and said, It seems you know who I met before I got here, don't you? Annetta paused for a few seconds before replying, How could any witch not sense magic? And what's more, they were people I had encountered before.
As she was recalling beautiful memories, Regina suddenly asked, Aren't you curious what they told me? Without waiting for Annetta to ask, Regina said, They asked me to forgive you. Annetta looked bewildered. Huh? Regina added, And they even told me to apologize to you. Annetta asked with a trembling voice, How can that be? She thought, stunned. I'm just the one who betrayed them. Regina narrowed her eyes and called out, Annetta, Elvaldina, the tiny child of witches, tell me, what do you want? After asking, she silently thought, the last witch remaining on this land.
Tonight, I must hear her choice. After a moment, Annetta spoke up. If what I want is an apology, then can this noble princess humble herself to apologize to an ordinary witch like me? Regina was silent for a few seconds, then said, If you wish. Annetta was a little surprised. She asked incredulously, You mean? Without waiting for her to finish, Regina put away her staff and said, Actually, I would still apologize even if you didn't want me to, because it's clear that the first emperor was at fault. She added, But since he has passed away, I hope you understand that you won't receive an apology from him. To be honest, I really want to chop off your head, but I've decided not to. Annetta wondered, Why the change of heart? Regina narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, Because I met them. Recalling the last words of the brown-robed witch, I truly wish for your happiness, just as I wish for my little Annetta's happiness. You are very much like her, so I hope you don't give up on the sincere hearts of precious people. I hope you don't give up your gentleness. Regina let out a breath. Thanks to you, I remembered things I had deliberately ignored. Although forgiveness is a choice, an apology is a necessity.
No matter how depraved I am, I cannot feign ignorance. These words surprised Annetta even more. She muttered, Thinking you would rush in and say you wouldn't forgive me. Are you perhaps feigning persuasion to plan a sneak attack on me? She is indeed the descendant of that man. Thinking this, Annetta gave a cold laugh and said, So the princess will apologize to me and forgive me too? Regina replied, Of course not. Forgiveness is a choice after all. I admit the mistakes of my ancestors, but what you have done is different. Shouldn't we deal with those separately? Annetta burst out laughing and asked, Do you mean you also want an apology from me? Regina nodded and said, Yes. She thought to herself, Specifically, I want her to apologize for what she did to me before I was resurrected, but those are not things Annetta in this place did. Thinking this, she then said, First, we must resolve the matter of the witch. I have informed everyone on this continent that they are not guilty. Annetta sneered, Is that all the apology you have? Regina shook her head and asked in return, If that were the end, would your heart feel relieved? They also need to know about the sins of the first emperor, as well as the achievements she made for Elias. I will also record the story between the first emperor and Evaldina, so that future generations can understand it clearly. I will thoroughly research witches to pass on to future generations. I know someone with great potential. Sundus popped up from somewhere and said, Of course, if not me, then who? Regina mused that even though it was something no one in this empire would welcome, it was still something that should be done. Even if the emperor and Theor objected, she would have to persuade them no matter what. Annetta asked incredulously, Are you serious? Why do you have to go to such lengths? Regina said, An apology is just words spoken from my mouth, so it won't mean anything to you. The person you want to hear an apology from is someone else, isn't it? Therefore, I am simply offering the best apology I can make. Hearing her words, Annetta was stunned on the spot. Does this princess even know what she's saying? That's something that could shake the royal authority, and yet the princess declared that she would overturn all the achievements of the first emperor. Thinking this, she immediately asked, Will you really do what you say? After asking, Annetta wondered if she had truly gone mad. Regina just smiled and asked, Do you think I can't do it? Why is that? Do you think I'm just a princess? To convey the truth, one doesn't necessarily need supreme power.
All it takes is an unwavering will in the face of all obstacles. Don't you know what everyone calls me? Hearing her question, Annetta paused for a moment.
Then Annetta said, the madman's sister, and Regina was instantly petrified, huh? Annetta added, I've been noticing for a while now. Why do you call yourself a madman? Regina replied, because I'm mad, that's why. Annetta tilted her head and asked, who? Regina struggled to explain, it's me. If not me, then who is the madman, huh? Annetta calmly replied, of course, it's your younger brother. Such a simple sentence gave Regina a headache. She retorted with a trembling voice, no, that's impossible. After shouting, she clutched her head and thought, I've done enough crazy things, and I'm still not the quintessential madman of the royal family?
She shouted again, am I not a delinquent? Regina had no idea. She continued, all this time, how many times have I gone crazy, swinging my stick in the imperial palace? Yet besides those two, no one else had to be sacrificed. So others only felt satisfied on Regina's behalf whenever she picked up her stick. Come on, Theor, come here, my little brother. The maids all greatly admired her. Princess Regina, please save Crown Prince Theor, or felt gleeful whenever she swung her stick. Back to the present, she shouted loudly, is that all? I dared to talk back to the emperor of a nation, completely disregarding hierarchy. How many times have I arbitrarily ordered the emperor around, or forced him to drink dandelion flower tea, which he hates? However, thanks to this, the emperor became extremely healthy with a regular diet and frequent walks. This made his physique become large and robust. The knights also exclaimed in admiration, wow, the emperor is really healthy. Unaware of all that, Regina continued, do you know how many times I've still jumped for joy even when I didn't understand what was happening? I am the cruel princess who arbitrarily changed the imperial laws enacted by the first emperor and eliminated all the nobles who opposed my opinions. I did all of that. But Regina didn't know that the imperial laws, thus amended, had put an end to bad habits that had persisted for a very long time, and the nobles who were eliminated were all incompetent individuals. Therefore, the result was an improvement in the lives of the vulnerable people. An old man, extremely excited, said, it's all thanks to Princess Regina. She didn't hesitate to sacrifice for people like us. Furthermore, thanks to the efforts of the village chief in the village located below Dyron Castle, the rumors spread widely.
While everyone knew the kind princess who cared for her people, Regina was completely unaware that as a just princess who could not forgive wrongdoing, even from the emperor or nobles, good opinions of her throughout the nation continued to grow. She said dejectedly, I have tried so hard. Regina stood up and said, say that again. You're lying to shake my mind, aren't you? Just say it's a lie and I'll forgive you. Annetta stammered, you said what? Regina yelled, a lie! I've tried so hard and I'm still not corrupt? Hearing this, Annetta also felt a bit helpless and thought, this princess is no longer sane. Outside the room, Herman's sword was knocked high into the air. Aaron held his sword to his neck and said, one look at your face tells me you want to run straight into the room behind that door. Herman retorted, you're no different. Aaron asked, why despite being so uneasy did you still not betray her? Herman slightly curled his lip. Betray? I already knew that Annetta, or rather Evaldina, would surely fail. Hearing this, Aaron became even more confused. You risked your life for a plan that was sure to fail? Herman replied, even if the end is hell, even if I receive no response, I just want to show that person that there are people who will always be by the side of those they love until the very end. Aaron asked, then why did you help the princess? For a lover, that's not something easily accepted. Herman sighed, I don't know. Even if it's just a political marriage, it's not strange for my heart to soften for someone I've watched since childhood. Aaron said, if you're that easily swayed, you wouldn't dare do things like imprisoning your own mother, would you? Herman gave a forced laugh. You're hitting a sore spot. Even though I know my heart won't receive any response, I still can't let go of that pitiful figure. Perhaps you're a little like me. Aaron thought to himself, it seems he still misunderstands that the princess likes him. As soon as he finished thinking, Herman said, all right, are you done with your questions? Is it time to kill me now? Aaron replied, no. The princess will decide your fate. After knocking him unconscious, Aaron thought to himself, I should tie him up first. Just then, a shout rang out, lies! He flinched, quickly rushing into the room. Princess Regina murmured, Sir Aaron. He quickly ran to her side. Yes, Your Highness, are you all right? She looked up and said, I am, but I absolutely must ask you something. He nodded. Yes, Princess, what is the question? Before he could finish, Regina asked, Am I really not insane? Aaron calmly replied, Of course not. Regina was silent for a few seconds. Then she staggered to her feet and said, All right, so that's how it is. She thought to herself, if even Sir Aaron says so, what else can I do but accept the truth? After thinking, she continued, Thank you for telling me. After discussing that matter, Regina suddenly remembered, Where is young Duke Selvage? Aaron replied, I have subdued him. He is currently unconscious and tied up by me. Regina looked towards Annetta and asked, So what do you think, Evaldina? Want to try a little more? Suddenly she asked, Does that mean the princess won't apologize to me? Regina once again drew her staff. Listen carefully.
Apologizing is a necessity. Forgiveness is a choice. No matter what you do, I will still apologize to you. In return, you must also apologize to me properly.
With that, she said, Sir Aaron, I once gave you an item, didn't I? He nodded. Yes, here it is, Princess. Seeing him offer the book, she said, No, don't give it to me. Give it to that witch. Annetta took the diary, asking curiously, What is this? Regina replied, The verbose justifications of an ordinary man. Perhaps feeling that was a bit unclear, she stated directly, It's the first emperor's diary. They read my memories and asked me to deliver this to you. Regina paused for a moment, then added, To me, it's a diary that makes me feel so ashamed and annoyed that I want to burn it. But perhaps to you, it holds a different meaning. After reading a few lines, Annetta said, She asked, Is this frequently used? Regina looked at the book and replied, This? It's the official signature the first emperor used. That signature is also carved beneath the bronze statue in the square. Annetta said, All these words, I thought they had been erased. She sank into her memories. A long time ago, I taught that man the language of witches. In that language, I confessed my love and also sent apologies, and even secrets.
That man used that language only with me. Now in this world, only I can read it. Thinking this, Anita touched the signature in the diary. I apologize. What he wanted to say, her face was now full of tears. Regina looked at her for a long time. Then she asked, Does that signature have any meaning? Anita replied, That is that man's utterly unfunny self-satisfaction. Those words, even though written in words no one could understand, only said, I apologize, in the witch's language I taught.
Regina hesitated, saying, Yes, really, what is there to say? Looking into Anetta's eyes, she chuckled. That's quite an unfunny display of smugness. After a few seconds, Annetta said, All right, that's enough, isn't it? Talking to you makes me feel foolish. With that, she raised her hand, and shimmering dust fell from her arm. She mumbled in the language of witches. The sounds, combined with the shimmering dust, gradually transformed into characters that floated into the air, vanishing into thin air. After a moment, Annetta opened her eyes. Regina asked incredulously, Is that how it ends? Annetta replied, It's done. I've undone all the magic. Regina said, Unbelievable. Hearing an apology like that now, I actually feel angrier. Annetta agreed. I feel the same way. But don't you know, Princess, I am the most foolish person in this land? Everything officially concluded, and Annetta was bound.
She asked, What are you going to do with me now?
Regina said, I've captured you like this, but we still have to await His Majesty's decision. According to principle, you must die. Annetta was extremely calm. That's right. Rebellion is a serious crime, so participating in it means immediate decapitation. Then she mumbled to herself, self-mockingly, It's truly ironic that I'm rebelling in the very country I created. But that is also the punishment, and even if I succeeded, I wouldn't live long, so I have no regrets. Regina said, What if the innocent people exploited for your revenge also die? Annetta flinched, hesitating. Without waiting for her to finish, Regina said, If you truly wish to accept your punishment, then the person you must apologize to is not me or the Emperor. Evildina, you must apologize to those people. She reached out and opened the window, then continued, I don't know how much more time I can get for you, but it will certainly be enough for you to think about how to apologize. Annetta asked, bewildered, Do you mean you'll let me live? Regina replied, You only have a short time left to live anyway. A brief stay of execution isn't a big deal. Annetta asked skeptically, Can you really do that? Regina gave a bright smile and answered, Of course.
Don't you know what people call me? Annetta was stunned for a few seconds. Then she smiled and said, I'm the crazy princess. After a while, Regina gathered with a group of knights below the residence. She said, So, shall we return to the palace? The group arrived back at the imperial palace. Seeing nobles filling the streets, Regina said, It's still early, yet so many people have come. Martin was quick to say, Doesn't everyone want to witness the grand return of the delegation led by the princess who captured the traitor? Regina awkwardly said, I just realized I'm not the most depraved person in the royal family, so I don't want to build up any more good reputation. Everyone is paying too much attention. She stretched and said, But anyway, I just need to go inside and it'll be done. I have to speak with the emperor first. Suddenly, Aaron called out, Princess Regina. She turned her head and uttered a, Huh? He solemnly bowed and said, I sincerely apologize for offending your highness at the previous birthday ball.
Even though you had no such intention at all, I hastily misinterpreted your feelings and truly caused a great offense. I sincerely apologize for presumptuously misunderstanding and rejecting the princess. You had no feelings for me whatsoever. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Regina's face flushed, and she asked, Sir, what are you talking about? Sir, what are you doing, Sir Aaron? Lift your head, that matter is completely over now. Aaron stubbornly said, No, I have never apologized to the princess, and the princess has never mentioned it either. Although forgiveness is a choice, an apology is necessary. Regina said worriedly, That's true, but does it really have to be in front of so many people? He replied, I also made a mistake with the princess in front of many people, so apologizing like this is reasonable. She tried to persuade him,
You didn't do it on purpose, and I wasn't angry from the start. But Aaron stubbornly insisted, regardless, an apology is necessary. To be able to move forward, will you forgive me? Regina closed her eyes and pondered for a few seconds. Then she sighed, I'm such a fool too. Annetta from behind was a little envious and scoffed, still better than I am, what's all this about? A few days later, as Regina was walking, she saw Theor's room door crowded. She asked, what is everyone doing gathered there? Johan, Jessie, Lena, and Selma all turned their heads simultaneously. Selma shouted, Princess, you should change your clothes first. Lena quickly advised, come on, it's no use, the princess always does what she wants anyway. Hearing that, Johan burst out laughing. Haha, it seems Lena understands the princess even better than Selma now. Selma said shyly, Sir Johan, I told you not to call me by my name.
Jessie put on a dying face and said, everyone, quiet down. What if His Highness Theor runs out? Regina found it amusing and thought, how novel, I've never seen such a mess. Looking at the people laughing and talking in front of her, she continued to think, the scenes from before my rebirth that I failed to protect. Suddenly, Regina paused. She said, you all, quiet down a bit. Then thought, in this life, I can protect them and keep them safe. She asked, lady, is my adorable little brother in there? Jessie replied, yes, it's been a long time since I've seen him so angry. Everyone is standing waiting outside the door like this. Hearing that, Regina walked over and knocked on the door. After a moment of no reply, she directly opened the door and said, I will talk to my brother. Everyone go about your business. She walked into the room, went to the bed, and called out, Theor. The boy, hiding under the blanket, asked, what are you doing here, sister?
Regina soothed him. My lovely Theor, why are you angry? Your sister here doesn't know, so please tell her. Suddenly he asked, can't you admit you were wrong? Regina paused. Huh? What did you say? Theor threw off his blanket and yelled, I said, just admit you're wrong. Regina calmly said, finally, you're showing your true colors. She pinched his cheek and said, after all, I am your proud older sister. If I'm not wrong about something, how can I admit it and then ask for forgiveness? Theor asked incredulously, so you're really going to be exiled? Regina nodded. I don't know if you can call it exile, but that's how it will be. But I'll come back every year for your birthday, and for the most important moment of your life, I will certainly be there.
Theor said imperial law doesn't allow exiled royals to return. Hearing this, Regina immediately asked back, have you ever given up on something you intended to do because you were afraid of imperial law? Theor laughed and said, never. I'm a mischievous person, you know. She also chuckled. Right then, he suddenly interrupted. In return, I don't care where you go, but you absolutely must not go to the east. Regina, not understanding, asked, the east? What's in the east? Thinking of Vestine from the east, her face suddenly flushed. Theor saw this and his face immediately darkened. He said loudly, promise me, absolutely do not go to the east. Regina closed her eyes and said, I can't promise that. Hearing her say that, he immediately burst into tears and scolded, idiot, idiot, you stupid sister, promise me now. A few days later, Regina tied a white ribbon to the end of her hair and said, it's done. I said earlier that I wouldn't be sleeping for long, so there's enough time to prepare, right? Looking at the letters on the table, she thought, how strange. Before my resurrection, I was so afraid of leaving the imperial city, but now I'm preparing to leave with such an excited mood. Regina touched the bookshelf. I've arranged to meet Leon and Riga outside the city. Are they both moving smoothly, I wonder? A secret door opened, and she smiled, saying, well then, let's go. A month had passed since the suppression of the rebellion, and many things had happened during that time. Creatures from fairy tales believed to be extinct, and the rebellion caused by the witch's magic. And that witch was actually the last survivor among those called mages. The work of recording the empire's history, including the story of the first emperor and the mages, was carried out without missing a single detail. It seemed the populace still couldn't accept the true face of the empire's hero.
The street of the first emperor statue. Originally bustling, it is now just a desolate stretch, but history will ultimately judge that. The emperor tried to apologize to Evaldina himself, but she said she had already accepted the apology, and thus declined his renewed attempt. Most nobles who participated in the rebellion, having been enchanted by the sorcerer's magic, were stripped of their titles or had all their assets confiscated. However, nobles who were not enchanted by magic, yet still participated in the rebellion, met no other fate than death.
Although bewitched by magic, Duke Salvage, the leader of that rebellion, was stripped of his family name Salvage and given a new surname, Hano. Furthermore, he was punished with lifelong exile from the capital. According to the law, Hermann should have been beheaded, but thanks to his parents' pleas, his life was barely spared. His appearance when he pleaded to stay with Evaldina in the capital was truly pathetic. If Evaldina had not taken responsibility, he might truly have died. Evaldina was the only witch who survived the witch hunt and had restored her position as a national witch. At the same time, Princess Regina B. Alfier, who insisted on the argument that the person who was both a national witch and a rebel should be kept, was expelled from the imperial palace. His Majesty could not bear to lose his beloved daughter. He knelt before her room, sobbing and calling out, Regina, please open the door. I said from the beginning that no price was necessary, Regina thought to herself, so you begged and pleaded not to expel me. But if you wouldn't expel me, I would just leave on my own. And that is why she appeared in the middle of this forest.
When Regina had just emerged from the secret passage, Aaron immediately stepped forward and asked, You've arrived? She took his hand and said, Thank you, sir. You've waited long, haven't you? A week prior, Aaron had asked, "When will you depart?" Regina feigned ignorance, saying, "I don't understand what you're saying, sir." Seeing this, Aaron set his teacup down. "It seems you intend to slip away." Regina repeated, "I truly don't understand what you're saying." Aaron interrupted, "I have a very well-trained steed. Although its parents were war horses, its size is a bit small, so it cannot become a war horse, but it is certainly excellent, and I wish to present it to the princess." Regina looked back, puffing out her cheeks as she thought, "He says he wants my affection, yet he's not only not keeping me, but pushing me away." She asked petulantly, "Why must you give me such a fine horse, sir?" He replied, "I merely hope the princess's journey will be a little easier." She asked again, "Aren't you going to keep me?" Aaron asked in return, "Will you let me keep you?" Then he said, "I truly wish to strive for your affection, and so I want to respect your will. Do as you wish, I will await your return." After observing her for a few seconds, he continued, "But I have one request." Regina, startled, asked, "What is it?" Aaron said, "Occasionally, when you remember, even if just a little, how wonderful it would be if the princess would think of the East." Hearing those words, Regina secretly sighed, thinking, "I'm defeated. He's too adorable." Returning to the present, Aaron led out a magnificent steed. You may call him Niel. He is strong and gentle, making him very easy to control.
Regina asked contentedly, "Are you truly giving this to me?" He nodded. "Of course." She smiled and said, "In that case, I won't refuse it. I really like it." With that, she said, "Well, I'm leaving now." Despite his reluctance, Aaron still replied, "Very well." As he watched her mount the horse, he subtly reached out a hand as if to hold her back, but then lowered it. Then he spoke, "I will always pray for the princess's well-being. I pray that every place you set foot in will be a joyful one, and I hope that the day the princess remembers me will be in the very near future." Aaron said in a low voice, "May the journey of my beloved always be safe." Regina replied with a radiant smile.
She thought to herself, "This time I have protected them. I won't lose the people I cherish. I have protected the honor, the true honor of my homeland. And most importantly, I have protected the tenderness and happiness, all that is mine." She ran over, gave Aaron a kiss, and then, still thinking, mounted her horse. She rode away without a single regret. "Now it's time to rest. I've lived obediently like a princess in the palace, the life I've dreamed of, a life with no obligations, only privileges. Isn't an exiled princess the best condition to enjoy that? Maintaining royal status, but not participating in politics." She declared freely, "No matter what anyone says, I will be the spoiled one." Much later, Theor ascended the throne with the moniker the Decadent Emperor, Theor Alfear. His glorious golden era was also known as the Twilight of Magic. This was the last period in which the great sorceress Evaldina was active. Despite a painful past and having once resented this empire, with a vow of atonement, she devoted herself to serving the Elias Empire until the end of her life. She passed away 3 years after Emperor Theor Alfear ascended the throne. According to what was recorded, she had an assistant whose name was not preserved, and after Evaldina's death, no one knew the whereabouts of the person who was said to have disappeared. Contrary to predictions of the time that the dynasty would weaken with the loss of the sorceress's wisdom, Emperor Theor's supporters emerged, Regina B. Alfear and Duke Vestine. Although she was an exiled royal, she still met privately with the emperor to assist with state affairs. Each time, something called Titi accompanied her, but there is no precise information about what Titi was.
The stories of their protecting knights were also famous, no less than the deep sisterly love story between the princess and the emperor. The princess's protecting knight, Count Johann Drafe, was beloved by poets, with his sad love story of being unable to forget the woman he loved and living a solitary life forever by the princess's side. The emperor's protecting knight, Lady Tarahan, became the captain of the imperial guard and was famous for frequently having private meetings with the emperor, but was mainly remembered for the strangeness of her name. Incidentally, there is information that Lady Tarahan's real name is Jessie, but this information has not yet been verified. It was the love story of the couple Regina Alfear and Duke Vestine that was the most beloved romantic story by poets.
The white handkerchief that the traveling princess gave to Duke Vestine before their marriage to express her feelings still makes girls' hearts flutter, and the record of the princess hiding in Vestine's castle for a month to avoid the eyes of those around, written by Aaron Vestine, is also very popular. Some criticize the princess for not being present by Emperor Larys I Alfear's side in his final moments. They claim that the father-daughter relationship between the two was not good. However, based on the affection between Emperor Theor and Princess Regina, it can be inferred that the family relationship was very good. Therefore, the author believes that the deterioration of the father-daughter relationship is an unfounded rumor. Corrupt Theor, Princess Regina, is said to have created the Golden Dynasty of Theor because she exposed the mistakes in the nation-building of the first emperor and shook the roots of the royal family. But even in her status as an exiled royal, she still had a great influence on the financial management of the empire and was thus highly respected and praised. The Witch of Elias, Regina, sister of the Corrupt One, quoted from the Golden Age of the Elias Empire, the history of the Elias Empire's development, focusing on Theor I Alfear.